Parents tried to steal my house deed for brother's pregnant girlfriend. I caught them, changed the locks, and watched their financial empire collapse. I'm not going to pretend I grew up in some horrible, physically abusive family situation. My parents weren't monsters in the traditional sense. They fed me, clothed me, and made sure I went to school. All the basic necessities of life were covered. But here's the insidious thing about the basics: they are exactly that. Basic. And when you are the second kid in a family where the firstborn son can literally do no wrong, the absolute bare minimum is about all you're ever going to get. My brother, Marcus, is 2 years older than me. I'm 29, he's 31. Calling him the golden child doesn't even begin to cover the sheer level of worship my parents directed at him. This guy could accidentally set fire to the kitchen, and my parents would find a way to blame the stove manufacturer. Meanwhile, I could ace a final exam, win an award, and get a distracted, "That's nice, honey," while they actively planned Marcus's next big life milestone. It was always like that. It was the fundamental law of gravity in our household. You want a clear example? When I was 13 and Marcus was 15, we both desperately wanted bicycles. I spent 3 grueling months saving up every dime of my birthday money, mowing lawns in the sweltering heat, and doing extra chores for the neighbors. I finally scraped together enough to buy myself a beat-up, used bike from a kid down the street for $50. It had mismatched tires and a squeaky chain, but it was mine. The very next weekend, Marcus casually mentioned at the dinner table that he kind of wanted a bike too. Dad immediately took him to the premium cycling shop downtown and came home with a brand new, $600 specialized mountain bike. When I asked, trying to hold back tears, why Marcus got a brand new one handed to him while I had to scrub driveways for a rusty frame, Dad just looked at me and said, "Marcus is older. He needs reliable transportation for his social life." I rode that squeaky bike with the mismatched tires all through high school. I made the honor roll every single semester. I was in AP classes. Marcus barely scraped by with C's and D's, but he was on the football team and he was popular. So, in my parents' eyes, he was a massive success. When he got a C in English, they panicked and hired a private tutor at $40 an hour. When I got a B in chemistry, my only B in 4 years, Mom sat me down and gave me a stern lecture about how I needed to apply myself better and study harder. I'm not bitter about it. Or, well, maybe I was when I was an angry teenager. But by the time I hit my early 20s, I had completely accepted that this was just the reality of my bloodline. Some families have favorites. Mine made it a religion. Marcus got the attention, the praise, the safety net, and the endless financial bailouts whenever he inevitably messed up. I, on the other hand, got incredibly good at surviving. I learned how to figure things out entirely on my own. And honestly, looking back, that ended up being the far better deal. While Marcus learned that someone would always be there to sweep up his messes, I learned how to actually solve complex problems. After high school, I went straight to community college. I paid for it entirely by myself, working brutal night shifts at an industrial shipping warehouse. The warehouse job was a nightmare. I worked from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., physically loading and unloading massive freight trucks in the freezing cold. My hands were perpetually calloused, smelling of industrial cardboard and diesel exhaust. But it paid $15 an hour, which was just enough to cover my community college tuition, my textbooks, and my share of a cramped apartment. Marcus, predictably, went to a massive 4-year university 2 states away. He got a full ride courtesy of the bank of Mom and Dad. They bought him a new car, gave him a monthly allowance for spending money, and paid his rent. The whole premium package. One semester, I was completely broke. I had $12 in my checking account and needed a $150 textbook for my accounting class. I swallowed my pride and asked my parents if they could just help me with that one book. Not tuition, not rent, just one book. Dad looked me dead in the eye and told me it would build character to work for what I wanted. Character. Right. I finished my associate's degree, transferred to a state school, got my bachelor's, and landed an entry-level job as an insurance underwriter. I started at the absolute bottom and clawed my way up. I lived in a tiny, depressing apartment with 3 roommates who treated the kitchen sink like a trash can. I drove a rusted-out sedan that made a terrifying rattling noise every time I hit 40 miles per hour. But I was doing something nobody else my age was doing. I was saving. Aggressively. Every single month, I transferred whatever I could into a high-yield savings account. Sometimes, it was $50. Sometimes, if I worked overtime, it was $400. My goal was absolute. I wanted to own a house before I turned 30. Everyone told me it was a pipe dream. Even the financial advisor at my local bank looked at my income-to-debt ratio and gave me a condescending smile when I asked about first-time homebuyer programs. But I did it anyway. I cut every conceivable corner. I ate rice and beans. I packed a sad turkey sandwich for lunch every day for 5 years. I stayed in my room on weekends watching pirated movies while my peers were out at bars blowing $100 a night. I watched my account balance grow, slowly, painfully. But it grew. Marcus, meanwhile, bounced around from job to job like a pinball. He'd get hired somewhere, work for 6 months, decide the boss was toxic, or the work wasn't his true passion, quit without a backup plan, and move back into his childhood bedroom while he figured out his next move. This exact cycle happened 5 times in 6 years. Each time, Mom and Dad welcomed him back with warm embraces, cooked his favorite meals, and never charged him a single cent in rent. By the time I was 26, I had managed to save $45,000. I started seriously hunting for a house. The market was brutal. Everything was either astronomically out of my price range, or located in neighborhoods where you wouldn't walk outside after dark. But then, I found it. A 3-bedroom, single-story fixer-upper, sitting on a decent quarter-acre lot, about 45 minutes outside the city center. It was ugly. It needed new drywall, the floors were scratched to hell, and the kitchen looked like it hadn't been updated since 1985. But, the bones were good. The foundation was solid. I offered $10,000 under the asking price. They countered at $5,000 under. I accepted, slammed down my 20% down payment, and suddenly, at 26 years old, I was a homeowner. Nobody helped me. Nobody gave me a single dollar. I bled for every inch of that property. My parents came to see it exactly once. They walked through the front door, wrinkled their noses at the smell of old paint, made a few passive-aggressive comments about how small the bathrooms were, and left after barely 20 minutes. Dad complained that the drive was too far from their house. That was it. No, congratulations. No, we are so proud of you. Just a list of observations about what I needed to fix. But I didn't care. I didn't buy it for them, I bought it for me. Every creaky floorboard, every weirdly angled cabinet, every drafty window, it was mine. I spent the next 3 years, pouring my soul into it. I learned how to tile, how to drywall, how to run basic plumbing. I turned that ugly duckling into a genuinely beautiful home, and nobody could take it away from me, or so I thought. Fast forward to a few months ago. I'm 29. My house is in incredible shape. The neighborhood has gentrified rapidly, a bunch of young families have moved in, and property values have skyrocketed. My little fixer-upper is now worth almost 70% more than what I paid for it. Not that I cared about selling, I loved my home. I had planted roots. Marcus, during these same 3 years, had been living with his girlfriend, Chloe, in a luxury rental apartment downtown. It was a gorgeous place with floor-to-ceiling windows, way nicer than anything I had ever lived in, but the rent was astronomical, and it kept increasing every year. Marcus was working a mid-level sales job, making decent money, but he and Chloe had zero financial discipline. They leased luxury cars, bought new iPhones every September, took weekend trips to Mexico, and ate at high-end restaurants constantly. Then, the catalyst. Chloe got pregnant. Suddenly, Marcus decided he absolutely needed to be a homeowner. Not wanted to be, needed to be. Because, according to him and my mother, it is a human rights violation to raise an infant in an apartment. News to the millions of parents who do exactly that every day. He started house hunting. He quickly realized a harsh truth. The market doesn't care about your ego. Everything in his approved price range was either a total gut job or in a bad area. Everything move-in ready was hundreds of thousands of dollars out of his budget. And Chloe had extremely strong opinions about the aesthetic of the house she wanted to bring her baby home to. It became a massive, dramatic saga. I heard about it constantly from Mom, who would call me in a panic, updating me on Marcus's stress levels as if it were a national emergency. I'd make sympathetic noises, say, "Wow, that sucks," and go back to sanding my deck. Then, one Sunday, I got a call from Dad. He told me to come over for dinner. He called it a family meeting. Said it was critical. I should have known right then. My family doesn't do family meetings unless someone needs a kidney or a massive sum of cash, but a morbid curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to see what fresh delusion was brewing. I showed up at 6 p.m. Mom had made a massive roast beef dinner. The fine china was out. The crystal glasses were on the table. Marcus was sitting on the sofa with Chloe, who was about 6 months pregnant, wearing a flowy maternity dress and rubbing her belly. The atmosphere in the room was suffocatingly cheerful. It was that specific, artificial type of cheerfulness that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Mom hugged me tightly when I walked in. Red flag number 1. Mom never initiates hugs. Dad shook my hand firmly and offered me a beer. Red flag number 2. Marcus gave me this tight, awkward smile that looked vaguely apologetic. We sat down. We ate. We made agonizing small talk. Marcus talked about the nursery themes. Chloe showed me 4D ultrasound pictures on her phone that looked like a blurry potato. I nodded, smiled, and played the part of the supportive uncle. Wow, look at that nose. Definitely your nose, Marcus. The tension in the dining room was so thick you could choke on it. We were all dancing around a massive, invisible elephant. Then, Mom brought out dessert. Cherry pie. My stomach completely dropped. Cherry pie is my absolute favorite dessert in the world, and Mom literally never makes it because Marcus prefers chocolate cake. The last time she made me a cherry pie was 5 years ago, when she needed me to co-sign a loan for a car Marcus was trying to buy. I refused. Seeing that pie was like seeing a loaded gun placed on the table. Dad cleared his throat, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and leaned forward, clasping his hands together like a CEO about to announce a merger. So, Dad began, his voice taking on that authoritative tone. We wanted to talk to you about something important, a family matter. I put my fork down. I didn't touch the pie. Okay. I'm listening. Marcus and Chloe are starting a family, Dad continued, stating the incredibly obvious. They need a stable home for the baby, a real house with a yard, not an apartment. Right, I said cautiously. The market is tough right now. It's impossible, Mom chimed in, her voice shrill with anxiety. Everything is so ridiculously expensive. They've been looking for months, and they just can't find anything suitable for a newborn that fits their budget. I looked over at Marcus. He was staring intensely at his slice of pie, completely refusing to make eye contact with me. Coward. That's rough, I said neutrally. Maybe they need to lower their expectations. Look for a fixer-upper. That's what I did. Well, that's actually exactly what we wanted to discuss, Dad said smoothly. He locked eyes with me. Your house. It's perfect for them. I blinked. Once. Twice. The words didn't compute. Sorry? My house? You live there all alone, Mom said, leaning across the table, her eyes wide and pleading. 3 bedrooms, just for you. It's silly. Meanwhile, your brother needs the space for an actual family. So, he should buy a house with 3 bedrooms, I said, speaking very slowly, treating them like toddlers. The thing is, Dad interrupted, you bought at the absolute right time. You got lucky with the market crash. Marcus can't afford what you paid, let alone what that house is worth now. He just can't get the financing. That wasn't luck. I felt a hot spike of anger hit my chest. I saved for 6 years. I worked the graveyard shift at a warehouse. I bought a dump and fixed it with my own bare hands. Right. We know you worked hard, Dad waved his hand dismissively, as if my years of sacrifice were an annoying fly buzzing around his head. But the reality of the situation is that you have an asset your brother desperately needs, and family helps family. The dining room went dead silent. The only sound was the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. I looked around the table. Mom was nodding vigorously. Chloe was staring at her lap, looking extremely uncomfortable. Marcus was still aggressively examining his dessert. What, exactly, are you suggesting? Sign the house over to Marcus, Dad said. He said it so casually, like he was asking me to pass the salt. It's simple. You're single. You have no kids. You have no dependents. You can live anywhere. Get a nice apartment downtown. We'll even help you with the security deposit. Marcus needs that house for his family. I stared at him for 5 agonizing seconds, and then, I laughed. I couldn't help it. A loud, sharp bark of laughter echoed through the room. You want me to give Marcus my house? Not give, Mom corrected hastily, her face flushing red. We'd help you transition. We'd pay your first and last month's rent at a new place. I own a house, I stated, the amusement fading into cold fury. Why on earth would I trade a property I own free and clear to go back to renting, just because my brother couldn't be bothered to use a condom while living in a luxury apartment he can't afford? Hey, Marcus finally snapped, his head snapping up. Don't talk about my kid like that. I'm not talking about your kid, I'm talking about your choices, I shot back. Dad slammed his hand on the table, rattling the china. He has a baby coming. You are established in your career. You can afford to rent. You are being completely unreasonable. I can afford to rent because I don't have to, I yelled back. Because I sacrificed my entire 20s to buy property. It is my house. It's just a building, Mom cried out, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. Family is more important than property. Why are you so materialistic? If family is so important, why don't you guys buy him a house? I demanded. You paid for his college. You bought him cars. You let him live here rent-free for years. Write him a check for a down payment. Dad's face tightened. A weird, uncomfortable shadow crossed his eyes. We aren't in a position to do that right now. All our capital is tied up. This is the only logical solution. Logical for who? I stood up from the table. My chair scraped loudly against the hardwood floor. Not for me. Think about your niece, Chloe blurted out, her voice trembling. It was the first time she had spoken all night. Don't you want her to grow up in a safe neighborhood? I want her to have a great life, I said. looking right at her. But I also want to live in the house that I bought. Marcus needs to step up and figure it out. I am trying to step up, Marcus yelled, standing up to face me. I'm trying to provide for my family. I thought, for once in your life, you'd actually understand and be a brother. I understand perfectly, I said, my voice dropping back to a terrifying calm. I understand that you want my house. What I don't understand is the sheer, unadulterated entitlement that makes you think you deserve it. Entitled? Dad roared, his face turning purple. He is asking for help. Is that what you think of your own flesh and blood? Asking is one thing, I said, grabbing my jacket from the back of the chair. This was an ambush. You sat me down, fed me roast beef, and demanded I hand over a $500,000 asset so your golden boy doesn't have to experience the consequences of his own financial illiteracy. You are being incredibly selfish, Mom wailed, the tears finally spilling over. You have always been like this. Ever since you were little, only thinking about yourself, never caring about your brother. That stung. Even at 29, the injustice of that statement felt like a knife to the ribs, but I didn't let them see it. I'm leaving, I said. Sit down, Dad barked, pointing a finger at me. We are not done discussing this. Yeah, we are, I said, walking toward the front door. There is absolutely nothing to discuss. The house is in my name. I am keeping it. End of story. Just think about it, Marcus called out after me, desperation cracking his voice. That's all we're asking. Just think about it. I didn't answer. I walked out, got into my truck, and drove away. The entire drive home, my hands were shaking so hard I could barely grip the steering wheel. Not from sadness, but from pure adrenaline-fueled rage. They had actually done it. They had looked me in the eye and demanded I hand over the biggest achievement of my life to the guy who had everything handed to him. I pulled into my driveway and sat in the truck for 20 minutes, just staring at my house, my home. The porch I rebuilt. The garden I planted. The roof I paid to patch. They wanted to take it and hand it to Marcus like a participation trophy. I walked inside, locked the deadbolt, and stood in the dark living room. I knew my family. I knew how they operated. When they decide Marcus needs something, they do not stop. They are relentless. They would view my no as a temporary obstacle to overcome. I needed to prepare for war. The very next morning, I took the day off work. At 8 a.m. sharp, I called a highly rated local locksmith. A gruff older guy named Frank showed up an hour later. I paid him $350 cash to completely change every single lock on the property. Front door, back door, side garage door, even the sliding glass patio lock. I watched him drill out the old cylinders and install heavy-duty Schlage deadbolts. I took the old keys, threw them in a Ziploc bag, and shoved them in the bottom of my trash can. While Frank was working, I drove to Home Depot. I didn't buy a polite little private property sticker. I bought a massive, reflective, heavy-gauge aluminum sign that read, "No trespassing. Violators will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law." I bought an 8-foot metal post and a bag of quickset concrete. I drove home, dug a hole at the exact edge of my property line where the driveway met the street, poured the concrete, and mounted that sign so high and so securely that nobody could rip it down without a truck and a chain. I took a time-stamped photo of it with my phone for legal documentation. Then, the administrative lockdown began. I called my bank. I put a hard freeze on all my accounts. I set up a verbal password that was required before any teller could even look at my balances. I called my mortgage company. I explained that I was dealing with a hostile family situation and feared identity theft. The representative was incredibly sympathetic. She said they see this all the time. We set up a 2-factor authentication protocol and a completely randomized passphrase, a string of nonsense words required for any account changes. Next, I called the county recorder's office. I spoke to a clerk named Patricia. I asked her about the process for preventing fraudulent property transfers. Patricia was a godsend. She walked me through setting up a property fraud alert. Basically, if anyone ever tried to file a quitclaim deed, a lien, or any legal document regarding my property parcel number, I would receive an instant text and email notification, and the transaction would be flagged for manual review. It cost me exactly $20. It was the best $20 I have ever spent in my life. I spent the rest of the afternoon buying a massive fireproof safe. I gathered my original closing documents, my physical deed, my title insurance paperwork, my passport, and my social security card. I locked them inside. Then, I scanned every single document and uploaded them to 3 separate, encrypted cloud storage accounts. I changed the passwords to my email, my Wi-Fi, my security cameras, and my Apple ID. I built an impenetrable fortress. And it was a good thing I did. I didn't hear a peep from anyone for 2 agonizing days. I figured they were giving me the silent treatment, hoping the guilt would eat me alive. On Wednesday afternoon, I was working from my home office when my driveway alarm chimed. I pulled up the camera feed on my monitor. It was Dad. He parked his SUV, walked confidently up my driveway, completely ignoring the giant no trespassing sign. He walked up the porch steps, pulled a key out of his pocket, the emergency spare I had given Mom 3 years ago and completely forgot about, and slid it into the front door deadbolt. He tried to turn it. It wouldn't budge. He pulled it out, looked at the teeth, shoved it back in, and jiggled the handle aggressively. Nothing. I watched his face contort from confusion to absolute fury. He started pounding his fist against the heavy wooden door. I walked out of my office, went to the front door, and yanked it open. I stood in the doorway, blocking his entry. "New locks?" Dad asked, his voice dripping with venom. "Yep," I said casually, crossing my arms. "Why?" "It's my son's house." "Exactly," I said. "My house, my locks." He stared at me, his face turning a dangerous shade of red. "Are you out of your damn mind? You actually think I would try to break into your house?" "I think you will do absolutely whatever it takes to get Marcus what he wants," I said coldly. "So yes, I changed the locks. And if you look at the end of the driveway, you'll see a sign, 'You are currently trespassing.'" His jaw tightened so hard I thought his teeth would shatter. "This is what you think of your own father. We raised you better than this." "You raised me to work for what I want," I shot back. "So I did. I bled for this house. It is mine. And I am keeping it." "Marcus needs this house," Dad yelled, losing his temper. "He has a baby coming. He needs stability." Then he should have thought about stability before raw-dogging his girlfriend in an apartment he can't afford. I yelled back, entirely out of patience. "That is not my problem. He is a 31-year-old man. Tell him to figure it out." "What would it take?" Dad suddenly asked, his voice dropping to a desperate growl. "What would it take for you to reconsider? Tell me your price." "Nothing," I said, staring directly into his eyes. "There is nothing on this earth you could offer me that would make me hand over my home. Now, get off my porch before I call the police." He looked at me like I was a stranger, like I was a monster. He shook his head in disgust, turned around, and marched back to his car. The psychological warfare escalated the next day. Mom started calling. First, it was 3 times a day. Then 5. I let them all go to voicemail. They were incredibly manipulative. "How can you be so cruel? Don't you care about your niece? Your brother is having panic attacks. You are tearing this family apart." I saved every single voicemail in a dedicated folder. Then came the legal threat. On Monday morning, I received a certified letter in the mail from a local law firm. My stomach did a brief flip until I opened it. It was a formal request for mediation regarding a family property dispute. The letter was drenched in intimidating legalese, essentially stating that the family had hired counsel to force me into a mediated settlement regarding the equitable distribution of my house. I immediately called my own lawyer, the bulldog of an attorney who handled my closing 3 years ago. I read him the letter. He started laughing. A full, deep belly laugh. "They can request mediation until they are blue in the face." My lawyer chuckled. "You don't have to agree to a damn thing. Unless your parents are on the mortgage or the deed, which they aren't, they have zero legal standing. It's an intimidation tactic, a bluff. Do you want me to bite back?" "Please," I said. That afternoon, my lawyer sent a brutal cease and desist letter to their attorney. It explicitly stated that I had zero interest in mediation, that the property was solely mine, and that any further uninvited contact from the family or their legal representatives would result in immediate harassment charges and a restraining order. That shut the lawyer up, but my parents weren't done. 2 days later, at 10 a.m., my phone buzzed. It was an automated text message from the county recorder's office. "FROD alert. A request for a quitclaim deed transfer has been initiated for parcel number 88472A. Action required." My blood ran ice cold. I immediately called Patricia at the clerk's office. "Hey honey," Patricia said, her voice tight. "Yeah, I flagged it. An older gentleman came into the office about 20 minutes ago, claimed he was your father. He had a drafted quitclaim deed, trying to transfer the property into a Marcus last name. He claimed you were incapacitated and he had power of attorney." "Did he have proof of POA?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Nope," Patricia said smugly. "Just a lot of bluster, and a fake-looking notary stamp on the document. I told him I needed your physical presence, and 2 forms of ID, due to the fraud alert on the parcel. He got incredibly hostile, yelled at my supervisor, and stormed out. I kept a copy of the forged document he tried to file. Do you want me to send it to the police?" "Send it to my lawyer," I said, my voice shaking with rage. My own father had tried to forge a property transfer to steal my house. My lawyer immediately drafted a secondary, far more severe warning letter. He attached a copy of the forged document, and explicitly stated that if they ever attempted to commit real estate fraud again, we would bypass civil court and go straight to the district attorney to press felony forgery charges. That finally broke them. The realization that they could actually go to prison for this seemed to pierce their delusion. The calls stopped. The visits stopped. But then, on Thursday night at 11:30 p.m., my doorbell rang. I checked the camera feed. It was Marcus. He was alone. He looked absolutely destroyed. His clothes were wrinkled, he had dark circles under his eyes, and he was shivering in the cold. Against my better judgment, I opened the door, leaving the heavy metal screen locked between us. "What do you want, Marcus?" I asked, exhausted. "Please," he croaked, his voice cracking. "Just let me talk to you. 5 minutes. Brother to brother. 2. You've got 3 minutes. Talk through the screen." He slumped against the doorframe. "Chloe is threatening to leave me," he whispered, tears suddenly spilling down his cheeks. "She says I'm a failure. She says I promised her a house and a yard for the baby, and now we're stuck in that apartment. Mom and Dad said you would do it. They promised me you would sign it over. They said it was a done deal." "And you believed them?" I asked, genuinely baffled. "You actually thought I would just hand you a $500,000 asset that I bled for, just because they told you I would?" "It's not fair," Marcus suddenly sobbed, hitting the metal screen with his palm. "It's not fair. You have this massive house all to yourself. I have a baby coming. I'm drowning, man. I'm drowning, and you're just standing on the boat watching me." 29 years of repressed rage finally boiled over. "You want to talk about fair?" I shouted through the mesh. "Was it fair that Mom and Dad paid your entire college tuition while I worked the graveyard shift loading trucks until my hands bled? Was it fair that you got a brand new car at 16 while I drove a rusted out piece of junk? Was it fair that you lived rent-free in their house until you were 28, while I paid my own way from the day I turned 18? Marcus stared at me, his mouth open, the tears freezing on his face. "You have never had to think about fairness in your entire life because the scales were always tipped in your favor," I continued, my voice echoing into the quiet street. "Mom and Dad always bailed you out. But they can't bail you out this time because it's not theirs to give. It's mine. I built this. I earned this. And you are not entitled to a single brick of it." I didn't know you hated me this much," he whispered. "I don't hate you, Marcus," I said, the anger suddenly draining out of me, leaving only a profound, hollow exhaustion. "I pity you. You're a 3-1-year-old man who still expects his parents to steal his little brother's toys for him. Go home to your pregnant girlfriend. Be a father. Stop begging for handouts." I shut the heavy wooden door in his face. I locked the deadbolt. I watched the camera feed as he stood there for another 5 minutes, shoulders shaking, before he finally turned and walked into the darkness. It has been 6 months since that night. The silence from my family was deafening, but glorious. I lived in complete peace. I finished remodeling my master bathroom. I got a dog. I moved on. 3 months ago, Chloe gave birth to a baby girl. I received a mass group text from Mom with a picture of the baby. I replied, "Congratulations," and then immediately muted the chat. I didn't visit the hospital. I didn't send a gift. I was done. But then, the bomb dropped. The twist that completely shattered my reality and explained exactly why my parents were so desperate to steal my house. Last Tuesday, I was watering the hydrangeas in my front yard, when a moving van pulled up to the house across the street. As I watched, a familiar car pulled up behind it. It was Chloe. She got out of the car, carrying a baby carrier. She looked exhausted, but determined. I stood there, frozen, holding the hose. She saw me, locked the car, and walked straight across the street, right up to my property line. She stopped just short of the no trespassing sign. "Can we talk?" she asked. Her voice was steady, completely devoid of the panic she had at the dinner months ago. I turned off the hose. "What's going on, Chloe? Where's Marcus?" "I left him," she said bluntly. "I filed for full custody yesterday. I'm moving in with my sister across the street." I was stunned. "What happened?" She let out a harsh, bitter laugh. "You want to know the real reason your parents were trying to force you to give up this house? The real reason they couldn't just write Marcus a check for a down payment? Because they're cheap?" I guessed. "Because they are bankrupt," Chloe said, her eyes blazing with anger. "Completely, utterly, devastatingly broke." I dropped the hose. "What? Dad makes 6 figures. The house is paid off." "Not anymore," Chloe said, shaking her head. "I found the financial documents hidden in Marcus's desk last week. Marcus has a gambling addiction. Not casinos. Crypto and high-risk options trading. Over the last 4 years he lost everything. His savings, his retirement, all of it. He racked up over $120,000 in secret debt. He was about to be sued by his creditors." My jaw literally dropped. I felt dizzy. "When he realized he was going under, he went crying to Mommy and Daddy," Chloe continued, her voice trembling with rage. And what did your parents do to save their precious golden boy? They took out a massive second mortgage on their fully paid off house to cover his $120,000 debt. They drained their retirement accounts. They leveraged everything they owned to bail him out. The pieces suddenly slammed together in my brain with sickening clarity. They didn't have any money to help him buy a house, I whispered, the realization hitting me like a freight train. Exactly, Chloe said. When I got pregnant, I demanded we buy a house. I told Marcus I wouldn't raise a baby in that apartment. I threatened to leave him if he didn't provide. He panicked. He went to your parents. They couldn't give him money, because they were drowning in the debt they took on for him. But they couldn't tell me that, because then I would know Marcus was a broke gambling addict. So they targeted me, I said, feeling sick to my stomach. Your house was their only way out. Chloe nodded, wiping a tear from her cheek. If they could bully you into signing over your house, Marcus gets a home, I stay with him, and nobody ever finds out about the massive financial hole they dug. You were the sacrificial lamb to cover up their catastrophic failure. I stood there in the afternoon sun, completely speechless. The sheer, sociopathic audacity of it all was staggering. My own father tried to forge a deed and steal my home just to cover up his golden child's gambling addiction. When you refused, and locked down the house, the entire house of cards collapsed, Chloe said with a dark, grim smile. Marcus couldn't afford the luxury apartment anymore because the rent went up. He had to confess everything to me. The crypto losses. The second mortgage. The lies. I packed my bags that night. Where is he now? I asked, almost afraid of the answer. He moved back into your parents' house, she said. But they won't be there long. Since they drained their retirement to pay off Marcus's initial debts, they haven't been able to make the payments on the second mortgage. The bank initiated foreclosure proceedings on your parents' house last week. Karma didn't just knock on their door, it drove a bulldozer through their living room. My parents, who had spent my entire life coddling Marcus and treating me like an afterthought, had finally sacrificed themselves on the altar of the golden child. They gave him everything, and he dragged them down into the abyss with him. They are going to lose their home, their credit is destroyed, and Marcus is a 31-year-old bankrupt single father, living in a house that the bank is about to seize. I just wanted to tell you, Chloe said softly, looking at my house. You were right. You were right to protect yourself. I'm sorry I ever participated in that dinner. I had no idea how sick your family dynamic really was. I'm sorry you got caught in the crossfire, I said honestly. Take care of your daughter. I will, she said. She turned and walked back across the street to begin her new life. I stood in my front yard for a long time. I looked at the grass I had seeded. I looked at the porch I had painted. I looked at the no trespassing sign standing proudly at the end of the driveway, like a silent sentinel. I went inside, locked the heavy deadbolt, made myself a cup of coffee, and sat in my living room. I listened to the quiet hum of the refrigerator. I felt the solid floorboards beneath my feet. I am 29 years old. I am safe. I am secure. And for the first time in my entire life, I am TH164. They abandoned me. At a Colorado rest stop at 22, as a joke. 15 years later, they came to my restaurant begging for $20,000. I gave them $73.50. My family thought it was humorous to leave me stranded in another state. Let's see if he can make it back, they joked and drove away. I never went back. They finally discovered me after 15 years. There are 107 missed calls. That summer I turned 22 was meant to be like any other. Working at my father's hardware store for money. Living at home because college wasn't realistic, according to Banks, my father. And serving as the everlasting punching bag for my golden child brother, Alan. We weren't destitute, but we weren't the sort to go on Disney vacations. So when Banks stated that we were going on a family road trip to my uncle's wedding in Colorado, I should have known something was up. 3 days into that horrible road journey, I was already regretting not making up an excuse to stay at home. My father and Alan had been taking turns playing their favorite game, making Salvador's life terrible. Mom, Irene, would occasionally say, "That's enough," in her weak voice. But we all knew it was only for show. Look, I need to explain something about my family. Banks wasn't your typical dad. He was the type to wake you up at 3 a.m. to shout about a chore you neglected. Who would toss away your belongings if they were in his way? Who had been telling me that I was useless since I could understand words? Alan quickly realized he had to choose between being Dad's mini-me and becoming more like me. Guess which path he took? That morning, we came to a rest spot in Colorado that seemed to go nowhere. For miles, there is nothing. Only fields, mountains in the distance, and a depressing tiny restroom facility with vending machines. I had been sleeping in the back of our Suburban and needed to stretch my legs and use the restroom. Dad and Alan were laughing over something, and Mom was checking her makeup in the visor mirror. I remember what I was wearing: an old Metallica t-shirt, trousers with a hole in one knee, and these beat-up Vans that I'd had for years. I did not take my phone because it was charging in the car. I didn't take my wallet, so why would I? We were in the middle of nowhere and I was just taking a piss. I spent 10 minutes in that bathroom. Perhaps less. When I walked out, blinking in the Colorado sun, the parking spot was vacant. Our dark green Suburban was gone. At first, I assumed they had moved it as a hoax. I wandered around the whole rest area. Nothing. That's the thing about betrayal from your own blood. It feels different than any other sort. I sat on the curb for an hour, telling myself they were simply trying to scare me and would be back. People came and departed. A couple people gave me odd stares. A trucker questioned if I was all right. I lied, saying I was waiting for my girlfriend, who was in the restroom. He nodded and departed. After 2 hours, I began to feel a chill in my stomach. They were not coming back. My first thought was to borrow somebody's phone. Call them. Beg them to come and fetch me. However, when I was about to approach a mother with 2 children, something stopped me. A lifetime of recollections flooded across my mind. Every humiliation. They always laughed at my expense. Every nasty joke ended with a punchline. I almost heard them. Alan's voice. Dude, I bet he's crying right now. My father. He'll figure it out, if he's not as stupid as he looks. My mother's ineffective protest didn't change anything. So I made a decision. I approached the mother and asked to borrow her phone. But I did. Not phone my family. I contacted information and was given the phone number for the nearest shelter in Grand Junction, which is around 40 miles away. Then I asked if she could give me a ride to town. I told her my family had an emergency and had to go, but they would send someone for me later. She hesitated, but I must have been innocent enough, since she agreed. That first night in the shelter was a reality check. I had only the clothing on my back. No ID, no money, no contacts. Dave, the shelter employee, let me to use their computer to seek out my uncle's address from a wedding invitation I had seen. I hoped I could make it to the wedding and find my family there. But then I sat, staring at the computer, and wondered, why? Why pursue down folks who literally abandoned me on the side of the road for laughs? Instead, I set up a fresh email account. I searched at resources for those who needed emergency ID replacements. I searched Google for occupations that pay cash. I created a plan. 2 days later, I was washing dishes at a small diner named Sonny's. Geraldine, the owner, was a 60-something woman with purple-streaked gray hair and more tattoos than you might imagine. I wandered in and inquired if they needed help. I told her my wallet had been taken, but I needed work. She sized me up and remarked, "The dishwasher quit yesterday. You take from me, and you will die. Start now." That's the thing about rock bottom. You can only get up from there. For 1 week I worked doubles, slept at the shelter. I wore donated clothing. Dave assisted me in the process of obtaining a replacement ID by contacting vital records in my home state. With my first paycheck, I purchased a low-cost pay-as-you-go phone from Walmart. 7 days after they abandoned me, my phone rang. Unknown number. I responded. It was my mom. The voice shakes. Where was I? Was I okay? They had been looking everywhere. It was merely meant to be a joke. Double. They waited down the road for 20 minutes, returned, and couldn't find me. Triple. I heard her panic. Her fake worry. In the background, I could hear my father telling me to stop acting so theatrical and go to Uncle Rick's. I overheard Alan chuckling. "Hello, Salvador. Are you there? Say something. We've been worried sick." That icy feeling in my gut was gone. Now there was just clarity. "You wanted to see if I could manage on my own?" I said, my voice firmer than it had ever been when speaking with them. "So watch me." I hung up. I blocked the number. Then I blocked every family number I could recall. For good measure, I went to the Verizon store the next day and changed my phone number totally. I missed 27 calls before changing that number. I envisioned them becoming increasingly irritated, as they realized their punching bag was not returning to be pummeled. 1 month later, I had my own studio apartment above a laundromat. It was small, and always smelled like fabric softener. But it was mine. I worked my way up to prep cook at Sonny's, and Geraldine was showing me how to properly chop veggies without losing a finger. Sometimes I'd check my old email address, which my family knew. Messages build up. From Mom. Please return home. We apologize. From Dad. This foolish stunt must halt now. Alan responded, Dude, it was just a joke. Stop being such. I never replied. Not once. That's the thing about freedom. Once you've had it, there's no going back. I will not pretend it was easy. Sometimes I'd look through Instagram, see photographs of people with normal families who truly loved each other, and I'd feel an aching that no amount of them could satisfy. I experienced nights when loneliness threatened to take me whole. The holidays were the worst. But every morning, I'd wake up in my dingy little apartment that smelled like Downy, go to my dishwashing job, where no one labeled me worthless, and construct my life, one brick at a time. 3 months after they abandoned me at that rest stop, I checked my inbox for the last time. There came a new message from my mother. Your granny is inquiring about you. Please just let us know you are alive. I closed the email. The account has been deleted. I threw my old SIM card in the bin near Sonny's. That night, Geraldine showed me how to bake her renowned apple pie. I said I had good pastry skills. It was the first real compliment I had received in many years. I never looked back. Update 1. 5 years after being abandoned at that Colorado rest area, I found myself staring at a familiar face in my Facebook page. Not because I was trolling my family's profiles, well, maybe I was, but because Alan had recently been mentioned in a local news piece back home. He'd received a DUI. He wrapped his automobile around a telephone pole. Nobody was hurt, except the pole. The publication had utilized one of his high school football photos. He appeared so young and smug. Nothing like the fat mugshot below. That's the thing with karma. It goes at its own pace and never forgets an address. By then, I had established something like a life in Colorado. My terrible studio above the laundromat was eventually exchanged for a 1-bedroom with actual windows. I had worked my way up from dishwasher to line cook to assistant manager at Sonny's. Geraldine still ran the house with an iron hand and a flour-dusted glove, but she'd stopped treating me like a charity case and more like, I'm not sure, a crazy nephew or something. My first major purchase, when I had actual savings, was a good laptop. Nothing spectacular, just enough to attend online community college classes in business management and basic accounting, which banks always maintained were for people who couldn't perform actual work. I'd spend my mornings at Sonny's, afternoons studying, and evenings at work. Rinse. Repeat. Look, I'm not going to pretend that what occurred didn't leave me messed up. Trust issues. More like trust subscriptions, which I could cancel whenever someone got too near. In 5 years I'd only made 2 friends. My neighbor Doug, who played bass in a lousy garage band, and occasionally gave me homemade beer that tasted like hoppy dishwater. And Geraldine, if she counted as a friend rather than a boss. That changed when Kendra began arriving at Sonny's every Tuesday and Thursday like clockwork. Always ordered the same thing: Denver omelet, no tomatoes, and extra coffee. I later discovered that he was always sitting at the counter with a textbook. Medical school. She had a habit of completely zoning out while studying, holding the fork halfway to her mouth for minutes at a time. I started timing her once. The record was 7 minutes and 23 seconds before she realized she was holding cold eggs. I'd been giving her coffee refills for 4 months before she saw me. I mean, you truly saw me. Her eyes widened slightly as she explained that my name tag was spelled incorrectly. It wasn't. But that became our strange little joke. Every Tuesday and Thursday, I would go by a different fictitious name: Salvador, Salvadore, or Salvatore. She would point it out. I would act startled. The stupidest flirtation in human history, but it worked. Our first date was not even intended to be a date. Her study group bailed at the last minute. She had a reservation at this pizza restaurant that was tough to get into, and I happened to be cleaning down the counter when she received the cancellation SMS. The next thing I knew, I was seated across from her at Antonio's. We both realized, uneasily, that this looked exactly like a date. 6 months later, she moved into my flat. A year later, We moved into a somewhat larger place together. Nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom with a bathroom where the toilet did not run all the time, and neighbors who did not practice bass solos at 2 a.m. Meanwhile, I used false accounts to keep track of my family. Not proud of it, but there it is. Dad's hardware store started failing after the Home Depot opened on the outskirts of town. I saw him talking about it on community Facebook pages, and the posts became increasingly desperate and nasty. Mom's social media became a strange monument to family. Constant throwback images of us all smiling. Posts about missing her boys, plural, which was wealthy. She would tag Alan but never mention me, as if I had been erased. Alan went from job to job. There is a lot of vague booking about enemies and new opportunities, the traditional social media smokescreen of someone whose life is spiraling downward. 3 years in, Geraldine approached me during inventory and informed me she was considering opening a second Sonny's shop on the opposite side of town. They asked whether I would be interested in running it. Not owning, but running. This is an important distinction. I did not sleep that night. I kept thinking it was a test or joke. People like me did not have opportunities like that. Banks had ensured I understood that much. That's the problem about toxic beliefs. They linger with you long after you've escaped the serpent. But I said yes. Because Kendra, half asleep beside me, whispered that it would be foolish not to. Doug said, "Duh. You practically run the original place." Because Geraldine was not Banks. It wasn't my family, and had never made me feel useless. Sonny's East reopened 6 months later. Smaller than the original. A different menu, my menu. I worked 90-hour weeks my first year. I lost 10 pounds that I could not afford to lose. I had a fight with Kendra about never being at home. I came home to find passive-aggressive post-its on the fridge more than once. But it worked. People arrived. People came back. The food tasted wonderful. The vibe was good. We weren't getting rich, but we were making do. 4 years after being abandoned, I earned enough to assist Kendra with her medical school loans. Not all of them, those creatures are monstrous, but enough to make an impact. She cried when I handed her the payment confirmation. Not sobbing in a movie while wearing beautiful mascara. Real sobbing, snotty, red-faced, hiccuping crying. I had never felt more like a true person than in that moment. Then my granny died. I found out on Facebook. Mom shared this lengthy dramatic tribute with a million heart emojis. Grandma Rose was the only one in the family who ever stood up to Banks. The only person who seemed to notice me. She would pass me $20 money while no one was looking, telling me to save them for my escape. I believe she meant college. It turned out to be more literal than that. I pondered about attending the funeral, even looked into airfares. Kendra said she'd come with me and hold my hand throughout the traumatic reunion. Doug offered me his lousy hatchback to drive instead. Geraldine simply shrugged and added, "Dead people don't know if you're there or not, so do whatever brings you peace." I did not go. Instead, I sent flowers. Generic sympathy arrangement. Salvador signed the card. There's no return address. No note. Only my name. The reaction on social media was quick. Mom is posting about signs and reaching out from beyond. Alan makes mysterious statements regarding prodigal sons. Banks were silent officially, but I could image the storm behind closed doors. A week later, I received a friend request from a profile that I did not recognize. A random name. No posts, no friends. I almost deleted it, until I noticed the note. "This is Uncle Rick. Your mother gave me your old email, but it bounced back. Are you okay? We had been worried. Your father has been asking around about you." I blocked the account. That night, I experienced my first panic episode in 2 years. Sitting on our bathroom floor at 3 a.m., trying not to wake Kendra, my lungs felt like they were collapsing. Imagine Banks tracking me down, coming up at Sonny's, and destroying everything I'd built. Kendra found me about an hour later. Did not ask any questions. She just sat with me, her shoulder touching mine. When I was able to breathe again, she uttered the simplest thing. "They can't take anything from you that you don't give them." The next morning I contacted a lawyer. I received guidance on restraining orders, just in case. I tightened the privacy settings on everything. I asked Geraldine to notify workers not to disclose any information about me to anyone. Practical steps. Power what you have power over. I married Kendra exactly 5 years after being abandoned. A little ceremony in a state park. Doug was my best man. Geraldine cooked the cake and cried through it, mascara pouring down her wrinkled cheeks. Kendra's enormous, boisterous family embraced me immediately. Her father cracking dad jokes that didn't make me flinch. Her mother cuddling me did not set off any alarms in my thoughts. That's the issue about family. Sometimes it finds you after you've stopped seeking. A week after the wedding, I saw it while going through my dummy account late at night. A post by Banks on a community page. Looking for information on my son Salvador. The last known location is Grand Junction, Colorado. Family emergency. There was no emergency. I was already aware of this. What I didn't understand was why, after 5 years of nothing, they were now seeking for me. I dug deeper. I made another false account. I joined the community groups in my hometown. I pieced things together bit by bit. The hardware store was closed. Their home was under foreclosure. Mom had some medical difficulties which she was hazy about. Alan had returned home following his 3rd DUI. They didn't look for me because they had missed me. They were searching for me because they needed something. And you know what? For the first time in 5 years, I smiled as I remembered them. Not because I was pleased with their tragedy, but I've realized something important. I didn't care anymore. I closed the laptop, went into bed beside my sleeping wife, and made a decision. I would continue to look from a distance. Not out of hatred, not out of love. But sometimes the best retribution isn't what you do, but what you create while they're busy destroying themselves. Final update. It began with a LinkedIn notification. 15 years after being abandoned at that Colorado rest station, my perfectly planned existence had a flaw. Someone saw my profile 27 times in a single day. It's not rare for LinkedIn recruiters to do crazy things like that. What was unusual was the name, Alan Matthew. My brother. The past is patient. It will linger in the tall grass for years before striking. By then, my life had changed drastically from my first year in Grand Junction. Kendra had finished medical school, completed her residency, and was now working 3 days a week at a local clinic to spend more time at home with our children. We had 2. Ellie, 7, and Marcus, 4. The apartment above the laundromat had given way to a modest 4-bedroom home on the outskirts of town. Nothing extravagant, but there was a yard where the kids could play, and I could grow tomatoes that never quite worked out. Sonny's had expanded to 3 locations. Still not a large franchise, but enough that I no longer had to run the line, except for when someone called in sick. Geraldine had semi-retired 2 years before, but she still turned up unexpectedly to criticize how we made her pie crust recipe. I had made peace with my past, or so I thought. I still kept an eye on the family from afar, but the frequent checks had dwindled to maybe once every few months. Banks and Irene had downsized after losing their home, as far as I understood. Alan has been married, divorced, and married again. They all seem to have gone on with their lives, just as I had. However, the LinkedIn issue bothered me. After 15 years of stillness, what is happening now? I mentioned it to Kendra as we were performing our usual Sunday night activity, folding laundry while half watching whatever Netflix show we were currently behind on. She paused, holding a mismatched sock in each hand, and asked whether I was all right. I nodded. So what else could I say? That I was suddenly 22 years old again, trapped at a rest stop. That I could hear Banks' voice in my thoughts, calling me useless. 3 days later, I was in Sunny's East, the original second location, assisting with inventory because our supplier had sent the wrong type of coffee filters again, when Maya at the front desk called back that there was some family asking for you. My first thought was of Kendra's parents, who occasionally surprised us when they passed through. I strolled out front, my thoughts already turning to how to persuade them to stay for supper. It was not Kendra's family. Banks was older and grayer, and his once imposing frame had diminished. Irene's face had the pinched expression that comes with years of worry. Her hair was colored an odd color of brown. And Alan reminded me of Banks when he was 40. Same stance, same method of taking up space. There was a woman among them who I did not recognize. She seemed young, perhaps in her early 20s, and hung back, as if she wasn't sure she belonged in this moment. Nobody spoke. The lunch rush cacophony appeared to fade away, leaving only my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. The banks failed first. I said my name as a query. I nodded, as my voice had evidently gone on vacation. Look, I had imagined this moment in 1,000 different ways over the course of 15 years. In some instances, I told them, often dramatic fashion. In others, I was chilly and distant, unconcerned about their existence. In a couple awkward late-night situations, we even had a tearful reconciliation. Reality is invariably messier than fancy. I motioned to an empty table in the corner. I told Maya to bring water. I sat down across from the folks who had once been my family, and waited. They found me through a magazine article. Rocky Mountain Rising features 10 local success stories. It wasn't even a major feature, just a sidebar with a photo of me in front of Sunny's original location. But apparently, one of Mom's high school classmates had moved to Colorado, seen it, and forwarded it to her with the message, "Isn't this your son?" There are 107 missed calls. That was the number of calls they had made to my old phone number over the years before it was disconnected. Mom had counted. She mentioned this as if it meant something. They spoke over each other. Mom mentioned how worried they had been. Banks about how I had misinterpreted what happened that day. Alan uncomfortably tried to act as if we were old friends catching up. The young woman, who turned out to be Alan's second wife, Poppy, simply regarded me with curiosity. I let them talk. I watched them craft a version of reality in which they were not the villains. Banks kept studying the eatery, mentally calculating how much it would be worth. Mom's hand trembled slightly as she reached for the water. I caught Alan's polished charm faltering when he thought I wasn't looking at him directly. Finally, as they ran out of steam, I posed the one important question. Why now? That's when the real story emerged, in parts and pieces among awkward silences. Banks have medical bills, heart issues, no insurance. The second residence was being foreclosed upon. 2. Alan's business venture, something cryptic about cryptocurrency, had flopped catastrophically. Mom required knee surgery, which she could not afford. They were not present for reconciliation. They were looking for money. I should have become angry, should have thrown them away. Instead, I felt an unexpected emotion. Sympathy. They seemed so little, so desperate. These giants who had formerly ruled my entire universe were simply, people are flawed and broken. I asked them to dine at my home that night. I said I needed to think and chat to Kendra. They enthusiastically agreed. Banks were already halfway through considering it a done deal. The afternoon was weird. I picked Ellie up after her dance class. I assisted Marcus with his preschool show and tell preparation. All while messaging Kendra with updates on who was coming to dinner. She volunteered to take the children to her sister's. I said no. I wanted them there. I wanted my family to meet my family. Dinner was chicken enchiladas, my specialty. That wasn't very special. Just a recipe from the back of an old El Paso carton that I'd adjusted over time. Ellie set the table without being asked, meticulously placed the forks on the incorrect side until Kendra quietly corrected her. Marcus insisted on wearing his Spider-Man outfit because it was Tuesday, which allegedly had become Spider-Man Day. When the doorbell rang, I nearly dropped the dish I was bringing to the table. Kendra clutched my arm as she passed, saying she had my back no matter what. The children looked up with interest, realizing that something significant was happening. That's the problem about dreaded moments. When they occur, they're both worse and better than you expected. The introductions were awkward. Banks continued to call Kendra Karen despite corrections. Irene couldn't stop crying every time she looked at the kids, which terrified Marcus. Alan and Poppy were the least horrible, making genuine attempts at normal conversation, but Alan kept hinting about family helping family. After supper, Kendra brought the kids upstairs for baths and bedtime, giving me a look that said it all. Text if you need extraction. Then it was just me and them, sitting in a living room that seemed too small. Banks began on the pitch, talking about how family sticks together, how he'd always known I'd make a name for myself. False. And how they only needed a little assistance getting back on track. $20,000. Just a loan, of course. I let him finish. Then I inquired whether he remembered what he told me on my 18th birthday. He gave a blank gaze. I reminded him. At least you can't disappoint me anymore once you're not legally my problem. I asked Mom if she recalled what she did after banks tossed away my acceptance letter to community college. Nothing. She had done nothing. I asked Alan if he remembered telling my first girlfriend I was probably. Anyway, she came to the house to seek for me. They squirmed, made excuses. Banks's voice began to take on a deadly edge, which used to make me shrink. But here's what happened. I stopped shrinking. I was 15 years and a million miles away from that person. I went to my office, returned with an envelope, and delivered it to Banks. The check was for $73.50. Banks glanced at it, puzzled. I asked what the hell this was meant to be. I informed him. In 2010, that was the exact cost of a Greyhound ticket from Grand Junction to our hometown. The precise amount it would have taken for me to return home from where they had abandoned me. The hush was absolute. Then Banks began shouting. They called me ungrateful, selfish, said I'd always been a disappointment. The greatest hits record of my childhood, playing for the last time. I did not argue. Did not respond with a yell. Just stood up and informed them that it was time to leave. Mom attempted a different approach. Tears and remorse. How could you do this to family? Alan turned cold. The Pleasant Brothers mask had entirely slipped. Poppy simply looked embarrassed, for all of them. When they eventually left, Banks crumpling the check and tossing it on our front step, I shut the door and leaned against it, my legs trembling. Kendra came downstairs and asked if I was fine. I nodded, not trusting my own voice. We cleaned the supper dishes in solitude. Checked on the sleeping children. I got ready for bed like any other night. As I was configuring the security system, I accessed the front entrance camera on my phone. They were still in the driveway, arguing. Banks makes crazy gestures. Mom is crying. Alan is looking at our house with an attitude that I remember all too well. Jealousy mingled with hatred. Finally, they hopped into their rental car and drove away. I have never seen or heard from them again. Do not expect to. The chapter is finished. That's the thing about vengeance. The best type is something you don't do. It's something you experience. Every pleasant moment with my children. Every inside joke involving Kendra. Every quiet Sunday morning with nothing to fear. Every ordinary day in a life built on my own terms. I never got back home. I did something better. I constructed one. Tonutrare. He partied with his ex, while I had 3 broken ribs, a metal rod in my leg, so I dumped $12,000 of his gear in the trash and ruined his job offer. While I was in the hospital with a fractured leg from a car accident, my boyfriend posted photos of himself at a party with his ex and captioned them, "Finally free from the needy drama queen and her constant demands." We had been together for 4 years. I did not make a comment. This morning my phone would not stop vibrating with urgent messages from his mother pleading with me to reconsider. Okay. I've been dating Richard for 4 years. And it's been a journey. Like one of those trips where the tour guide abandons you halfway up the mountain and you realize you've been carrying everyone else's backpacks the entire time. That type of journey. We met while volunteering at a community garden restoration project, sponsored by my firm. I was assigned to the compost squad, which was led by Richard, who unironically referred to himself as the compost king. Despite the red flags, I found his fascination with rotting veggies endearing. He gave this whole speech about how breaking down is only the first step toward creating something beautiful, and my plant-loving heart was like, sign me up for that metaphor. After 4 years, I understand that the only thing that was composted was my self-respect. Let me list the ways. Richard had helped with rent precisely 7 times in 4 years. My name is the only one on the lease because his credit is temporarily damaged. For the past 4 years he has been, between jobs, for roughly 60% of our time together. When he has money, he spends it on his gaming setup, clothes, or going out with the boys. He's asked to use my automobile more than he has inquired how my day went. But your girlfriend was in love. I made excuses for him. He was finding himself, and had potential, all of which we tell ourselves when dating a man-child. So I got into a horrible vehicle accident last week. Some fool ran a red light and T-boned my vehicle. I had a shattered leg, 3 damaged ribs, and a concussion. The doctor said I was lucky it wasn't worse, but to be honest, it felt quite bad. Richard came to see me in the hospital once, for 20 minutes. He explained that hospitals cause him anxiety, and that he needs to process this trauma in his own way. I experienced trauma. Not to make it too personal, but I was the one with metal pins in my leg. My dearest friend Anastasia stayed with me, however. She slept in an uncomfortable hospital chair for 3 nights. She assisted me to the restroom, brought me actual food, and even washed my hair in that tiny sink because I couldn't shower. That's friendship, folks. So there I am, drugged up on painkillers, and Anastasia gives me this strange look as she scrolls through her phone. I inquired what was wrong and she attempted to play it off, but I knew something was wrong. I grabbed her phone. Rude, I know, but painkillers make me aggressively low-key. So what do I see? Richard. Attending a party. He has his arm around his ex, Katie. The title says, "Finally free from the needy drama queen and her constant demands." I just froze. 4 years. 4 years of my life, supporting this man emotionally and financially, putting up with his finding himself stages, gaming addiction, and inability to clean a toilet properly. And this is what he writes while I'm actually broken in a hospital bed? The hardest part was seeing all of our friends' comments, saying stuff like, "Glad you're happy, bro. You deserve better." Where were the folks who asked, "Hey, isn't your girlfriend in the hospital right now?" I did not make a comment. I did not text him. I did not call. I've just processed. And while I was processing, I remembered something really important. My name is the only one on the lease. So I made a few calls. I called my landlord to explain the situation. I called my brother. I called my cousin. And I devised a plan. Fast forward to yesterday. Richard had returned to the apartment a few times while I was staying with Anastasia throughout my rehabilitation, but he had no idea what was in store. My brother and 2 of his co-workers assisted me with phase 1 of my idea. We packed up every single item Richard owned, every crusty sock, every limited edition Funko Pop, every gaming console and special edition controller, his prized collection of craft beers, his signed baseball cards, everything. And we put everything in the dumpster behind our apartment complex. Not the recycle bin, the dumpster. The compost king can decompose beside his rubbish, where he belongs. That may appear harsh, but here's the thing. Richard hadn't paid rent in 3 months. The landlord had been sending notices, and I'd been hiding from him since I was humiliated that my boyfriend couldn't contribute. I'd been picking up extra freelance work to cover for him, while he said he was networking for opportunities. Here's where things get even better. Do you know what Richard was doing instead of visiting me in the hospital? He was in an interview for a job. My connections helped him get the job. He was expected to start the job next week, was meant to. Let's just say the recruiting manager is the brother of my former college roommate, and he received some very fascinating information about Richard's financial history and dependability, along with screenshots of those social media posts about being finally free from his needy girlfriend who was hospitalized. This morning, my phone began to blow up. Text after text from Richard. "Where is my stuff? Are you serious right now? You can't do this to me. Everything I own was in that apartment. My collector's items are worth thousands. You're going to pay for this." And suddenly the tone changed. "Baby, please. I'm sorry. I was just drunk and stupid. Katie doesn't mean anything to me. I was just dealing with the stress. Please call me back. I love you so much. We can work this out. You're the only one I want." But what are the finest messages? They come from his mother. Richard's mother has always treated me as if I were lucky to be with her wonderful son. She called me crying, saying I needed to think about what I'd done, that her son made a mistake but does not deserve to have his life ruined. She claimed he informed her about the other thing I did, the work situation, and that I was vengeful and cruel. And you know what? Perhaps I am. But 4 years of supporting someone who couldn't even be bothered to visit me more than once in the hospital, who publicly celebrated their freedom from me while I was learning to use crutches. The lease renewal is due next month. I am not renewing. I'm moving in with Anastasia until I can find a new place. A new beginning, with furniture that had no memory of Richard gaming on it while I cooked, cleaned, and paid the bills. I do not regret what I did. Not a bit. Edit. No. I am not concerned about legal ramifications. My cousin stated that because his name is not on the lease and he has not made any financial contributions, he has very little recourse. Furthermore, I have documentation for everything. Yes, I am healing well. 6 more weeks in this cast, but the ribs are already feeling better. For those wondering why I remained so long. Sometimes, love makes you foolish. He wasn't always horrible. And the happy times led me to believe that the awful ones were only ephemeral. I know, it's classic. I'll provide an update tomorrow with more details about the aftermath. His mother has already contacted me 17 times, leaving voicemails ranging from tearful to threatening. Richard supposedly showed up at the flat, but the landlord refused to let him in. Your girl might have changed the locks. First update. Wow. I honestly did not anticipate my last post to receive so much attention. Thank you for your encouragement, good words, and legal guidance. Very grateful. As promised, here's what's transpired since my previous update. So, remember how I mentioned that Richard's mother called me 17 times? That number has now risen to 43. 43 calls in under 36 hours. I finally answered call 44 because I assumed it would never end otherwise. Let me paint a picture of this phone call. I was propped up in Anastasia's guest bed, my fractured leg raised. On 3 pillows, eating sour cream and onion chips. Stress eating is my love language. Deborah, Richard's mother, went between wailing, guilt-tripping, and making thinly veiled threats for 28 minutes. Here is the highlight reel. Richard had cried for 2 days straight. I've never seen him like this. Funny. I cried for 2 days straight after waking up in the hospital and realizing he wasn't there. But go off, I suppose. Do you know how much the collectibles were worth? His grandfather gave him some of the baseball cards. Do you know how much rent is, Deborah? Because I do. It's down to the penny. He planned to propose, you know. He showed me the ring. Unless the ring was fashioned of unpaid bills and broken promises, I have serious doubts. We could press charges for destruction of property. My legal relative has already confirmed that they cannot. But that's okay. Then she spoke. Richard told me everything. About how you've been controlling his finances and isolating him from his friends and family. I laughed so hard that I nearly popped a stitch. Me? Managing his finances? The man who once used our grocery money to buy a limited edition gaming keyboard? The person who borrowed $3,000 from me for a business opportunity that turned out to be cryptocurrency? The man who hasn't willingly shown me his bank account in 3 years? And separating him from his friends and family? I arranged his birthday celebrations. I bought his mother's Christmas gifts. When his car was repossessed, I drove him to various family occasions. But this is when things become really fascinating. I didn't hang up on Deborah right away, despite my strong want to. Instead, I asked her this simple question. Deborah, when was the last time Richard paid rent? She went silent for a moment, then said, he told me you two had an arrangement where you handled the household bills and he covered other expenses. What other expenses exactly? I asked. More silence. Then, well, I'm not privy to your financial arrangements. So I told her. I broke down Richard's financial contributions over the last 4 years. I told her about the $17,700 in credit card debt I accumulated while supporting half of his expenditures. I told her about working extra hours and weekends while he played video games and networked. I told her how I had to sell my grandmother's jewelry last year to pay rent. When Richard informed me that he had money coming in, it never arrived. You could almost hear her worldview crumbling over the phone. But he said he's been supporting you, she finally stated. He said you lost your job and he's been carrying you financially. Did I lose my job? I've been at the same work for 6 years, with 2 promotions. Meanwhile, Richard has worked 7 jobs in 4 years, with the longest lasting about 3 months. I didn't say any of this, though. Instead, I just informed her that I would email her copies of bank statements, rent receipts, and text exchanges to clarify the situation. I also noted the social media posts he made while I was in the hospital, which she claimed to be unaware of. She concluded the call by claiming she needed to speak with Richard, and would get back to me. She has not called since. Funny how that works. Let me go back and explain how the great trash disposal went down, as many of you have requested for information. Obviously, I couldn't physically transfer all of his belongings with my injured leg. My brother Dylan is my hero. He had two of his guys over on their day off, and I paid them, of course. Because some of us comprehend the idea of paying for services delivered, Richard. We began with his greatest items. His gaming setup, 3 monitors, a custom PC he bought for $2,800 while between jobs. His prized figurines remain in their boxes because they'll be worth more that way. His signed sports memorabilia, which he refused to let me hang because it wouldn't match the decor, and never paid for. His craft beer collection, some bottles dating back to our first year together. That he was aging, but was actually forgetting about. It took us 4 hours to load everything. 4 hours of finding random socks beneath the couch, uncovering half-eaten bags of chips on the bedside table, and finding receipts for transactions I had no idea about. It was like doing an archaeological investigation into the life of a man-child. Dylan scooped up Richard's throne. Yes, he named his gaming chair Throne. He carried it ceremoniously to the bin, as if it were a cursed artifact. We did not purposely break anything. We did not tear his clothes or destroy his devices. We just moved them to their proper location, among the rest of the junk. I kept one box containing potentially crucial items: his birth certificate, social security card, a few family photos, and a folder with medical documents. Those are with the landlord, who is completely on my side. Once I showed him the social media posts and explained the issue. He even helped me change my locks. Speaking of the landlord, he informed me that Richard showed up twice yesterday, requesting to be let in. The second time, he threatened to contact the police, but inexplicably vanished when the landlord remarked, "Great idea. Let's call them jointly and explain that you haven't paid rent in months." Isn't it funny how cockroaches scatter when the lights are turned on? Now for the other item I did. Remember how I said Richard was starting a new job? A job that my network helped him get? He worked for a financial services firm, where he was in charge of customer accounts and financial planning. What's the problem? Richard cannot even plan his own money. This is a man who once overdrafted his account to purchase a video game. He then overdrafted it again the next day, purchasing another video game because he had forgotten about the initial overdraft. So I contacted my friend's brother and simply gave some disturbing information. Screenshots of Richard's social media posts are unprofessional. His rental payment history is non-existent. And a few chosen text exchanges in which he boasted about working the system to avoid paying bills. Was this petty? Maybe. But consider this. Would you want someone to manage your retirement account who can't even remember to pay his electricity bill? I did not lie. I did not exaggerate. I only offered factual facts about his character and financial responsibility. It was up to them to decide what they did with that information. Spoiler alert, they canceled the employment offer. This takes us to today's developments. Richard has progressed from angry texts to mournful emails. Long, melancholy emails describing how he's been reflecting, recognizing his mistakes, and wanting to make things right. He argues that his posts with Katie were just for show. They are just friends. The man was acting out because he was scared of losing me after the accident. According to the emails, he has changed. He has realized the mistake of his ways. He's willing to commit, participate, and be a true partner. It only took. An automobile accident almost killed me. 4 years of financial exploitation. Public shaming on social media. He lost everything of his stuff. Having his job offer withdrawn. Being exposed to his mother. What a bargain for personal development. Remy, Richard's college friend, reached out to me. Richard has apparently been sitting on his couch and crying a lot, while simultaneously preparing to win me back. Remy wanted to warn me that Richard had been talking about making a great gesture to prove his devotion. I thanked Remy for the heads up and requested him to let me know if Richard said anything problematic. Remy agreed and apologized for failing to recognize Richard's true character. It turns out that Richard also owes Remy money. I'm shocked. I'm shocked, I tell you. I'm honestly tired. Physically, from the accident. Emotionally, from all the drama. But I am also experiencing something I have not felt in a long time. Light. It's as if I'd been wearing a big load for years, and now it's gone. My shoulders feel lighter. Tomorrow I have a follow-up visit for my leg. Then Anastasia and I will go apartment hunting online. My lease ends in 30 days, and I can't wait to start over. Thank you for listening to the Marathon Update. I'll publish again if anything important happens, particularly if Richard makes his grand gesture. According to his track record, it will either be outrageously inappropriate, surprisingly inexpensive, or perhaps make everything about him. Perhaps all three. Edit. A few individuals inquired about my automobile. The vehicle was totaled in the accident. Insurance is covering it, but I have yet to receive anything. For the time being, Anastasia and ride-sharing apps are my primary modes of transit. Edit 2. Don't be concerned that Richard may physically attack me. My apartment complex has security cameras. Anastasia's building has a doorman. And Richard is, above all, a coward. He talks large, but wilts in the face of actual confrontation. Second update. Hello my vengeful internet family. Your gal has returned with another report, and wow. Chile, the drama just keeps on coming. Grab your popcorn, restock your wine, and relax, because this narrative has more twists than my garden hose. I can't stop myself from making plant lady jokes. First, a medical update, as several of you sweethearts requested. My follow-up appointment went nicely. The doctor thinks my leg is mending well, and I might be able to have this huge cast off in 4 weeks instead of 6. My ribs still ache when I laugh too hard, which has been difficult given recent events. Now, onto the tea that you're all looking for. The magnificent gesture has happened. And it was precisely what I expected. Predictable, uninspiring, and self-centered. Yesterday afternoon, I was at Anastasia's house, looking through rental ads, when her doorman called. It appears that there was a delivery for me. We didn't expect anything, so Anastasia went down to check. Remember the broken leg? United Stares are my adversary. She returned 5 minutes later, wearing the weirdest expression and carrying, wait for it, a compost bin. A genuine plastic bucket packed with mud, worms, and what appeared to be kitchen trash. On top was a handwritten letter that read, "Like compost, our love can break down and rebuild into something stronger. I'm decomposing my old self to become the man you deserve. Please give us another chance to grow together." I can't make this up. The compost king truly believed that comparing our relationship to decaying food would win me over. The arrogance, the illusion. The whole thing is complete rubbish. Anastasia and I laughed so hard that I had to take more pain relievers for my ribs. She even snapped a picture of me looking absolutely confused next to this pail of dirt, and shared it on Instagram with the caption, "When your BFF's ex thinks worms are the way to a woman's heart." She tagged me, but not him fortunately. But wait, there's more. Inside the compost, yes, he placed objects in the real deteriorating material, was a small velvet box containing a ring. A composted ring. It was not even a decent ring. It was obviously costume jewelry. The diamond was synthetic, and the gold was already turning my skin green simply from touching it. There was also a date inscribed inside, April 22, 2001. For background, that is his prior girlfriend's birthday. He basically gave me a recycled ring that he most likely bought for Katie but never presented to her. A repurposed ring in a composting container. The symbolism is too obvious. I texted him one sentence. The compost bin is exactly where our relationship belongs, breaking down among the worms and garbage. His response was a flurry of text messages stating that the ring was only temporary until he could purchase a real one, and said the date was the first time he understood he loved me. I did not respond further. But Anastasia, my hero, took the compost bin down to the dumpster behind her building, and texted him a video of herself emptying it. Remember how I suggested sending those receipts and financial data to Richard's mother, Deborah? She finally got back to me, as promised. Her first message was a novel-length email that walked through the 5 stages of mourning in real time. The denial. There must be some mistake with these records. Richard told me he was contributing financially. Resentment. How dare you make my son look like this? You've clearly manipulated these statements. Trying to bargain, if there were financial issues, why didn't you come to me? I could have helped you both work something out. Depression-related thoughts. I'm heartbroken to think my son would behave this way. I raised him better than this. Acceptance means, I owe you an apology. I had no idea what was really happening, and I'm deeply sorry for my role in enabling his behavior. That last part astounded me to the core. Deborah has actually apologized, and my son, Williams, is perfect. This day will be remembered throughout history. She followed up with a phone call, only one this time, not 43, in which she provided some intriguing facts. Richard has told his entire family that he has been financially supporting me for many years. He informed them that I was unstable and unable to hold a job. He said the apartment was his, and graciously allowed me to stay there. He informed them that the car that was totaled was his, which he let me borrow. He's been borrowing money from his family members for years, claiming it's to help with my spending habits. Layers of lies. The fiction this man has been producing. He could have used his creative writing skills to produce actual money, instead of deceiving his girlfriend and family. Deborah definitely felt ashamed and upset. She disclosed that she had handed Richard approximately $155,000 over the previous 2 years for emergencies that she now understands were manufactured. She constantly apologized for her previous communications, stating that she needed time to comprehend things. I really felt awful for her. She, like me, has been manipulated by her son, possibly more so. I told her I didn't blame her, that Richard can be extremely convincing when he wants to be. The talk concluded with her saying something that gave me chills. I adore my son, but he should suffer the consequences for once in his life. I will not bail him out this time. Make progress, people. Actual progress. Now for the big reveal. Many of you have inquired about the other thing I did, outside the job predicament and trash disposal. So, remember the credit cards I mentioned? The ones in which I incurred $177,000 in debt to support Richard's costs. It turned out that 3 of them were joint accounts that he started with my information to build his credit but never paid off. I've been working with my bank and a financial advisor to separate these accounts and identify which charges were his. It's a lengthy process, but I've been able to demonstrate that around $11,000 of that debt is directly linked to purchases he made. I did not simply transmit this information to his possible employer. I also emailed it to his parents, brother, and common acquaintances, along with a short note. If Richard asks to borrow money or move in with you, this is what you can expect. Is this petty? Maybe. But it is also true. And truth is a strong disinfectant for the toxic relationships Richard fosters. Even Katie, the ex from the social media post, messaged me on Instagram. I didn't realize you were in the hospital. Richard informed me that you two broke up months ago. I'm very sorry. Months ago. We were literally living together before my injury. The fiction that this man constructs. I kindly responded to Katie, assuring her that I did not blame her. She said that Richard had messaged her for weeks before the party, claiming we were on a break, and that he was ready to move on. She felt bad and promised to email me screenshots of their talks. I declined the screenshots, no need to torture myself further, but thanked her for her candor. Richard appeared at Anastasia's building again yesterday evening. The doorman refuses to let him in. He's expecting a gift basket. So Richard created a disturbance in the lobby by saying that he just wants to talk and explain everything. The doorman phoned the cops, but Richard fled before they arrived. He then called me 37 times in the period of 2 hours. I did not respond, but he left more desperate voicemails. Please talk to me. I can explain everything. This is all a misunderstanding. I was going to pay you back. You're ruining my life. I have nowhere to go. My mom won't even let me stay with her. I'm sleeping in my car. Which car? He was repossessed many months ago. Then, I might do something desperate if you don't call me back. The last one concerned me, so I scheduled a wellness check for him. I had Remy's address. The cops reported that he was fine, just emotional, and recommended that he seek mental health treatment. Later Remy texted me. For your knowledge, Richard will no longer be staying here. I found that he stole $200 from my wallet. We changed the locks. Wow. Just wow. Even in a crisis, this man is unable to quit taking what is not his. So where does this leave us? Richard is presumably couch surfing with increasingly distant pals. His family is not bailing him out. His friends are disappearing like flies. His work opportunities are limited. His belongings are gone. His reputation is in shambles. And me? I'm healing. My legs and my heart. I discovered a promising apartment across town that is actually less priced than my present one. Anastasia has been an amazing rock. My family has rallied around me. My employer has been quite understanding regarding my rehabilitation. I am still angry. I am still hurt. But ultimately, I am relieved. It's as if I'd been underwater for 4 years and had just surfaced. My next update will most likely be my last, since I want to focus on moving forward, rather than looking back. But I wanted to thank everyone for their encouragement, suggestions, and amusing comments. This community has been incredibly healing during one of the most difficult times in my life. Final update. Hello one last time, my internet support system. It's been precisely 1 month since my first post. And what a month it has been. I promised a last update, and here it is. The finale to Richard the Compost King's saga, and how your girl flowered after 4 years of being buried in his BS. First, some practical updates. I moved. I officially moved into my new apartment yesterday. It's smaller than my last home, but it includes a modest balcony where I've already planted a container garden. The building has an elevator, which is essential for the broken leg problem. And security cameras are essential for the ex-boyfriend problem. My cast came off 2 weeks earlier than scheduled. I'm still wearing a walking boot, and physical therapy is no joke. I sweat more during PT than I ever did at the gym. But I can now move about unaided, which feels incredible. My auto insurance has finally paid off. I purchased a used but trustworthy Ford, which I named Freedom. I know it's cheesy, but I'm into it. Now for the real reason you're here. The Richard saga concludes. Things intensified after my last update before ultimately being addressed. Richard's desperation reached new heights when he realized his normal tactics, crying, begging, and guilt-tripping, were ineffective. He took a fresh approach. Public shame. He launched a GoFundMe titled, Homeless After Girlfriend's Revenge. He told a completely fabricated story about how I stole his money and threw away family heirlooms after a minor argument. He provided images of himself looking dejected on what was obviously Remy's couch, before Remy kicked him out. He claimed that he needed $5,000 to get back on his feet. The fundraiser lasted exactly 6 hours before being taken down. Why? Because Anastasia, my brother Dylan, and at least a dozen of our mutual acquaintances reported it as fraud. Additionally, several individuals commented with links to my Reddit posts. Things I had never discussed with Richard. Also, several individuals reacted with links to my Reddit posts, which I had never shared with Richard. Seeing his public grift revealed appears to have triggered something in Richard. He showed up at my former apartment building. Luckily, I was already residing at Anastasia's, and raised enough of a commotion that the cops were summoned. According to my former neighbors, he was ranting about defamation and lies, and demanding to be allowed in to retrieve his belongings. When the cops arrived, Richard tried to explain that he resided there, and that I had illegally locked him out. This backfired catastrophically when the landlord confirmed that Richard was not on the lease. Richard could not provide any mail or ID bearing the address. Multiple neighbors testified that they knew I lived alone. The cops checked his ID and learned that he had an outstanding warrant for unpaid traffic fines. Yes, my pals, Richard was arrested. Not for the ruckus he was generating, but for the $1,200 in unpaid tickets he had up over the previous 2 years. I had no idea the tickets existed because he had been hiding the mail. He spent 2 nights in jail before being bailed out by his brother, not his mother, which is unusual. According to mutual friends, this encounter served as a wake-up call for Richard. He is since. He moved in with his brother, who is making him pay rent. He started working at his brother's company. They stopped contacting me totally. The last one is the most significant development. After weeks of frequent phone calls, texts, emails, and dramatic gestures, the silence was abrupt and complete. No more 3 a.m. voicemails. No more lengthy emails explaining how he has changed. No more compost-based metaphors for our relationship. Initially, I was suspicious. Was this a new tactic? Was he planning something larger? But shockingly, Richard's brother reached out to check on me, indicating that he is actually attempting to get his life together. Part of the process entails leaving the past behind. Translation. His therapist presumably advised him to cease bothering me. Which gets me to the most significant update. My current mental and emotional state. I've been seeing my own therapist, thanks to workplace insurance, and we've been working through some difficult issues. I stayed with Richard not just because I adored him, but also because resolving his issues gave me meaning and identity. I ignored red flags because I was frightened of being alone. I reinforced his behavior by continuously bailing him out. I had such low self-esteem that I thought his token affection was all I deserved. These realizations have not been simple to confront. There were times when I cried till my ribs hurt all over again. But identifying these behaviors is the first step toward breaking them. Regarding Richard's mother, Deborah, we had one final chat that provided unexpected closure. She invited me to lunch at a restaurant with ramp access for my leg. Richard lacked thoughtfulness, and we had a surprisingly candid conversation. She apologized again for not noticing what was going on, and for raising a son who believed it was normal to treat partners in this manner. She confessed that Richard's father followed similar patterns prior to their divorce, and she was concerned that she had normalized financial carelessness and emotional manipulation. I found myself soothing her, which was an unusual role reversal. But it was also therapeutic to realize that she truly cared, and was taking steps to stop aiding Richard. At the end of lunch, she handed me an envelope with $2,000 in cash. "This doesn't begin to cover what he owes you," she replied. "But it's what I can do right now." I originally refused, but she insisted. "This is not from Richard. This is from me. Because I failed as a mother if I raised someone who would treat you in this manner." I took the money and used it to outfit my new residence. A new beginning. Without any traces of Richard's presence. Thank you, Reddit, for bearing witness to this chapter in my life. Your encouragement, guidance, and occasional tough love helped me stay strong when I wanted to give up. You reminded me that I deserved better, when I had forgotten. My sister gave vodka to my infant son. Then blamed me for ruining her party, but the hospital report said everything. My sister and I have always had an okay connection at most. We never spoke, but we never fought either. We never exchanged clothes, chatted about boys, or did anything like that. When it was only us two, the air was filled with uneasy stillness that neither of us cared to disturb. But it all changed when she reached 21, since the moment she drank her first beer, everything changed. She increased her drinking frequency from monthly to weekly to daily. It was devastating to see her dig further and deeper. What was worse was that she sought to drag me down with her. I didn't enjoy booze and wanted to avoid it, but she intimidated and coerced me into it. On her 22nd birthday, she gave me a bottle of water that contained plain vodka. When I spat it out and coughed, I looked up to see her smiling and taping my reaction. I gave her one last chance after that. I informed her that if she tried to get me to drink again, I would cut her off. A month later, she and her partner celebrated their anniversary. They asked me out, and my sister swore not to ask me to join her for a drink. Of course she lied. Throughout the night she continued offering me incredibly diluted beverages that I had no idea included alcohol, vodka, whiskey, and even rum. After my third drink, I felt a light buzz, and the world began to spin. This was the first time I had been intoxicated. I clutched to her, asking what was wrong with me, but she only laughed and admitted what she had done because she was tipsy. I can't remember the specifics. I only remember being outraged. I called a cab right away, and when I got home, I left her a voice note saying I never wanted to see her again. What's even more insane is that she called me a week later, blaming me for ruining her party since everyone stared at her like she was an eye-hole after learning why I left. I didn't even react. I just hung up. Life continued without her. I quickly met the love of my life. We were engaged and married, but my sister was not invited, and she never attempted to contact us. But coincidentally, she messaged me while I was pregnant. She said she read my Facebook post about having a kid with my husband on one of her friends' pages, and it reminded her that nothing is more important than family. She apologized and pleaded for another opportunity. I was initially hesitant, but ultimately consented. We met for coffee at a little brunch location, and although she was sweet and apologized, she still had 3 glasses of wine, indicating that she was still drinking regularly. I inquired about it, and she stated that alcohol was a part of her life that she never wanted to give up. But she promised that if I let her back into my life, she would never lure me into drinking again. After much thinking, I agreed. I wasn't sure what to anticipate, but everything went well. She maintained my boundaries, never asked for a drink, and never became more than tipsy in front of me. But then, last week, she came over to my place, and I understood that restoring contact with her was the worst thing I could do. This was the first time I'd let her come over since my baby was born. I cautioned her that if she drank, she couldn't get near the kid, but she said it was fine. I still had a negative gut feeling about it, but the previous year had given me strong cause to trust her, so I pushed my concerns aside. But then she arrived with 2 bottles of wine. We all had a lovely conversation, and even my husband drank a glass. However, I did not consume alcohol. My sister was blasted after nearly finishing 2 complete bottles on her own. Still, the evening was going well, until she requested to use the restroom. I directed her upstairs, and after a few minutes, I went to check on her to ensure she wasn't becoming ill. But when I got up, she was not in the restroom. She was in our room, sitting on our bed, drunk out of her mind, and holding my baby. She was terrified the moment she spotted me and immediately rose up to hand him over to me. But as she stood up, she lost her equilibrium. She fell and dropped my baby. He slumped to the floor. I yelled and ran to check on him. Fortunately, he had not fallen from a significant height. He was weeping, but he didn't appear to have any severe injuries, which I was grateful for. My sister got up and began apologizing, but I simply called my husband. I ordered him to hold our kid and led my sister downstairs and outside to speak with her. I told her I had one rule: she could not be near the baby if she was inebriated. And while drunk, she decided to hold him before dropping him. She kept apologizing, but I called a taxi home and told her I never wanted to speak with her again. That, however, proved to be a mistake because it turned out she had done more than simply drop my baby. She had fed him the last of the wine bottle, and he was now upstairs, throwing up while my husband cried and called the hospital. The following several hours were a whirl of panic. The ambulance drove us to the emergency department, where specialists diagnosed my infant son with alcohol intoxication. They did tests to look for other issues while Ben and I paced the waiting area, fearing that we would lose our baby due to my sister's reckless behavior. The medical personnel worked quickly, but their serious looks did nothing to alleviate our concerns, as they watched our son's vital signs and collected blood samples. The hospital's social worker questioned us thoroughly, looking dubious when we recounted how our son had consumed alcohol. I could see in her eyes that she suspected we were hiding something. They launched an obligatory child welfare inquiry, treating us as criminals despite the fact that we were victims. We had to constantly answer the same questions, recounting the situation in great detail as our kid was treated in another room. I tried phoning Martha several times during this nightmare, but she didn't answer. Text messages went unopened, and voicemails were not heard. She immediately vanished after the ambulance drove us away. Ben had forced her to leave our house, but we expected at least a phone call to check on Jacob's safety. Her entire departure indicated that, deep down, she understood the significance of her actions. After an anxious night in the hospital, the doctors eventually assured us that Jacob would be okay. There was no permanent damage found, but doctors told us that even modest doses of alcohol could produce developmental abnormalities that are not immediately obvious. We would need to keep a careful eye on him and bring him in for follow-up appointments. The relief nearly buckled my knees, and Ben and I clutched to each other, sobbing with joy that our boy had avoided catastrophic injury. When we took Jacob home the next day, I was filled with both relief and wrath. My sister put my child's life in peril before fleeing without explanation. That afternoon, when Jacob napped under Ben's watchful supervision, I drove to Martha's apartment, high on adrenaline and without sleep. My knuckles were white on the driving wheel as I planned out what I would say, determined to make her understand the repercussions of her conduct. I hammered on the door until her boyfriend Thomas appeared looking hungover and perplexed. He stated Martha was not present and had not returned home last night after seeing us. I showed him images of Jacob at the hospital and described what had happened. His face lost its color. His disbelief appeared genuine, implying Martha had not yet told him what had happened. She's been getting worse, he confessed, drinking more than usual. I've tried to help, but you make excuses for her, I ended his statement. You're enabling her, and she almost killed my baby yesterday. The words pierced through any defense he could have been putting up. He disputed it. stating she had gone through difficult circumstances that I didn't comprehend. I lost it, telling him precisely how I felt about both of them. Before I left, I made it clear that if either of them came near my family again, they would be jailed. His mumbled apologies followed me down the corridor, but they were insignificant in comparison to the safety of my kid. I returned home and found Ben cuddling Jacob, who was thankfully sleeping soundly. We agreed right away. My sister was permanently removed from our life. We blocked her phone number, social media accounts, and emails. We set up a simple security camera at our front door. We documented everything that happened in case legal action was necessary. The decisions came readily. Our son's safety was unquestionable. We spent a week exclusively on Jacob's recuperation, taking turns observing him day and night. He appeared to be recovering well, with no lingering repercussions from the event. We had just begun to breathe easier when my phone flooded with texts from relatives. Martha had posted a sobbing, plainly intoxicated video online, saying that I was separating her from her nephew out of spite. She presented herself as a caring aunt who had made a minor mistake and was now being mercilessly punished. The video triggered a rush of family members to approach me, demanding to know why I was so harsh with my plainly sorry sister. Some even accused me of exploiting this incident as a pretext to continue our long-running rivalry, as if defending my child was a vengeful act. I could not believe it. She had endangered my child's life, left for a week, and then attempted to portray herself as the victim. When I tried to privately message key family members with the facts, I realized Martha had already told them that I was exaggerating, and Jacob had merely inadvertently sipped from her glass. Several family now believed I was overreacting to punish my sister. Their propensity to accept her version of events without hearing mine was very hurtful, revealing flaws in our family that I hadn't fully realized before. Martha sent us a formal letter yesterday, claiming she had entered rehab, and that her therapist had recommended family healing as part of her recovery. She wanted to have visiting rights with Jacob once she finished the program. Ben proposed that we investigate this sudden rehabilitation. So I called the facility she mentioned. It did not exist. I'm sitting here now, gazing at my lovely baby boy sleeping in his bed, wondering how my own sister could imperil his life and then lie so brazenly to get back into our lives. Ben seeks a restraining order, but some family members have already called us callous for not giving her another chance. The divide among our families has exacerbated an already stressful situation. Is it wrong for me to break off my sister permanently after what she has done? How do I safeguard my son from both her and the family members who appear to be unaware of the harm she poses? I never anticipated that becoming a mother would include defending my child from my own sister, yet here we are. Every parenting book I read braced me for restless nights and feeding issues. Nothing prepared me for having to conceal my infant from someone who should have loved and protected him as family. I called Jordan, a friend who worked as a detective and had previously assisted us with some minor concerns. I sought information on restraining orders and the evidence we would require. He came over during his lunch break and went over everything we had so far. "Look, I'm going to be straight with you," Jordan remarked after reviewing our paperwork. "Getting a restraining order isn't impossible, but judges typically need more than one incident to establish a pattern of behavior." I showed him Martha's bogus rehab letter, social media posts, and the intoxicated video she shared. His expression became more serious with each piece of evidence. "Document everything," he recommended. "Every text, every call, every social media post. Set up cameras if you can afford them, and most importantly, don't engage with her directly." After he left, I created a new email account specifically for documenting Martha's harassment. I forwarded all of the letters from family, screenshots of her social media posts, and wrote a detailed narrative of Jacob's situation while it was still fresh in my mind. Ben installed extra security cameras to monitor our backyard and driveway. That night, we received our first alarm from the front entrance camera. I reviewed the tape, expecting a package delivery or anything innocent. Instead, around 11:30 p.m., I noticed Martha stumble up our walkway, apparently intoxicated, with a bunch of flowers and a teddy bear. She frequently rang the doorbell, then stayed on our porch for about 20 minutes, leaving the items with a letter. Ben went out to get them while she was gone. The message stated as follows: "I'm so sorry for the misunderstanding. Please let me see my nephew. He needs his auntie in his life. Love, Meg." The flowers reeked of cigarette smoke and booze, as if she had brought them directly from a bar. I documented the incident, and then tossed everything away. The fact that she came to our house drunk demonstrated that she had not changed at all. The next morning I called our pediatrician to warn them that Martha might attempt to access Jacob's medical information. They included a note in his file requesting additional verification for any information requests. Later that day, I got a call from my pediatrician's office. "Mrs. Mitchell, this is Stacy from Dr. Peterson's office. I wanted to let you know that someone claiming to be your sister called requesting copies of Jacob's records. Following your instructions, we declined to release any information." My blood became chilly. Did she say why she wanted them? "She said she was helping you gather documentation for a specialist consultation. When we asked for the authorization form you supposedly signed, she hung up." I thanked Stacy for her call and promptly contacted Jordan again. He stated that while this bolstered our case, it was insufficient to obtain an emergency restraining order. He suggested that we inform Jacob's potential daycare about the matter. The next day, Ben and I went to Little Explorers Daycare, where we had planned to enroll Jacob after I returned to work. When we presented our position to the manager, Karma, her countenance changed from professional politeness to concern. "Actually," she murmured, "someone matching your sister's description was here yesterday, asking about enrollment procedures. She said she was thinking of registering her nephew and wanted to tour the facility." The realization that Martha was closely following our movements made me physically nauseous. We showed Karma a photo of Martha, and she confirmed that it was the same girl. We quickly opted against employing that daycare, and started looking at home-based nanny options instead. That weekend my mother called and invited us to Sunday supper. "Dad and I miss you all so much," she explained. "We promise Martha won't be there. We just want to see our grandson and talk through everything calmly." After consulting with Ben, we cautiously agreed. This would be the first time my parents had seen Jacob since the event. Despite everything, I didn't want to deny them a relationship with their grandchild, if Martha wasn't going to be present. We reached my parents' house around 4 p.m. Mom embraced us with tearful hugs and cooed over Jacob, who was awake and aware in his carrier. Dad gave Ben a firm handshake and a kiss on the cheek. Everything appeared regular as we relaxed into the living room, Jacob on a blanket for tummy time, while Mom prepared coffee and cookies. Then I heard it. The distinct sound of my sister's laughter coming from the kitchen. My entire body tightened. "Who else is here?" I inquired, although I already knew the answer. Before Mom could react, Martha entered the kitchen with a glass of wine in hand. "Surprise," she replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "I thought we could finally talk things out." I didn't say anything. I simply picked up Jacob, grabbed his diaper bag, and headed right to the door. I heard Ben behind me talking to my parents about trust being destroyed, but I was already putting Jacob into his car seat, my hands quivering with rage and betrayal. I drove home alone, while Ben remained behind to confront my parents about their deception. When he returned an hour later, his face was dismal. "They admitted to setting up the whole thing," he added, walking around our living room. "They thought if they could just get us all in the same room, we'd talk it out and everything would be fixed." "Did they say anything else?" "Yeah, and you're not going to like it. Martha has been staying with them for the past 3 weeks. Apparently Thomas kicked her out after discovering what she'd done to Jacob. I felt as if I had been hit in the gut. My parents had lied to us while protecting the person who had endangered their own grandson. The extent of their betrayal was unimaginable to me. That night, I sobbed for the family I believed I had, as Ben held me and swore we'd get through it together. The next morning, I texted my parents. "We need space from all of you right now. Please respect that." Then I blocked their numbers. Ben did the same. We needed time to comprehend this betrayal and plan our next steps without continual pressure from my relatives. For a few days, everything was quiet. We got into a pattern with Jacob, who was doing well despite everything. I concentrated on enjoying my maternity leave with him, trying to keep Martha's circumstances out of my head as much as possible. Ben returned to work, albeit he called in more frequently than usual. On Thursday, I decided to visit the grocery shop with Jacob. It was our first trip out together that wasn't for a doctor's visit, and I was feeling good as a new mother. I loaded Jacob into his carrier, which I secured in the shopping cart, and made my way around the store. I was in the produce area picking apples when I had the undeniable feeling of being watched. I turned to see Martha at the end of the aisle, pretending to investigate. An orange display while keeping a close eye on my movements. When our eyes met, she swiftly averted her gaze, pretending she hadn't noticed me. My heart raced. This cannot be a coincidence. This was our neighborhood grocery, far from my parents' house where she was staying. She must have followed me here. I abandoned my half-full cart and dashed for the exit, clutching Jacob's carrier firmly. In the parking lot, I looked for Martha, but didn't see her. I quickly secured Jacob in the car and drove home, continually checking the rearview mirror. Once I got home, I experienced my first panic episode. I couldn't catch my breath. My heart was racing, and I was positive Martha would come at any time. I called Ben at work, barely able to communicate coherently. He arrived home to find me still shivering, and Jacob calmly asleep in his bassinet. "We need legal help," Ben stated once I had calmed down. "This is stalking." The next day, we spoke with Jordan again, and he agreed that we needed to pursue a restraining order more forcefully. He evaluated our documents and explained our alternatives. "For a restraining order, we typically need evidence of threats or harassment," he told me. "Following you in a grocery store is concerning, but difficult to prove as intentional harassment. Courts generally want to see a pattern of behavior that would make a reasonable person fear for their safety." "So there's nothing we can do?" Ben inquired, his frustration palpable. "I didn't say that," Jordan said. "Start documenting everything. Times, dates, locations. Set up more cameras. If she keeps showing up where you are, that builds our case. And don't respond to any contact attempts. That can be used against you to argue the contact was welcome." We exited Jordan's office with a plan. We would diligently document, avoid any touch, and prepare our case. It wasn't the quick solution we sought, but it was something. Martha's attempts to reach us escalated throughout the next week. She developed new email addresses to get around our blocks, sent daily messages on her recovery, and left voicemails requesting just 5 minutes with Jacob. Each mail began sympathetically, but eventually incorporated subtle guilt trips and manipulative language. "I know you're just trying to protect Jacob," one voicemail stated. "But do you really want him growing up without knowing his aunt who loves him so much? Don't you remember how much you loved spending time with Aunt Patty when we were kids?" I saved everything without responding. With each message, her tone moved from appealing to demand. Anything from, "I understand why you're upset," up to, "You're being unreasonable and you can't keep him from me forever." 2 weeks after the grocery store incident, Jessica, our recently hired babysitter, mentioned something disturbing. While taking Jacob on a walk in the neighborhood, she spotted the same automobile driving around the block 3 times. She couldn't identify the driver, but the behavior was so disturbing that she stopped her walk short and returned to our house. "I'm probably being paranoid," Jessica explained. "But with everything you've told me about your sister, I didn't want to take any chances." We praised her for her attentiveness and decided to purchase a GPS tracking gadget for the stroller. It seemed ludicrous. What mom has to track their baby stroller because they have a sibling? But we weren't taking chances with Jacob's safety. The next day, I received a worrisome phone call from Dakota, a common childhood friend who still spoke with Martha on occasion. "I don't want to alarm you," Dakota added, "but Martha's been asking me some weird questions. She wanted to know what time you usually put the baby down for naps, and if you still keep a spare key under the planter like your parents used to." "What did you tell her?" I inquired, attempting to keep my voice steady. "Nothing. I told her I hadn't been to your new house and wouldn't know that stuff. She claimed she wanted to leave a special surprise for Jacob, but something felt off about it. I thought you should know." I thanked Dakota for the warning and promptly phoned a locksmith to replace all of our locks. We also altered our alarm codes and ensured that all windows were locked. That night, neither Ben nor I slept well, as we alternated checking on Jacob and listening for unexpected sounds. Around 2 a.m., Ben woke me up. "There's a car parked across the street," he said quietly. "It's been there for at least an hour." I looked through our bedroom blinds. Even in the darkness, I could see Martha's unique hatchback. A figure sat in the driver's seat, simply watching our house. Ben put on jeans and a sweatshirt. "I'm going out there." "Be careful," I cautioned. immediately grabbing for my phone in case I needed to dial 911. I observed from the window as Ben approached the car. The headlights flashed on, temporarily blinding him, but he continued forward. I could see him speaking with the driver, his demeanor stiff and defensive. Following a brief exchange, the automobile pulled away from the curb and drove away. It was her, Ben verified upon his return. She claimed she was just making sure we were safe. When I told her I was calling the police, she took off. The next morning, we presented Jordan with our fresh proof, and he agreed that we now had enough for a temporary restraining order. We submitted the paperwork that day, and the order was approved within hours. Martha was now legally barred from going within 500 feet of us, our home, or Jacob's doctor's office. For approximately a week, the restraining order appeared to operate. We did not spot Martha's automobile, received any messages from unfamiliar accounts, or noticed anyone following us. We began to relax slightly, assuming that the legal action had finally reached her. Then I noticed something horrific. While browsing Instagram one evening, I came across a mommy blog account that featured images of Jacob. The account was called Antim's Adventures, and it included dozens of my Facebook images of Jacob with remarks such, "My precious nephew growing so fast," and "Can't wait for our next cuddle session." I investigated deeper and discovered 3 more phony identities on other sites, all utilizing stolen images of my kid and claiming to be in a relationship with him. One even featured made-up stories about babysitting experiences and precious auntie and nephew moments that never occurred. I spent hours reporting these accounts and updating our privacy settings to protect all of our personal information. Ben informed Jordan of this new discovery, but because Martha had not contacted us directly or approached us physically, the false accounts did not technically violate the restraining order. The stress was taking its toll on both of us. Ben suggested we seek therapy to deal with our constant anxiety and hypervigilance. We chose a therapist who specializes in family trauma and planned our first session for the following week. During our first therapy appointment with Dr. William, we took turns explaining our issue. Dr. William was validating and encouraging throughout the incident with Jacob and the ongoing stalking behavior, helping us understand that our feelings were reasonable given the circumstances. Midway through the lesson, Ben's phone rang. He apologized and attempted to stop it, but then realized it was our neighbor phoning. He responded, listened for a bit, and then his face turned pale. "We need to go," he replied, already standing. "Someone broke into our house." We rushed home and discovered 2 police officers in our driveway. Our neighbor contacted 911 after noting our side door was open. The authorities had cleared the house and discovered no one inside, but they welcomed us to see if anything was missing. Everything in the living room and kitchen appeared to be untouched. All of our electronics, jewelry, and other valuables were safely secured. But when we got to Jacob's nursery, I stopped dead in my tracks. On the changing table there was a large gift basket wrapped in cellophane and tied with a pink ribbon. Inside were baby clothes, toys, and a card signed with love by Auntie Martha. But something wasn't right. I approached the basket with caution and smelt a strong odor of wine. When Ben carefully opened it, we noticed that the baby garments had been soaked in red wine. The card inside reads, "Since you won't let me see him, I decided to send him something to remember me by." Blood is thicker than water, but wine leaves a deeper stain. The police documented everything and confiscated the basket as evidence. They said that because nothing was damaged or taken, and Martha had departed before they arrived, they could simply record this in our case file. The officer suggested we install more security cameras and possibly purchase a dog as an added deterrent. Following their departure, Ben and I sat on the couch in startled silence. The invasion of our home, specifically our baby's room, left me feeling violated and afraid. The wine-soaked garments were an obvious reference to the original incident, demonstrating Martha's lack of guilt, while intentionally teasing us about it. "We can't stay here," I finally stated. "She knows where we live, she can get in anytime she wants, and the police can't do anything until after she's already done something." Ben agreed. "My parents have been asking us to visit. Maybe we could go stay with them for a while. They live in Lakeside. She wouldn't think to look for us there." The next day, we packed for an extended trip, set up more security cameras that would send alerts to our phones, and traveled to Ben's parents' house in Lakeside. We didn't tell anyone where we were going, including our closest friends, for fear of Martha finding out. Ben's parents, Michael and Barbara, greeted us graciously and transformed their home office into a temporary nursery for Jacob. They were shocked by our condition and pledged to help in any way they could. Their house was in a quiet, gated community with adequate security, so we had some peace of mind. For the first 3 days at his parents' place, I was finally able to sleep soundly. Being away from our home and constantly fearing Martha's appearance provided me space to breathe. Jacob seemed to notice the difference in the mood as well. He smiled more and fussed less. On the 4th day, my phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. "Nice place. The garden looks peaceful." My blood became chilly. When I handed Ben the message, he immediately stepped outside to search the neighborhood. There was no evidence of Martha, but the message was clear. She had found us again. Ben's father, Michael, was a retired security professional who had worked for several organizations. When we showed him the text, he instantly went into professional gear, helping us protect the house even more, and teaching us on safety practices. "No established routines," he said. "Vary your schedules, the times you come and go, different routes if you drive anywhere, and absolutely no social media updates, not even private ones." We strictly followed his advice, but Martha still managed to expand her reach. She somehow got Ben's parents' phone numbers and started contacting them with intricate stories about how I was keeping her from her only nephew. When that didn't work, she moved on to his extended family, forcing us to have awkward conversations with aunts, uncles and cousins about why a woman they'd never met was inquiring about our baby. Meanwhile, our court date for the permanent restraining order was coming. We gathered all of our evidence, including hospital documents, police reports, images of wine-soaked baby garments, records of bogus social media profiles, and testimonies from witnesses such as Dakota and Jessica. Jordan felt sure that we had a good case. The day before the hearing, we learned Martha had hired her own attorney, a remarkably well-known lawyer known for aggressive methods. I'm not sure how she could afford him, but his involvement elevated the stakes dramatically. Despite my nervousness, I presented our position in court as calmly and factually as possible. I described how Martha put Jacob in danger by offering him drink, her following stalking behavior, the break-in, and the continuous harassment. Our documentation was extensive and well organized, thanks to my meticulous documenting during the last few weeks. Martha's lawyer then stood up. He portrayed her as a struggling alcoholic who had made a terrible mistake and was being unfairly punished while she attempted to rehabilitate. He claimed I had a history of exaggerating Martha's actions out of jealousy as a youngster, and that I was exploiting this incident to permanently cut her off from the familial connection she sorely needed for her recovery. "My client has enrolled in rehabilitation, Your Honor," he explained easily. "She acknowledges her grave error in judgment, but is actively seeking help. Permanently severing family ties through this order would be detrimental to her recovery, and denies the possibility of supervised reconciliation in the future." The judge asked both sides pointed questions before announcing that he would grant a 30-day delay to evaluate all evidence before reaching a final decision. In the meanwhile, the temporary restraining order would be in effect. We left the courthouse feeling disappointed. We had hoped for a fast conclusion, but instead faced another month of uncertainty. As we walked towards our car, I noticed my mother waiting on the courthouse steps. She approached cautiously, appearing thinner and tireder than I remembered. "Can we talk?" she requested. "Just for a minute." Ben gripped my hand but stepped back to give us privacy. I crossed my arms defensively, unprepared to forgive her betrayal. "Martha told us she's having suicidal thoughts," my mother stated without hesitation. "She says being cut off from family is killing her. Can't you drop this restraining order and let us work together as a family to help her?" I couldn't believe what I heard. "Mom, she gave alcohol to my infant son. She broke into our house. She's stalking us. And you want me to just forgive and forget because she says she's suicidal?" My mother looked down. "We're just trying to help both our daughters. Is that so wrong?" "How did she find us at Ben's parents' house?" I inquired abruptly, a suspicion developing. My mother's guilty expression reinforced my concerns even before she spoke. "I might have mentioned where you were staying. I didn't think it was a secret." The betrayal struck me all over again. My own mother had jeopardized our safety, while attempting to guilt me into eliminating protective measures for my child. I took a deep breath and fought back tears. "We're done here," I stated gently. Don't contact us again until you decide which daughter's well-being you actually care about. I moved away and joined Ben at the car. As we drove back to his parents' house, I described what had occurred. We agreed it was time to discontinue touch with my parents, at least temporarily. They had demonstrated that they could not be trusted with even the most basic information concerning our whereabouts. That evening, Ben's mother handed me a sealed envelope that had been dropped off while we were in court. "A young man delivered this," she explained. "He said it was important." Inside was a handwritten note from Martha's ex-boyfriend Thomas. He claimed that he had broken up with her after witnessing her preoccupation personally, and wanted to warn us about her declining mental health. "She talks about rescuing your baby all the time," he said. "She's drinking heavily again and has a whole wall covered with photos of him printed from your old social media. I'm truly scared for what she might do and thought you should know." We immediately reported this to Jordan and the police, who began to take our concerns more seriously. Jordan filed an addition to our restraining order motion, citing Thomas's letter as fresh evidence. The night before our rescheduled court date, Ben's parents' security system sent out an alarm. Martha was caught on camera attempting to scale the fence to gain access to the backyard. The alarm had gone off automatically, sending her scurrying before she could get completely over the fence. The footage clearly showed her face, providing new, indisputable evidence that she violated the temporary order. The judge evaluated the original evidence as well as the fresh developments in court the next morning. Martha appeared to be more composed this time around. She dressed conservatively, applied minimal makeup, and kept her eyes downcast in an act of repentance. Martha's counsel provided a new narrative. Martha had recognized her difficulties and was actively seeking treatment for alcoholism. He supplied documents from a treatment institution as proof of her determination to change. When given the opportunity to speak, I provided an emotional but factual explanation of everything that had occurred. I mentioned that, while I wished my sister well in any true recovery effort, her continuous violations of boundaries and rising behavior made me concerned for my family's safety. "Your Honor," I said, my voice slipping despite my best efforts, "I wake up every night checking that my baby is still breathing in his crib. I can't go to the grocery store without looking over my shoulder. My sister gave alcohol to my infant, broke into our home, and has now followed us to a different city. This isn't about punishment, it's about protection." The judge evaluated all of the evidence, including recent security footage of Martha attempting to access Ben's parents' property. He promptly issued Martha a permanent restraining order, requiring her to stay at least 1,000 feet away from me, Ben, Jacob, and any residence or employment affiliated with us for 3 years. We felt some comfort as we exited the courthouse, but it was fleeting. Within hours, Martha broke the injunction by sending an email. From a new address. "No piece of paper will keep me from what's mine. Blood doesn't smudge away with a judge's signature." We quickly emailed it to the police and Jordan, who informed us that this infringement may lead to her arrest. Officers went to Martha's last known home to serve the restraining order and potentially arrest her for the immediate breach. But they discovered she had left her residence days before. What they discovered there was disturbing. According to the officer who called us, her flat was littered with empty liquor bottles and a wall covered in printed images of Jacob. Some from social media, others clearly taken through windows or from afar. There were also maps with our routines marked, such as Jacob's customary sleep times and Ben's typical departure time for work. An alarm was issued in response to Martha's concern, which just added to our anxiety. We couldn't let our guard down since we had no idea where she was, or when she might show next. We chose to stay at Ben's parents' house, rather than return home, feeling slightly safer due to the gated complex and other security measures. Martha was missing for 3 stressful days. We began to hope that she had left the area totally, looking for a new beginning somewhere else. Ben even returned to our house momentarily to grab more of our stuff, noting that everything appeared to have remained unchanged since we departed. On the 4th day, Jessica accompanied Jacob to the gated neighborhood's community park. Ben's mother went along, and I had my first hour alone in weeks. I used the opportunity to shower and blow-dry my hair, small gestures of self-care that had become luxuries in our perpetual state of vigilance. My phone rang right as I was finishing. Jessica's voice was taut with repressed panic. "I think I just saw your sister," she added gently. "There's a woman who's been following us around the park for the last 20 minutes. She's keeping her distance, but I recognize her from the photos you showed me." My heart raced. "Where are you now?" "Near the playground. Your mother-in-law is with Jacob on the swings. I stepped away to call you." "Stay with them," I said. "Ben will be there in 2 minutes. I'm calling the police." I hung up and quickly called Ben, who was working from his father's home office. He bolted out the door without even finishing the call. Then I called 911 and explained the scenario, including the active restraining order. They promised to dispatch officers immediately. Ben's automobile screeched out of the driveway, while I watched from the living room window. I paced anxiously, awaiting news. Ben called back 5 minutes later, despite the fact that it felt like hours. "We've got Jacob," he said, gasping. "We're coming home now." Jessica definitely saw Martha. She tried to run when I showed up, but the security guard stopped her at the gate. "Police are taking her into custody now." I sank onto the couch, relieved. When they arrived home minutes later, I grabbed Jacob to my chest, inhaling his infant aroma and allowing tears to flow freely. For the first time in weeks, I allowed myself to believe we could be secure. Later that evening, an officer called to confirm Martha's arrest for breaking the restraining order. She would be held pending a bond hearing, and given her history of violations, she was likely to remain in custody, at least briefly. We thanked the officers warmly for their prompt reaction. That night, I slept soundly for the first time in what felt like months, with Jacob's bassinet next to our bed and the certainty that Martha couldn't reach us for the time being. The next morning, we started serious discussions about our long-term intentions. Did we intend to return to our home eventually? Should we consider moving to another city? How would we manage future family gatherings knowing my parents couldn't be trusted to set boundaries? We had much more questions than answers. But one thing was clear. Martha's acts had radically transformed our lives, and we would never take our family's safety for granted again. Whatever happened next, whether Martha remained in detention or was released, we would confront it together, with our son's safety as our top priority. "Do you think she'll ever understand what she did?" I asked Ben one evening as we sat on his parents' porch, watching the sunset as Jacob slept inside. "I don't know," he replied honestly. "But I do know it's not our job to help her understand. Our job is to protect our son, and that's exactly what we're going to do." I nodded and leaned against his shoulder. The path ahead would be difficult, but for the first time since Martha gave our baby alcohol, I felt hopeful that we would be able to overcome this nightmare. The bail hearing was scheduled for the next morning, and Ben insisted on attending to ensure that the court knew the gravity of the issue. His mother offered to stay with me and Jacob, which was a relief, because I wasn't emotionally prepared to confront Martha again so soon. When Ben returned a few hours later, his face was one of relief and concern. "She got bail," he continued as he climbed onto the sofa next to me. "But there are conditions. She has to wear an ankle monitor to track her movements, submit to weekly drug and alcohol testing, and stay at least 1,000 feet from us at all times." "How did she seem?" I inquired, gently bouncing Jacob on my knee. "Oddly calm. Her lawyer did most of the talking. She just sat there staring straight ahead. The only time she showed any emotion was when they mentioned the alcohol monitoring. She actually argued with her lawyer about it. That did not surprise me. Even with everything at stake, drinking remained her top priority. We opted to stay at Ben's parents' house for a while longer, not fully trusting the monitoring system to keep us safe. Jacob seemed content with the arrangement, thriving under the extra attention from his grandparents. 2 weeks later, Jordan called us. He had been following Martha's situation and had some news. They did a full substance abuse evaluation as part of her bail conditions, he told me. The assessment revealed more than just alcoholism. The psychologist found concerning personality disorder traits that might explain her fixation on your son. "What does that mean for us?" I inquired. "The court has ordered her to undergo dual treatment, both for alcohol addiction and for her mental health issues. It's actually a good thing. She'll get more comprehensive monitoring than just for the drinking." I experienced a peculiar mix of feelings in response to this news. On the one hand, hearing doctors confirm our suspicions, that Martha's problems went beyond alcohol, was reassuring. However, a diagnosis did not undo the pain she had inflicted, nor did it ensure that she would heal. About a month into Martha's court-mandated treatment, we received a formal letter from her therapist. They requested a monitored family session as part of her therapy plan. The letter stated that our participation was entirely voluntary and would only take place in a controlled therapeutic environment. Ben and I discussed it with our own therapist, Dr. William, whom we continued to visit via video sessions. I'd advise against it at this early stage, he told me. Martha needs to show sustained progress in her individual therapy before family involvement would be beneficial. And even then, I'd recommend starting with just you two adults, not including Jacob. We responded politely but firmly, denying the invitation, and explained that we were not ready for direct engagement. To our amazement, the therapist answered with understanding, indicating they will continue working with Martha separately and may contact her again in the future if necessary. Around this time, my parents attempted another reconciliation. My father contacted Ben's cell phone, knowing I would probably not answer if they called me directly. "Please, just listen," Dad begged as Ben unwillingly placed him on speaker. "Your mother and I have been doing a lot of thinking. We spoke with Martha's doctors too. We understand now that we've been enabling her behavior for years, making excuses instead of holding her accountable." "That's great. But it's a little late," I said, not trying to hide my bitterness. "We know," Mom added, apparently also on the phone. "We failed both our daughters. We failed you by not protecting you from her behavior, and we failed her by not getting her help sooner. But she is truly changing this time. The doctors say her progress is remarkable." I sighed, fatigued by the cycle of hope and disappointment. Even if that's true, protecting Jacob comes before anyone's feelings, including yours, including hers, and including mine. There was stillness on the other end, followed by my father's voice, which was softer now. "We understand that. For the first time, I think we really do." I made no promises, but I did agree to allow them to continue receiving information about Jacob via email and photos. It was a minor compromise that cost me nothing but could help me re-establish a connection in the long run. Nonetheless, I made it clear that any information communicated with Martha would result in the instant termination of correspondence. 6 months passed with relative tranquility. Martha met all of the standards, according to reports from her treatment center. She attended therapy sessions, remained sober, as evidenced by tests, and did not violate the restraining order or monitoring restrictions. We gradually adjusted to our new normal, eventually returning to our old home after building a thorough security system fit for a bank vault. Then a formally worded letter appeared, delivered via her therapist as permitted by the court. Martha accepted responsibility for her actions without making excuses or manipulating others. She apologized for endangering Jacob and for her future stalking conduct. She didn't seek for forgiveness or access to Jacob. She only acknowledged the hurt she had caused and her determination to recover. I read it numerous times, examining each word for subtle manipulation or guilt trips. When I found none, I showed it to Ben. "What do you think?" he inquired. "I don't know," I admitted. "It seems genuine, but we've been fooled before. I'm not ready to respond, but I won't throw it away either." We chose to acknowledge receipt of the letter through her therapist while maintaining that direct communication was not currently an option. The therapist sent Martha occasional reports, all of which indicated considerable advances in her sobriety and understanding of boundaries. I remained cautious, waiting on substantial evidence of long-term change before embracing any form of reconciliation. We agreed to receive updates but declined direct communication until she had established at least a year of consistency. It was a tough stance, but one Ben wholeheartedly supported. Some family members called us stubborn, but they hadn't gone through what we did. 14 months after Martha's incarceration, her therapist contacted her again, suggesting a carefully supervised meeting in their office. The concept put me into a tailspin of fear. Despite all proof of Martha's progress, the prospect of confronting her brought back all of the terror and pain. Ben proposed a compromise. "What about a video session first? That way we could disconnect immediately if things went south." It felt like an acceptable compromise. We booked the session for the next week, with her therapist moderating and our therapist, Dr. William, joining us to provide support. When Martha's face showed on the screen, I saw how different she looked. Her skin was cleaner, her eyes brighter, and more focused. The somewhat bloated appearance associated with heavy drinking was gone. She appeared to be genuinely altered. Thank you for agreeing to this, she began. I know it couldn't have been an easy decision. For the following hour she spoke openly about her recuperation. She acknowledged the hurt she had caused without making excuses, accepting full responsibility for her actions. She discussed the work she'd done to understand the causes of her alcoholism and her unhealthy obsession with Jacob. I was trying to fill an emptiness inside me, she explained. When you got pregnant, I convinced myself being an aunt would give me purpose. Then, when you rightfully kept me away after what I did, that obsession just grew. I listened silently, observing my own emotional reactions and attempting to determine her genuineness. I hope someday I can be an aunt to Jacob in whatever capacity you deem appropriate, she stated near the end of the session. But I understand that may never happen, and that's a consequence of my actions that I have to accept. That comment set off my defensive instincts. I appreciate your progress, I responded cautiously. But I need to be very clear. Access to my child is not on the table in any foreseeable future. Any relationship we might rebuild would be between us as sisters only. To my amazement, she nodded without arguing. I understand completely. That's a totally reasonable boundary. After numerous more video sessions over the course of 2 months, we tentatively agreed to an in-person meeting at her therapist's office. Martha appeared with a present bag. This is for Jacob, she explained, holding it out. I immediately stiffened, recalling the wine-soaked garments from before. We discussed no gifts, I reminded her. You're right. I'm sorry. She laid the bag down without objection. Old habits, I should have respected that boundary. She accepted this correction without defensiveness, which was more compelling than any apology could have been. Throughout the session, she remained focused on making amends to me and Ben, rather than attempting to develop a connection with Jacob. When my parents realized that we were holding these meetings, they immediately began pressuring us to expedite the reconciliation process. It's been almost 2 years, my mother complained over the phone. Martha's done everything the courts and doctors have asked. Don't you think it's time to be a family again? No, I replied firmly. Rebuilding trust takes years, not months. The fact that you're trying to rush this shows you still don't fully understand the situation. That soon ended the chat. My parents eventually realized that pressing simply made us pull back even deeper. They eventually agreed to our timeline, even if they didn't fully comprehend it. By Martha's 2-year recovery milestone, we had developed a guarded, aloof relationship. She occasionally attended family gatherings with Jacob, but only under stringent conditions. She stayed fully sober and was never alone with him. She accepted these constraints without complaint, as if she understood that they were the natural results of her previous deeds. Meanwhile, I continued my own treatment, working with the trauma and hypervigilance that remained with me. I jumped at odd noises and checked the locks several times each night. I felt anxious whenever Martha was in the same room as Jacob, watching her every move like a hawk. Dr. William informed me that these reactions were natural, considering all we'd been through, and would likely subside with time and continuous safety. You're not obligated to trust someone who has given you reason not to, he was reminding me. Trust is earned, not owed. That perspective helped me negotiate the complex emotions that occurred as Martha continued to change. I was learning to trust my intuition while also considering the idea of measured reconciliation. When Jacob turned 4, we had a little birthday party in a nearby park. Martha, who had been sober for about 3 years, attended with her family and a few acquaintances. She brought a simple gift, which she initially showed to me for approval: a picture book on dinosaurs, Jacob's latest obsession. During the party, I noticed Martha wander away from the group and sit alone on a bench near the playground's edge. I paused before deciding to join her. Everything okay? I inquired. Just taking a moment, she said. These gatherings can still be triggering sometimes, being around people who are drinking. I hadn't considered that. Numerous grown-ups were drinking beer or wine with their pizza. Do you need to leave? We'd understand. She shakes her head. No, I've got coping strategies now. I wanted to tell you something actually. Today marks 3 years sober for me. Congratulations, I said, truly impressed with the achievement. I don't want to make a big deal about it, she explained. It's not why I mentioned it, I just wanted to thank you. Thank me? For what? For maintaining your boundaries. If you had given in when I was manipulating everyone, if you had allowed me back into your life easily, I probably wouldn't have gotten the help I needed. Your refusal to accept my behavior forced me to actually confront my issues." That left me speechless. After a little pause, I nodded and remarked, "I'm glad you're doing better." As I walked back to the party, I realized we had reached a new equilibrium. Not the tight sisterhood I had imagined as a child, but a carefully regulated friendship based on hard-earned respect. Jacob's safety and well-being remained an absolute priority, but there was now room for cautious engagement. Martha celebrated her 4th anniversary of sobriety last week. She relocated to a neighboring town to work in addiction treatment, where she used her experience to help others. She sets proper boundaries, always checking before giving gifts for Jacob's birthdays and holidays. She never requests unsupervised time with him and unconditionally accepts our parental decisions. I sometimes catch myself seeing her engage with Jacob at family gatherings, with him showing her his latest Lego construction and her responding with proper excitement. In those moments, I experience a complex range of feelings, including residual exhaustion, regret for what could have been in a different world, and measured appreciation for the work she has done to improve. Jacob understands a reduced version of our past. We explained that Auntie Martha was very unwell when he was a baby and made some horrible decisions, so she couldn't see him for a long time. He accepts this with the simple reasoning of a child, neither strongly connected to nor terrified of her. As for me, I've accepted that some wounds will never entirely heal. I doubt I'll ever be able to fully relax when Martha is around Jacob. When she engages with him, I'll probably always feel the impulse to move closer. However, the intense terror has dissipated, giving way to a bearable level of alert caution. Ben and I had recently explored having another kid. The conversation triggered unanticipated worry for me. Memories of those scary days with Jacob returned, but Ben gently reminded me that we were not the same people back then. We are stronger, more prepared, and have established clear boundaries. "We can't let the past prevent us from creating our future," he murmured, gripping my hand across the kitchen table. He's correct. Of all, the best vengeance for trauma is not to let it govern your life indefinitely. We are going slowly but purposefully, maintaining our boundaries but allowing for development and change. I still have Martha's letter from treatment all those years ago. I retain it as a reminder of how far we've come, but also as evidence in case we ever need it again. Trust, once broken, is never the same. But life goes on, and families develop. Ours looks very different from what I imagined. Shaped by crisis and difficult reckonings, but ultimately stronger for having weathered the storm. Some people question if I've forgiven my sister. That's a complex question with no simple answer. I've embraced our relationship as it currently exists. I respect her efforts toward improvement, but forgiveness involves forgetting. And as a mother, I will never forget. Instead, I discovered something more practical and lasting. A cautious peace based on clear expectations and shown behavior rather than promises or responsibilities. That's the thing with real life. It rarely ends with neat bows and ideal resolutions. Sometimes the best outcome is not reconciliation, but rather a better understanding of the essential boundaries. Heroism can be as simple as shielding one's child from daily threats, even if those threats come from loved ones. If there is one thing I have learned from this experience, it is to trust my instincts as a mother. I knew my sister had problems, but I let societal pressure and familial expectations cloud my judgment. Never again. My son's safety will always come first, no matter who may be offended by the boundaries we establish. For individuals in similar situations with family members who threaten their children, my advice is straightforward. You do not owe anyone access to your child. Not parents, not siblings, not anyone. A relationship with your child is considered a privilege, not a right. And those who break your confidence with something as important as your child's protection lose that privilege, possibly permanently. I hope my sister's recuperation continues. I hope she finds fulfillment in her job to assist others overcome addiction. I hope the progress she's made is genuine and sustainable. But my objective remains the same: safeguarding my family, setting proper limits, and providing a safe, stable environment for my son to grow up in. That is not a fairy tale ending. But it's the actual one. In the messy, intricate world of family dynamics and addiction, we only have reality to work with. தேர்வு எண் 170. My brother framed me for assault, and my mom believed him. Now she's begging the court to visit him in juvie. I was 7 years old, and my older brother Jack was 9 when the incident occurred. He had placed rocks into a teacher's gas tank every day for a week, unaware that it was wrong. My mother received a phone call from the principal only after someone spotted him doing it. At that point she had two options. Tell them it was Jack, or tell them it was all me. We look extremely similar. She told them it was me since my mother felt she needed at least one angel child to brag about. And because I was inherently more naughty than Jack, she chose him to play the role. I ended up being suspended, and every instructor at the school picked on me. Jack thought he could get away with anything, and acted like it. When I was 11, Jack stole $20 from my mother's wallet. My mother didn't even ask if it was me. She simply sold my gaming console as punishment. But Jack's behavior only worsened from there. I was 14 when I met my first girlfriend. Jack was 16, and he had a girlfriend. So one day, when my girlfriend caught the back of Jack's head kissing another girl, she videotaped it and forwarded it to practically every group chat at school. His phone was swamped with hate messages and anonymous threats. But instead of admitting it and accepting a beating, he told everyone it was me. And because everyone in high school loved theater, everyone, including my mother, believed him right away. And because our family is quite anti-cheating, almost all of my relatives stopped talking to me. Following that, I gave up on trying to maintain a social life. I believed if I just kept my head down until I left for college, everything would be fine. But, as you can expect, my scheme failed. Because when I was in 11th grade, there was a rumor about Jack spreading throughout the school. Apparently he had R-worded a female at a party, and she awoke in bed beside him with no memory of what had happened. I had no notion if that was true or not. But as I listened to everyone's story, things started to make sense. I began to devise a strategy to force him to confess, but my preparations were thwarted when, a week after the report surfaced, individuals threatened to beat me up after school. Eggs were thrown at me as I walked home. It wasn't until one of the guys threw a punch at lunchtime that I grasped what was happening. Jack had convinced everyone that it was me. I went home early that day, unsure what to do. I remember being terrified and not wanting to leave the house. But when the weekend arrived, things took a bad turn. I received notification that I had been tagged in a photo on Instagram. But when I clicked it, my heart sank. The account was anonymous, yet it was followed by almost everyone at school. The caption included my home address, phone number, and email address, followed by a detailed account of who I had violated and how I had done so. I almost threw up from worry. My hands and feet were freezing cold. I tried scrolling through my WhatsApp to see who I could contact, but there was only one. My dad was the only person who did not blame me for Jack's cheating on his girlfriend. I hadn't spoken with him in almost 10 years. When I called, he asked if I wanted to come over and offered to pay for the Uber. I let out a sigh of relief and quickly left. On my way there, I encountered 4 Toyota Corollas loaded with irate 18-year-olds, all coming towards my house. Fortunately, they didn't notice me, and I knew I'd be staying with my father for a while. When I arrived, he didn't even inquire why I had reached out. He just hugged me and turned on Polar Express, my favorite Christmas movie since I was 5 years old. But the moment Tom Hanks began narrating, I broke into tears. Tears quickly evolved to hyperventilation, and within 2 minutes, I was experiencing a full-fledged anxiety attack. I couldn't even speak, and only showed him the Instagram photo. "Son, I know you wouldn't do that," Dad told me. It was the first time someone noticed the good in me. I immediately calmed down, and he proceeded to speak. Apparently, my mother had always treated Jack much better, and my father was always willing to stick up for me. However, things gradually deteriorated, and if my father defended me, my mother became violent, which was the basis for their divorce. I told my mother that he used to hit her, which is why I never contacted him. He only nodded, but the expression in his eyes said he understood and forgave me. It was the greatest affection I had ever received in my life. So I cried again. My father informed me that I did not need to worry because he would handle everything and that I was safe. I grinned since I didn't realize how serious his remarks were at the time. I wasn't sure how serious he meant them. He protected me so well that I didn't realize what he had done to Jack and my mother until it was too late to undo. I spent the first night at my father's house sleeping. A deep slumber I hadn't had in years. When I awoke on Sunday morning, I had 37 missed calls and more than 100 texts. The majority came from guys at school who were threatening me. A few were from my mother, who wanted to know where I was. I turned off my phone and strolled into the kitchen. My father was making pancakes as if it were a usual Sunday. He asked whether I wanted chocolate chips in mine, and I nearly burst into tears again. I couldn't recall the last time someone had cooked breakfast just for me. "We should probably talk about what's going on," he suggested as I stuffed my face with pancakes. "But only when you're ready." I told him everything, not just what had happened recently with Megan. Every time Jack blamed me for something, every punishment I had imposed on him, and every friend I had lost. My father simply listened, occasionally asking questions but never doubting me. When I finished, he looked quite sad. "I knew your mother favored him, but I had no idea it had gotten this bad," he replied. He claimed that during the divorce, he attempted to obtain custody of both of us, but my mother convinced the judge that he was dangerous. She had even persuaded Jack to imply that Dad had yelled at us frequently. I was too young to testify, so I followed where my mother led me. "What should we do now?" I said. "I can't go back to school. Everyone thinks I'm some kind of monster." My father considered for a moment. "First, we need proof it wasn't you. Then we deal with Jack." I wasn't sure what he meant by deal with Jack, but I was simply glad someone was assisting me. We spent Sunday trying to figure out where I had been the night of Jake's party. I remembered ordering pizza, so we checked my email for the receipt. It arrived at 9:30 p.m., exactly when people claimed the event with Megan occurred. I also got accomplishment timestamps from my PlayStation that showed I was playing Skyrim till 2 a.m. On Monday morning, my father called the school and informed them that I would be absent for a time owing to safety concerns. The attendance clerk didn't appear surprised. Apparently, numerous parents had already contacted me, requesting that the school do something about that Williams boy. Me. My father took the day off work to assist me set up a private Instagram account. We gathered all of my evidence: the pizza receipt, game timestamps, screenshots of texts I'd written that night, and sent it with a simple message. I wasn't at Jake's party. I was home playing video games. Whoever hurt Megan, it wasn't me. I forwarded the link to the 5 people at school who had not entirely turned against me. They weren't really pals, just computer club members who remained neutral in the midst of the drama. I asked them to share it if they trusted me. By that afternoon, I had received texts from 2 of them indicating that the post was spreading. A few people began to question the story. It was not much, but it was something. On Tuesday, my father returned to work, and I spent the entire day in his apartment, alternately anxious and bored. Around lunchtime, I received a text from Megan. My heart almost stopped when I saw her name. She said she saw my post and was thinking about that night. She admitted she had never seen the person who led her to the bedroom. She simply remembered someone with my build and hair color. She also stated that she wasn't certain anything had happened. She just awoke puzzled and without her clothing. I asked whether she remembered anything else about the individual. Anything that would indicate it was Jack, not me. She mentioned that the guy was wearing a class ring with a blue stone, which piqued her interest. Jack wore a class ring with a blue stone for football. I didn't have a class ring because I couldn't afford one. I thanked her for reaching out and asked if she was prepared to tell others that she wasn't sure it was me. She said she would think about it. It wasn't the best conclusion, but at least she was questioning things. Wednesday morning, my mother arrived at my father's apartment. I was alone because he had gone to work. I glanced through the peephole after hearing her beating on the door. She was angry. "I know you're in there," she exclaimed through the door. "The school called me about your safety concerns. Open this door right now." I did not open the door. Instead, I texted my father, who said he'd be home in 20 minutes and to be quiet. My mother kept knocking for a bit before phoning my phone. I turned off the volume, but I could see her becoming increasingly frustrated through the peephole. Finally, she put a message under the door, stating that I was hurting her heart by staying with my controlling father, and that she would forgive me for the Megan problem if I returned home right now. I took a photo of the note to show my father later. By Friday, things had changed a little at school. According to my computer club buddies, Megan had supposedly informed some friends she wasn't sure what transpired that night, casting doubt on my guilt. But Jack had doubled down, informing everyone that he had seen me at the party, which was simply impossible. The weekend passed peacefully. My father and I watched movies, got takeout and played cards. It was the most calm 2 days I'd had in years. Sunday night, however, I received a text message from Jake, the person whose house the party was held at. He asked if we could meet in private to chat. I showed my father, who suspected it was a trap. "Let's invite him here," Dad said. "I'll stay in my room so you two can talk, but I'll be close if anything goes wrong." Jake arrived Monday after school. He appeared nervous, looking about the flat as if he expected to be ambushed. We sat at the kitchen table and he fidgeted with his car keys the entire time. "Look, I need to tell you something, but you have to promise not to tell anyone it came from me," the man added. I just nodded. "I have a security camera in my living room. My parents put it in after the last time they went out of town and I had people over. Anyway, I checked the footage from the night of the party." Jake took out his phone and showed me a video. The video quality was poor, but Jack could clearly be seen guiding a tripping Megan up the steps. The timestamp indicated 9:37 p.m., just as I was at home ordering pizza. "Why didn't you show this to anyone before?" I requested an explanation. Jake appeared guilty. "Jack's my friend and honestly, everyone was so sure it was you. Plus, I'm not supposed to have parties when my parents are gone. If this got out, I'd be screwed." I asked for a copy of the video. He paused, but then airdropped it to me. Before he went, he had me agree not to reveal where I obtained it. I agreed, even though I believed he was being cowardly. As soon as Jake left, my father and I watched the tape again. It was clear that Jack was the one with Megan that night, not me. "This changes everything," my father explained. "We need to be strategic about how we use this." The following day, Dad accompanied me to the police station. I was quite nervous, but he stated we needed to submit a report on the online harassment and threats. The officer who collected our statement did not appear very interested until we cited the fake assault charges. That caught her interest. We showed her the Instagram post with my address and the frightening texts I had received. We also gave her my alibi evidence and the video from Jake's house, which we said came from an anonymous source to protect Jake. Detective Palmer takes everything seriously. She stated that the internet post containing my personal information was clearly prohibited, and the false charges may be considered defamation. She asked whether I wanted to file charges against whoever posted the post. I wasn't sure what to say. The account was anonymous, and I was very certain Jack was behind it, but I couldn't prove it. My father jumped in, saying we just wanted the threats to stop so I could return to school safely. Detective Palmer said she'd look into it and notify the school of the matter. Before we departed, she suggested that I acquire a restraining order against the persons who had threatened me the most seriously. That night, my father and I discussed our next actions. He suggested that I transfer to another school to get a fresh start. The notion was appealing, but it also felt like allowing Jack to win again. "I want to clear my name," I explained. "I'm tired of taking the blame for his crap." My father nodded as if he had expected that response. "Then we need to be smart about this. If we just post that video publicly, it could backfire. Jack would claim it's doctored or find some other excuse." We chose to send the video to Megan first. She deserved to know the truth, and perhaps she could share it. I messaged her and asked if we could talk, and she agreed to meet at a coffee shop near my father's house the next day. Seeing Megan in person was weird. She appeared uneasy, keeping her distance and choosing a table in the most visible area of the cafe. I thanked her for meeting me and got straight to the point. "I have proof I wasn't at the party," I responded, sliding my phone across the table and pausing the video. She hesitated before accepting it. I observed her expression when she played the video. Her eyes grew big, and she covered her mouth with her palm. "That's your brother," she replied quietly. "I remember that hoodie." I nodded. "I was home ordering pizza and playing video games. I have receipts and timestamps to prove it." Megan looked like she was about to cry. "I'm so sorry. Everyone was so convinced it was you. Even Jack said." "Jack lies," I replied simply. "He's been doing this our whole lives, blaming me for his mistakes. I've just never had proof before." She requested a copy of the video, which I delivered to her phone before she departed. She pledged to tell everyone the truth. I was unsure if that would suffice, but it was a start. The following day, everything detonated. Megan had shared the video on Instagram, along with a lengthy statement explaining that she had made a mistake and that Jack, not me, was featured. she publicly apologized for believing rumors without evidence. My phone flooded with messages, some apologizing, some accusing me of manipulating Megan or doctoring the footage. Jack texted me too. "You're dead when I find you." I showed my father the threat, and he immediately contacted Detective Palmer. She said she'd handle it, and that I would remain away from school for another day. That evening, my mother showed up at my father's house again. This time with Jack. They hammered on the door, shrieking about the lies I was telling. My father contacted building security, who forced them to leave, but not before Jack yelled that he'd make me pay for tarnishing his reputation. The next morning, Detective Palmer called with some news. The school had suspended Jack pending an investigation, and they were looking into the situation with Megan for possible disciplinary punishment. They had also identified the individual who created the anonymous Instagram account, not Jack, as one might expect, but his friend Tyler, who claimed Jack had set him up. "The school wants to meet with you, your parents, and their counselor before you return," Detective Palmer added. "They're concerned about your safety and want to put some protections in place." My father agreed to the meeting, but insisted that my mother not be present. The detective paused, but said she'd see what she could do. The meeting was scheduled for the following Monday. The weekend was difficult. Jack began making new identities to send me frightening messages, and my mother alternated between pleading with me to return home and blaming me for attempting to destroy her lovely family. My dad remained cool throughout the ordeal, assisting me in blocking accounts and documenting everything for Detective Palmer. On Sunday night, he bought my favorite pizza, and we watched silly comedy till I fell asleep on the couch. Monday morning we headed to school. Mr. Reynolds, the principal, joined us in the conference room, along with Ms. Chen, the school counselor, and Detective Palmer. My mother wasn't present, which was a big comfort. "First, I want to apologize," Mr. Reynolds replied. "We should have investigated more thoroughly before allowing the situation to escalate. We failed you." Ms. Chen added that they had spoken with other kids who confirmed Jack had been claiming to be me at the party. They had also examined the evidence I had presented to support my alibi. "We believe you were falsely accused," she responded. "We're prepared to make accommodations to ensure your safety when you return." The adjustments included rearranging my schedule to avoid Jack's classes, offering a separate lunch area if necessary, and having teachers check in on a frequent basis. They also stated that Jack would stay suspended until the disciplinary board reached its final verdict. I wondered what would happen to the men who had threatened me. Mr. Reynolds promised me that they too would face consequences, but he couldn't provide specifics owing to privacy policies. Detective Palmer pulled us aside before we left. "Tyler has agreed to cooperate fully. He's provided texts from Jack instructing him what to post about you. This strengthens your case significantly." I felt an odd combination of vindication and terror. It was nice to have proof, but I knew this wasn't the end of it. Jack would not simply accept defeat and leave me alone. I was correct. That night Jack arrived at my father's apartment alone. He didn't yell this time. He asked quietly if we could speak. My father was skeptical, but consented to let him in after confirming that he was indeed alone. Jack sat on our couch, looking as if he had aged 10 years. His eyes were hot, and he rubbed his hands impatiently. "They're expelling me," he stated gently, "and Megan's parents are pressing charges." I wasn't sure what to say. Part of me felt sorry for him, but a larger part of me remembered all the years of accepting responsibility for his acts. "Why did you do it?" I eventually questioned. "Not just the thing with Megan, but all of it. Making me take the fall every time, ruining my life whenever you mess up?" Jack stared at the floor. "I don't know. It was just so easy. Mom always believed me, and after a while, it just became like automatic. I'd screw up and immediately think, I'll just say it was him." My father remained calm, watching us from the kitchen doorway. "Did you ever feel bad about it?" I asked. Jack shrugged. "Sometimes, I guess. But then Mom would praise me for being her good boy, and I'd forget about it." Something about his easygoing demeanor made my blood boil. Years of my life are ruined. Did he sometimes feel bad? "I need your help," Jack continued, finally gazing at me. "If you tell everyone you forgive me, maybe they'll be kinder to me. You are my brother. You've got to help me." I nearly laughed. Despite everything, he was still attempting to influence me. "No, I replied. I don't have to help you. You didn't aid me when everyone assumed I was a predator. You encouraged it. Jack's face transformed. The vulnerability faded, replaced by the same steely expression I had seen the night following the incident when we were youngsters. You'll regret this, he replied, rising. Do you think you have won? This is not over. My father stepped forward. Yes, Jack, it's over. You have done enough damage. If you threaten your brother again, there will be consequences. Jack scoffed at him. You weren't there for 10 years. Do not behave like you are the father of the year right now. He stormed out and slammed the door behind him. My father locked it and placed a hand on my shoulder. Are you okay? He asked. I nodded, but I wasn't really. Jack's visit had left me more unsettled than I wanted to admit. The following few days were tense. I did not return to school yet, instead working on projects at home while the administration established their safety plan. My mother called frequently, leaving voicemails that alternated between begging me to help Jack and accusing me of destroying our family out of spite. Friday afternoon, my father arrived home early with a serious expression on his face. Detective Palmer called me, he explained. Jack's been arrested. My stomach sank. For what? Breaking into Jake's home and attacking him. Apparently he blamed Jake for giving the video that landed him into trouble. I sat down firmly on the couch. Is Jake all right? Hospital, but stable. Broken nose and concussion. Jack is being charged with breaking and entering and violence. I felt nauseous. Everything had gotten out of control. Despite everything, a part of me still cared for Jack. He was my brother, and something was obviously wrong with him. What happens now? I asked. My father sat alongside me. Jack is likely to face juvenile detention. Your mother contacted me. She's beside herself, blaming everyone except Jack. She wants you to come home. I'm not going back there, I declared immediately. I understand. You're not legally required to do so. You're 17. Courts often weigh the preferences of youngsters your age in custody cases. He hesitated. I am going to file for emergency custody tomorrow. With all that has happened, I believe we have a good case. For the first time in weeks, I felt hopeful. Maybe things can genuinely improve. Saturday morning we received another surprise visit from my Uncle Robert, my mother's brother. Unlike the rest of my extended family, Uncle Robert had always been friendly to me, albeit he had backed off after Amber's adultery scandal. Can I come inside? He inquired as my father opened the door. I want to talk to both of you. We gathered at the kitchen table as Uncle Robert told how he had been following everything that had happened. He had seen Megan's message, learned of Jack's arrest, and finally connected the dots. I owe you an apology, he told me. I should have known something wasn't right. Jack always had an answer for everything, and your mother was quite convincing. He trailed off, appearing truly sorry. Then he surprised me again. I'm here because I want to help, he told me. Your mother refuses to acknowledge that any of this is genuine. She's telling everyone Jack is being framed, and you've orchestrated the entire scenario. My heart fell. Of course she was. I've spoken to Grandma and the rest of the family, Uncle Robert said. I showed them the evidence, the video, the Instagram posts, everything. They're beginning to realize the truth. I had not expected that. I assumed that my entire extended family was a lost cause. What does this mean? My dad inquired. Uncle Robert sighed. Your mom needs assistance. Professional assistance. I tried talking to her but she wouldn't listen. I believe she may have long untreated mental health issues. That made sense, but I'd never considered it that way before. My mother's behavior had always been illogical, but I simply accepted it as normal, because it was all I knew. I want to testify at your custody hearing, Uncle Robert stated. I want to tell the judge what I've observed over the years, if that's okay with both of you. My father looked astonished, but nodded. That would be incredibly helpful. Before leaving, Uncle Robert hugged me and apologized again. He promised that the family will make things right with me. I was unsure what that meant, but it was wonderful to know that not everyone had abandoned me. On Sunday night I received a text from Amber, my ex-girlfriend from freshman year. She stated she saw Megan's message and realized she could have misjudged me as well. She apologized for not giving me the opportunity to explain back then. I liked her letter, but it was too little. Too late. Maybe it was trivial, But after everything I'd gone through, I felt entitled to some pettiness. Monday morning, my father and I headed to the courts for the emergency custody hearing. I was nervous and bounced my leg the entire way there. My mother would be there, and I hadn't seen her since she arrived at our door with Jack. The courtroom was smaller than I anticipated. My mother was already there with her lawyer. She attempted to approach me when we walked in, but the bailiff stopped her. She looked dreadful, with unclean hair and black circles under her eyes. Despite everything, I had a tinge of concern. The hearing was remarkably brief. My father's lawyer presented the evidence, including the bogus claims, my mother's proven habit of favoring Jack, the recent arrest, and the threatening texts I had received. Uncle Robert testified, outlining how my mother always pushed the Jack is perfect story and punished me for things I did not do. The court asked me directly whether I wanted to live with my father. I agreed without hesitation. She then asked if I wanted to contact my mother. That was tougher to answer. Maybe later, I answered, but not right now. I need some space. The judge nodded as if she understood. She gave my father temporary complete custody, with the option of resuming visits with my mother after 3 months of family counseling. As we were leaving, my mother attempted to speak with me again. The bailiff allowed her to approach this time. "This isn't over," she remarked, reiterating Jack's earlier statement. "You have turned everyone against me. I have my own family. My own son." My father attempted to intercede, but I held out my hand to stop him. "No, Mom. You accomplished it yourself. You repeatedly chose Jack above me. You allowed him to hurt me. You assisted him in causing me harm." I felt tears gathering but pulled them back. "I hope you get some aid. I really do. But I can't be with you right now." I went away before she could reply. In the parking lot, my father slung his arm around my shoulders. "I'm proud of you," he replied simply. That afternoon we met with Ms. Chen at the school to finalize my return. Jack was placed in juvenile custody, and a restraining order was issued to ensure his immediate safety. They had also discussed the problem with my teachers so that I wouldn't have to continually explain myself. "We can't control what other students say," she said, "but we've made it clear that harassment of any kind won't be tolerated." My first day back was Wednesday. It was strange and odd, but not as horrible as I expected. People watched and talked, but none approached me directly. A few computer club members sat with me during lunch, as if nothing had happened. I appreciated their silent support more than they realized. By Friday, everything began to feel almost normal. Some teachers even went out of their way to be kind to me, which was a novel experience. Jake waited for me at my locker after school. His face was still bruised from Jack's attack, and he wore a bandage across his nose. "Hey," he replied nervously. "I just wanted to apologize for not coming forward sooner. I was worried about losing friends, which is nothing compared to what you went through." I told him that was fine. He had finally done the right thing, which was more than most people. "Also," he said, "there will be a proper party at my house next weekend." My parents approved. "You should come." The invitation astonished me. "I'll think about it," I answered, unsure whether I was ready for a party yet. That night I told my father about Jake's invitation. He appeared happy. "It's good to have options," he remarked. "You don't have to go if you're not comfortable, but it's nice to be included." I nodded, feeling unusually emotional. It's odd. For so long, all I wanted to do was survive until I could attend college. Now I'm thinking, maybe high school doesn't have to be that bad for the next year and a half. My father smiled. "It does not. And whatever happens, we'll face it together." I believed him. For the first time in years, I felt like I had a legitimate future, one that was not shaped by Jack's lies or my mother's favoritism. The journey ahead would not be simple. Jack ultimately got out of juvenile detention. My mother would undoubtedly keep trying to reach me. But I was no longer alone. I had my father, Uncle Robert, and possibly some pals eventually. That night, I went to bed with an odd feeling. Hope. Not only for escapism, but for genuine satisfaction. I had no idea what my father's long-term plans were for Jack and my mother, but I trusted him to protect me. After all, he was the only person who ever had. The custody court was completed, but I remained on edge every time my phone rang. Part of me anticipated to see Jack's name appear alongside new threats, despite the fact that he was in jail and couldn't reach me. My father spotted me jumping at notifications and suggested that I change my ringtone to something less shocking. "Maybe something from that game you're always playing," he said one evening while preparing dinner. It was a minor detail, but it proved he was paying attention. I switched to the Skyrim level up sound, which made me happy whenever I heard it. After a few weeks of returning to school, everything began to feel normal. When I walked by, some students still muttered, but the majority had gone on to newer dramas. I even made a few genuine friends at the computer club, not just acquaintances who tolerated me, but folks who encouraged me to join their Discord server and ask for my feedback on various topics. Jake continued to check in with me. His face was healing, and he had become oddly guarded. When a senior made a joke about me in the cafeteria, Jake immediately shut him down. I didn't need protection, but it felt good to know someone was looking out for me. One Friday after school, Uncle Robert called and asked if I wanted to come over for supper that weekend. "Grandma will be there," he explained. "She's been asking about you." I hadn't seen my grandmother since before the whole drama started. The concept made me nervous, but my father pushed me to go. "Family connections are important," he told me. "The ones worth keeping anyway." Uncle Robert took me up on Saturday evening. The vehicle journey was tense at first, but he broke the gap by telling me about random family news. My cousin going to college, my other uncle buying a boat. Normal stuff that had nothing to do with Jack or my mother. When we arrived at his place, Grandma was already there, sitting in her normal armchair. When she spotted me, she stood up and her eyes watered. "There's my boy," she exclaimed, opening her arms. I paused for a second before hugging her. She felt smaller and more delicate than I remembered. "I'm sorry," she said softly against my shoulder. "I should have known better." That simple apology struck me harder than I anticipated. I had to blink back tears as we sat down to dinner. During the meal, no one mentioned Jack or my mother explicitly. However, Grandma inquired about my father's well-being. "Really good," I assured her. "He's teaching me to drive on weekends." She nodded in approval. "Your grandfather taught me to drive, you know. They said I was a natural." After supper, Uncle Robert took me aside. "Your mom's been calling everyone in the family," he replied gently. "She's trying to get people on her side for the permanent custody hearing." My stomach constricted. "Is it working?" He shakes his head. "Not as she hopes. Most people have witnessed the proof, and Jack's imprisonment was the last straw for many of us." Before I went, Grandma slipped something into my palm, a little key on a chain. "This is for your grandfather's tackle box," she clarified. "He always intended for you to have his fishing gear once you were old enough. I think it's time." I understood what the gesture meant. In our family, Grandpa's fishing gear was considered sacred. It was her way of expressing that I was still a part of the family, the actual family, not the warped facsimile my mother had manufactured. The next court date was scheduled for 3 months away. My father and I both began attending therapists, him separately, and me in both solo and group sessions for kids dealing with family issues. At first I was resistant, but my therapist, Dr. Melissa, was unexpectedly calm. She did not force me to talk about my feelings immediately. "Allow me to ramble about video games till I feel comfortable. Your brother's actions reflect his issues, not your worth," she explained at one session. "And you are not responsible for your mother's incapacity to recognize reality." It was simple when she said it, but truly believing it was more difficult. 17 years of being the family scapegoat does not vanish suddenly. Meanwhile, my father was dealing with legal issues through his attorney. They were arguing for permanent full custody with supervised visits from my mother, based on her completing rehabilitation. I was unsure how I felt about seeing her, but Dr. Melissa said I didn't have to make a decision right immediately. When April arrived, we learned that Jack would be released from juvenile jail early, due to his exemplary behavior. My father quickly called our attorney, who informed us that the restraining order was still in effect. Jack could not get within 500 feet of me or contact me in any manner. What if he just shows up at school? I wondered, fear rising in my breast. "He won't be returning to your school," my father explained. "Part of his release conditions include attending a different school and continuing mandatory counseling." I wasn't entirely convinced. Jack was never adept at obeying rules. The night before his release, I couldn't sleep, because I imagined him arriving at my father's apartment, or waiting for me after school. However, days passed with no trace of him. According to Uncle Robert, Jack was living with my mother again, but keeping a low profile. The whispers at school suggested his college prospects were essentially ruined, which I couldn't bring myself to feel sorry for. He had almost ruined my entire life. In May, just as I was beginning to relax, I was summoned to the principal's office during the third period. My heart began beating quickly. Has something occurred? Was Jack at school? When I stepped in, Mr. Reynolds was sitting with a police officer I did not recognize. My mouth became dry. "Don't worry, you're not in trouble," Mr. Reynolds replied swiftly. "Officer Garcia just has some questions about a statement your mother made." The officer indicated that my mother had filed a report alleging that my father was abusive and that I was in danger living with him. My jaw literally fell. Despite everything, she was still trying to lie about my father. "She provided some photos of bruises she claims were caused by your father during visitations," Officer Garcia stated, carefully examining my face. "That's impossible," I replied quickly. "I haven't had any visitation with my mom since the temporary custody order. I haven't even seen her." I took out my phone and showed him my calendar, where I had been tracking therapy appointments and events with my father, as suggested by Dr. Melissa to help develop a feeling of consistency. The officer nodded while taking notes. "Your mother also claims your father coached you to lie about your brother," she said. I didn't even try to hide my annoyance. "Officer, my brother confessed to multiple people that he blamed me for things he did. It's all documented, and he literally got arrested for assaulting someone who provided evidence supporting me." After answering additional questions, the officer appeared satisfied. Before departing, he informed me that they needed to investigate all claims, but that my statement would be noted. Mr. Reynolds apologized for the disruption and issued me a pass back to class. I contacted my dad right after school. He was not surprised. His attorney had previously been informed regarding the allegations. "It's a desperate move," he explained quietly. "She knows the permanent custody hearing is coming up, and she's running out of options." After that, I started having nightmares of being back in my old house, with Jack sneering at me from the doorway of my bed. Dr. Melissa suggested that I write down the dreams to remove their power, which sounded ridiculous, but actually helped a little. A week before the custody court, I received an unexpected email from Megan. We hadn't chatted much since she posted the video clearing my name. The subject line was simple: "I thought you should know." Megan revealed that Jack had contacted her claiming to apologize, but throughout their chat, he attempted to persuade her that I had faked the video evidence and turned everyone against him out of jealousy. "I just wanted you to be aware," she wrote. "I didn't believe him obviously, but I thought you should know he's still trying to blame you." I shared the email to my father and our attorney. They added it to the expanding pile of evidence demonstrating Jack and my mother's behavior patterns. The day of the hearing came with a knot in my gut that refused to go away. My father made pancakes again, hoping to establish it as a good luck routine. "I admire your efforts, but I could barely eat." The courthouse felt more familiar this time, but no less terrifying. My mother had already arrived, accompanied by her solicitor, and, strangely, Jack. He wasn't supposed to testify because he was still a kid with a recent criminal record, but I assumed they figured his presence would influence the judge in some way. Jack did not look at me as we entered. He looked straight ahead, hands folded in his lap. My mother, on the other hand, kept attempting to get my attention, giving me desperate glances that made my skin crawl. The hearing began with my father's attorney presenting the facts we had gathered since the temporary order, which included my continuous attendance at therapy, increased school achievement, and a stable home environment. Then came the shocker. She showed Megan's email, and 3 identical communications from other students, all of which demonstrated Jack's ongoing attempts to blame me. When my mother's counsel cross-examined my father, he attempted to portray him as an opportunist who had swooped in after years of absence. My father remained calm, stating that despite being barred from seeing me, he had given birthday cards, Christmas gifts, and child support on a regular basis for 10 years. "I never stopped trying to be part of my son's life," he told me. "I just wasn't allowed to be." They asked me to testify next. I had practiced with Dr. Melissa, but my hands still shook when I took the oath. A different judge than the one who presided over the emergency hearing asked me to describe my current living circumstances and how I was adjusting. "It's good," I responded, attempting to appear more confident than I felt. "I have my own room. I'm doing better in school, and I'm making friends again. My dad and I cook dinner together most nights, and he's teaching me practical stuff, like changing oil in a car." My mother's attorney tried to persuade me that I missed my family, and that I was simply angry, and would ultimately get over it. I took a long breath before responding. "I do miss parts of my old life," I said. "But I don't miss being blamed for things I didn't do. I don't miss being punished for Jack's mistakes, and I don't miss my mom choosing him over me every single time." I saw my mother flinch out of the corner of my eye, but I continued going. "My dad believes me when I tell him the truth. He doesn't assume I'm lying. Do you know how huge that is after living your whole life with people assuming the worst about you?" The judge inquired if I wanted to communicate with my mother or brother. "Maybe someday with my mom, if she gets help and actually acknowledges what happened," I said. "But not with Jack. Not after all." Jack eventually turned to face me as I stepped down. His expression was no longer angry, just hollow. It was something worse than hatred. Before deciding, the court called a brief recess. My father and I waited in a small conference room, neither of us speaking much. Our attorney appeared upbeat, but I'd learned not to expect things to go as planned. When we returned to the courtroom, the judge did not waste time. She granted my father permanent physical and legal custody. My mother would be granted supervised visits after completing 6 months of therapy, with progress reports filed to the court. The evidence clearly shows a pattern of parental alienation and scapegoating, according to the judge. This court cannot, in good conscience, return the minor to an environment where such psychological harm was inflicted. My mother began to cry loudly, gripping Jack's arm. He simply sat there, staring straight ahead as before. I felt nothing while watching them, no gratification, no sympathy, and no relief yet. It's just numbness. Uncle Robert stood outside the courthouse, waiting. He hugged me awkwardly and then shook my father's hand. "The family's behind you," he said, "whatever you need." That night, my father ordered pizza, and we watched all 3 Back to the Future movies, which we'd been intending to do for weeks. Halfway through the second one, reality struck me. This was permanent. I was safe. My father would not vanish, and I would not be forced to become Jack's scapegoat again. I began crying out of nowhere. My father quickly paused the video, seeming anxious. "I'm okay," I managed to say. I keep waiting for something to go wrong." He nodded as if he knew entirely. "It's going to take time to trust that you're really safe. That's normal." The following several months were uneventful, which was precisely what I needed. Jack supposedly got admitted into a little institution across the nation. Uncle Robert informed me his grades had always been satisfactory, and my mother had engaged a consultant to assist with applications. I tried not to imagine him beginning again, somewhere where no one knew what he had done. My mother completed the court-ordered therapy and wanted visitation. I was not prepared, and my father backed my decision to wait. "Healing happens on your timeline, not hers," he told her. By senior year, my life had changed dramatically. I had actual friends. Teachers recognized me as my own person, not as Jack's disturbed sibling. I even started dating Riley, a girl from a computer club who couldn't care less about my family issues. One October afternoon, I returned home from school to find my father seated at the kitchen table, serious. "Your mom called," he said. "Jack's been expelled from college. Apparently, he tried the same routine there. Blamed his roommate for stealing from the cafeteria. Only this time, there were security cameras." I sat down slowly. "What does she want? For you to talk to him?" "She thinks you could help him understand the consequences of his actions." I actually laughed aloud. "She wants me to teach Jack about consequences, after she spent years making sure he never faced any?" My dad simply shrugged. "I told her it wasn't your responsibility. I just thought you should know." I reflected about it that night while working on college applications. My ultimate choice was a school in California, almost as far away from our community as I could get while remaining in the nation. I wondered if Jack felt any regret, or if he still believed he was the victim. The following day, I asked Dr. Melissa what I should do. We had reduced our appointments to once a month, but I still respected her input. Do what feels right for you, she advised. Not what your mother wants. Not what anyone else expects. What do you need? I considered it for a week before making a choice. I wrote Jack a letter, not requesting forgiveness or assistance, but simply stating how his actions had impacted me throughout my life. I did not send it anticipating an answer. I composed it for myself, to let go of the last of my wrath. Jack never responded, which did not surprise me. My mom contacted me to see if I would rethink meeting with them. I declined respectfully but strongly. The remainder of senior year passed quickly. I was accepted to my first pick college on a partial scholarship. Riley enrolled at a school about an hour away from mine, and we made tentative plans to visit. My father began educating me about finance and other adult-related topics. Graduation day arrived with lovely weather and an unusual mix of emotions. My father, Uncle Robert, Grandma, and a few other relatives gathered to watch me go over the stage. As I sat waiting for my name to be called, I noticed my mother slide into the back of the auditorium. She didn't approach me after that, instead giving me a little wave from a distance before leaving. That summer was the highlight of my life. I worked at a local computer repair shop, spent weekends fishing with my father with Grandpa's old gear, and felt optimistic about the future. The nightmare stopped altogether. Jake organized a farewell party for everyone leaving town a week before I departed for college. It was nothing out of the ordinary, just pizza, video games, and individuals signing yearbooks that they had forgotten to sign before the summer. Jake grabbed me aside while I was saying my goodbyes. You know, when all that stuff happened last year, I never thought we'd end up actual friends. Me neither, I admitted. I was just trying to survive high school. He laughed. Well, you did more than survive. You basically conquered it. As I drove to California with my father, I noticed our hometown fade away in the rear view. I did not feel upset about leaving it behind. My father and I had already scheduled his trips for Parents' Weekend and Thanksgiving. Setting up my dorm room, meeting my roommate, and purchasing textbooks. It all seemed strange. No one here knew anything about Jack, my mother, or my history. I was just another freshman trying to find my way. My father helped me move everything and then took me grocery shopping to stuff my little fridge. Before returning to his hotel, he handed me a tiny wrapped surprise. A going-away present, he stated. Inside, there was a framed photo of us from my graduation, both smiling like idiots in the sunny backyard. In the corner he wrote, "The first of many proud moments to come." I wasn't sure what would happen to my mother or Jack in the future. Perhaps one day I'll be ready to have them back in my life. Or perhaps not. What I did know was that I wasn't defined by their decisions anymore. My father had taught me what true family support looked like, and I was finally free to be anyone I wanted. After my father left, my roommate inquired about my relationship with my family. With my dad, I said simply, "He's always had my back." My family treated me like a ghost while spoiling my brother. Now they want me to save his startup with my CEO uncle's money. Axel's name rang around our home like a song on loop. If he coughed, my mother would prepare fresh ginger tea. If I had a fever, "You'll be fine by morning. Take a nap." His report cards were framed. Mine got misplaced among mounds of junk mail. It was not dramatic. There was no screaming, no slamming doors, no "I hate yous." Only absence and emotional stillness. I'd arrive home from school to find the family eating dinner without me. "Oh, we thought you'd eaten already," my father would reply, hardly even leaving the TV. Axel's 13th birthday celebration included 30 kids, a rented VR equipment, and a magician. For my 16th, I sang a brief, "Happy Birthday," before my mother asked if I might mow the grass before visitors arrived for Axel's cello recital. I wasn't jealous. I was starving. By the conclusion of high school, the message had been clearly communicated. Axel was going places, and I was on my own. He was accepted into a private university. My parents celebrated as if he had won the Olympic gold medal. Me? I quietly enrolled in community college and took on my second job. I didn't even tell them. In the mornings, I stocked produce at a supermarket shop. Evenings, I drove about delivering pizzas with a half-broken GPS and a leaky soda bottle rolling under my seat. I made best friends in parking lots. When I couldn't afford petrol to drive home, I'd curl up in the back seat of my wrecked Civic, embracing my backpack and ignoring the buzz of mosquitoes and the discomfort in my lower back. Despite the tiredness, solitude, and skipped meals, I clung to an insane hope. A dream. I'd look at streetlights through hazy windows and imagine a future, one in which I had a real job, possibly an apartment with peeling paint but functional heat, and a dog who didn't care about my bank account. I valued peace more than achievement. But success would not hurt. I kept grinding semester after semester. My grades weren't horrible, but with shifts and sleep deprivation, they weren't great either. I never expected a miracle. I never imagined someone would save me. Then came the strangest Tuesday in my life. I was halfway through my shift, double parked outside a dentist's office, holding a pepperoni pizza in one hand and a 2-liter in the other, when a sleek black BMW drove up behind me. The window rolled down, revealing a face I had not seen in nearly a decade. "Michael," the man said, frowning. He resembled an older family photograph. My dad has the same jawline and eyes, but he wears better shoes. It was Uncle Christian, the wealthy one, who my parents always claimed was too arrogant for his own good and most likely cooked the books. He hadn't shown up for a Christmas dinner since I was 12. I glanced at him, wearing my grease-stained polo and name tag. "Uncle Christian," I said, moving the pizza box uncomfortably. He reclined back in his seat, whistling and laughing. "Well, damn, you're all grown up. Are you delivering now?" I nodded, my cheeks heating. "Yeah, just part-time." His smile faded slightly. "This your main gig or?" I shrugged. "2 jobs plus classes." Christian glanced at me for a bit before reaching into his wallet and handing me a business card. "Come see me tomorrow," he asked. Seriously. I had no idea what was going on, but for the first time in years, no one looked at me with disappointment. The next morning I glanced at the business card as if it were a trap. It was heavy, thick cardstock. The type you only see in movies or LinkedIn brag posts. Christian Carlton, founder and CEO of Stratex Holdings. It looked like money. Part of me expected him to disappear. Or perhaps it was a joke. But something about his voice yesterday sounded genuine. Curious, perhaps even concerned. I rode the bus downtown in my cleanest clothes, khakis that still fit from high school, and a blouse I ironed with a hotel hair straightener in a gas station bathroom once. I had no idea what a CEO's office might smell like, but it definitely wasn't garlic knots and sweat. When I stepped into the lobby of the Straits building, I felt as if I had entered another universe. Marble flooring. Plants that did not appear phony. A receptionist wearing an earpiece glanced at me as if I were a bug in the Matrix. "Michael," she said after confirming my name. "Mr. Carlton is expecting you. Elevator to 18 inches. By the time I got to the top floor, I was already sweating. Not from nerves, but from pure incredulity. Uncle Christian's office had a glass wall overlooking the entire city and leather couches that made you feel unworthy of sitting down. When I stepped in, he stood up and shook my hand, as if I were more than simply his nephew, but someone important. "You made it," he remarked. "Coffee?" Sure." He poured it himself. "There's no helper. There is no spectacular have a seat line. Just casual, like if we were equals." "I've got to be honest, Adam," he replied, passing me a mug. "I didn't expect to see you hauling pizzas. Your dad always talked like you were doing fine. Said you were at school working on some tech stuff." I laughed. A brief and bitter sound. "I'm at community college, work 2 jobs, sleep in my car for half the week. So yeah, tech stuff." Christian's eyebrows rose. "Jesus." He was visibly surprised. "That's what they let happen to you?" I shrugged. I guess they had bigger plans for Axel. Christian was silent for a long moment before walking to his desk and grabbing a folder. "Well, I've got a summer intern spot that just opened up. Pays well. Nothing fancy at first. Spreadsheets, research, maybe helping with onboarding. But you'd be working under my operations manager. Learn fast, show initiative, and I'll open bigger doors." I glanced at him, unsure whether this was an elaborate hallucination. "Why are you doing this?" Christian leaned back, his expression gentle. Because when I was your age, your grandfather did nothing for me. And I promised myself if I ever saw someone in the family being treated like I was, I'd do the opposite. That hit harder than I anticipated. No one had ever spoken up for me, let alone a distant cousin. I swallowed, blinked a few times, then replied, "I'll take it." Christian grinned. "Good. You start on Monday. Get yourself a decent shirt. We don't do polos with cartoon pizza logos around here." As I walked out of the building, past the fountain and the shining black town cars, I spotted my reflection in a glass. I appeared fatigued, underdressed, and totally out of place. But for the first time in my life, I did not feel invisible. On my first day, I strolled into the Straits office looking like a kid who got lost on a school field trip. My thrift store khakis were too short and ankle-breezy. Despite my best efforts, my shirt collar refused to lie flat. My sneakers creak with every step. I sounded like an agitated mouse moving across a wax floor. The receptionist handed me a welcome packet and badge, as if she were offering me a second chance in life. "Welcome aboard, Michael," she announced cheerfully. I smiled back, despite the fact that my stomach was doing cartwheels. When the elevator arrived on the 18th level, the difference in air pressure felt psychological. Everyone here strolled like they knew where they were going, as if they had a favorite sushi restaurant and a stock portfolio. I met Kareem, my direct supervisor, and his speech was as powerful as 5 espressos and a TED lecture. He wore a button-up that probably cost more than my entire high school wardrobe, as well as duck-patterned socks. "Let's not pretend this isn't weird," he remarked, shaking my hand. "Your uncle's a big deal, but I don't do nepotism. I do results. That's cool with you?" "More than cool," I replied. "I am truly terrified." He laughed. "Perfect. You'll do fine." The first few days felt like I was placed in a foreign nation with only a damaged phrasebook. People hurled around acronyms like they were playing bingo: KPI, ROI, CRM, QBR. I was 2 abbreviations away from sobbing, but I stayed late, took notes, and observed how people dressed, spoke, and organized their calendars like miniature gods in Outlook. Christian stopped over every couple of days, not in a spectacular way to look at my charity case, but quietly. "Need anything?" he'd say, sipping a double espresso that smelt like money. "A nap and a brain transplant," I'd suggest. He usually grinned and stated, "You're already doing better than you think." That hit me more than I cared to admit. Nobody had ever informed me I was doing well, let alone better than I thought. My parents used to tell me, "Try harder," or, "Axel would have done it faster." By week 2, something strange had happened. I started to enjoy being here. I began to feel a sense of belonging. Kareem assigned me genuine projects, not just coffee runs or printer responsibilities, but actual reports to create. People asked for my opinion. One senior analyst even appreciated how I presented a dashboard. I wanted to frame the email. I got out of my car and entered a little shared flat above a bookstore, which smelt like dust and forgotten dreams. My first night, I slept on a mattress. An actual mattress. I cried, not because I was unhappy, but because my back wasn't screaming in pain for the first time in months. One night, motivated and perhaps a touch cocky, I uploaded a photo to LinkedIn. I'm sitting at my computer, smiling like a sleep-deprived gremlin dressed in a bargain button-up. The caption reads, "Day 30, from sleeping in my car to starting a new chapter. Long road ahead, but finally moving forward." I did not tag Christian. I didn't criticize the company. Just a modest, peaceful victory. The algorithm had other plans. It went moderately viral. Apparently people enjoy a good underdog narrative. A recruiter commented. A previous professor contacted me. A stranger offered to pay me lunch so I could hear the rest of the adventure. But what was the message that caused my heart to freeze? A text from my mother. "Michael, is it true you work for Christian? We saw a post. Why didn't you tell us?" I stared at the television, as if it had insulted my ancestors. Then the second message. "Axel's asking. He feels really hurt that you didn't share this with us." Right. Axel is hurt. However, will the planet survive? I didn't respond. Not yet. I was still trying to figure out how I felt, and whether they missed me, or just who I was becoming. The day after my mother's Axel texted me, I received a friend request from her on LinkedIn. She hadn't acknowledged my presence on social media for years. Her profile still included one of those basic gray silhouettes, and a bio that read, "Proud mother of Axel. There's no mention of a second son." Then followed the messages. "I'm very proud of you, sweetheart. We've always known you had talent. You should come to dinner soon. It has been too long. Axel has just launched his campus app. You two could work together. Perhaps pitch it to your uncle." That final one had me laughing aloud, like a full-bodied, wheezing laugh. Axel, who had once stated I smelt bad, now sought my help putting his glorified homework assignment in front of Christian. Meanwhile, I was immersed in the actual job. Kareem had included me in a vendor discussion, and Christian had begun passing me emails directly, not just intern assignments, but meaningful decisions to weigh in on. He waved me into his office after a meeting and pointed to a flowchart I had supplied. "You ever think about full-time, Adam? Postgrad?" I blinked. "I mean, yeah, but I didn't think I was ready." Christian leaned back with one eyebrow arched. "Most people aren't. You learn by doing. But you've got a good head and a sharp eye. You work like someone who's been counted out and knows how to count himself in." That line, I wanted it tattooed across my rib cage. I left his office that day with an offer letter for a permanent position following graduation. Mid-level operations analyst. Actual salary. Health advantages. Paid time off. I gripped the paper as if it would vanish if I blinked too hard. The next weekend, I returned to my former grocery store. Not for work, but to recall. I got a Coke from the break room vending machine and sat where I used to cry between shifts, staring at my name badge, wondering whether I'd ever be anything more than a footnote in someone else's achievement. Now, I have my own story. However, the family continued to poke at the pages. My father emailed me. That was a miracle in and of itself, given that I'm 90% certain he thinks computers are just TVs with typing. The message was short. "We're delighted you got yourself together. Perhaps it is time to put the past behind us. Come home for Axel's birthday on Sunday. He would love to see you." Of course he would. Especially if I arrived in business casual attire and said language like Q3 predictions and strategic collaborations. I could practically hear the conversation now. "Wow, Michael's really turned things around. Yeah, I work for Christian of all people. I suppose he's finally useful. We always said he just needed a little push." They did not miss me. They missed the version of me that they could now flaunt at gatherings. So here's the thing. I did not owe them anything. I wasn't the scared kid looking for bits of attention anymore. I held a job, a home, a mentor who gave a damn. And for the first time in my life, I had a spine free of apologies. When Sunday arrived, I didn't attend Axel's birthday. I took a walk with Christian instead. We had coffee and sat by the lake. He did not push. He was just listening. "You don't have to let them back in, you know," he replied finally. "Blood's not a free pass to your peace." I nodded slowly, my hands curled around a paper cup of something expensive and pumpkin-flavored. "I know," I replied. "I just never thought I'd be the one with the choice." I received a text from Axel a week after his birthday. That alone seemed strange. Axel had scarcely recognized me outside of group family discussions, when I was typically the only one who did not receive a response. His message was civil. "Hey dude, long time. I saw your article and am proud of you. I'd love to catch up sometime." I stared at it for quite a while. No typos, no emojis, just the quiet, controlled tone of someone about to request something. I did not respond right away. 2 days later he responded, "I've been thinking, maybe we could grab lunch. I'd love to know how you got involved with Uncle Christian. You've always had a good head for systems." That part had me laughing. Axel used to say, "I don't do spreadsheets." That's Adam's thing. In the same tone as someone would use to remark, "I don't do math." He started calling me a systems man. I questioned Christian about it over coffee. "He's reaching out," I explained. "Should I respond?" Christian stirred his espresso and gave me a look that therapists would probably charge $200 per hour for. "Do you want to?" he inquired. That was the hardest part. A year ago, I would have said yes, without hesitation. I would have crawled through the glass simply to hear Axel say something kind. What about now? I could now hear the wheels working behind his words. I think he wants something, I finally said. Christian nodded. Probably. People don't like seeing someone they underestimate triumph. Makes them uncomfortable. I did not respond to Axel. I did not need to. But the silence did not last. A week later, my mother called. This time it wasn't merely a polite inquiry. Her voice had a prepared tone, as if she was attempting to seem casual and knowledgeable. However, she kept tripping over her own ambitions. She said, "Your father and I were talking, and we were amazed at how far you've come. You've really grown up, Michael." "Thanks," I replied cautiously. "Axel's startup is entering a vital growth period. You know, he created such an excellent app. It connects students with freelance opportunities in real time. It's just so modern. Anyway, he wants to pitch it to genuine investors. Since you're working with Christian..." There it was. I let the silence continue. "I don't make investment decisions, Mom." "Well, of course not. But you could say it to Christian. Simply pass it around." Family helps family. Family is assisting family. The same family that once neglected to pick me up from school because Axel had a dentist appointment. The same family that advised me to figure it out because I couldn't afford textbooks. I ended the call gently. Then I turned my phone to mute and stared out my flat window for a long time. I was tired. Not in the physical way I used to be, operating on 3 hours of sleep and working 2 jobs, but are weary of being regarded as an asset. Now I had value. At work, I was thriving. Kareem entrusted me with a vendor onboarding initiative that had a direct influence on our fourth quarter operations. I gave my first presentation at a meeting. Me, the guy who used to sweat through his shirt, just asked for time off at the grocery store. But at home, if I could call it that, the emotional math remained unchanged. I was still a tool, a link, a means to an objective. Christian contacted me once that night. "I've got an invite to a private, networking event this Friday," he told me. "Small team, founders, investors, and a few operations leaders. Do you want to come?" I paused. "Won't I be out of place?" "You're already in the room, Adam," remarked the instructor. "Time to stop standing in the hallway." I stood in front of my absurdly small closet, trying to pick which clothes made me look like I didn't stumble into a wealthy mixer off the street. The only thing hanging that didn't say intern at Best Buy it was a charcoal blazer Christian had given me a few weeks previously. It still had its tags on. I'd never had a suitable place to wear it. Until now. The networking event was held on a rooftop in downtown. The kind of setting where champagne tastes like fortune. And small hors d'oeuvres that require a translation to pronounce. Everyone seemed like they were poised to conclude a merger. Or steal a spaceship. Christian greeted me in the elevator, looking sharp. "Nervous?" he inquired. I nodded. "On a scale of 1 to identity theft, very." He clapped my back. "You identify with more than half of them, just don't mention synergy until it's an emergency." The first 10 minutes were terrible. I hovered around the cheese platter as if it were home base in a game of corporate tag. But then someone asked about my job. And I responded warily at first. Then with confidence I didn't realize I had. By the end of the night I had exchanged business cards with the supply chain director. We had a comprehensive conversation about logistics AI. And just knocked over a tiny wine glass. Christian observed me the entire time. Not like a bodyguard. But like someone who realized how far I'd come. As the crowd dispersed, he leaned down and said, "You didn't fake anything tonight. That's how you know it's genuine." I smiled. And for once, I believed him. The next morning reality confronted me in the shape of Axel standing outside my apartment. I'm not sure how he discovered my address. Probably Mom. She never encountered a boundary that she did not pass, such as a finish line. He looked exactly like I remembered. Designer hoodie, immaculate haircut, and the arrogance of someone who'd never had a bounced check in their lives. "Hey," he said, as if we had chatted yesterday. "Hope this isn't weird." "It is," I said without opening the screen door. "Look, I just want to talk. 2 minutes, please." Against my better judgment, I allowed him in. He strolled about like he was taking a real estate tour. "Wow, this is nice. You've really upgraded. I didn't invite you for a walkthrough." He sat on my couch. and looked at me as if we were equals, as if he hadn't overlooked every difficulty I'd ever faced. "So," he added with humor, "I've got something to ask, and I wanted to do it face to face. Man to man." I did not say anything. I just crossed my arms. "My app, Freelance Link, is gaining traction on campus. We'll be beta testing next month. I'd like to pitch it to Christian, and thought you might be able to help out." There it was. The request. I let the silence stretch. "Look," he said hurriedly. "I know we weren't always close. But you have to understand. Mom and Dad, they always pushed me so hard. I didn't have it easy either." "That was lavish. You had a car before I had a mattress, I told you. You received tutoring, coaching, and every chance. And I was ghosted on my own birthday." He winced, only a little. "That was a rough year." "No, Axel. That was just my life." He appeared stunned. Maybe he expected me to roll over. Maybe he still saw me as the same tired, hungry youngster who couldn't say no. But I was not. "I'm not in," I stated firmly. "If your idea is good, pitch it on your own. I'm not your shortcut." He rose up, his expression soured. "Wow. So you finally get a whiff of success, and now you're too good for your own family." I stared at him. "No," I replied. "I'm finally good to myself. There's a difference." He did not slam the door as he left. This would have needed conviction. Instead, he left with the same entitlement that he came in with. He was frustrated that the world did not offer him what he wanted. That night, I told Christian what had transpired. "You did the right thing," he stated without hesitation. "People will try to ride your momentum, especially the ones who never helped you build it." I nodded, heart pumping. Drawing a barrier should not feel like war. However, when you've spent your entire life being trodden on, even standing still might feel rebellious. I arrived at work 10 minutes early the following Monday, after Axel had arrived unexpectedly. Not because I had anything to prove, but because I really wanted to be there. Kareem gave me a nod as I passed by his office. "You've got that promotion walk," he quipped. I laughed. I thought that was just called posture. Christian pulled me aside over lunch. We walked to a small cafe across the street, the kind where coffee is served in glasses rather than mugs, and everything smells somewhat of truffle oil and tax levels. "I've been watching you," Christian replied, taking nibbles of an exorbitant salad. "You're sharp. You listen. You lead quietly, but people follow." I blinked. "Thanks." "That's not a compliment," he responded. "It's a warning, because people are going to notice, which means they'll start testing your voice." I had no idea where this was going, until he slipped a folder across the table. It was a proposition, a whole internal project including our logistics system. Finally, there is Michael, last name, the project lead. "You want me to run this?" He nodded. "We'll offer you a modest squad, nothing big, but this is yours, beginning to end." It wasn't simply a promotion, it was trust. Proof that I was not a charity recipient or a family favor. I had earned it. That night I walked home slower than normal, not because I was exhausted, but because I wanted to take it all in. I stopped at a street vendor to get a falafel wrap. Then I sat on the stairs outside my building, as I had done when I couldn't buy groceries. Back then, I ate cold pizza crusts and pretended not to cry. Now I was seated under the same streetlight. But I was not the same person. The incident with Axel had made an impression. Yes, I had replayed it in my thoughts 100 times. I considered what I could have said differently, whether I should have been nicer, harder, or colder. But every time I played over the recollection, I came to the same conclusion. I did not owe him softness, simply because we shared DNA. I did not owe him anything. Every day, that thought made me feel less terrified. I returned to work and struck the ground running. The project Christian assigned me was not easy. It requires cross-departmental collaboration and data management, and determining why our vendor chains had the reaction time of a dial-up modem. But for the first time in my life, I wanted to do difficult tasks. It felt like creating a future with my own hands, instead of pleading to be included in someone else's. People noticed. Kareem handed me his old standing desk. "Don't get cocky, I just hate sitting." My inbox went from, "Hey, can you fix this spreadsheet?" to "Adam, can you lead this call?" During a video call one afternoon, I caught sight of my reflection in the office window. Shirt is pressed. Hair isn't terrible. Focused. Confidence. And I thought, so this is what it's like to exist without permission. Christian visited my workplace at the conclusion of the week. So, he replied, feel like you're finally on the path? I nodded. Yeah, and it's mine. That's the best part. He smiled. I told you you had the brain. You just needed a place where nobody was trying to lower the lights. We strolled out together that evening, past the downtown lights, past the life I used to pursue from the outside. And I realized something that made me stop for a little moment. I wasn't chasing anymore. I was making a choice. It was Saturday morning when I received the email. Subject: Family brunch. Let us reunite. Sent by my mother. I've copied everyone. Me, Dad, Axel, some cousins, and even Great Aunt Linda, who still writes her texts with love, Ale. The message was covered in sugar but hollow inside. Michael, we are very pleased with how far you have gone. We'd love to invite you over to celebrate your achievement and reconnect as a family. There's no pressure. Just brunch and love. I sat there, coffee in hand, rereading the words as if they were part of a script I didn't want to act out anymore. The timing was excellent. I had just completed the logistics project ahead of schedule, with wonderful comments from 3 departments. Kareem gave me a fist bump, which developed into an embrace. Christian simply nodded and added, I knew you would. I'd never been the person I knew you would be before. And now there was this email. It's as if nothing happened. The years of stillness, the dismissiveness, the sudden opportunistic adoration. I did not respond right away. I went for a walk and got myself a huge dessert from a downtown bakery, simply because I could. Sat in the park, watching joggers pass by with headphones and perfect lifestyles. Then I went home, opened a blank response, and wrote this. Subject: Family brunch. Let us reunite. Hello Mom, thank you for the invitation. I appreciate the gesture. But I believe you are looking to reconnect with someone other than me. It's who I have become. And while I'm proud of who I am today, that version of me was not created with your backing. He was built, despite your absence. I'm not angry anymore. I'm just finished granting access to people who only turn up when it's convenient. I will not be attending brunch. Not because I am bitter, but I'm working creating a life in which I don't have to question if I matter. Wish Axel success with his software. Michael, I did not wait for a response. I did not refresh my inbox. I didn't even keep a copy in my drafts. I pushed submit and shut down my laptop. That night, Christian and I went out to drink. Nothing fancy. Just a corner tavern with strong coffee and strong opinions. We did not discuss the family. We did not need to. Instead, he lifted his glass to me. To the guy who rewrote his own story, stated the gentleman. I grinned, touched my glass against his and said, to the people who thought they could write me out of it. DH172. I was the family's backbone until I refused to co-sign another loan. Now they're begging for my help, but I've moved on without them. It was meant to be a regular Tuesday. Calls with clients, team check-ins, and possibly a late lunch with Layla from operations. Instead, I sat at my desk in downtown Denver, staring at my phone, stunned. The message was short. Brutal. I disown you. All correspondence goes through my lawyer. No greetings, no punctuation after the final period. Even my father, who was calculating, showed no emotion. I read it twice, then again. I repeated it a few times to ensure that I wasn't hallucinating. But nothing changed. It never does, right? Words once delivered are like bullets. And this was a hit. It wasn't like I didn't see it coming. For years I had been carrying this family on my back. When Dad's logistics firm in Fort Collins started to fail in 2016, I stepped in. I shifted my own company's contracts his way. He rebuilt his digital infrastructure from the ground up. I swallowed losses only to keep my father solvent. My younger brother Liam never had to lift a finger. His setbacks were always considered learning experiences. Every time he blew through another 5-figure investment or quit another job under unfair conditions, I was the one to bail him out. I paid up his debts. He paid for his flat. Even purchased him a used SUV last year after he crashed the first one intoxicated on New Year's Eve. But this time, it was different. Last Saturday they asked me to co-sign a new loan. For Liam, of course. A passion project. A tech startup with no product, no plan, and a pitch deck that appeared to be cobbled up during a hangover. I said no. For the first time in 15 years, I declined. The room became quiet, as if I had detonated a bomb. Dad gazed at me. His eyes squinted behind his glasses. "You're turning your back on your family." "I'm not turning my back," I responded quietly. "I'm just done being your safety net." Liam scoffed. "Wow. The golden son's finally grown a spine." Mom remained quiet. She always did. I stepped out of the house that day with my jaw clenched and my hands shaky, but my decision was firm. 2 days later, I was reading about the aftermath. I disown you. All correspondence goes through my lawyer. No hesitation this time. I started a new email and typed a single word, understood. Then I put down the phone and turned to my laptop. What Robert didn't realize in his premeditated little drama was that our firms still shared a joint account, which I had established when I took over the back end of his failing organization and invested my own money to keep it viable. And something inside of me flipped. I logged into the corporate banking portal. We still had access. I still had authorization. I withdrew every penny I had, plus the additional $46,000 I had infused this quarter. Total amount: $182,000. Legally mine. It's all documented. It's all backed up. Then I closed all of the vendor lines I had opened under Nexus Resources. Not out of spite, but out of need. If I was no longer a member of the family, they would no longer have access to my support, funds, or name. By lunchtime, the first emails from Robert's accounting staff arrived, worried and puzzled. At 2:18 p.m., Liam made 3 calls. I didn't respond. Then at 3:41 p.m., my mother's name appeared on my screen. I paused, then tapped ignore. At 4:12 p.m., a voicemail arrived. I let it sit. Then came the message. One that I knew would happen eventually, but not this quickly. "What did you do, William? The entire family is falling apart." For the first time in years, I felt near tranquility. Let it fall. Mom's voicemail remained unread for several hours. It's not that I didn't care, that was the problem. I still did. Much more than I cared to acknowledge. I told myself I was finished. I told myself it was just business now. But I recognized the tremor in her voice as one that occurred as the picture of control began to slide. By the next morning, I'd missed a dozen calls. Not only from Liam and my parents, but also from some of our shared family friends. Even my Uncle Keith, who hadn't spoken with me in 2 years. The hush that followed Robert's message was abrupt and frantic. Alan Ferris, Robert's lawyer, sent an email at 8:42 a.m. "Per your father's wish, any future correspondence will be handled through this office. Please don't contact him personally. Any withdrawals of business assets will be scrutinized." I responded with a single attachment. A detailed ledger of my donations to our joint business account, complete with dates, wire receipts, and legal disclaimers. I copied my own attorney, William Navarro, and added this sentence: "Funds withdrawn were solely mine. My involvement with Robert & Sons Logistics has been formally terminated." That was the sandline. I did not go into the office that day. I knew better. When word spread that I had withdrawn my money, the vultures began to circle. Robert's business was already bleeding. My withdrawal had just caused a hemorrhage. Instead, I spent the morning in a cafe on Capitol Hill, trying to think. The truth was that I did not have a plan. Not really. For so long, my calendar, emails, and even financial decisions were all linked to them. To keeping things together. It felt like breaking a cord that had been strangling and supporting me at the same time. By lunchtime, I had read half a dozen texts from Liam. The majority of people were upset. One stood out. "You really messed us, guys. Dad is freaking out. Mom is crying. Are you proud of yourself?" No apologies. There was no acknowledgement of the years I had spent holding things together. Just blame. I didn't respond. Later that day, I finally checked Mom's voicemail. Her voice was rough. "William, please, I don't know what your father told you, but we can talk. The money's not the issue. We're just hurt. Everything's spiraling. Liam didn't mean to upset you. Just call me, please. It's dumb. Because of what she didn't say, rather than what she did. Nobody ever meant to upset me. They simply did, and then asked me to patch it up. I forwarded the voicemail to my therapist. That night, Ethan stopped by my house. He didn't say anything, just handed me a bottle of black beer, slumped on my couch, and turned on a football stream on his phone. We watched in silence for a while, the type of silence that only old friends could provide. Do you think they'll sue? He eventually asked without looking up. They can try, I responded. I documented everything. The money was mine. He nodded. Then screw 'em. I gave a dry laugh. Easier said than done. Ethan shot me a strange glance. You are free to feel angry, Dan. You do not have to make it appear heroic. They have betrayed you. That isn't business. It's personal. He was correct. Of course, it has always been personal. The money, the guilt, the expectations. It had never been just business. I spent the night making a list. Not about legal next steps or commercial contacts, something simpler. Only 2 columns. Things I owe them, and things they owe me. The first list was blank. I received no more communication from my father 2 days following the voicemail. There was no follow-up from his lawyer, who had already given me everything I needed to know. They were scrambling. Robert had no idea that I had been prepared for this moment for far longer than I realized. Quietly. Methodically. I'd kept track of every penny I put into his firm. Contracts, communications, and personal funds are disguised as temporary loans. At the time, I preserved them for tax reasons. Or so I thought. But deep inside, I believe I knew this day was coming. It wasn't easy, even though I knew I was right. Grief does not always feel like loss. It frequently feels like liberation, mixed with remorse. When Ethan returned that Friday, he expressed the same sentiment. You're not crazy for missing people who treated you like garbage, he continued, taking sips from his drink. It is merely conditioning. You spent years as the hero. You no longer have a cape, and you don't recognize yourself without it. I did not answer at first. I was still chewing on the sentence. The hero is sans a cape. This was true. Somewhere along the way, I allowed myself to become a part of that family. A solution. Never had a son. Later that night, I accessed an old file on my laptop called Inheritance Planning. It was from 4 years ago, when I helped Robert restructure his estate. Liquid assets, warehouse properties. Even the downtown Fort Collins office, which Liam had hoped to convert into a cigar club. I had put in days of work, sleepless nights, smoothing it all out, because Robert trusted my mind but never appreciated my voice. But suddenly, the irony was abundant. The man who once referred to me as the backbone of the operation had erased me from the family with a single statement. I looked at the folder and hovered over the delete key. Then I minimized and closed the lid. Not yet. The next morning, Emily called, my cousin on my mother's side. There was always one member in the family who genuinely listened. I just heard what happened, she explained. Uncle Greg, he's telling people you hacked into the account. I laughed bitterly. Obviously he is. Never underestimate the power of delusions. Emily was quite the experience. You okay? No, but I'm getting there. I believe you, she replied softly. I am proud of you for standing up to him. We all witnessed it for years. You handled everything while Liam coasted. You are not crazy, William, you're just finished. Her remarks resounded louder than she probably imagined. You are not crazy. You're just finished. That evening, Liam sent me a message. Not a call this time. Just one line. You ruined everything. I didn't respond. What was there to say? But I sat with the words for longer than I would care to confess. Not because they hurt, but because they seemed strangely familiar. I realized I'd heard it, or some variation of it, for most of my life. Anytime I didn't intervene, or mend something, or give up a little of me for their convenience. You ruined everything. That was never true. And this time I didn't even think about believing it. Instead, I opened a blank note on my phone and entered a fresh phrase. You did not ruin anything. You just ceased protecting something that should have imploded a long time ago. That was the moment I knew I was not going back. The first thing I noticed was the quietness. Not just around me, but within me. There's no buzzing phone. There are no emergency emails from my father's accountant. There were no mysterious text messages from Liam concerning tight deadlines or short-term floats. The chaos had been muted, and in its stead was a void I wasn't expecting. I was anticipating the other shoe to drop. I even charged my phone overnight as a habit. There was nothing in the morning though. Nonetheless, I wasn't at peace. I was twitchy, distracted, not because I missed them, but because I'd spent so much time regulating their cacophony that I couldn't bear stillness. That Wednesday, I took a couple aimless circuits in Cheeseman Park. It was silent save for the breeze and the occasional jogger. Denver was in between seasons. Too cool for spring. Too soft for winter. It fit how I felt. Uneasy. Waiting for something to bloom but not sure what. Later that afternoon I received a fraud alert from the bank. An unsuccessful transfer from the Robert & Sons logistics account. Someone, most likely Liam, attempted to transfer monies through an old company expenditure line that was no longer active. My legal withdrawal closed all of their access points. However, it appears that they had not received the message. I flagged the activity and sent it to William. Her response was fast and dry. Phishing. The separation is airtight. Allow them to waste their time. It should have felt like a victory. Instead, I simply felt exhausted. That night, Emily messaged me. Mom says Aunt Susan is ringing around, trying to persuade people to arrange an intervention. Apparently you've gone insane. Ah yes, I responded. The classic boundaries equals instability logic. You know how they are, she wrote. If you're not sacrificing yourself for the collective, you're defective. Well then, I typed. Consider me happily defective. She replied with a heart. Good. Stay that way. Nonetheless, the whispers ached more than I wanted to admit. I wasn't outraged about the lies. They were expected. What hurt was how easily people believed them. The following evening, Ethan brought me to an informal birthday celebration for one of his co-workers. I almost bailed, but he didn't offer me that option. You're coming, you need to remember how normal people operate. The brewery on K-Fax was warm, raucous and vibrant. Nobody knew who I was. Nobody cared about Robert & Sons. Nobody asked what I could do for them. At first I felt like a visitor in someone else's life. Out of place. Only half listening. But gradually, something changed. I was laughing, speaking, and existing. Someone inquired what I did. I told them I was between chapters. They nodded. There is no follow-up, no judgment. It occurred to me later as I walked home, how foreign that type of space had become. My value had always been determined by what I could provide rather than who I was. That night, I opened an old estate planning binder. 4 years of work, balance sheets, asset assessments, and contingency plans that I created by hand. All to keep something that was never mine. I hovered over the delete button. My finger twitched, but I did not press it. Instead, I renamed the folder to Closed Chapters. Then I started a new one called William's Life. It was empty, but it was mine. And that was enough for now. The next indicator of trouble arrived in the shape of a group email. It was a barely veiled attack, copied to almost a dozen family members, including cousins, uncles, and a great aunt I hadn't spoken to in years. Sent from Robert's business email with the subject, Setting the Record Straight. I knew not to open it, but I did it anyway. There were 4 paragraphs of refined poison. He presented it as a professional update. Following a challenging transition time, unfortunate disruption of internal operations. At that point, my eldest son William has chosen to sever ties and liquidate assets critical to this company's function, all without family consultation or approval. That last line burnt hotter than I imagined. Family consultations. As if this were a boardroom, not a lifetime of unrequited devotion. As if I hadn't spent years requesting and pleading for accountability. I did not respond. Neither did the majority of the said names. But a few responses came in throughout the day. One from a second cousin. Sorry to hear things got messy, hope it smooths over. Another from an uncle that I always liked. If you need anything, let me know. I've been there. Small. Fissures in the quiet. Enough to remind me that not everyone believed Robert's version of the truth. Nonetheless, The emotional weight sat heavily on my chest. I was not ashamed. I was weary of how the past clings to significance even after you've moved on. That email was a last-ditch power play. I attempted to make the narrative official before I had a chance to revise it. That night, Emily called. "I saw the email," she responded. "Yeah," I mumbled. "He's going all in. You know he's bluffing, right? He's trying to scare you into backing down." "I know. It just sucks to see it written out like that." "I get it," she replied. "But it's also kind of impressive how calm you are. A year ago, this would have wrecked you." I exhaled with a smile. A year ago I'd have written a 1,000-word retort and spent 2 days defending myself. And now I'm considering deleting the email and going to sleep. "Progress," she stated. "Proud of you." I didn't sleep that night, but it wasn't due to anxiety. I remained up late to brainstorm ideas. Real ones. A consultation service for small firms struggling to upgrade their operations. I even created a preliminary pitch deck. I added a list of prospective leads from people I hadn't spoken with in years. It felt real. Not a reaction, not a detour, a direction. Ethan texted the following morning. "You up? Want breakfast? I'm hungover and need moral support." I responded, "Only if you pay." I'm morally fragile too. On the 17th we met in a greasy spoon diner. He looked like hell. I did not. "So," he explained between bites of hash browns. "What's next?" I drank my coffee. "I think I'm going to launch something. Small, but mine." He raised an eyebrow. "About time. You've been fulfilling other people's aspirations for a decade. Perhaps you can start building yours immediately." His remarks reverberated long after we parted. Later that afternoon, I eventually deleted Robert's email. Not out of disobedience. But it didn't matter anymore. The following punch landed quietly. A knock at the door. There was no one there. Only a big cream-colored envelope on the mat. I didn't recognize the firm stated in the return address. The game has a new name, but it remains the same. I knew exactly what it was before I opened it. 3 pages of strangely frightening theatrical language disguised as concern. Robert was now requesting reparative mediation for misappropriated funds, citing emotional suffering and the loss of shared family assets. There it was. The legal equivalent of a temper tantrum. I handed it to Daniela without saying anything. She sat at the breakfast bar, her hair in a sloppy bun, studying the document with the calm of someone looking through a takeaway menu. She closed it after one reading. "This is theater. There is no legal standing, and they know it." I nodded. "That isn't the point. He isn't trying to win. He's trying to tire me out." William did not blink. "Then don't let him." It was that simple, and that's difficult. Later that day I received a voicemail from my aunt, the first time I'd heard from her since this all started. She did not mention the letter. They didn't inquire how I was doing. Instead, her voice was infused with honey and history. "Do you remember when you helped me move into my first apartment? You were what, 12? You worked all day without complaint. Your father was so proud. I hope you know how much this has hurt him. He may never say it, but it's eating him alive." Click. No apologies. No responsibility. Just a gradual drip of guilt intended to lure me back. I forwarded the voicemail to Emily. She made an urgent call. "That was a guilt sandwich on gaslighting bread." I snorted. It was weirdly nostalgic. She's dangling emotional crumbs to lure you back. Don't eat them. I am not. I'm over being hungry for scraps. There was a pause. "That's a line," she stated softly. "Keep that one." That night I reopened Life folder. Still largely empty. A few budget spreadsheets. A document with hazy business name suggestions. But now I've added a new file. What I really want. I sat for a minute before typing anything. Then, a morning when I'm not preparing for anything. Clients I do not have to perform for. Boundaries that don't require explanation. A chair that won't bother my back. Silence that evokes feelings of tranquility rather than anxiety. The list was not poetic. It was honest. Unfiltered. Mine. The next morning, Ethan let himself in as he always did. He placed a grocery bag on the counter containing kombucha, peanut M&Ms, And 2 bananas. The man was disorganized. I brought health and rot, he said. Balance. I raised an eyebrow. What's the occasion? No occasion. Just figured you needed someone to sit and not ask you how you're doing. I smiled. You're right. He flopped into the couch, scrolling through his phone. Eventually I informed him about the letter and message. He did not give counsel. Just sat with it. Eventually he said, "You know what? Your dad sounds like a guy trying to log into a version of you that doesn't exist anymore." I smiled. Account deactivated. Password changed. We clinked kombuchas. No cheers. Just understanding. That afternoon I took a sticky note and wrote, "Check the business registry. Not to prove anything to Robert. Just to prove I existed outside of him." I added the following to my doc. A life where I can write the darn list. The envelope slid under my door again. I knew the script, even though there was no stamp or return address. This time, the target was not me specifically. It was my landlord. The letter was professional in tone, expressing worry about tenancy risks caused by unresolved business issues, and noting ethical concerns regarding residents' joint culpability for financial problems. It didn't name me, but it didn't need to. The subtext was not even subtle. Robert had not only shifted tactics, he was broadening the battleground. I stood in the hallway, gripping the envelope as if it would stain. I wasn't angry, not yet. However, I could feel my pulse behind my teeth. William went to work faster than I could explain. "He's bluffing," she continued, typing quickly on my kitchen counter. "I'll email your landlord with full documentation. Your withdrawal records, LLC closure, the clean split. He won't touch it." She pressed send and glanced up. This isn't new to people like him. They escalate when they lose control. You're not doing anything wrong. The lump in my throat was not alarming. I hadn't expected relief. To be believed. To be defended. Not because I pleaded, but because someone recognized the truth and stood by it. That night I did not attempt to meditate, write, or distract myself. I just sat, lights low, windows wide, allowing the air to pass around the room as if something was being cleansed out. Emily called around 9. "Tell me," she urged, bypassing the welcome. "He sent something to my landlord, trying to make me look unstable." There was a beat of quiet. "Of course he did," she replied. "It's controlled in a trench coat. Legal intimidation dressed up as concern." She waited. "You okay?" "Yeah. Just tired of how many ways someone can say, 'I own you,' without saying it out loud." "You're breaking the cycle," she explained. "It's supposed to feel messy." We talked for a long time, not about him, but about the weather, bizarre podcasts, and what she was growing in her windowsill garden. The talk moved like water, not coerced. It's only a present. Before going to bed, I reopened the document. What I genuinely desire. New lines. I'm not afraid to open the mailbox. Friends who stay without any purpose. A living area in which I can simply breathe. When I was finished, I closed the laptop but left the list on the screen. Let it be the last thing the room saw before I fell asleep. The following evening, Ethan arrived with Thai takeout and a random pack of sparkler candles. "We're celebrating something," he explained, lighting one and inserting it into a spring roll. "What exactly?" "No idea, felt like it." We sat on the balcony, legs leaned on the railing. He inquired about the landlord's letter but did not press the issue, preferring to listen. After a few nibbles, he said, "Your dad's launching denial campaigns. Meanwhile, you're building an actual life." I nodded. Then I said, without intending to, I renamed the folder. "Just life now?" He grinned. "That's the most rebellious thing you've done yet." We toasted spring buns, no ceremony, just a choice. A week went without receiving an email, phone call, or letter. No communication from Robert, no dramatic legal tone from unidentified firms, and no document slid under my door. Nothing. It should have felt like tranquility, but instead it felt like I was holding my breath. Robert's quiet was never without strings. He did not surrender. He used strategy. I understood it wasn't absence. It was a delay. A recalibration. Nonetheless, I used the space. I cleaned the kitchen. I took down the dry erase calendar that was loaded with previous business goals. He donated a jacket he gave me for Christmas last year, which is still hanging with the tags on. I removed voicemail notifications. I deleted saved calls that I had listened to too frequently, as if examining the correct tone would have rewritten the substance. On Thursday morning, my landlord texted, "Got another letter, vague phrasing. Says you're involved in some corporate volatility and that he's noting concerns about future safety. I didn't fully open it. Do you want me to move forward?" I sat with that for a good minute before responding. I then forwarded the message to William. She made an urgent call. "He's recycling threats," she explained. "There is no legal motion attached, just smoke. But I will respond with complete proof nevertheless. I'll copy the property manager and attach the LLC's closure, final bank statements, and signed separation agreement." She hesitated, her tone softening. "Don't carry this like it's your fault. He's the one pouring gasoline. You're just walking away from the fire." That struck deeper than she probably imagined. That night, I reopened the document. What I genuinely desire. This time I typed slowly. Every entry was no longer a whisper. It was a decision. A home I am not afraid of will be taken away. A form of success that does not feel like penance. On weekday mornings, I wake up without armor. The next evening, Emily arrived with a grocery bag full of oddities, including avocados, a candle titled Midnight Fern, and a used copy of a novel with the cover partially torn off. She held it up as a trophy. "I want you to read this. You'll hate the beginning, and by chapter 9, you'll be feral." "I don't do feral," I replied. "You don't yet." We brewed tea and sat on the floor, just as we did in college. No screens, no playlists. Just the buzz of a city that has finally stopped shouting. At one point, I caught her looking at my whiteboard, which was now blank, but for a single sticky note that read, "Not about him. About you." She nodded at it. "Keep that up." After she went, I did not return to my laptop. I lit the candle. First, read the book's first 3 pages. I didn't enjoy it, but I didn't put it down either. The following morning, Ethan texted at 8:02. "Breakfast or intervention? You decide." I texted back. "Both." He arrived with bagels, orange juice, and a $1 scratch ticket. For luck. We ate on the patio in a relaxed calm that seemed like companionship and healing. "You're building something," he remarked. "There is no lead-in. I can see it. You don't even flinch anymore." I didn't need to answer. I just gave him the scratcher. After he had left, I opened the life folder. Not the list. A new document, possibility. No bullet points, no plan. Just the title. There is a single sentence beneath it. I owe no version of myself to anyone else. The following week, I did not bring a letter. It prompted a call from an unusual number with a local area code. I let it go to voicemail. The message was brief. Male voice, sophisticated and legal adjacent. "Mr. E. Zrania, this is Richard Flores from the Office of Small Business Ethics and Oversight. We got a highlighted issue about one of your previous organizations and would like to set up a brief phone call to clarify your current role. Kindly respond within 5 business days. No emotion. There is no accusation. Just the right amount of formality to get your heart racing." I did not call back. I sent the recording to William. She responded 10 minutes later, notifying her firm's senior compliance consultant, who had already crafted a response. "You're in the clear," she added. "This is posturing." Most likely an anonymous tip from someone attempting to keep a dead narrative alive. Robert refused to give up, although he began to resemble someone fighting shadows. I sat with that. The man who once had complete control over my time, money and energy, now only had ideas and signatures. He couldn't punish me. He could only ask the world to do it for him. And the world wasn't responding anymore. That night I printed off my list for the first time. Not for dramatic effect, but because it seemed authentic enough to hold now. I did not frame or post it. I folded it once and placed it inside the cover of my notebook. A calm ritual. A method of stating, "I believe me." Emily arrived later, delivering star-shaped cookies and a used copy of an Iceland tourist book. "I'm not saying you need to leave," she said. "I'm saying maybe you start dreaming about somewhere you're not always recovering." She sipped her tea and looked out the window. "You have been unlearning for so long. Perhaps it's time to begin learning something new." Later, when she left, I reopened the possibility document. I didn't include a list, only a sentence. What if healing entails more than just repairing what is broken? The next morning, I brewed coffee without checking my phone. It hit me midway through my first sip. It used to be automatic. Wake, scroll, brace. Now, I awoke, brewed, and am just here. Ethan texted at noon. Is the window open? I replied back, always. He climbed through like a raccoon. I tossed a lemon on my lap. What's this? Symbolism? He inquired. Make something with it. We sat by the window for a long time. He read silently. I opened my laptop. Not to make a list, not to write a legal response, just to review what I'd already written. And then I added one more item. Not in the list. Not to the doctor. To my calendar. Monday at 10 a.m. Business registry appointment. For the first time, it was not a shield. It wasn't proof that I was doing well. It remained unmoving. Mine. As I shut off the laptop, I realized something. Robert wasn't deteriorating. That was not the point. I did not need him to collapse. I just wanted to stop shrinking whenever he took a breath. And I did. Donutrinange. Sister's pregnancy announcement stole my wedding moment, until I exposed her affair with her ex. Now my parents are demanding apologies. 3 days ago, I, 28, married Patrick, 28, my boyfriend of 5 years. My spoiled younger sister Clara, 26, female, was also present and intended to steal the show. But, unfortunately for her, I was always 2 steps ahead. About a week ago, the baker in charge of our wedding cake informed me that my sister had contacted her. She requested another cake for the wedding, one to announce her pregnancy. Clara claimed I had requested it, and instructed the baker to contact her. But the baker did not believe her. She even offered to pay twice what I was paying to keep it a secret from me. Fortunately, the baker followed ethics and morals, and notified me first. When I discovered it, I realized Clara was organizing a stunt to attract attention during my wedding. I could have turned her down, but I chose to stay ahead of her instead. It was very annoying that she tried to ruin my particular day, which was meant to be about me. She seemed to be unable to handle my happiness, which really distressed me. Even though I didn't like her very much, I would never do something so idiotic for attention. Anyway, I chose to retaliate, which has split the family. My parents are quite displeased with what I did. Allow me to describe what happened. The wedding ceremony went off without a hitch. Clara then interrupted Patrick as he was about to cut the cake. She stated that she had news and brought out another cake from our baker. Everyone was astonished, except Patrick and me, because I had already told him about it, and we had prepared for it. Clara's cake was a pregnancy announcement, with the words, "Congratulations on the new baby," inscribed in icing. People began applauding her and her husband, but my parents were the worst. They started crying and forgot all about me. Fortunately, some relatives stayed by my side rather than crowding her, which was very inappropriate given that it was my wedding. After everyone had finished praising her, she gave us a smug look and suggested we return to our wedding. That's when I decided to contact the one person who could wreck things for her. I honestly didn't care that this was happening at my wedding. It made things more memorable, particularly for my sister. After she recommended we continue, I smiled and told her how delighted I was for her, which startled her. Then I feigned to be perplexed, and begged her to wait because someone important was absent, rendering the celebration incomplete without that person. That prompted my special guest to enter the room as arranged. Everyone had been expecting to learn who this guy was. It turned out to be Clara's ex-boyfriend, Stephen, 28, whom she had dated just before marrying her husband. When Stephen and she first started dating, they worked together. Clara had previously been with Jared, a 26-year-old male ex-boyfriend from college. They had been living together, but their relationship had troubles since Jared was ready to marry and Clara was not. From what I understand, there was some overlap. My mother informed me Clara began seeing Stephen 3 years ago and they've been married for a year, yet mutual acquaintances of Jared told me he and Clara didn't finish their relationship until about 2.5 years ago. Last year, during her wedding, I compared the timelines and concluded that there must have been some overlap. Clara cheated on Jared and Stephen for at least 6 months. Even Jared was aware of the situation, but he said nothing. I didn't talk about it either since I didn't think it was worthwhile. So no one understood Clara had been cheating on Stephen from the start of their relationship. However, I didn't see the point in hiding it anymore, because she was trying everything she could to create drama and attract attention, including on my wedding day. That's why, when the baker contacted me about Clara's plan, I allowed her to go forward with it while secretly communicating with Jared. I thought it was about time Stephen learned the truth. There were also some additional reasons why I decided to go ahead with this, which I was unaware of until I spoke with Jared last week. I was hesitant to involve him in this because Clara and I were already having issues. He didn't need to become involved, but when I told him Clara was pregnant and planned to reveal it at my wedding, he looked stunned. Apparently she had been in contact with him for years. She didn't proclaim her affection or anything, but she would check in on him every few weeks and ask how he was doing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you've broken up with your ex and are married to someone else, there's no reason to stay in contact with him, especially if you didn't even break up with him until you were certain about the other one. So she appeared to be doing well, but Jared suspected she was misleading him. He also observed that she hadn't contacted him in the last few weeks, most likely due to her pregnancy. He felt betrayed by her. She made him feel as if she still cared, despite the fact that she was married to another person and had given him false hope. So, when I told him about my idea, it took some convincing, but he eventually agreed to come. Clara's smile faded when he entered the room on my wedding day. Everyone who knew Jared stopped smiling, and the situation became uncomfortable and awkward. Jared did not waste time and didn't mince words. He strolled right up to Clara, congratulated her on her pregnancy, and then told Stephen how nice it was of him to let her stay in touch with him, even though they had split up a long time ago and she had been cheating on both of them. Stephen had no idea what was going on, so he was astonished. He wasn't even sure what to say. Once all was completed, Jared thanked Patrick and me for inviting him and left. After that, there was a few minutes of silence, followed by complete anarchy. Stephen began cursing at Clara for what he had just discovered, and the two of them departed violently. My parents then began yelling at me for doing something so dishonest and insane, in order to retaliate against my sister for something so trivial and meaningless. But I wasn't interested. So I informed them that if they didn't like what I did, they could go as well, and they went, along with a handful of other visitors who didn't appear to agree with what I did. A few relatives and the majority of my pals chose to stay. Fortunately, few guests departed, and we were able to proceed with the wedding as scheduled. My parents were no longer present, and to be honest, I was fine with it. Despite all of this, no one addressed Clara before leaving. They basically congratulated me on my wedding and went. When we returned home, Patrick and I were confident that we had done the right thing, and to be honest, we still are. However, when my parents arrived to visit the day following our wedding, they offered me an ultimatum. They arrived in the morning, and I was startled to see them, because the previous time we met, I told them they may leave my wedding, which they did. They then entered my home and informed me that my sister's marriage was in jeopardy, as a result of my actions. Apparently, Stephen, like any reasonable human being, was unhappy with Clara, since she had maintained communication with Jared despite being married to him for nearly a year. He was also unhappy about the overlap, since it implied Clara had cheated on him, and all I did was expose her. Clara had cheated on him, and all I did was expose her. I do not believe I did anything wrong. If anyone had damaged her marriage, it was Clara. I didn't understand why my parents blamed me for that, so I began arguing with them because it seemed unjust to me. But they claimed they weren't here to dispute with me. They were here to inform me that if I didn't apologize to Scarlett and Stephen, and explain that everything Jared had said was something I had joked about, they would never speak to me again. It felt like a terribly terrible idea to me since, even if I said it was all a joke, I don't think Stephen is stupid, and I'm pretty sure he'd recognize we were attempting to hide what had happened. Most significantly, I did not want to do any of that. This was not a bad joke. It was the truth, and I believe it was necessary for it to come out at some point. I told my parents I was not going to apologize for anything, and if they didn't like it, they could go for a stroll. And they began shrieking at me, calling me selfish and petty because Clara's actions paled in comparison to mine. They thought I had fully crossed the line and lost my mind because this looked poorly not only on Clara, but on the entire family. And it appeared that I didn't care. Finally they departed. My mother and I blocked each other, but I still can't stop thinking about what they said. Maybe I went a little too far, but Clara initiated it, and her primary goal was to make my wedding day all about her, and I gave her precisely what she desired. So I'm still not sure how I'm the villain here. Anyway, am I to blame for wrecking my sister's marriage? Update 1. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone for their answers. It means a lot to me and my husband to have so many people on our side. I'll also answer some of the questions that folks have asked us. Many people asked how I had so many mutual friends with Jared. Jared and Patrick attended the same high school, but he was a year younger, so they weren't close friends. It turned out he was on the football team, which included many of Patrick's pals, and that's how I met Jared. I'm friends with several of Patrick's pals, who were also friends with Jared, and that's how I found out about the relationship, the overlap, and everything. However, Jared and I were never very close, and this was the only time we communicated extensively while preparing this entire event. Unfortunately, I don't know why Jared didn't take her out of his life after the breakup, despite knowing she was cheating on him with Steven. We're not close enough to have such chats, and I believe this is highly personal. I understand he is still in love with her, and I feel awful for him, but I am not a psychotherapist. I won't get involved unless absolutely required. We had a plan, and he agreed, so that was all we needed to discuss. Beyond that, I know nothing about his feelings for Clara, or why he did what he did. Correct me if I'm wrong. But if you've broken up with your ex and are married to someone else, there's no reason to stay in contact with him, especially if you didn't even break up with him until you were certain about the other one. So she appeared to be doing well, but Jared suspected she was misleading him. He also observed that she hadn't contacted him in the last few weeks, most likely due to her pregnancy. He felt betrayed by her. She made him feel as if she still cared, despite the fact that she was married to another person and had given him false hope. So when I told him about my idea, it took some convincing, but he eventually agreed to come. Clara's smile faded when he entered the room on my wedding day. Everyone who knew Jared stopped smiling, and the situation became uncomfortable and awkward. Jared did not waste time and didn't mince words. He strolled right up to Clara, congratulated her on her pregnancy, and then told Steven how nice it was of him to let her stay in touch with him, even though they had split up a long time ago and she had been cheating on both of them. Steven had no idea what was going on, so he was astonished. He wasn't even sure what to say. Once all was completed, Jared thanked Patrick and me for inviting him and left. After that, there was a few minutes of silence, followed by complete anarchy. Steven began cursing at Clara for what he had just discovered, and the two of them departed violently. My parents then began yelling at me for doing something so dishonest and insane, in order to retaliate against my sister for something so trivial and meaningless. But I wasn't interested. So I informed them that if they didn't like what I did, they could go as well, and they went, along with a handful of other visitors who didn't appear to agree with what I did. A few relatives and the majority of my pals chose to stay. Fortunately, few guests departed, and we were able to proceed with the wedding as scheduled. My parents were no longer present, and to be honest, I was fine with it. Despite all of this, no one addressed Clara before leaving. They basically congratulated me on my wedding and went. When we returned home, Patrick and I were confident that we had done the right thing, and to be honest, we still are. However, when my parents arrived to visit the day following our wedding, they offered me an ultimatum. They arrived in the morning, and I was startled to see them because the previous time we met, I told them they may leave my wedding, which they did. They then entered my home and informed me that my sister's marriage was in jeopardy as a result of my actions. Apparently Steven, like any reasonable human being, was unhappy with Clara since she had maintained communication with Jared despite being married to him for nearly a year. He was also unhappy about the overlap since it implied Clara had cheated on him, and all I did was expose her. Clara had cheated on him, and all I did was expose her. I do not believe I did anything wrong. If anyone had damaged her marriage, it was Clara. I didn't understand why my parents blamed me for that, so I began arguing with them because it seemed unjust to me. But they claimed they weren't here to dispute with me. They were here to inform me that if I didn't apologize to Scarlett and Steven, and explain that everything Jared had said was something I had joked about, they would never speak to me again. It felt like a terribly terrible idea to me since, even if I said it was all a joke, I don't think Steven is stupid, and I'm pretty sure he'd recognize we were attempting to hide what had happened. Most significantly, I did not want to do any of that. This was not a bad joke. It was the truth, and I believe it was necessary for it to come out at some point. I told my parents I was not going to apologize for anything, and if they didn't like it, they could go for a stroll. And they began shrieking at me, calling me selfish and petty because Clara's actions paled in comparison to mine. They thought I had fully crossed the line and lost my mind, because this looked poorly not only on Clara but on the entire family, and it appeared that I didn't care. Finally, they departed. My mother and I blocked each other, but I still can't stop thinking about what they said. Maybe I went a little too far, but Clara initiated it, and her primary goal was to make my wedding day all about her, and I gave her precisely what she desired. So I'm still not sure how I'm the villain here. Anyway, am I to blame for wrecking my sister's marriage? Update 2. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone for their answers. It means a lot to me and my husband to have so many people on our side. I'll also answer some of the questions that folks have asked us. Many people asked how I had so many mutual friends with Jared. Jared and Patrick attended the same high school, but he was a year younger, so they weren't close friends. It turned out he was on the football team, which included many of Patrick's pals, and that's how I met Jared. I'm friends with several of Patrick's pals who were also friends with Jared, and that's how I found out about the relationship, the overlap, and everything. However, Jared and I were never very close, and this was the only time we communicated extensively while preparing this entire event. Unfortunately, I don't know why Jared didn't take her out of his life after the breakup, despite knowing she was cheating on him with Steven. We're not close enough to have such chats, and I believe this is highly personal. I understand he is still in love with her, and I feel awful for him, but I am not a psychotherapist. I won't get involved unless absolutely required. We had a plan, and he agreed, so that was all we needed to discuss. Beyond that, I know nothing about his feelings for Clara, or why he did what he did. Of course, I have no idea what Clara was thinking when she sought to stay in contact with Jared despite the fact that she had broken up with him and was devoted to Steven. So, regrettably, I have no answers to that. Anyway, it's been a week since my wedding, and I'm fully over it. I don't care if Steven and Clara split or stay together. I understand how much my folks care. We've already blocked each other, so we don't talk anymore. I felt awful about it, but I should have expected it, because my sister is almost the golden child to them. It's sad, but it's the way it is. I can't help it. Throughout my upbringing, I tried hard to win over my parents, but my sister was the youngest, and hence special to them. I'm not going to lie, I used to be really envious of her, but as we grew older, the jealousy morphed into bitterness, and I simply began ignoring her. My parents insisted on inviting her to my wedding, and she had invited me to hers. And, as I already stated, she does desire attention. She can't take it when everyone pays attention to me and wants to make everything about herself. That was one of the reasons I started avoiding her in the first place. And now, obviously, we're going to avoid each other. I haven't heard from anyone else in the family yet, except for those who I know are on my side. Everyone else has either blocked me or does not want to interact with me, which I am fine with. If people are offended by me sticking up for myself, they should probably leave my life. I haven't been in touch with Jared either. I recently texted him to thank him after everything finished on my wedding day, and he responded that he was relieved to have received the closure he needed. So I'm not sure if she has contacted him yet or not. If she does, I'm sure he'll inform me. However, everything is strangely quiet just now. However, it is beneficial to Patrick and me, because we are enjoying our newlywed life and will be off for our honeymoon in a few days. I simply hope and pray that whatever turmoil my parents or Clara may cause will occur before our honeymoon. Because once we leave, I'm done with this crap. In fact, if they attempt to contact me before then, I know what to do. I'll just put them in their place and call it quits because they've all shown me where I stand with them. And it's time for me to do the same with them. Update 3. I was correct about Jared. He contacted me as soon as Clara texted him. I posted an update here yesterday, and Jared messaged me a few hours later, saying Clara had called to ask if they might meet. She apparently wanted to speak with him in person, so he went to meet her at a cafe. But he was surprised to see Clara and Steven present. It was an ambush, and he was going to flee when Steven stopped him in his tracks and began yelling at him. He warned him to keep away, as if it were Jared's fault. Jared explained that he had no issue staying away from Clara. In reality, That was what he had wished for himself following their separation, since he needed time to grieve and move forward. But it was she who continued to try to reintegrate into his life and maintain touch with him. So, if Stephen wanted to yell at anyone, he should definitely yell at Clara rather than blame him. Stephen refused to believe any of it, claiming that Clara had told him that it was Jared who kept contacting her, and that she was only responding to him out of politeness. But Jared was prepared with proof, so he brought out his phone and showed Stephen screenshots of their discussions. Of course, all of them demonstrated that she was the one who consistently reached out to him. After that, Stephen had nothing further to say, so Jared took the chance to depart. And I'm very sure they won't be able to stay together after this. When Jared told me all of this, he said that he had gone to visit Clara the last time, because he loved her. But because of what she had done, he would never speak with her again. And I believe that is beneficial to him. He needs to move on since Clara is not worth it. I also believe Stephen should leave her because she is clearly confused. I can't imagine doing this to two men, one of whom is about to have a baby with you. It's horrible. And I'm sure my parents will try to rationalize it and blame me for everything. They haven't contacted me yet. But given what's transpired, I'm confident they will. And I'm just waiting for it because I have a lot to say to them. Update 4. 3 days after my last update, my family paid me a visit. I said that my parents had blocked me, just like Clara had. Instead of unblocking me and reaching me via texts or phone calls, they chose to confront me in person. Still, I invited them in so we could chat and end our bizarre friendship. My parents began by informing me that they had always treated us both equally. But I had always been envious of my sister for no apparent reason. They had it absolutely backwards. They never treated me equally, yet I never became furious. I simply let them speak, because I wanted to see where they were headed with this. Then they told me that on my wedding day, my sister simply wanted to participate in my joy, which is why she considered revealing her pregnancy on the same day. Because she believed I would be delighted for her. But it was obvious that I had known about her strategy from the start and disagreed with it, which is why I set up that little issue with Jared. It was clear that I intended to embarrass and humiliate Clara, and my parents couldn't understand why, given that they didn't believe Clara did anything wrong. They even told me that if I truly disagreed with Clara's plans, I should have approached her after learning of her plans to announce the pregnancy when she spoke with the cake decorator, confronted her about it, and avoided the situation rather than attempting to exact revenge on her for something so minor. They ultimately informed me that Stephen was filing for divorce as a result of my actions in bringing Jared to the wedding and sparking a fight between the two. Clara apparently fought hard to fight for her marriage, but Stephen had made up his mind, which couldn't have come at a worse time because she's pregnant and has no idea what to do. So they approached me and requested that I not only apologize to Clara, but also fund all of the expenditures of the divorce process and her medical needs for the next 6 months, and even beyond if necessary. Naturally, the entire concept was preposterous, and I broke out laughing because I couldn't believe my folks thought I was going to do it. They seemed surprised that I was laughing, and Clara assured me she was serious. She claimed she had enough money to fund everything herself, but given what I had done, this should be a suitable penalty for me because I was guilty for wrecking a good marriage. So I stopped laughing and reminded her that I hadn't damaged anyone's perfect marriage, because if she had truly been clean, she wouldn't have contacted her ex on a regular basis, even if it was just to check in on him. She wouldn't have cared, and there would have been no ties to him. So, if she really wanted to blame someone, she should look in the mirror rather than at me. Then I informed her that I was not going to pay anything since, if we were talking about things being ruined, she had ruined my wedding, or at least attempted to. If I hadn't known beforehand, I would have been absolutely surprised, and the entire wedding would have been about her pregnancy. She was simply enraged because I had outwitted her and exposed all of her falsehoods to her husband. My parents tried to defend her, but I informed them that all my childhood, they believed they had treated us equally, but everyone who knew us knew the reality. They had always been biased toward Clara, and they were still encouraging her to be selfish and spoiled, despite the fact that she had literally shattered her own marriage. To be honest, my parents were partly to blame for her collapse, because if they hadn't spoiled her from an early age, she could have grown up to be a better person. My parents began arguing with me after that, but I told them I didn't want to continue the topic. We'd wasted enough time throughout that conversation, and now that they'd said what they had to say, I'd said what I wanted, and there was nothing else we needed to discuss. They continued to try to talk to me, but I was not interested, so I instructed Patrick to handle them, and returned to my room to rest, because talking to my family was exhausting. Patrick remained out of this conversation since he's a bit hot-tempered, and I'm sure my family and their boldness would have irritated him much sooner, and made him angry. So it was best for him to remain out of it for his own sake, since I didn't want him to get too worked up about something like this. Anyway, after a while, Patrick convinced them to go by threatening them with the police, and it was just the two of us again. I'm glad we were able to fix this before the honeymoon, since we can now truly enjoy it, without being concerned about what my parents and Clara are doing. Update 5. Patrick and I left on our moon 3 days ago, and we are quite pleased right now. After my parents and Clara departed that day, they went to great lengths to make me feel horrible, particularly Clara. They had several relatives on their side text me, telling me that what I was doing was absolutely awful, and that I had no right to wreck someone's life in that way, especially when they were about to have a kid. To be honest, I don't understand why everyone is blaming me. After all, I'm just the messenger. So I talked about it with Jared, and we both agreed that it was time for everyone to know the truth. He just provided screenshots of his conversations with Clara, which proved that she was the one who wanted to stay in touch with him. People became even more upset with me after he made that post, particularly Clara and my parents. They believed I was doing everything possible to damage her reputation and claimed that this was a clear case of defamation. They even threatened to sue me and Jared for defamation. But I doubt it will work, because this is the truth, and we are not spreading false information about them. More significantly, if they launch a defamation suit against me, I will just sue for harassment. Isn't it a mutual exchange? Anyway, I believe Clara should be more concerned with the approaching divorce processes and custody struggle, because if I were in her shoes, I wouldn't waste my time fighting with others. Fortunately, the members in my family who have always supported me have informed me that they will no longer communicate with my parents or Clara, because it is clear that they are the problem here. They've always been nasty to me, and I'm delighted people are finally recognizing who they truly are. I initially felt awful since what I did split the family, but now I believe it was essential. Anyway, Patrick and I are going to focus on enjoying our honeymoon because it will never happen again, and unlike my parents and Clara, we are not going to let them ruin our lives. So we'll make the most of our time here. Update 6. Before I continue with this extensive update, I need to answer a few questions. How is it possible that the baby Clara is carrying is not Stephen's? I honestly don't know. I have no proof that the adultery has persisted till now. And Jared has not told me that he suspects it either. I'm not sure. Maybe it's from another dude. Maybe she hasn't always been faithful, thus the chances of it being someone else's are significant in my opinion. But I can't just go to Clara and say, "Hey little sister, is that baby you're carrying from an affair?" I've also been asked why I didn't inform Stephen earlier. We didn't really have a relationship or even a friendship. If we had been buddies, I would have definitely done so. I had little contact with my sister, and I had even less with my brother-in-law. Anyway, I have no explanation for this. I should have done it, but I let it slip. Regarding the update, a lot has transpired since the previous one. To begin with, we went on our honeymoon and had no problems throughout that period. The drama began as we returned to our normal lives. To begin, let me refer to my mother's Facebook post. I still feel bad about helping her set up an account and showing her how to post. In her piece, she discussed how difficult it is to be a mother and how, despite loving both of her kids, some are unnecessarily ungrateful because, instead of a heart, they have a cold stone. It's weird because I could be remembering things incorrectly, but she treated us differently her entire life. And we're not talking about minor changes, but major ones, such as how birthdays or festivities were held. And if you've read thus far, you can certainly guess how different my celebrations were from Clara's. The worst part was that there was always an excuse to celebrate my birthday in a more humble manner, such as the heater malfunctioning that week, or grandma needing money. However, Clara always had money, and her parties were packed with visitors because it was feasible to celebrate without reservations at the time. I guess they tried to hide their bias. I'm not sure whether to laugh or cry about it. Anyway, my mother wrote that post, which had an air of superiority because she said stuff like, "Few mothers like me." Despite portraying herself as the best mother of all, Several relatives commented on her post and called her out on lying. So she spent more time dreaming up that tale than doing anything with it. The funniest part came from my sister, who had one of her friends pretend to be my lover. He contacted my husband over social media and revealed that he had been having an affair when we began dating. Wow, my sister's plan is a masterpiece. My husband clearly did not trust him, since when he asked for proof, the person stopped responding. She felt she could do to me what I did to her, but she could have tried harder. Maybe that guy did it because he's the one sleeping with her. Or perhaps he's the baby's father, which would explain why he got engaged in such a circus. It makes me wonder, if she enjoys receiving all of the attention, why isn't she enjoying it now? All of her relatives and acquaintances are discussing her divorce and infidelity. The best thing she could do was to enjoy it. I don't see why she would want to shift the spotlight away from herself and onto me. But, sarcasm aside, I believe that concludes the update and answers some issues. My family said I'd crawl back in 1 month, but after 9 years, they wanted $3,800 for back mortgage and claimed I was supporting them. So, I didn't intend to share my tale online, but after seeing some similar entries here, I decided that writing it all out might be helpful or something. And perhaps someone else who is going through with their family will gain something from it. I do not know. Anyway, here we go. My name is Keisha, and I am now 26 years old. But this narrative began when I was 17, in my junior year of high school. I was never the ideal kid my parents desired. My father worked in a manufacturing facility, while my mother was a receptionist. They were not wealthy, but we were comfortable in our small town. They had this entire life planned for me. Earn high grades, attend state university like my father, marry a great girl from our neighborhood, have 2.5 children, and generally live their version of the American dream. The only problem was that I despised school. Not because I was dumb or anything. I had great grades when I tried, but I have ADHD, which wasn't diagnosed until after everything happened. And sitting there for hours, listening to teachers drone on about subjects I didn't care about, was literally torture. I like working with my hands, such as creating and fixing things. When I was 15, I spent the entire summer helping our neighbor, Judah, repair his garage, and it was the first time I felt like I was good at something. My parents despised it. When I mentioned going into construction or learning a trade, my mother would get this pinched look on her face, as if I had just told her I wanted to be a professional trash diver. My father would lecture me about reaching my full potential and how people like us don't work with their hands. Looking back, I believe they were simply obsessed with appearances. They wanted to brag to their acquaintances about their college-educated kid, rather than their blue-collar worker son. Things had been tight for several months. I was working part-time at a small store after school, accumulating money since I had a feeling I'd need it. My grades were sliding because frankly, I had stopped caring. Every dinner became a debate over college applications, my future, or why I was wasting my life. The breaking point occurred in April, approximately 6 weeks before graduation. I'd gotten accepted to state, and my parents had almost completed the paperwork, but I'd also been looking into this construction trade school. It was cheaper, shorter, and taught me skills that I was interested in. I'd been accepted, and they were granting me a partial scholarship based on the portfolio of work I'd put together. I decided to tell my parents during supper. Bad concept. When I proposed trade school, my father threw his fork down so fiercely that it bounced off the plate. My mother started crying, as if I had told her I only had 6 months to live. The battle that ensued was the worst we had ever had. My father accused me of being ungrateful and spitting in the face of their sacrifices. My mother continued stating she was disappointed and didn't understand what went wrong with me. When I began to explain why I was enthused about the program, my father cut me off and said something I'll never forget. No son of mine is going to waste his life like that. If you're too stupid to see the opportunity you're throwing away, then maybe you're not the son we thought you were. I lost it. I told them I was weary of living my life to satisfy their goals, that I was practically an adult and could make my own decisions, and that they never listened to my wishes. We were all yelling by this point. It became pretty awful. I said certain things that I am not proud of. They said worse. Finally, my father told me that if I didn't follow their rules and plans, I may leave the house. I believe he expected me to back down. I did not. I went upstairs, grabbed the emergency bag I'd already packed, I told you I had a hunch, and shoved as much clothing as I could fit. I grabbed my laptop, the money I'd been accumulating, about $1,200, and the vital paperwork I'd already gathered. my birth certificate, and social security card. Thank God for my paranoia. When I arrived downstairs with my baggage, my parents were stunned, as if they couldn't believe I was actually leaving. My mother began with, "You're making a huge mistake," and, "You think you know everything at 17. My father simply stood by the door, arms crossed. As I walked away, my mother yelled after me, "You'll be back begging in a month. You have no idea how hard the real world is." She had this sneer on her face that just broke something. My father didn't even glance at me. He shut the door as soon as I walked out. First, stood on our front lawn for a minute, feeling numb. It was starting to rain, which seemed appropriate. I recall thinking, this is some movie-level dramatic shit going on right now. Then I contacted my friend Corey, whose parents are truly wonderful people. The first several days were a haze. Corey's parents let me crash on their couch, but I knew it couldn't last. I was still in school, attempting to graduate while figuring out where I was going to live, what I was going to eat, and how to become an adult overnight. I couldn't concentrate on anything. I kept having these moments when I'd remember, holy, I'm homeless. I used to suffer panic attacks in the bathroom at school, but one thing kept me going: my fierce fury. I was not going to prove my parents' point by crawling back. Corey's mother assisted me in applying for emergency assistance, as I was an unaccompanied juvenile. The school guidance counselor, one of the only professionals who had ever listened to me, advised me on what I needed to do to legally emancipate myself. I received extra hours at my work and took on a second one, cleaning dishes at a neighborhood diner. The most difficult thing wasn't even the practical stuff, it was the emotional mapara. Seeing other children with their normal families, hearing classmates grumble about stupid conflicts with their parents who still love them at the end of the day. Realizing that what my parents had done was unusual, and that most parents do not kick their children out because they wish to go trade school instead of college. That the way they had always made their love seem conditional was not how it was intended to be. My mother texted me about 3 weeks after I left, not to apologize or ask if I was okay, but simply to say, "When you're ready to apologize and accept our help with our conditions, you can come home." I did not respond. A week later, my father called and left a voicemail that said very much the same thing. They were so certain I would fail that they were just waiting for me to crawl back so they could say, "I told you so." I graduated from high school while living on Corey's couch. My parents attended the ceremony to keep up appearances, I suppose. They tried to talk to me afterward, but I simply walked away. I had nothing to say to them. By June, I had saved enough money to share a cramped apartment with 2 other guys. It was a dump, but it was the first place I owned. I enrolled in that vocational program, using my scholarship and working nearly full-time to pay for it. It was exhausting, but every time I wanted to give up, I'd remember my mother's sneer and my father's slammed door, and I'd find the strength to continue. That first year on my own was the most difficult thing I'd ever done. I felt lonely, terrified, and always fatigued. There were evenings when I sobbed myself to sleep because I missed having a family, including my hands up one. I couldn't find the energy to get out of bed some mornings, but I always did. And you know what? I never went back to beg. Not after 1 month. Not ever. This is becoming long, so I'll post part 2 tomorrow if anyone is interested. That's when things began to improve for me, but there was still a long journey ahead. Edit. Wow, I did not expect this to go that far. Thank you for your encouraging words. Part 2 is coming tomorrow. Update 1. Okay, thanks. Thank you for all your comments on my last post. To be honest, I was surprised by how many people could connect to this. Anyway, I'll pick up where I left off. The first several months on my own were a total nightmare, NGL. After crashing at Corey's place for the first few weeks, I found this absolute dump of an apartment with 2 other guys. Marcus, for example, worked nights and I rarely saw him. The other was Tyler, who I'm sure was suffering with something, but he kept his own business and paid his rent on time, so whatever. There were roaches that would literally wave at you when you turned on the kitchen light. The shower would suddenly become icy cold in the middle of the rinse. Nothing like screaming while shampoo streamed into your eyes. The walls could as well have been made of paper. I knew much too much about our neighbors' relationship issues. But here's the thing. It was mine. Or at least 1/3 mine. Nobody could kick me out as long as I paid the rent. I was working 2 crap jobs. Hardware shop evenings and diner on weekends. Between that and trying to finish trade school, I was sleeping about 4 hours per night. My diet consisted mainly of ramen, eggs, and any leftover pancakes or fries I could get from the cafe. I lost about 20 pounds in the first few months, Most days, she probably resembled a walking dead. The strangest part was seeing these Instagram posts from kids my age living their best lives, college parties, family vacations, all that normal stuff, while I was trying to figure out if I could skip doing laundry for another week because the laundromat required quarters, and I needed those quarters for the bus. My parents attempted to contact me several times, each time with the same energy. When was I going to stop this nonsense and return home? Except that their assistance meant they carried out their plan. They never inquired if I was all right. For example, if your teenage kid is staying in a roach hotel, perhaps you should check to see whether he has food. Nope. Just when was I going to accept my mistake and crawl back? My father once came up to the hardware business, maybe 3 months after I had gone. I was refilling light bulbs when my coworker said, "Some dude in khakis is asking for you up front." I looked out and saw him standing there, strangely out of place among the paint cans and lumber. I hid in the stockroom until he went. I watched him through the window as he stood in the parking lot for 15 minutes before getting into his car. He never returned. Things began to change around 4 months in. Santiago was a regular customer at the hardware store who was often buying supplies for various projects. One day, he needed help finding some special SN parts, and I ended up not only finding them, but also explaining how to install them. I even sketched him a small diagram. It turns out that the guy did restorations and repairs, especially in kitchens and bathrooms. He stated I definitely know my business and asked if I'd ever considered assisting him on certain projects. The pay was more than at the hardware store, and it was directly tied to what I was learning in trade school. It felt like the first real break I'd gotten since leaving home. Santiago was nothing like my father. He didn't judge individuals who worked with their hands. He took joy in it. Would literally stop in the middle of installing a faucet to demonstrate the proper way to position the gasket, or why one technique was superior to another. For the first time, I felt like someone noticed my potential, rather than simply what they wanted me to be. Around the 6-month milestone, my parents switched tactics. My mother began messaging that she missed me. My father sent me a note indicating they were willing to compromise on my schooling provided I went back home. To be honest, it got me upset all over again. Like, were they really asking me to give up my independence simply because they were allowing me to make some of my own decisions? Hard pass. I completed my first year of trade school with good grades. It turned out that I wasn't so ignorant after all. All I needed to do was learn something I was interested in. Santiago began offering me greater responsibilities and more money. I moved out of the Roach Motel and into a little better apartment with only one roommate, a nursing student named Aiden, who was nearly as broke as me but knew basic hygiene. By the age of 19, I'd earned my first certification and was generating enough money to buy groceries, pay bills on time, and even start saving a little. Santiago would recommend me for weekend side jobs, such as modest repairs and installations. Building a reputation and a client list. Working in people's homes allows you to learn a lot about how families function. I'd be installing a light fixture, overhearing parents encouraging their children, praising them for B's on tests, and hugging them simply because. I'd see images on the walls of family vacations, graduation celebrations, and silly moments. Ordinary families who clashed occasionally but loved one another unconditionally. It was an eye-opener, made me understand how dysfunctional my own family dynamic had been. When I was approaching 20, my mother unexpectedly showed up at my apartment. I have no idea how she discovered my address. It was most likely through a common Facebook friend. I almost didn't recognize her as she stood in my doorway. She appeared older somehow. I allowed her in because what else could I do? It was awkward AF. She gazed around my house with this attitude. Not contempt, but as if she was mentally documenting all the ways my life fell short of her expectations. She asked me surface-level inquiries about what I was doing and how I lived before getting to the real reason for her visit. My father had been passed over for a promotion, and they were struggling financially. I wanted to know whether I could help. The arrogance made me laugh. They threw me out 2 years ago, telling me I'd fail on my own, and now they want me to help them. I informed her that I was still establishing myself and couldn't spare anything. She went, appearing irritated, as if I had failed some test. She didn't even mention she was proud of me for succeeding on my own. Following that encounter, I went through an unusual emotional period. I started doubting everything. Was it bad of me to keep them at a distance? Was I being overly harsh? But then I'd recall how they treated me, how they never apologized, and I'd be furious all over again. My roommate Aiden noticed I was unhappy and referred me to his buddy Lucy, who was studying psychology. She became one of my closest friends and helped me see that what I'd gone through was a type of emotional abuse, that my parents' love for me was always predicated on me following their exact plan, which was neither natural nor healthy. Talking to her helped me process some of my anger and begin to heal. By the age of 21, I was financially secure enough to move into my own place, a little one-bedroom apartment, nothing extravagant, but all mine. There are no roommates, no parents. It's just me. I literally cried the day I moved in while sitting on my second-hand IKEA couch. I never expected to come this far when I was standing on that lawn with my suitcases at 17. Around this time, Santiago gave me more permanent employment with actual benefits, including health insurance for the first time since I left home. He was getting more business and wanted dependable assistance. It was a great vote of confidence, and it meant more to me than any parental approval I had ever received. Meanwhile, my parents continued to try to reconcile, but only on their terms. They'd invite me to holiday feasts while making disparaging remarks about my choices. They'd offer support, which I never accepted, but it came with conditions. Every interaction made me feel exhausted and irritated. Eventually, I reduced contact to sporadic texts and maybe one visit each year. They never seemed to realize that I was genuinely constructing a decent life. It didn't look like what they had planned for me, but it was satisfactory. I had a job I enjoyed that paid the bills. I had pals who accepted me as I was. I was creating something real, something that was mine. By the age of 23, I had earned more credentials and had become Santiago's go-to guy for specific types of tasks. We worked well together, and he began talking about bigger chances in the future. That's when I met Lydia. She needed some repairs done in her flat, so Santiago sent me. Smart, humorous, and didn't buy any of my BS. We began dating, and for the first time, I let someone to truly know me, with all of my baggage and family background. She received it rather than fleeing. Her parents weren't perfect, but they were far less controlling than mine. Of course, when my parents learned that I was genuinely dating someone, they became very interested in my life again. After years of ignoring me, you started following me on Instagram. I wanted to meet her. I wanted to play with happy families. I kept them at arm's length. Lydia deserved more than to be drawn into their mental games. 4 years after being kicked out, I was in a solid situation. I had my own place, was in a healthy relationship, and had created a life entirely on my own terms. My parents' forecast that I'd be back within a month could not have been more incorrect. But the narrative doesn't end there. Just when I believed I'd finally moved beyond their shadow, things were about to get tricky in ways I hadn't expected. I'll post part 3 tomorrow. Things begin to change for both me and my parents in unforeseen ways. Update 2. Hello everyone. Thank you for staying with my narrative. The support means more than you realize. So, I'll continue where I left off. By the time I was 24, my life had fallen into a routine that felt nearly regular. I had been bouncing from job to job, steadily gaining experience and saving money wherever I could. It wasn't glamorous, mostly grunt work, but it paid the bills and kept me moving forward. My flat was a tiny studio with a kitchenette that could barely accommodate a mini fridge and microwave. But it was mine. No roommates, no parents, just me and my used stuff. So, I was scrolling on Facebook one night. Yes, I know, boomer app LOL, when this notice appeared. My cousin Madison had tagged me in a photo from a family gathering that I clearly wasn't at. I didn't think much of it until I saw my parents in the backdrop. Mom was wearing a phony smile that I was all too familiar with, and Dad was in the middle of reciting one of his 5 stories. But here's the strange thing. On the table next to them was a framed photo of me from my high school graduation. Like what? These people kicked me out, only contacted me when they needed something, and now they're showing my photo as if we were a happy family. I phoned Madison straight away, and she was like, "Oh yeah, they talk about you all the time, always telling everyone how proud they are of you." The arrogance. I swear they were living in a parallel universe where they hadn't warned me I'd be crawling back in a month. So, around this time, I met Lydia. Not in a romantic movie way, we were both in line at Target. It was taking a while, so we started complaining about self-checkout. She spoke in such a way that nothing was filtered, just raw thoughts, right from her brain to her mouth. We exchanged Instagrams, began texting, and everything just clicked. On our 3rd date, we discussed families, and I spoke out about my position. I expected the standard awkward, "that's rough" remark, but instead she told me about how her stepfather had been similar, not as violent, but with the same domineering attitude. She understood it in a way that most people didn't. That night, we stayed up until around 3 a.m. just talking, and for the first time, I didn't feel as if my family conflict was some dark secret I needed to keep hidden. My water heater died unexpectedly a few months after Lydia and I began dating. I came home to find water seeping under my bathroom door. I had to turn off the main valve and spent 3 days taking ice-cold showers at the gym while waiting for my landlord to repair it. Lydia recommended I stay at her apartment, but I don't know, it felt too soon. That independent streak I'd developed was difficult to shake. Around this time, my old high school friend Corey became engaged, and I was invited to his wedding. I hadn't seen most of these folks in years, and to be honest, I was concerned about what they would think. Will people perceive me as the one who failed? Who didn't attend college? Who disappeared? But when I arrived with Lydia, everyone was just normal. When I mentioned my jobs, they appeared really interested. There is no judgment. There are no analogies to an imaginary life I should have lived. Then came the awkward time. Corey's mother, who had let me rest on their couch shortly after I was kicked out, grabbed me aside and informed me that my parents had been asking about me. Apparently they ran into her at the grocery store and spent 20 minutes looking for information. Where did I live? What was I doing? Was I doing well financially? That final one triggered off alarms. A week later, my mother contacted me unexpectedly. Keisha, your father and I are having a small gathering for Memorial Day. Would be lovely if you could come. Bring your friend if you'd like. Friend, not a girlfriend. As if she didn't realize Lydia was important to me. And the timing was suspicious, right after they'd asked about my finances. When I showed Lydia the text, she simply cocked an eyebrow and replied, "So, they want something? I've chosen to go." Partly out of curiosity, but also because I was still looking for closure that I couldn't find. Lydia joined me for moral support, even though she thought, "This has disaster written all over it, lol." Walking into that house was quite weird. Everything looked the same furnishings, same images on the walls, including that graduation shot. The same smell as my mother's strange apple cinnamon air freshener, which usually caused me a headache. But I felt like a visitor, not like someone returning home. The small gathering consisted of my parents, aunt and uncle, and my father's business friend Judah and his wife. Everyone acted normal, as if I were just a son who had gone away at school or whatever. The entire time, I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. It finally arrived after dinner. My father escorted me into his study, a hallowed area I had never been allowed to access as a child without permission. He began with small talk about the economy, how things were terrible everywhere, and then came to the point. He had been downsized at work after 27 years with the same employer. They had replaced him with a student with a fancy degree who would work for half the pay. The irony was not lost on me. Dad had spent years pushing me toward college, and now he was bitter about college graduates. He didn't directly ask for money, but he did keep mentioning their temporary difficulties and how families should support each other in hard times. I just sat there, remembering the night they threw me out. My mom smirked. She was positive I'd be back begging in a month. I assured him that I would think about it. That was all I could say without making a mistake. Lydia and I departed shortly after, and in the car, she simply glanced at me and said, "Well, that was the most passive-aggressive dinner I've ever survived." My mom's texts increased in frequency during the next few weeks. How am I doing? Had I thought about what my father had mentioned? Did I need their old dining table while they were renovating the house? Translation: selling furniture to pay the expenses. Meanwhile, my life was on the ascent. I'd gotten decent paying work at this local establishment. Nothing spectacular, but dependable, and with legitimate benefits. Lydia and I were getting serious about seeking a bigger place together, as my studio was virtually a closet and her roommate was driving her crazy. Then came the Facebook post, which changed everything. My mother made a lengthy, dramatic piece on hard circumstances and trusting God's plan while unemployed. It was clearly a fishing trip for sympathy and assistance. The comments section was flooded with relatives and church friends giving prayers and support. But what drew me in was the final paragraph. "We're so blessed to have our son Keisha supporting us through this trial. Family truly is everything." I almost choked on my coffee. I had not agreed on anything, hadn't handed them a penny, and here she was, openly stating that I was financially supporting them. All of the responses praised me for being such a terrific son. I called her immediately. I asked what the hell the post was about. She pretended to be astonished by my outrage, claiming that she was simply expressing gratitude for my emotional support and that everyone else had assumed the rest. But I knew exactly what she was doing, building public pressure so that I felt forced to assist. Lydia discovered me that night working on a spreadsheet of my money, attempting to determine whether I could afford to aid them without jeopardizing my own life. She sat down next to me, grasped my hand, and asked, "What would you tell a friend in your situation?" And it hit me hard. If someone told me their parents had kicked them out at 17, hadn't contacted them in years except when it was convenient, and were now seeking financial support, I'd tell them they didn't owe them anything. So, I made a decision. I informed my mother that I would not be providing financial support. What they were going through was difficult, but I was still creating my own life and healing from being kicked out as a teenager. I recommended some local options for job seekers and financial aid, the same ones I had to use years before. Her reaction was simple. Okay. Then came quiet. For 3 weeks. Until yesterday. My phone exploded with notifications, texts, calls, and voicemails, all from my parents and other relatives. My parents' financial position appeared to have deteriorated significantly. Dad had still not found work. They faced the possibility of foreclosure, and somehow everything had become my problem to solve. My aunt left a voicemail telling me to step up and be the man your father raised you to be. The irony of that sentence caused me to chuckle out loud, which was definitely not good. Lydia and I remained up late talking about it. Limits, family, and commitments. About the distinction between forgiving and forgetting. Regarding what I could live with, both personally and financially. I'm still not sure what I'm going to do. Part of me wants to help because, despite everything, they remain my parents. Another part recalls standing on that lawn with my suitcases, my mother's unwavering belief that I would fail without them. The roles have completely shifted in ways neither of us could have predicted. 9 years. I am going to meet with them tomorrow, alone. In a coffee shop. Neutral terrain. I have some criteria in mind if I decide to aid, as well as some limits that will not be crossed again. Life is weird, guys. They feared I wouldn't make it through a month without them 9 years ago. Now they're the ones who can't function without me. I'm not sure if this is karma or the universe's sick sense of fun. I'll update after the meeting tomorrow. Thank you for reading this and for your support. Finally, update. So I left off yesterday with a bit of a cliffhanger. My mother called me frantically the day before the major investor meeting. To be honest, I disregarded it. At first, since I was too busy preparing my presentation and dealing with last-minute details. But then she called back 4 times in a row. Then my aunt called. Then my cousin. There was certainly an issue. When I eventually responded, my mother was crying so hard that I couldn't understand her. After she calmed down, she informed me that my father had been laid off again, but this time it was worse. They were 3 months late on their mortgage. The car had recently died, and they had received an eviction notice. They had 2 weeks to come up with the money or lose their house. I sat in my office, glancing at the wall of trophies and qualifications I'd accumulated over the years, feeling nothing. No, that is not exactly right. I felt annoyed. I was annoyed that after everything, after 9 years, they were still pulling this. They still expect me to drop everything and save them. Of course, the timing couldn't have been worse, right before the most important meeting of my career. I promised my mother I would call her back, hung up, and sat there for a bit. Lydia walked in, and immediately realized something was amiss. After I explained, she didn't tell me what to do. She simply asked how I wanted to approach it. That's one of many reasons I adore her. So I decided to deal with my parents after the investor meeting. Take one crisis at a time. I turned off my phone, concentrated on my preparations, and tried to push family problems out of my mind. The meeting went nicely. Surprisingly well. The investors were impressed by my portfolio and plans. They asked tough questions, but I was prepared for them. By the end, they were discussing potential funding for not only this project, but future ones as well. It was everything I had worked for since that rainy night on my parents' lawn, with nowhere to go. When I turned on my phone again, I had 27 missed calls, not just from my parents, but also from aunts, uncles, cousins, and even people I barely knew. My voicemail was full. My Facebook Messenger was blowing up. Apparently, my mother had rallied the entire extended family to pressure me into assisting them. I drove home with a strange mix of emotions: pride for the meeting, rage about my family's tactics, and a growing sense of obligation that I couldn't ignore. Lydia was sitting on the couch with her laptop when I walked in, and she had this look on her face that was equal parts concerned, and you're not going to believe this. Turns out, my mother had written a lengthy, dramatic post on Facebook about how they were losing their home, and how certain people, who knows who, had forgotten that family comes first. She didn't mention me by name, but everyone knew who she was talking about. Several relatives reacted, saying things like, "I'm sure Keisha will help when he sees this," and "Family is everything, he'll come through." I just stood there, reading the remarks on Lydia's screen, my blood pressure rising with everyone. They were attempting to publicly shame me into bailing them out. Despite everything they had put me through, they still believed they had the right to manipulate me in this way. I determined right then that enough was enough. I was tired of the ambiguous boundaries, the occasional aid, and the tense Christmas visits. It was time to either heal this relationship for good or end it entirely. I texted my parents and said I'd meet them at their place tomorrow. Only myself, them, and 9 years of unresolved. That night, I hardly slept. I kept worrying about what I was going to say and what they would say in response. Lydia hugged me and reassured me that no matter what happened, we had established a good life together. That no matter what happened with my parents, I now had a family. Her, our friends, and the individuals who had genuinely been there. I drove to their house the next morning, feeling more relaxed than I had anticipated. Their neighborhood hadn't changed much since I was a kid, but their home appeared smaller and shabbier. The paint was flaking, the yard needed mowing, and the flower beds my mother used to fuss over were overgrown with weeds. It was like witnessing the tangible evidence of their demise. My father answered the door. He'd gotten thinner and grayer over the years, and his shoulders were constantly bent as if he were carrying something heavy. He said nothing, simply nodded, and moved aside to let me enter. The inside was even worse. Disorganized, dusty, and with that subtle odor that occurs when basic care is neglected. My mom sat at the kitchen table, her eyes red from sobbing. When she spotted me, she immediately went into the "thank God you're here, we knew you'd help" routine, without even waiting to hear what I had to say. I stopped her off and directed them both to sit down. For once, I was going to speak, and they would listen. I laid everything out, how they'd kicked me out for wanting a different future than they had planned. They expected that I'd be crawling back in a month. How for years, they had only approached me when they required something. They'd never sincerely apologized or acknowledged how wrong they had been. My father attempted to intervene with the typical excuses. They were doing what they believed was best, I was being rude, and they had given me everything growing up. I just raised my hand and kept walking. I told them about the first few months after they kicked me out, sleeping on couches, doing multiple jobs, and weeping myself to sleep due to exhaustion and loneliness. How I'd had to find out fundamental grown-up things on my own since they decided their conditional love was more important than their child. My mother began crying again, saying they had made errors, but they were still my parents, and the family needed to stick together. That's when I completely lost it. When I was 17 and homeless, I inquired as to where this family sticks together attitude originated. I pointed out that they only appeared to remember we were family when they needed my assistance, not when I required theirs. For a while, the conversation circled back on itself. They'd apologize vaguely, then instantly justify or turn on me. The classic narcissistic playbook. I eventually grew tired of it and set out my terms. 1. I'd assist them avoid foreclosure this time. But after that, they needed to downgrade to something more affordable. 2. They had to remove that misleading Facebook post and inform everyone that they were working through their financial troubles quietly. 3. If they wanted to continue our connection, we'd all go to therapy together. Not necessary for reconciliation, but to develop open communication and appropriate boundaries. 4. They needed to understand that my life, relationship, and decisions were entirely my own. Any future support, emotional, financial, or otherwise, would be contingent on them respecting that. I expected disagreements, guilt trip, the typical tactics. Instead, my dad simply glanced, defeated, as if he'd finally recognized he had no more cards to play. My mother was tougher to read. She kept gazing between me and my father, as if she was waiting for him to repair something. Finally, they accepted my terms. Not enthusiastically, but they consented. I immediately wrote them a check for the back mortgage installments, not because I owed them anything, but because I wanted to close that chapter and go forward on my own terms. As I was leaving, my father followed me out to the porch. I assumed he was going to try another guilt trip. Instead, he said something that took me off guard. "You turned out all right. Better than all right. Not how I pictured, but you did good." It was not a complete apology. Wasn't even close to compensating for everything. But it was perhaps the first honest thing Dad had said to me in years. I didn't answer immediately. Just stood there, on the porch where he slammed the door in my face 9 years ago. Finally, I simply stated, I know. And walked to my car. It's been complicated over the past month. So far, they've kept up their half of the arrangement. Therapy is awkward and tough, but it's vital. They're looking at condominiums and smaller homes. The Facebook drama was resolved. Small steps. I'm not sure if we'll ever have the relationship that other people have with their parents. Too much water under the bridge. But at least now, we're developing something based on reality, rather than manipulation and denial. What I know is this. That terrified 17-year-old standing in the rain, with nowhere to go. He did okay for himself, created a life on his terms. I found people that adore him unconditionally. He ultimately stopped allowing his parents' rejection to define him. That night, laying in bed with Lydia, I finally removed all of the missed calls from my phone. They'd been living in my notification center for weeks, a digital reminder of my parents' despair. As I watched them vanish, I felt something unexpected, not satisfied, not a vindication. But there's a peaceful sense of closure. They assumed I couldn't live without them 9 years ago. It turned out that they were the ones who couldn't survive without me. In the end, the realization was more valuable than any "I told you so." My fiancée announced she was leaving me for my best friend in front of 46 guests. 8 months later, she wants me back. But I'm not the same man anymore. My name is Elio, and up until that engagement dinner, I felt I had my life together. I was about a month away from marrying Lily, the lady I had been with since college. My best friend Sam was supposed to be my best man. My parents were overjoyed, and they were already making plans for the kind of future grandparents they hoped for. Everything looked amazing. But, as it turns out, perfection is only a surface. Beneath it lurked a jumble of secrets and betrayals that I was too blind, or perhaps too trusting, to notice. When Lily stood up during supper, the world as I knew it fell apart like a cheap piñata. Her comments rang in my ears long after I walked away. I recall how my mother's face collapsed, the horror in my father's eyes, and the awkward shuffling of seats as visitors tried to understand what had just transpired. I spent the following few weeks in a blur, staying at my brother's house while I figured out what to do next. Dan, my older brother by 3 years, has always been the pillar in our family. He didn't say much, just handed me a beer and let me nap on his couch till I felt ready to face the world again. I was grateful for the silence, the opportunity to feel, without having to explain. I eventually moved back to my flat, which Lily and I had shared. She had taken her belongings, but her presence remained in the empty places, a misplaced hairpin on the bathroom counter, a half-burned candle on the ledge. I poured myself into work, hoping that burying my head in spreadsheets and client meetings would relieve the pain. It worked to some extent, but every now and again, I found myself staring out the window, wondering how everything had gone so wrong. Sam attempted to reach out several times. His texts remained unopened. I couldn't bring myself to confront him, not after what he and Lily had done. The treachery wound worse than I expected. We'd been buddies since middle school, bonding over our mutual love of comic books and awful science fiction films. I trusted him with everything, and he repaid my faith by snatching the one person I believed I could rely upon. So, when Lily walked up today with mascara streaked over her cheeks, I wasn't sure how to react. Part of me wanted to slam the door in her face, telling her to leave and never return. But another half, the part that remembered how she used to laugh at my foolish jokes, paused. She seemed lost, like a child who had wandered too far from home. I stood there, divided between rage and what felt uncomfortably like sympathy. "Elio," she replied, her voice cracking. "I apologize. I didn't know who else to go to. I wanted to know why she believed I'd care, why she thought I'd be her savior after everything that had happened." But the words would not come. Instead, I simply nodded and signaled for her to sit down. We sat in silence for what seemed like an age, the air dense with things unsaid. She finally spoke, her words coming out quickly. Sam had left her. Apparently the grass was not greener on the other side after all. She understood too late that what she thought was love was actually infatuation. She wished to return and attempt to repair the damage she had caused. But deep down, I realized that some things could not be repaired. I am not sure what I will do next. Part of me wants to forgive her, to salvage some pleasant memories from the devastation. But another part of me, the one that has been gently rebuilding, understands that moving on requires letting go. I suppose time will tell whose side prevails in the end. For the time being, I'm simply trying to breathe, take things one day at a time, and perhaps, just maybe, find a way to forgive myself for not recognizing the warning signs sooner. I sat in my car, the engine still humming faintly, trying to make sense of Lily's abrupt return to my life. The irony was not lost on me. I'd been trying for months to forget the way she used to laugh, how her eyes crinkled at the corners when she was truly delighted. Now she was asking for forgiveness, and I felt like a stranger in my own skin. The office building loomed in the distance, a sharp reminder of the life I'd constructed out after Lily. I was supposed to be inside, answering emails and pretending everything was normal, but, instead, I was parked in the lot, struggling with demons from a past I thought I'd forgotten. "Elio," Lily whispered, her voice barely audible. "I acknowledge that I made a mistake. I am aware of this. But I need you to understand that I never intended to hurt you." Her words hung in the air, full of hidden facts. I wanted to believe her, to imagine that the previous 8 months had been nothing more than a horrible dream. But I couldn't get over the sight of her standing at that engagement dinner, her hand interlaced with Sam's, as if it had always belonged there. I shook my head, attempting to dispel the cloud of memory. Lily's apology was a balm, but it was also a dagger, reopening wounds that I had meticulously sewed shut. Did she truly believe that a few tears and a heartfelt confession could heal the damage? Could you erase the betrayal? The reality was that part of me wanted to forgive her, not for her sake, but for my own. I wanted to let go of the bitterness that had crept into my bones and find peace in the devastation she had left behind. But another part of me, the one that had learnt to stand on its own, wasn't ready to let her back in. I looked at my phone, and the screen lit up with a message from my brother. "Dan, are you okay?" Simple. Director. I liked that about him. He never sobbed, instead offering his presence like a lighthouse amid a storm. With a sigh, I texted back, "Yes. Just processing." "She showed up today." His response was immediate. "Do you want to talk about it?" I paused, my fingers hanging above the keys. Did I want to discuss it? Did I really know what to say? Before I could decide, another message appeared. This one comes from an unusual number. "Elio, this is Sam. Can we meet?" I stared at the screen, the letters blending together as my heart thudded in my chest. Sam. The name alone was a trigger, a reminder of everything I had lost. He had not tried to contact me in months, not since the first rush of ignored texts and voicemails. So, why now? I had no idea what he wanted, but I knew I wasn't prepared to confront him. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. I closed the message without responding, my head swirling with contradictory emotions. The air in the car felt stuffy and oppressive. I needed to move, to get away from my own thoughts. Without thinking, I started the engine and drove out of the parking lot, the road extending ahead of me like a lifeline. As I drove, the metropolis blurred into a tapestry of gray and green, and the familiar streets provided a strange kind of comfort. I found myself walking toward the park where Lily and I used to spend lazy Sundays, back when the world looked full of promise. It was a site of memories, both cherished and terrible. But I needed to confront them if I ever wanted to move on. The park was calm, with the afternoon sun casting long shadows on the grass. I stopped the car and strolled toward the pond, which glistened in the light. I stood there for a time, allowing the tranquility to wash over me, before sitting on a bench. I closed my eyes and listened to the distant laughing of children playing and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. For the first time in months, I felt a sense of clarity, a flicker of understanding. Lily's reappearance reawakened sentiments I believed I had suppressed. But perhaps it was a good thing. Perhaps it was time to face the past, address the suffering, and move on. I took a deep breath, the air chilly and crisp, then opened my eyes. The way ahead was uncertain, but I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't keep hiding from my emotions. Whether or not I chose to forgive Lily and let her back into my life was entirely my option. But for now, I'd take it one step at a time. Take one day at a time. My phone buzzed again while I sat there, lost in contemplation. Another communication from Sam. "Thank you, Elio. It's important." I stared at the screen, my heart racing. What could be so essential that he'd contact me now, after all this time? I didn't have an answer, but I knew I couldn't ignore him indefinitely. Perhaps it was time to hear what he had to say, to finally end this chapter in my life. I stood up. The decision had been made. I'd meet Sam, hear him out, and then maybe I'd be able to move forward. The decision to meet Sam felt like a weight had been lifted. But as I drove to the cafe where we'd arranged to meet, I felt a different type of heaviness in my chest, the kind that comes with uncertainty and the worry of reliving previous wounds. Back in college, we frequented the cafe. A charming little cafe set away from the main street, with mismatched chairs and the aroma of freshly baked pastries in the air. It seems like a lifetime ago. I parked a block away, wanting the walk to clear my mind. The pavement was filled with fallen leaves, which crunched under my feet as I made my way to the door. I halted at the door, taking a deep breath before entering. Sam was already there, sat at a corner table, surveying the room until his gaze fell on me. He appeared different, perhaps older, or simply worn down by the weight of his own decisions. It was difficult to tell. I approached cautiously. Each step felt like a mile. "Hey," I muttered, barely above a whisper. "Hey," he said, standing awkwardly and waving for me to sit. "Thanks for coming." I nodded and moved into the seat opposite him. The quiet stretched between us, a chasm filled with unspoken words. I watched him, attempting to reconcile the guy in front of me with the former friend I remembered. His hair was longer and a little untidy, and there were dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept for days. "I'm sorry, Elio," he said, his voice straining. "I know I have no right to ask you to be here, but I need to explain." I leaned back and crossed my arms. "Explain what, Sam? That you and Lily fell in love? That you thought it was okay to betray me?" He winced, shame etched on his features. "I didn't plan for any of this to happen. I swear it just did, and I know that doesn't make it right." "Then why now?" I inquired, truly curious. "Why reach out after all this time?" He hesitated and looked down at his hands. "Because I'm leaving, Elio. I got a job offer in Seattle. I'm moving next week." The realization hit me harder than I anticipated. Sam is leaving. The thought of his being so far away seemed like the final nail in the coffin of our friendship. "So, this is goodbye?" I inquired, my tone tinged with doubt. "Yeah," he replied softly. "And I couldn't leave without trying to make things right, or as right as they can be." I wanted to laugh at the foolishness of it all, as if a few words could heal the rifts in our relationship. But as I sat there, staring at the man who had once been like a brother to me, I realized that perhaps I needed this closure just as much as he did. "Do you love her?" I inquired, the words pouring out before I could stop them. He looked up to meet my eyes. "I thought I did. But now I don't know. Everything's so messed up." I nodded, acknowledging more than I wanted to confess. Love was a tricky beast that did not always follow the rules. "And Lily?" "She's staying," he said, scarcely audible. "We're done." The words hovered in the air, a bittersweet reminder that the previous 8 months had not been a fever dream. I ran my hand through my hair, feeling the weight of everything pressing against me. "I don't know if I can forgive you, Sam," I finally admitted, the honesty cutting through the tension. "But I don't want to hate you either. It's too exhausting." He nodded, a relieved expression on his face. "I get it. And I'm sorry, Elio. For everything." We stayed there for a little longer, sipping our coffees and discussing nothing in particular. It seemed unusual to find this tentative serenity amidst the rubble of our friendship. But when I glanced at Sam, I realized that maybe this was it, a chance to let go and move on with a little less baggage. We eventually arose, with the moment of parting upon us. Sam extended his hand, and after a slight delay, I accepted it. His grip was tight, a quiet reminder of what we had once shared and what we had lost. "Take care of yourself, Elio," he added calmly. "You too," I said, removing his hand. As I watched him walk away, a sense of peace washed over me. The past could not be changed, but the future remained unwritten. I turned to leave, prepared to face whatever came next. My phone buzzed just as I approached the car. A message from Dan. "Mom has invited you over for dinner tomorrow. She said she was baking your favorite." I smiled while typing a brief response. I wouldn't miss it. I felt strangely hopeful as I slid into the driver's seat. Perhaps this was the turning point I needed. An opportunity to rebuild, to start over. As I drove away, the city lights flickering in the distance, I knew one thing. I was finally ready to let go of the past and embrace the future. But when I turned onto my street, my phone vibrated again. A new message, this time from Lily. "Can we speak?" I looked at the screen, the words blurring as my heart skipped a beat. It appeared like the past wasn't finished with me yet. As I sat in the car, looking at Lily's message, I felt a familiar tug in my chest. It was the same sensation I experienced when I first spotted her across the crowded lecture hall in college. The same feeling that had kept me awake at night, wondering what our future may hold. But now that feeling was mixed with something more, either anxiousness or plain old fear. I knew I couldn't ignore her indefinitely, just as I couldn't ignore Sam, but addressing her meant confronting all I had worked so hard to leave behind. I sighed, the decision weighing heavily on me. I typed a fast reply. Okay. Tomorrow. Her reply came almost immediately. Thank you, I will stop by your place. I tossed my phone onto the passenger seat, hoping to calm the swelling wave of emotions. I wanted a distraction, something to take my mind off the next debate. I turned the key in the ignition, and the engine roar provided a pleasant respite from the solitude. Driving aimlessly, I found myself driving to the gym, which I hadn't been to in months. It used to be my haven, a place where I could tune out the world with the clanging of weights and the rhythmic hammering of my feet on the treadmill. I parked and entered, the familiar fragrance of rubber matting and sweat welcoming me like a longtime acquaintance. I quickly dressed and went to the free weights, hoping that the physical activity would help clear my mind. As I lifted, I concentrated on the burn in my muscles and the consistent pattern of my breathing. But no matter how much I pushed myself, I couldn't get the thoughts out of my head. Lily. Sam. The twisted web of our past continued to hold me hostage, serving as a continual reminder of what once was and what could never be again. I worried if I'd ever fully be rid of it, or if I was destined to carry these ghosts with me forever. After an hour, I gave up. My body was fatigued, but my mind was racing. I went to the locker room, spraying cold water on my face in an unsuccessful attempt to erase the memories. As I looked in the mirror, I couldn't identify the man in front of me. He appeared older and wearier, as if he had lived 1,000 lifetimes since that tragic engagement supper. I cleaned my face and went outside, the lowering sun spreading long shadows across the parking lot. As I walked to my car, my phone chimed again. This time, Dan sent a message. Hey, are you okay? Do you want to come over for a beer? I smiled, thankful for his unfailing support. I texted back, yes, I'll be there in 20. The drive to Dan's house was brief, and when I arrived, he was already waiting on the porch, 2 beers in hand. He tossed one to me as I climbed the steps, and we sat in the worn-out chairs that had witnessed innumerable late-night chats. Thanks for coming, he replied, taking a sip from his beer. Mom's been asking about you. She's worried. I nodded, the old guilt setting in. I'll call her tomorrow. Just needed some time to think. He looked at me for a time, then nodded. Lily? Yeah, I responded, the word lingering in my mouth. She wants to talk. Dan did not say anything. He took another sip of his beer. He knew when to push and when to let me go, a talent developed over years of brotherhood. We sat in peaceful tranquility, crickets chirping in the background and the cool night air against my skin. I looked out at the yard, the shadows of trees moving gently in the breeze, and a strange sense of serenity came over me. I met with Sam today, I finally announced, breaking the stillness. He's moving to Seattle. Dan lifted his eyebrow. And how do you feel about that? I shrugged, unsure of the answer. Relieved, I guess. Sad too, it's complicated. Life usually is, he said with a slight smile. But you're handling it better than most would. I appreciated the vote of confidence, even though I didn't fully believe it. We moved on to other topics, such as work and the latest movies, in order to avoid discussing the elephant in the room. However, the conversation finally looped back. Do you think you'll forgive her? Dan inquired, his tone kind yet penetrating. I don't know, I said, the truth sinking into my chest like a stone. I want to, but it's hard. Part of me still loves her, but another part just can't. He nodded with understanding in his eyes. Whatever you decide, just make sure it's for you, not for her. I nodded, appreciating his insight. Thanks, Dan. I mean it. We sat for a little longer, the stars glittering overhead and the world quiet around us. It was a moment of calm, a little break from the tumult of my mind. I eventually stood, stretching the tightness out of my limbs. I should get going. Need to get some sleep before tomorrow. Dan nodded and stood to escort me to my car. Call me if you need anything. Okay, will do, I said, smacking him on the shoulder. Thanks for everything. As I drove home, the streets were deserted and the world was slumber. I had a peculiar sense of anticipation, with a mix of dread and hope whirling in my stomach. Tomorrow would provide answers, one way or another. When I eventually crawled into bed, tiredness pressed against my eyelids, but sleep defied me. I laid there, staring at the ceiling, with Lily and Sam on my mind. I pondered what she would say, what I would say, and if this talk would finally provide me with the closure I so sorely wanted. As I teetered on the edge of consciousness, one thought anchored me. Whatever happened tomorrow, I was prepared to face it. Prepared to confront the past and, hopefully, find a way to release it. And with that, I fell into a restless sleep, thoughts of laughter and treachery swirling through the darkness. The early sun filtered through the slats, creating stripes on my bedroom floor. I lay there, squinting at the ceiling, attempting to put together the parts of my erratic dreams. Conversations with Lily and Sam repeated in my head, their voices blending with my own doubts. Today was the day I would confront Lily and perhaps find a crumb of serenity. I pulled myself out of bed, my shoulders heavy with anticipation. The flat was quiet, except for the distant sound of traffic outside. I made my way to the kitchen, the habit of brewing coffee keeping me in the moment. As the rich aroma permeated the air, I attempted to concentrate on the simple task of pouring a cup, thinking that it would calm my racing mind. The knock on the door arrived sooner than intended, a stark reminder of the conversation I couldn't ignore any longer. I laid the mug down, my fingers quivering slightly as I wiped it against my pants. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Lily stood there, her eyes fixed on mine. She appeared different, older, as if she had been carrying her own problems. Her hair was pulled back in a loose ponytail, and she wore a basic sweater that appeared to be a little too loose on her body. "Hi," she replied gently, her voice tentatively whispered. Her words were in stark contrast to the frequent emails I had been receiving from her, which were full of regret and requests for a chance to talk. "Hi," I said, moving aside to let her in. She glided past me, her presence both familiar and alien, like a song I hadn't heard in years but remembered by heart. We settled into the living room, the silence stretched between us like a delicate thread. I watched her as she looked around, her gaze fixed on the empty places that had once held her belongings. It was strange to see her again in the spot where we had shared so many memories. "Thanks for agreeing to see me," she murmured, breaking the silence. Her hands curled anxiously in her lap, a move I knew all too well. "I figured we needed to talk," I said, attempting to keep my voice calm. "It's been a long time." She nodded, her gaze catching mine. "I know I hurt you, Elio, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything." Her remarks were heartfelt, but they could not change the past. I turned away, concentrating on a place on the carpet. "Why now, Lily? Why come back after all this time?" She took a long breath, her gaze shifting to her hands. "Because I realized I made a mistake. I thought I wanted something different, but I was wrong. I've spent months trying to figure out how to fix what I broke." I let her words soak in, the weight of them pushing down on me. "And Sam?" I inquired, wanting to hear it from her. "We're done," she murmured, her voice full of grief. "He's moving to Seattle next week. It's over." I nodded, relieved but reminded of the tangled situation we'd all gotten ourselves in. "I met with him yesterday," I told her, watching her expression. She looked shocked, with a glimmer of something, hope, perhaps, on her face. "And we talked. He apologized, said he didn't want to leave without trying to make things right." I stopped, carefully considering my next words. "I'm trying to move on, Lily. But it's hard." She nodded, a tear falling down her cheek. "I understand. I don't expect you to forgive me. Not right away, but I had to try." For a minute, we sat in silence, the only sound being the distant hum of the refrigerator. I could feel the weight of her stare on me, an unsaid request for understanding. "I don't know if I can forgive you," I finally murmured, barely audible. "But I don't want to carry this anger anymore. It's exhausting." She wiped her tears, a little, optimistic grin forming on her lips. "That's all I can ask for." We talked for a little longer, with the subject moving from the past to the present. It was awkward to talk about commonplace topics like jobs and mutual friends, but it was a start, a first step toward something like closure. She eventually rose up to depart, signaling the end of our time together. "Thank you, Elio," she continued, her voice genuine, "for giving me a chance to explain." I nodded and walked her to the door. "Take care of yourself, Lily." "You too," she said, pausing for a second before walking out into the hall. I watched her leave, the door quietly closing behind her. I stood there for a long time, enveloped in the apartment's silence. The conversation had been painful, yet important. It was a step toward healing and letting go of the past. As I returned to the living room, my phone vibrated on the coffee table. I lifted it up, and a fresh message appeared on the screen. It came from Dan. "Mom is making lasagna. Are you in?" I smiled. The usual warmth of family was a pleasant balm for my strained nerves. I typed a brief response. I wouldn't miss it. As I put down the phone, a sensation of tranquility came over me. The road ahead remained uncertain, but for the first time in months, I felt like I could see a way forward, a chance to rebuild, to start over. However, when I proceeded to the kitchen, my phone buzzed again. Another message arrives, this time from Sam's number. "Hello, Elio. I've been thinking about our conversation. Can we meet again?" I looked at the message, my heart skipping a beat. It appeared like the past wasn't finished with me yet. I gazed at Sam's message on my phone, the words blurring as I tried to figure out what he wanted to talk about. We'd already had our closure, or as much closure as two people could have after such a betrayal. But here he was, reaching out again. My first reaction was to ignore it, pretend I hadn't noticed it. But my nagging curiosity, the want to know why, wouldn't allow me. The room felt too quiet, and the ticking of the clock on the wall became too loud. I placed down my phone and leaned back in my chair, closed my eyes briefly. It seemed as if the universe was intended to bring up the past, just when I believed I'd found a way to go on. I reflected on Lily and our talk the day before. It had been painful, but it felt like a necessary step, a means to relieve myself of the fury that had been my constant companion for the past few months. I expected to feel lighter afterward, but instead, I felt empty, as if I had been holding on to something for so long that I didn't know how to let go. Sam wants to meet again. I couldn't help but wonder if this was another step I needed to take, another piece of the puzzle I needed to put together before I could genuinely go forward. I took up the phone again, my fingers hovering over the screen. Finally, I sighed and composed a brief response. "Okay. When and where?" His response was quick. "Coffee shop near the park. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I nodded, feeling a strange combination of dread and excitement settle in my gut. It was the same cafe where we had met the day before, and so much had remained unsaid. I wondered what new discoveries awaited me this time. The remainder of the day was a blur. I attempted to concentrate on work or anything else that would take my mind off the swirling emotions in my thoughts. But no matter how hard I tried, my thoughts kept coming back to Sam, Lily, and the tangled web of our past. That evening, I returned to Dan's apartment, seeking the consolation of his constant presence. He didn't ask about the message or delve into my thoughts. Instead, we watched an old movie that we used to like as children, and for a few hours, I was able to immerse myself in the familiar lines and predictable plot twists. But, as I drove home, the weight of the approaching talk returned to me. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep much that night since my mind was racing with possibilities for what Sam would say and want. Morning arrived all too fast, with the sun flooding through the blinds while I lay awake staring at the ceiling. I got up and went through the processes of getting ready, the regularity keeping me in the moment. By the time I left the apartment, I felt a little more prepared, ready to face whatever lay ahead of me. The cafe was calm when I arrived, as the morning rush had long passed. I got a coffee and took a seat by the window, where the beauty of the park provided a little distraction. I observed as individuals passed by, their lives appearing uncomplicated and unaffected by the drama that had occurred in mine. Sam arrived a few minutes later, his expression unreadable when he recognized me and approached. We exchanged a short nod, acknowledging the tension between us. He sat down, and for a moment, neither of us talked. The stillness stretched like a taut wire. "Thanks for meeting me," he finally murmured, his tone low. "Be careful. I'm not sure why we're here again," I admitted honestly, taking a drink of my coffee. "I thought we'd said everything yesterday." He nodded and looked down at his hands. "I know, but there's something else I need to tell you." I waited, the anticipation eating away at me. "Okay, go on." He took a big breath. his gaze meeting mine. I didn't just come to apologize yesterday. I wanted to tell you about Seattle because, well, I wanted to give you this. He reached into his pocket and took out a little packet, slipping it across the table. I stared at it, puzzled. What is this? It's a letter, he responded calmly, but his eyes betrayed his nervousness. From Lily. She composed it after everything had occurred, but she never mailed it. I found it while packing, and I think you should read it. I hesitated, my thoughts whirling. Lily sent a letter following our engagement dinner. I wasn't sure I wanted to know what it contained, or reopen those wounds, but something in Sam's expression told me it was necessary. I picked up the envelope and turned it over in my hands. Why didn't she send it? I don't know, he said. Maybe she was scared. Maybe she thought it wouldn't make a difference. But I think she wanted you to have it. I nodded and slipped the envelope into my jacket pocket. Okay, I'll read it. We sat silently for a bit longer, unsure how to conclude this unexpected rendezvous. Sam finally stood, his chair scraping against the floor. I hope it helps, he remarked, his tone serious. Thanks, Sam, I said, meaning more than I thought. Safe travels to Seattle. He nodded with a faint, sad smile on his lips. Take care, Elio. As he went, I felt a strange sense of closure wash over me. Whatever the letter contained, it felt like the final piece of the puzzle, the last thing I needed to face before really letting go. I sat there for a long time, the envelope in my pocket, before standing and going home. As I went, I felt a sense of serenity sweep over me, a quiet confidence that whatever occurred next, I was prepared to deal with it. Back at my place, I sat at the kitchen table with the letter in front of me. I took a deep breath, bracing myself for whatever facts the envelope might contain, and carefully opened it. As I opened the page, Lily's familiar handwriting greeted me. The words, "A bridge to the past." I began reading, my heart racing in my chest, knowing that this was the moment when I would finally be free. The letter rested on the table, seemingly mocking me for its simplicity. Only a piece of paper, yet it carried the weight of everything that had happened. I took a long inhale, felt the air fill my lungs before slowly unfolding it. Lily's calligraphy was familiar, with each loop and curve reminiscent of the person I once loved. Elio, it began, her words a link to a past I wasn't sure I wanted to explore. I don't know how to start this, but I need you to know how sorry I am. I've replayed that night over and over in my mind, wishing I could take it all back, wishing I could have seen the hurt I was causing before it was too late. I paused, my heart heavy with her regret. It felt weird to read her remarks after our world had fallen apart. I continued, each sentence taking me further back in time. I was selfish, Elio. I thought I was doing what was right for me, but I didn't see how wrong it was for us. He was a mistake. I see that now. I was looking for something, but I didn't realize I already had it with you. Her admittance served as both a balm and a wound. I'd spent months trying to figure out why, piecing together the pieces of our relationship, and here it was all laid naked in her handwriting. I don't expect you to forgive me. I know I've lost that right, but I hope one day you can find it in your heart to remember the good times we had. I hope you can find happiness, even if it's not with me. I put the letter down, my hands quivering slightly. It was everything I needed to hear, and nothing I wanted to know. Her comments were genuine, but they could not alter the past. They couldn't undo the betrayal or the months of suffering that followed. Nevertheless, I felt a peculiar sense of tranquility wash over me. Perhaps it was the finality of it, knowing that I'd heard her side and confronted the ghosts of our past. Perhaps it was the awareness that I no longer had to hold this resentment and could choose to let it go. I sat back in my chair and closed my eyes briefly. The flat was quiet, with the only sound being the distant buzz of traffic outside. I took a long breath and felt the tension gently leave my body. It was over. The chapter that had dominated my life for so long was finally coming to an end. I had faced Sam. I had faced Lily. And now I had to face myself, the person I'd become as a result of it all. The individual who was stronger, wiser, and possibly more cautious. I arose, carefully folding the letter and placing it back in the envelope. It was now part of my tale, a reminder of where I had been and how far I had come. But it did not define me. Not anymore. As I strolled to the window, I observed the world outside, the metropolis alive with the rush and bustle of daily life. People go about their daily lives, ignorant of the inner fights taking place behind closed doors. I felt a connection with them, a common awareness of the hardships and successes that define us as humans. My phone buzzed, interrupting my thoughts. A message from Dan. "Dinner's at 6 o'clock, don't be late." I smiled, the warmth of family providing a comfortable presence in my life. I typed a brief response. "I'll be there." As I put down the phone, I felt a sense of anticipation for the future. The road ahead remained unpredictable, but for the first time in a long time, I felt prepared to face it, eager to welcome whatever came next, confident that I had the strength to deal with it. I took one last look at the letter, saying my final goodbye to the past, before walking out the door. The sun was sinking, creating a pleasant glow over the city. And as I walked, I noticed a lightness in my step and a fresh freedom in my heart. The past was behind me, and I was free to define the future. Whatever it brought, I knew I was prepared. I'm ready to live, love, and discover my own route forward. And as I made my way to Dan's, I had a peaceful conviction that everything would be well. My sister fired me, replaced me with our a cousin. 6 days later, the platform crashed, clients fled, and their investors called me instead. Hello everyone. Before we begin today's video, I need your help. We've noticed that the channel is losing traction, and subscribing is one of the best ways you can help us. It's quick, free, and allows us to continue bringing you great content. Your support means everything. Let us keep this channel growing collectively. Thank you very much. Now, let's begin the video. I received the email on a Tuesday afternoon. Your services are no longer required, severance details to follow. I did not argue or beg. I simply forwarded it to my attorney and quietly withdrew my seed financing from the startup. They assumed my cousin could handle the technical aspects. 3 months later, their investors fled. Hello Reddit. I spent 8 years starting my sister's IT company from scratch. Then she sacked me in a 2-sentence email and transferred my CTO position to our cousin. I did not fight back publicly. I simply withdrew my personal investment and watched as everything came apart. They bet on the wrong horse. This is what occurred. Sabrina, my 32-year-old sister, launched her cybersecurity firm in a tiny Seattle apartment in 2015. 8 years later, it managed $6.8 million in yearly contracts and had operations in Seattle and Portland. I'd been there since the beginning, first developing code alone while Sabrina worked for customers, then expanding the engineering team following our Series A, and then architecting our flagship security platform, which brought us 3 Fortune 500 clients. The company was the ultimate tech startup, offering specialized penetration testing, unique security solutions, and a SaaS platform that monitored for vulnerabilities in real time. We worked with hospital systems, financial institutions, and government contractors, organizations where data breaches may be life-threatening, not just a PR nightmare. Our clientele included some of the Pacific Northwest's leading hospital networks. Sabrina never missed an opportunity to tell investors how she built everything from the start, neatly omitting the $150,000 from our grandfather's estate that paid for the first year. She omitted such an aspect from her founder's story. Adjusted for inflation and Seattle's tech ecosystem, that's almost $250,000 in beginning capital she never had to work for. Not quite the bootstrap narrative she promoted. My cousin Talia, 26F, was a different story entirely. While I was working all night to patch significant security issues, she was pursuing her MBA at Stanford, courtesy of her parents. When she eventually joined the company 2 years ago, Sabrina gave her the title of Chief Strategy Officer, despite her complete lack of cybersecurity knowledge. My Aunt Monica, Sabrina's godmother, was Talia's strongest supporter. Monica convinced Sabrina that Talia needed a company car to meet with possible clients. While I was still taking the bus or using ride-sharing applications to client meetings, she never pushed for me in the same way that she did Talia. Talia's MBA centered on entrepreneurship, so she spent 2 years networking with venture capitalists and developing PowerPoint presentations. Her resume included a summer internship at a marketing business where her sorority sister's mother was the CMO. Nonetheless, Sabrina believed she was prepared to design strategy for a specialized cybersecurity organization. I remember when Talia revealed her true colors. We'd been wooing a major hospital system for months, and I'd spent weeks tailoring our platform to meet their specific compliance requirements. We're talking at 2 a.m. coding sessions, weekends lost to testing, and my partner eventually breaking up because I was married to my work. On the day of our final pitch to their CISO and security team, Talia arrived 15 minutes late, interrupted my presentation, and introduced herself as the architect of this security alliance. When the client asked detailed questions regarding implementation and compliance frameworks, Talia stumbled, so I stepped in with the answers. Later that day, she confronted me in the workplace kitchen. "Don't ever make me look stupid in front of clients again," she said, jabbing her finger at my chest. "I was just answering their technical questions," I responded. "Next time, write down the answer. And slide it to me. I'm the face of these deals now. You're just the back-end coder. Remember your place." I shouldn't have left that day. Instead, I swallowed my pride and continued working, reminding myself that I was doing it for the firm I helped develop, not Talia's ego. The healthcare deal totaled $2.3 million over 3 years. But guess whose name appeared on the commission report? Not me. Last year I learned that Talia was misrepresenting business development KPIs. She'd take credit for automatic contract renewals, claim prospects that other team members had nurtured, and stage client meetings that never happened to achieve her quarterly quotas. I showed Sabrina the evidence, a full spreadsheet study that took me a week to complete, but she disregarded it as aggressive business development. I'd spent the past quarter quietly documenting everything, preparing my case, and saving receipts. I hadn't planned to use any of it, but something told me to be prepared. Call it intuition honed over 8 years of watching my sister operate. Then, on Tuesday, I noticed Sabrina's email arrived. It was 4:17 p.m., and I had just closed a serious security hole on our primary platform, without Talia's assistance. We weren't the type of siblings who check in every day, so I assumed it was about the quarterly board meeting. I opened the email and continued to organize my notes, reading half of it while saving my files. "Your services are no longer required, severance details to follow." I froze, my cursor poised over the save button. 2 sentences are given with the chilly efficiency of a system notification. I sat there for a minute, her words searing in my mind. The letter was clinical and emotionless, similar to terminating a software license. After all the years I've put into establishing her firm, all the family events I've missed, all the connections I've sacrificed, this is how she ends it? A 2-sentence email. The board meeting slated for Friday was not your typical quarterly review. It was around this time that we discussed the technological roadmap for the following year, and assigned resources across teams. Cutting me out of that meant cutting me out of the company's future. Through my office window, I could see Talia and Sabrina's office, where they were both nodding and staring at a whiteboard. Sabrina never consulted with me like that again. Now everything is made clear. They were not only planning for the following quarter, they were arranging my departure. I closed my laptop with my fingers hanging over the keys. A dozen responses raced through my mind, each one angrier than the previous. Finally, I just typed 2 words. Understood. Forwarded. If she decided to terminate it, that's okay. I wasn't about to beg for an explanation. But if she believed she could cut me off without repercussions, she had another thing coming. I retrieved the investment agreement from my desk drawer. My signature was in blue ink next to Sabrina's on the seed funding document. I carefully composed an email to our company lawyer, attaching the essential clauses about investor withdrawal rights. The sound of my keyboard was like hammering nails into a coffin. I took screenshots of everything, then opened my email to send a message to my personal attorney. I attached the screenshots and typed, "Need to meet tomorrow. Company situation is changing dramatically. Let's discuss my options." I pressed send, shut my computer, and walked out of the building, not looking back. If my sister wanted to play this game, I wasn't going to let her decide my fate. The next day, I acted quickly, canceling my meetings, clearing my calendar, and sending Sabrina an email stating my decision to step away from operations while seeking a comprehensive financial and technical assessment of the systems I'd created. There were no emotional appeals or attempts to rescue our relationship, only the cool, precise language of an investor protecting their assets. I spent 8 years of my life with that company, 8 years of missed vacations, friends' weddings, and postponed personal goals. For what? To be dismissed with a 2-sentence email. After graduation, I turned down a senior engineering position at Microsoft to assist Sabrina in launching her firm. And for what? So Talia can waltz in and take over? I quietly began the process of withdrawing my seed investment based on my minority ownership rights. This was not an emotional response. It was strategic risk management. If they were going to cut me out, I needed to defend my financial interests. I made many calls to my attorney to begin the separation procedure. It was not personal. It was business. Sabrina taught me the lesson herself. While I waited for my lawyer's response, I saved every piece of code I'd written, every system architecture diagram, and every technical specification document, anything that could demonstrate my contributions. Not to steal intellectual property, but to preserve my legacy. When you've spent 8 years developing software systems, you know exactly where the technical debt lies. An hour after I submitted my email, Talia texted me. "We both know Sabrina's been carrying you for years. Don't worry, I've got plenty of ideas to modernize that spaghetti code you've been maintaining. She should have put me in charge of the product from day one." I did not respond. There's no point engaging with someone who can't identify the difference between a firewall and a database. I just took a screenshot from my records and kept working on my escape strategy. Talia has always been a talker and not a builder. Her ideas were often based on buzzwords she had picked up at conferences without knowing the underlying technology. The next morning, I received a text from Jared, our lead security engineer of 5 years. "Sabrina just called an emergency all hands. Announced Talia's taking over as CTO effective immediately." The woman could not explain a simple SQL injection if her life depended on it. Talia had apparently been warning Sabrina for months that I was going to create a competitor product and duplicate proprietary code. Complete fabrication. But Talia had always had Sabrina wrapped around her finger. That night, I documented every change I made to the codebase, took screenshots of the commit history, and archived every technical choice I made. I knew exactly how this would turn out. 48 hours later, my phone flooded with notifications. Sabrina missed 67 calls, my Aunt Monica dozens, and my parents many. I sorted through the terrified texts, desperate voicemails, and more urgent emails. Sabrina's mails began with clinical and business-like inquiries. But as the hours passed and my silence persisted, her words got increasingly frenzied, flavored with something I hadn't heard from her in years. Desperation. "Aria, we need to discuss repository access. It's urgent. Call me about the AWS credentials. This is important. Aria, this isn't a game. The entire platform is at stake." Our cloud service provider had sent us a message filled with fear. "Aria, we need to speak immediately. There are critical access issues with your company's infrastructure." I sat back in my chair and smiled briefly. I had given them a good start, but reality was finally catching up. And I was only getting started. Sabrina and Talia didn't comprehend that 3 years ago, when I constructed our entire technical infrastructure, I rendered myself indispensable to the company. That was not the objective. I had thoroughly documented everything. However, some things cannot be transferred in a single day, such as the complicated authentication system I'd created, the elaborate deployment pipelines I'd configured, and the institutional knowledge about our security policies that I'd gathered over the years. On the 5th day, the messages had progressed from concerned to desperate. My Aunt Monica's voicemail messages were breathless. "Please," she said, stumbling over her words. My mother had a kinder approach. "Aria, honey, I don't know what's happening with the company, but I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding. Please call your sister." I didn't respond. Mom meant well, but I knew my sister too well to believe this was simply a mistake. On the 6th day, I got an alert from our company's code repository. I gently opened it, prepared myself for whatever new disaster had occurred. As I scanned the logs, my jaw fell. Sabrina and Talia had attempted to offer full administrator access to an outside development organization, despite all of the security controls I had put in place. They'd even started the process of migrating our whole codebase to a new repository where I wouldn't have access. The only reason it hadn't worked was because the authentication system required multi-factor clearance for such big changes, a security measure I'd installed following a near miss with a data breach 2 years prior. Sabrina clearly forgot about this point in her zeal to force me out. That was it. My sister wasn't simply attempting to eliminate me from the firm. She and Talia were attempting to delete my contributions completely, cleanly, and permanently. They presumably assumed I would be too stunned or hurt to react. They had no idea that by crossing that line, they had given me the perfect reason to hit back. I took a deep breath and called my lawyer. We had a lengthy chat, and by the end of it, the wheels were in action for something far more significant than simply withdrawing my seed investment. "They've made this simple for us," my lawyer explained. "Attempted intellectual property theft is a clear breach of fiduciary duty. But are you certain this is the path you want to take? Once we file these papers, reconciliation becomes nearly impossible." I did not hesitate. "I'm certain. They started this war. I'm just making sure I win it. The next morning, I assembled every document I had on the company's technical infrastructure. I spent hours putting together a detailed dossier, highlighting every shortcut, security compromise, and technical debt Talia and Sabrina insisted on despite my objections. Years of suppressed frustration fueled my focus. Sabrina's habit of cutting corners on security audits to save money, Talia's insistence on rushing features to market without proper testing, the consulting fees paid to my aunt's graphic design company that never delivered a functional website, and the offshore development team that had access to production systems in violation of all security best practices. It was all there and meticulously documented. I finished with a damning collection of evidence. I filed formal complaints with our investors, detailing potential breaches of fiduciary duty, and froze the code repositories while conducting a full security audit. I also prepared documentation for our largest clients, outlining the potential security implications of recent management changes and attaching the most concerning sections of my dossier. I wasn't sure whether it would work, but I was determined to find out. Finally, as a strategic move, I sent a full technical risk assessment to our largest client, a hospital network whose CISO had served as a mentor to me over the years. Dr. Malik had worked in cybersecurity for decades and had awarded Sabrina her first major contract. He prioritized technical excellence and open security practices. I knew he'd be upset to learn about how his organization's data security had been compromised. I expected retaliation but was prepared. I'd already secured all of my personal finances, transferred my assets to new accounts, and ensured that my name was not on any company credit lines. Let them come at me. I was no longer exposed. That night, I sat in my apartment facing Lake Union, watching the water sparkle under the city lights. Part of me regretted how things had escalated, but another half, the part that remembered every dismissal, every time Talia was favored, every undervaluation of my contributions, felt only frigid satisfaction. My phone vibrated with a text from Jared at the workplace. Complete chaos here today. Your cousin tried to deploy to production and somehow crashed the entire platform. Your sister's been in crisis meetings all day. Hope whatever's happening works out, Arya. I smiled bitterly. They were realizing how much they had relied on me, and it had only been 6 days. That night, my phone called again. Mom. I hesitated before responding. Arya, I know you're hurt, and I understand why, but can we talk? Just you and me? I paused to examine my alternatives. Despite everything, I did not want to pull her into this mess. When things become serious between Sabrina and me, she would always try to keep the peace. All right, I finally said. Let's meet tomorrow. The next day, I met my mother at a coffee shop on Capitol Hill. She was already there, waiting at a window table and monitoring the door. When she saw me, she straightened slightly, but her demeanor was still anxious. Mom has always served as the go-between in family disputes. During the many disagreements Sabrina and I had as kids, she had mastered the ability of remaining neutral. Arya, what's going on? She questioned, her voice quiet. Sabrina's falling apart. Monica says the company is in crisis. They think you're trying to sabotage everything, and Talia is just making it all worse, promising things she can't deliver. She deserved to know the truth, but I didn't want to burden her with information that would only exacerbate family tension. They tried to erase me completely, I told them. Sabrina and Talia were attempting to copy all my code and systems to a new repository, trying to cut me out of the picture entirely. I'm just ensuring they can't appropriate my work on their way out. Her eyes expanded. That can't be right. Sabrina wouldn't just, no. There must be some misunderstanding. What about Talia? Would she? I inquired pointedly. She looked away, unable to deny it. Talia had always been devious, including with her. She borrowed my mother's car in college and returned it with a dented fender, stating it had happened previously. Naturally, Sabrina covered for her. I moved a small folder across the table. It included carefully chosen screenshots, just enough to demonstrate my point without overwhelming her. Repository access logs, suspicious code transfers, and emails in which Sabrina and Talia openly requested an outside engineer to speed up the migration process. She flipped over the papers slowly. Oh, Arya, this is deliberate. They were really trying to lock you out. Yes, I replied, leaning back. And that's just the beginning. They've been compromising on security protocols for months, maybe years. I found evidence they gave production database access to an offshore development team we've never properly vetted. I leaned in. Mom, if I hadn't acted when I did, our healthcare clients could have been exposed to serious vulnerabilities. Patient data could have been compromised. She closed the folder and flattened her palm against it. You have to talk to Sabrina, she stated firmly. There must be some explanation. Your sister's not usually this reckless. And Talia? I questioned. She didn't respond. I gave them a chance to explain. You know what Sabrina did? She fired me with a 2-sentence email, then put Talia in my position the very next day. Just please don't destroy everything, she whispered. Monica says investors are already asking questions. If this escalates, I don't know what will happen to the company. I'm not the one who started this, Mom, but I promise you, I'm going to finish it. That evening I got a notification from our code repository. An emergency freeze on code changes had been placed. My attorney had used the intellectual property terms I insisted on in our operating agreement, the ones that required my consent for substantial architectural changes, along with evidence of unlawful access attempts. The server has detected many unusual access patterns, and several large-scale code extraction efforts are still pending. I imagined Sabrina and Talia in that glass-walled conference room, seeing the deployment pipeline stop, their perfectly planned strategy collapsing hour by hour. I wasn't only defending my code, I was pointing out basic problems in their leadership. I knew enough about the business to comprehend what a code freeze entailed. Client updates would not get out. Bug fixes would be postponed. The continuous integration pipeline that they rely on for client deliveries will be halted. It was the technical equivalent to cardiac arrest. I awoke the next morning to find my phone constantly vibrating. My email inbox was overflowing with notifications from our repository service, my lawyer, and anxious messages from Sabrina's business colleagues. The security audit had started earlier than intended, and it was obviously identifying issues. I went through the repository's latest warnings. They had restricted access to over 300,000 lines of code across various repositories and highlighted an additional 120,000 lines. For questionable commit patterns dating back 3 months, it was a technical bottleneck that effectively halted product progress. Sabrina had left 5 voicemail messages overnight, each more urgent than the last. Aria, please. I don't know what you think you're doing, but you're destroying everything we built. Call me back immediately. We can fix this. I deleted the texts without replying. An hour later, Mom called back. Aria, what did you do? She said, her voice even though tense. I did what was necessary, I explained quietly. They're in complete panic mode, Aria. Sabrina is talking about lawyers, about suing for sabotage. Monica is beside herself, and Talia is making wild promises about fixing everything if they just give her complete control. I was not surprised. They'd never been adept at handling a technical issue. I gave them a chance. Sabrina made her move. Talia took my position and I protected my work. I'm not backing down. There was a long pause on the other end. Fine, meet with them, she finally said. One last time, for me. I paused. I owed Mom at least that amount. All right, I replied, but this is the last time. As I hung up, my lawyer called to provide an update. The repository's preliminary audit had already raised enough red flags to warrant further examination. Sabrina and Talia were concerned about potential intellectual property infringement if things remained this way. You need to decide how far you want to take this, he told you. Right now, you've got leverage. They're desperate. This might be the time to negotiate a settlement that cuts you loose with your fair share. I pondered it. A settlement would be cleaner and speedier. But something within me resisted. It wasn't simply about money anymore. That evening, we met at Sabrina's downtown Seattle condo. I'd attended innumerable meals and strategy discussions in this sleek high-rise apartment, spoken about product roadmaps on the balcony overlooking the Sound, and celebrated our first $1 million in revenue at that dining table. It felt like we were entering hostile territory. My mother opened the door with a worried grin and a hasty embrace. She appeared weary. Inside, Sabrina stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, arms crossed, showing confidence despite the circumstances. Talia sat on the kitchen island like it was a throne, feigning indifference while scrolling through her phone. Let's get this over with, Sabrina said. I sat down at the dining table, noting how every award and press mention in the apartment emphasized Sabrina's accomplishments, while my efforts were reduced or ignored. Was it always like this way, or am I just seeing it clearly now? So, what's all this about? I inquired. Sabrina turned to me, her cheeks heated. What the hell do you think you're doing, Aria? freezing the repositories, triggering security audits. You're trying to destroy everything we built. I met her eyes directly. I'm destroying things? After you fired me without warning? You think I wouldn't notice unauthorized access to my code? You think I'm just going to sit back while you and Talia try to erase my contributions to the company I helped build? Talia looked up from her phone and pointed at me. You've always been jealous of Sabrina's vision. You've been undermining my strategy since day one. Sabrina's face hardened. You have no idea what you've done, she replied. I've got demos scheduled with potential investors, commitments to clients. Talia has a completely new direction planned for the product. If you freeze these repositories, it could sink everything. That's not my problem, I responded. You made your decision when you tried to push me out of the company and replace me with Talia. I'm just protecting my work. There was a prolonged hush. Then Talia leaned back, smirking. Don't worry, Sabrina. I'll rebuild the entire platform now that Aria's out of the picture. Her code is outdated anyway. I've got friends at Google who can help us create a much more scalable architecture. I laughed. Talia had never looked at or comprehended our code base. Talia's right, Sabrina remarked. We were planning to refactor the entire platform anyway. This is just accelerating our timeline. When I looked at my sister, I noticed something for the first time. She was afraid. Despite all of the threats and posturing, she was terrified that her firm was slipping away. Instead of confronting reality, she was reinforcing the fantasy that Talia could somehow salvage everything. Sabrina leaned in, her voice low and threatening. Fine. You want to play hardball? You want to tear down what we spent 8 years building? I'll show you what real scorched earth looks like. I retained her eyes. I've come too far to back down now. Mom stepped between us. Stop, both of you. This isn't solving anything. I got up and grabbed my jacket. You wanted me here, Mom. I arrived, but I am done attempting to reason with them. I turned to go out, firmly locking the door behind me. As I waited for the elevator, my phone vibrated with a new email, one from my attorney. Sabrina and Talia had recently filed a lawsuit alleging that I had ruined the corporation and illegally shut them out of vital systems. I gave out a quick giggle and returned my phone to my pocket. So this was how they intended to play it? Fine. I'd offered them the option to go away. Now, I'd make sure they had nothing left to fight over. The case struck me harder than expected. Sabrina and Talia had gone all out, accusing me of everything from corporate sabotage to intellectual property theft. Their allegations were ridiculous, but the consequences were serious. If they can convince a judge that I illegally restricted access to company systems, I might face significant damages. I expected them to be desperate, but not this irresponsible. It seemed as if they were asking for complete discovery. I spent the next week buried in legal documents, with my attorney working hard to oppose every new move they filed. They had even tried to draw our parents into the situation, forcing them to testify against me, most likely attempting to break my resolve through familial pressure. Then 3 days before the first court date, I got a communication from our lead security engineer. Aria, we need to speak quietly. There are several things you should know. Jared and I met that night at a small pub in Fremont. He was already present when I arrived, looking apprehensive. He waved me over and looked around the room. Aria, I shouldn't be here. If they find out. He fidgeted with his beer glass. The security audit triggered some serious red flags. With the lawsuit and everything happening, I could lose my professional certifications if I'm associated with this. I need to protect myself. Just tell me what this is about, I asked, sitting across from him. He leaned forward, his voice lowering. Your cousin. She's been exposing client data for months. Insecure APIs, misconfigured cloud storage, improper access controls. Sabrina only found out recently, but she's been covering it up. It's bad. I had anticipated some technical lapses, but this sounded far worse. How bad? Potential HIPAA violations, maybe FTC territory. I've been documenting the issues and trying to fix them quietly, but this lawsuit, if it goes to discovery, it all comes out. I can't risk my career, my reputation. He slid the flash disk across the table. Everything you need is on here. Access logs, misconfigured servers, vulnerability reports. Your cousin has been systematically undermining our security protocols for months, and your sister has been helping hide it. It's enough to trigger regulatory investigations. That night, I went through the files. Everything was there. Patient data from our healthcare clients had been exposed due to insufficiently secured APIs, with Talia's fingerprints all over the changes and Sabrina's permission on the majority of them. There were false security assessments, concealed vulnerability reports, and even indications that Talia allowed an outside marketing agency access to production settings containing critical customer data. Sabrina had approved everything, either consciously or in willful ignorance. The following morning, I sent everything to my lawyer with this note. Let us conclude this. By the time the court date arrived, Sabrina and Talia were cornered. Their repositories were locked, putting their client connections at peril. And now, with this fresh proof, they were facing possible regulatory inquiries. Sabrina appeared fatigued as she entered the courtroom, her customary confidence gone. Talia wasn't even present. She had supposedly gone to California the night before for an emergency meeting with advisors. The judge ruled in less than 2 hours. The evidence was overwhelming. The complaint was dismissed, and the court mandated a comprehensive technical and security audit of the company's systems. I observed Sabrina's expression as reality set in. She hadn't only lost her lawsuit, she had lost everything. Outside the courthouse, she approached me with lowered shoulders. "Arya, you have to believe me. I didn't know how severe the security issues were with Talia's changes. I was just trying to give her room to grow." I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. "You chose her over me," I replied gently. "Every time. And now you're paying for it." I walked away, leaving her standing there, appearing much older than her 35 years. A week later, Mom called. She had helped Sabrina find a smaller apartment in Ballard. She didn't ask for my assistance and I didn't offer it, but I transferred enough money for 3 months' rent, more for Mom's sake than Sabrina's. "Did you know about Talia? She's ruined the company, Arya, and Sabrina let her do it. She chose Talia over you, over her own company's integrity." I could hear disappointment in her voice. It wasn't just me who had been betrayed. The business had imploded catastrophically. The audit indicated that Talia had been violating security procedures for several months. When the security flaws were discovered, the company faced potential regulatory probes, and the majority of their large clients terminated their contracts. The Portland office was closed. The Seattle headquarters was reduced to a single floor. Talia had disappeared to California. Last Mom heard, she was trying to find a job at a friend's startup, avoiding Sabrina's calls and showing no remorse for the damage she'd done. I signed the final papers, terminating all technical and financial links with the company. With my settlement and professional reputation intact, I was 4 weeks into starting my own cybersecurity consultancy in Vancouver, British Columbia. Distinct countries, distinct markets, yet comparable industries. I had obtained modest office space, brought in 2 trustworthy engineers from the Seattle organization, and began developing something entirely my own. No family drama or nepotism. Simply technical brilliance and sound business procedures. 2 months later, Sabrina called immediately. Her voice was different, more restrained, but with an undertone of entitlement. "Arya, we need to talk. The situation, it's dire. Talia has completely abandoned ship and disappeared to Silicon Valley. We were wrong. We need your help to rebuild the platform." I left her words hanging in the air. Part of me felt validated. The other portion was simply tired with the entire saga. "I'm sorry, Sabrina. That chapter of my life is closed. Come on, Arya. We have nothing left. We were wrong about you. Wrong about Talia. We can start over. Rebuild the company together. The right way this time. I still have connections throughout the industry." I took a deep breath. You made your choice. Now you have to live with it. I've moved on. Our parents are worried about their retirement, the investment they made in the company. Her voice cracked momentarily. I felt a tinge of sympathy, but quickly buried it. She had been manipulating me with guilt for years. Not this time. I already talked to Mom about that. She and Dad diversified their investments last year, on my advice. They'll be fine. You can't just abandon your family, Arya, after everything I've done for you. I nearly laughed at that. Everything you've done for me? Sabrina, I worked 8 years building your company while you handed everything to Talia on a silver platter. I'm done. I hung up and blocked her phone. Maybe someday I'll be ready to have her in my life again, albeit in a limited capacity. But I would never again rely on her judgment or put my professional reputation in her hands. After all, my sister taught me one important lesson. In business, loyalty is only as good as the contract on which it is based. Family is something different entirely. I warned Mom about stepfather after learning his secret past, but she denied. Then my 12-year-old's brother ran away, triggered a full CPS investigation. My mother preferred a convicted kitten diddler above her own children, so I exposed their lies in court. A year later, she begged me to preserve her unborn child from the monster she let in. I was 15 years old when I accepted the fact that I would be fatherless for the rest of my life, since I was the son of a single mother. I overworked myself in school while working 25 hours a week at a local job. I took care of my younger brother Noah, while my mother was unwell or at work. My greatest want was for my mother to be able to retire and never have to work another day. But then everything came crumbling down when my mother found a great man named Luke. He was really sweet, and after only a few months of dating, I started beating myself up for not being the perfect man of the home. He's still the sole reason I know how to ride a bicycle, and Noah adored him even more than I did. Luke taught him how to do algebra without crying, which is a skill I never learned, and even took on the responsibility of taking him to school each day. Meanwhile, my mother's skin was glowing even more. She actually looked stunning. It really was quiet before the storm. As we grew to know him, the picture-perfect aspect disappeared. I discovered that he had already left another family and had a son around my age. But I loved him anyway, since what is family if not tolerating each other's flaws, right? Well, this backfired badly because one day, while I was studying for tests in senior year, I received a text message on Facebook. It came from a guy claiming to be my half-brother, so I studied his page and discovered that my father, or should I say, our father, had once appeared in his profile picture. After we established our biological connection, I discovered he had an ulterior agenda for texting me. He began by asking whether I knew what kind of man our father was. I assumed he was simply upset because my father had left him for a more attractive wife, so I responded, "More than you do, buddy." I was very immature back then. I know part of me expected his reaction to be feisty, something I could debate over, but it wasn't. It was something much darker. He mailed dozens of court paperwork. They were all about Damon, a guy charged with stealing the innocence of his wife and 5-year-old son. I believed my half-brother was just as immature as me, so I didn't think much of it and told him he was an effing weirdo for sending me that shanty. But as soon as I departed the court records and saw his text, my heart fell. He said the words that forever altered my life in the worst way possible. Our father's name is Damon, which he changed after leaving prison. I battled the impulse to throw up in the garbage can next to me. I reviewed the documents, wanting to learn more. The time frame added up. He met my mother 6 months after exiting prison. But that was not all. When he was found stealing their innocence, an investigation was initiated. On his hard disk, there were dozens of videos of, well, you know. But they weren't all from kitten tinkering websites. He had filmed a number of films with him, featuring naked innocent humans pleading for aid. I couldn't control myself at the time. I threw up on the keyboard. This was the man my mother had brought into our lives, the dude doing it in Luke. I knew my mom couldn't have known, so I had to determine what to do with the information. But it was almost impossible to think clearly. Suddenly the door creaked open. I swung around in my chair and saw Damon standing over me and my computer screen. I realized there was no use in struggling to hide it. Plus, I was bigger than him, so he couldn't have coerced me to do anything, like he did with my half-brother. His face turned crimson. "I swear I've changed since then. Please." His eyes were filled with a phony innocence. When I stared at his trembling hands, all I could think about was what he had done to those kids, what I had witnessed him do. I quickly exited all the tabs, stood up, and knocked him to the ground. As he started crying, I couldn't help but laugh. I recall the sound of his ribs shattering under my boots. It was as satisfying as ASMR. But then I heard my mother arrive home. "Honey, I think my son is onto us," she yelled, not realizing I was right upstairs. I froze totally. My mother thought I was still at school. She was not yelling an alert. She was joking with him. I could not move. My feet felt like they were nailed to the floor. I heard her footsteps ascending the stairs, getting closer and closer. When she got to the top of the stairs, she noticed Damon on the floor, battered and trembling, with me standing over him. In a matter of seconds, her expression changed from confused to horrified. She dropped her purse and went to Damon's side. "What the hell happened?" she asked, peering up at me with startled eyes. Initially, I was unable to form words. My hands were shaking. Finally, I asked the only question that mattered. "Did you know?" I inquired. my tone barely above a whisper. She paused. Her gaze went between me and Damon. Then she lied. Number what? What are you talking about? She helped Damon sit against the wall. Why would you attack him like this? I grabbed my phone and showed her some court paperwork. His son sent me these. His real name is Damon. He's a convicted criminal. Did you know? Her expression shifted. She looked down, then back at me. I only found out recently, she murmured quietly. He didn't tell me when we met. He said the court case was false, just revenge from a bitter ex-wife. She jumped up and grabbed my arm. Please don't ruin everything. Look at how much better things have been. Remember how unstable our house was before he came? Remember how much I struggled? I took a break. You're lying. You knew. I heard what you said when you came in. Before she could react, Noah appeared upstairs. He must have just returned home from school. He saw Damon on the floor, bleeding, Mom looking frantic, and me standing there with my fists clenched. Noah immediately began crying. He was only 12. Mom ran to him and drew him close, sheltering him from Damon's gaze. It's okay, baby, she said softly to him. Your brother hurt Daddy, but everything will be fine. I tried to explain. Noah, he's not who you think he is. But Noah simply screamed and dashed to his room, slamming the door behind him. That night, I was unable to sleep. I kept thinking about what my mother had said when she arrived home. She knew. She needed to know. I sneaked into Damon's office and snatched his laptop. I needed proof, something to show Noah, anyone who would listen. However, the laptop was wiped clean. There was only one file on it, a draft email. It was addressed to an attorney. The subject line stated, "Request for name change denial appeal." I photographed it with my phone before returning the laptop. The next day at school, I was unable to concentrate. I was sleep-deprived and jumped at any sound. After my last lesson, the principal summoned me to his office. There was a woman wearing a suit. She identified herself as a child welfare officer. Someone filed a report saying you attacked a family member, she told me. They're concerned you might be unstable. I attempted to defend myself and explain about Damon, but I could tell they didn't believe me. They did not arrest me, but the police stated that she would be following up. I was now flagged in their system. When I arrived home, everything had changed. Damon shuddered as I entered the room, seeming to be terrified of me. Mom constantly told me I needed therapy and that my anger issues were troubling. That night, they began closing their bedroom door. Mom told me the next morning that I needed to remain at Aunt Marcia's house for a bit. She told me it was for my own good, that I was behaving out due to teenage hormones and school-related stress. I didn't want to leave, but I also didn't want to stay in that house with Damon. So I packed my luggage and had her drive me to Aunt Marcia's. In the ride, she kept mentioning how much Damon had done for our family and how he had saved us. I didn't say anything. Aunt Marcia greeted me with loving arms, but I could sense she was confused. After Mom had left, she sat me at her kitchen table. Your mom says you attacked Damon out of nowhere, she told me, pouring me some orange juice. That doesn't sound like you at all. His name isn't Damon, I explained. It's Luke, and he's a convicted criminal. Trisha's eyebrows rose. Luke? That's strange. I remember seeing your biological father's name on some old insurance paperwork years ago, and it definitely wasn't Luke. That's when we began digging together. We called the court clerk's office in the county where Damon previously lived. It came out that his name change had been refused, not approved. He had merely been using a fictitious name on job applications and documents ever since. That's identity fraud, Aunt Marcia replied, her face stern. That's a crime. She reached out to her lawyer friend David. He told us that we could go to civil court for identity fraud and possibly get a restraining order, but it would be risky, especially if Mom testified in Damon's favor. I gathered everything I had. Screenshots of Damon's texts with contradictory time frames, voicemail recordings where he noted his previous blunders, and scanned documents from my half-brother. I sent it all to David. But before we could even begin preparing a legal case, something happened that changed everything. Noah ran away. Noah was discovered weeping on a swing at a neighborhood park by a police officer. When they inquired why he ran away, he explained that he didn't want to live in a house where people yelled all the time. The officer notified Child Protective Services, who conducted a thorough investigation into both my mother and Damon. When Aunt Marcia received a call from my mother, she informed me that Noah had run away. She was hysterical and blamed me for everything. I could hear her screaming through the phone, even though it was not on speaker. Aunt Marcia attempted to calm her down, but Mom was not having it. Her voice rose higher and higher till it cracked with anguish. Aunt Marcia gazed at me with sorrowful eyes, her wrinkles more apparent than usual. Your mom says CPS is involved now. They're interviewing Noah at the station. My stomach fell, like if I had just ridden a roller coaster down a steep hill. I didn't want Noah to get involved in all of this. I wanted Damon to leave. My younger brother was only 12. He should not have to cope with any of this. Can we go there? I need to see him. We arrived at the police station in Aunt Marcia's old blue Honda. I kept picturing Noah alone and afraid, surrounded by strangers asking him things he couldn't understand. When we arrived, the station was buzzing with fluorescent lights and phones ringing constantly. They would not let us see Noah right away. We had to wait in this cramped area with awful plastic chairs for about 2 hours. The walls were a bland, institutional green, reminiscent of hospital corridors. I kept bouncing my leg up and down until Aunt Marcia put her hand on my knee and stopped me. Try to stay calm, she said quietly. For Noah's sake. When they eventually brought Noah in, he seemed so little, as if he had shrunk since the last time I saw him. His favorite dinosaur t-shirt was wrinkled and stained around the collar. His eyes were red and puffy from sobbing, and his dark hair stood up in places where he'd rubbed his hands through it. He didn't look at me at first, instead staring at his shoes, which Mom had gotten him for his birthday last month, and that lit up. Hey buddy, I murmured, attempting to sound natural, but my voice came out strained. You okay? He shrugged, his slim shoulders rising and falling beneath his t-shirt. The social worker, Rebecca, with a pleasant face but tired eyes and silver-streaked hair pulled back in a tidy bun, explained that Noah would be staying with Aunt Marcia temporarily while they worked things out. I was happy that he would not have to return to the place with Damon. The notion of my younger brother living under the same roof as that man made my skin crawl. My mother arrived just as we were about to leave. She looked like a complete disaster, with her hair all over the place, mascara streaming down her face, and mismatched clothes that she had worn in the dark. She attempted to hug Noah, but he flinched away, pressing against Aunt Marcia's side. That seems to break something in her. In an instant, her gaze went from desperate to angry. She pointed at me, her finger trembling. This is all your fault. You're tearing this family apart. I did not say anything. What was the point? She was too far gone, stuck in her own version of reality, in which Damon was the savior she had been looking for all these years. The social worker stood between us, her voice stern, yet professional. Ma'am, please calm down. This isn't helping your case. Mom turned on her, her cheeks blazing red. My case? I'm a good mother. I've always been a good mother. Just ask him. She poked her finger at me again. I worked 2 jobs to keep a roof over their heads. I never missed a school conference. Before I could answer, she dropped a bomb. I'm pregnant. Did he tell you that? I'm carrying Damon's baby. Everyone became quiet. The air in the room appeared to thicken. I examined her stomach, attempting to determine whether there was any truth to it, or if this was just another ruse. She wasn't showing, but it didn't signify anything. The timing would be roughly appropriate. They had been together for more than a year. I felt nauseated at the prospect of Damon having another child. The social worker led my mother to a different room, her hand resting gently but firmly on Mom's elbow. Aunt Marcia drove me and Noah home, her face fixed in a dismal expression I rarely saw. Noah eventually spoke to me in the car, his voice small against the silent cabin. Is it true what Mom said about the baby? I shrugged as raindrops began to spray on the windshield. I don't know, buddy. Maybe. And is it true what you said about Dad? He couldn't even speak Damon's name because the word Dad made his throat hurt. I looked at Aunt Marcia, not sure how much to tell him. She nodded slightly, her gaze meeting mine in the rearview mirror. So, I took a deep breath. Yeah, Noah. It's true. He's not who he said he was. His real name is Damon, and he did some really bad things before he met us. Noah remained motionless for a long time, his fingers tracing patterns on the misty pane beside him. Then he asked, Is that why you hit him? Yeah, I found out what he did, and I got really angry. My fist colliding with Damon's face flashed across my head, bringing back the shock in his eyes and the satisfaction I felt before everything broke apart. I get really angry sometimes too, Noah answered quietly. but Mom says we're not supposed to hit people when we're angry. I couldn't disagree with it. My small brother's straightforward moral clarity broke through all of my arguments. You're right. I shouldn't have hit him. I should have told an adult instead. The next several days were strange, as if we were living in an alternative reality. Noah and I stayed at Aunt Marcia's house, a charming two-story with a garden in the rear and family portraits on every wall. She has an extra bedroom with bunk beds from when her children were young. Noah took the top bunk, and I took the bottom. At night, I could hear him sobbing into his pillow. But when I asked him whether he was okay, he always said yes. I'd lie there in the darkness, listening to him attempt to be brave, feeling as if I'd let him down somehow. Aunt Marcia was fantastic throughout it all. Every morning she prepared us pancakes, chocolate chips for Noah and blueberries for me, and helped Noah with his homework. She even drove him to and picked him up from school to keep his schedule as consistent as possible. She never complained, but I could see the strain in her eyes when she assumed we weren't looking. Meanwhile, David, the lawyer, was considering our alternatives. Aunt Marcia's college pal had salt and pepper hair and glasses that kept sliding down his nose. He stated that without hard evidence, obtaining a restraining order against Damon would be difficult. My half-brother's court documents were useful, but they were old, and his records had been sealed after he was released. We needed something contemporary, anything to show Damon was still a threat. That's when I remembered my laptop. I had photographed that email draft regarding the name change appeal. When I presented them to David, his eyes lit up behind his glasses. "This is good," he added, tapping my phone's screen. "This proves he's still using a false identity. We can work with this." We held a custody hearing a week after Noah went away. The courthouse was imposing, with marble floors and echoing passageways. The judge was an elderly woman with silver hair trimmed in a neat bob and piercing eyes that appeared to look right through you. She listened as the social worker described the situation: Noah fleeing, allegations against Damon, and my mother's unpredictable conduct. When it was my turn to speak, I attempted to remain calm, even though my hands were shaking. I recounted how I discovered Damon's past, how my mother seemed to be aware of it, and how they both attempted to make me appear insane when I confronted them. I detailed how Damon steadily isolated us from friends and relatives, infiltrating every part of our existence. The judge asked many questions, her pen never ceasing as she took notes. She asked if I had ever seen Damon do anything wrong with Noah. I hadn't, and I made it obvious. Whatever Damon was, he had been cautious around us. He'd played the ideal stepfather role until I found who he actually was. Finally, the judge determined that Noah would stay with Aunt Marcia for the time being, with my mother supervising his visits. Damon was not permitted to be present during these trips. The judge also ordered my mother to undergo a psychological evaluation, emphasizing that this was not optional. Mom was infuriated. She walked out of the courtroom, her heels clicking fiercely on the marble floor, and did not even say goodbye to Noah. Damon followed her, giving me a gaze that shot thrills down my spine. It wasn't rage. It was calculated, as if he was planning how to get back at me. His eyes were cold and hollow, and I finally saw him for who he was. 2 days later, Aunt Marcia received a call from the hospital. Mom had fallen at work and was transported to the medical department. The doctor stated that she was under great stress, and she acknowledged using too many sleeping medications. They were unsure whether it was a suicide attempt or an accident. The prospect of either possibility left me hollow inside. I didn't want to see her, but Noah was scared sick, his face pale and strained. So Aunt Marcia drove us to the hospital, a vast complex of buildings on the outskirts of town. Mom was in a private room, seeming pale and little against the white bedding. An IV dropped steadily alongside her bed. When she saw Noah, she burst into tears and held out her arms. He hurried up to her and held her tightly, burying his face in her shoulder. I stood at the door, unsure what to do. The antiseptic odor of the hospital made my stomach turn. Mom peered at me over Noah's shoulder, her eyes red and puffy, with dark circles beneath them that resembled bruises. "I'm sorry," she muttered. "I'm so sorry." I wasn't sure if she was apologizing for bringing Damon into our lives, for not trusting me, or for attempting to harm herself. Perhaps all of it. I simply nodded and replied, "It's okay," even though it wasn't. Nothing about this circumstance was acceptable. The doctor entered, a woman with a soft voice and efficient actions. She informed Mom that she would need to stay for a few days for observation. They also recommended a mental examination. Mom agreed on everything, which astonished me. She appeared broken, as if she had lost all of her fighting spirit. It was frightening to see her like this. She'd always been so powerful and driven. As we were leaving, a nurse approached me. "Your mother asked me to give you this," she explained, handing me a folded piece of paper. It seemed light in my hand, but weighty with meaning. I waited until we were in the car before reading it. It was a little note in my mother's handwriting, the letters wobbly but legible. I knew there was something wrong with him, but I told myself it wasn't true because I wanted to believe in him. I was really tired of doing everything by myself. "Please forgive me. I adore you both more than anything." I showed Aunt Marcia the note when we arrived home. She read it with a sigh, her shoulders lowering slightly. "Do you believe her?" I shrugged and looked out the kitchen window at the maple tree in her backyard. "I don't know. Maybe she really didn't know at first. But she found out eventually, and she stayed with him anyway." "People do strange things when they're desperate," Aunt Marcia murmured softly. "Your mom has been on her own for a long time." The next day, David called us. He had some information regarding Damon. Damon apparently attempted to leave town after my mother was hospitalized, but was pulled over for a regular traffic stop, and when the police checked his ID, it did not match the legal registration. He was detained for identity fraud and obstruction. "They're reopening his case under his legal name," David said, his voice cracking over the speaker. "This could lead to more charges, especially if they find evidence he violated the terms of his release." I felt a weight lifted from my shoulders. Damon was in jail. He couldn't harm Noah or influence my mother anymore. But part of me was still concerned. What if he made it out? What if he comes seeking for us? I'd watched enough crime shows to understand that restraining orders were just pieces of paper. They couldn't stop someone who was determined to do damage. A few days later, my mother was released from the hospital. She went right from there to her court-ordered psychological evaluation. The outcome would determine whether she could reclaim custody of Noah. I found myself wishing for Noah's sake that she'd received the assistance she required. While we awaited the evaluation results, life settled into a new pattern. I returned to school, hoping to focus on my forthcoming graduation. The whispers and stares had mainly subsided, but every now and then, I'd catch someone looking at me with that mix of curiosity and pity that made my skin crawl. Noah appeared to be doing well at Aunt Marcia's. He was sleeping through the night and occasionally smiling. He'd become friends with the neighbor's son, Jordan, who was his age and had a collection of dinosaur figures that Noah craved. My phone rang one evening when I was assisting Noah with his science homework, which was on the water cycle, and which he was having difficulty understanding. It was a number I couldn't recognize. I almost did not respond, but something told me I should. "Hello," I murmured, going into the hallway to avoid disturbing Noah, who was painstakingly coloring a schematic of clouds and rain. "Is this Mark?" a male voice said. It sounded strangely familiar, like someone I'd met but couldn't remember. "Yeah. Who's this?" "It's Caleb, your half-brother." I almost dropped the phone. I hadn't spoken with him since the day he sent me the court records about Damon, which had changed everything. "Oh, hey." I didn't know what to say. What do you tell someone who shares your blood with a monster? "I heard they arrested him," Caleb explained. "I wanted to check if you and your brother are okay." I was astonished by his concern. We were almost strangers, bonded solely by Damon's DNA. "Yeah, we're staying with our aunt. My mom's getting help." There was a pause filled with static from the connection. "I'm sorry about all this. I know how it feels to have your world turned upside down because of him." We talked for about an hour. Caleb told me about his life after Damon went to prison for the first time, how his mother suffered with addiction and despair, how he bounced around foster homes until his grandparents finally took him in, and how he still had nightmares at the age of 25. "It gets better," he remarked, and we hung up. Not right away, and not completely, but it does get better. The next day, we received the findings of my mother's psychiatric evaluation. The therapist decided that she had sadness and anxiety, which were compounded by financial stress and being a single parent. She was not a threat to Noah, but she required continual treatment and assistance. The study cited her poor judgment in relationships and proclivity for emotional dependence, which seemed like clinical ways of stating she kept choosing men who were harmful to us. The judge modified her decision. Mom may have Noah back, but under certain circumstances. She had to go to weekly therapy sessions and have bi-weekly check-ins with Aunt Marcia. It wasn't ideal, but it was something. an opportunity for her to mend her connection with Noah. When the judge asked if I wanted to return home, I was hesitant. I looked at my mother, who was sitting with tears in her eyes and her hands securely gripped in her lap. Then I glanced at Aunt Marcia, who had been my support throughout this ordeal and had graciously opened her house and heart to us without reservation. "I'd like to stay with Aunt Marcia," I finally replied. "At least until graduation." Mom seemed hurt, but she nodded. I hoped she understood. I was not rejecting her. I simply needed room to heal. As we were leaving the courthouse, I overheard two officers discussing Damon's case. They stated that the prosecutor was asking for a lengthier term due to his background and identity deception. It sounded like he wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. The comfort I felt was so strong that I became disoriented. Life slowly began to put itself back together. Mom found a smaller apartment that she could afford without working double shifts. It was in a different neighborhood and away from Damon's memories. She acquired a new job with better hours, allowing her to spend more time at home with Noah, and she never missed a therapy appointment. Sometimes when she dropped Noah off at Aunt Marcia's, I caught a glimpse of the mom I remembered, the one who smiled freely and gazed at us like we were the center of her existence. I stayed with Aunt Marcia to finish my senior year. It was silent there. Safe. The nightmares occurred less regularly. I assisted Noah with his studies on weekends and watched him gradually regain trust. He still had unpleasant dreams, but they were becoming less frequent. He began playing soccer again, which he had enjoyed before Damon came into our lives. Damon was convicted 1 year after everything came apart for fraud, fraudulent documentation, and obstruction, rather than his original crimes, which were beyond the statute of limitations. He was condemned to several years in state jail, with no contact with kids permitted upon his release. When David called to tell us the news, I felt like I could finally breathe normally again. I graduated as the valedictorian of my class. As I stood at the stage, looking out into the audience, the sea of faces blurred, except for the ones that mattered. I spotted my mother and Noah seated close to Aunt Marcia. They were all smiling up at me, proudly. Mom had gained weight. Her face was rounder and healthier than it had been in months. Noah held a homemade placard that read, "My brother rocks," in unsteady letters. In my address, I made no mention of what had happened. Instead, I said, "Some people get family by blood, some by force, and some by truth." I chose mine. I looked at my aunt in the crowd, then at my mother and Noah, who had been through the storm with me. Mom held me tightly after the ceremony, surrounding me with the aroma of her familiar perfume. "I'm so proud of you," she said quietly. "And I'm so sorry for everything." I held her back, feeling the baby bump between us, a reminder of what had passed and what was yet to come. "I know, Mom. I know." That summer, before leaving for college, I hooked up with Caleb again. We went fishing at a lake near his grandparents' house, and the water reflected the brilliant blue sky. We didn't really talk about Damon or the past. Instead, we discussed the future, his intentions to become a social worker, and my scholarship to study engineering. We were more than the anguish that bonded us. As we sat there watching our lines in the water, the soft lapping of waves against the shore creating a soothing pattern, Caleb said something I'll never forget. "You know what the worst part was? Not what he did, but how long it took for anyone to believe me." I nodded. I understood exactly what he meant. The loneliness of bearing a truth that no one wants to hear. Noah handed me this artwork the day I left for college. Our family consisted of Mom, him, me, and Aunt Marcia. No Damon, just us. People who mattered. The people who remained. He'd depicted Mom with a round belly and a little figure he identified as our baby sibling. The ultrasound verified that it was a female. "Don't forget us," he urged, hugging me goodbye with his arms tight around my waist. "Never," I pledged, and I intended it. No matter how far I went, they would always be my rock, my reality, and my chosen family. I moved into my college dorm the next week. It was a small room with 2 beds, 2 desks, and hardly enough room to move around. My roommate Brandon was a computer science major from Seattle who stayed up late coding and consumed far too many energy drinks. He was nice though, minding his own business and not asking too many questions when Noah called me in the middle of the night after having a nightmare. College seemed strange at first. Everyone there was beginning over. No baggage, no history. Meanwhile, I was dragging around this huge mess in my head. I'd be sitting in math, trying to concentrate on derivatives, when I suddenly remembered the sound Damon made as I knocked him to the floor. Or, I'd be in the dining hall and notice a father visiting his child, wondering what type of father Damon would have been to my younger sister. I called home every Sunday night. Aunt Marcia would keep me updated on everything. Mom's rehab progress, Noah's soccer games, and baby preparations. Mom was due in November, right around the midterms. She opted to name the infant Isla. I wasn't sure how I felt about having a half-sister who had Damon's DNA, so I tried not to think about it too much. It was not the baby's fault who her father was. On a Tuesday in October, I received a call from Mom during my physics lab. I stepped outside to respond, assuming it was about the baby. "Hey Mom, everything okay?" Her voice shook. "Damon's lawyer contacted me. He's trying to get visitation rights for the baby." I almost dropped my phone. "What? How can he do that from prison?" "I don't know. The lawyer said something about establishing paternity and parental rights before Isla is born." She was crying now. "I can't let him near her. I can't." I skipped the remainder of my lessons that day and called David. He emphasized that in our state, incarcerated parents can apply for visitation rights. But considering Damon's past and current charges, a court was unlikely to approve them. Still, he replied, "We should be prepared. Can you come home this weekend? We need to strategize." After my morning classes on Friday, I took the bus home. Throughout the voyage, I kept worrying about Damon trying to get his hands on my baby sister. The concept made me ill. I had safeguarded Noah, but how could I protect a baby I had yet to meet? When I arrived at Aunt Marcia's house, everyone was already there. Mom, Noah, David, and a lady named Denise, Mom's therapist. They were seated around the dining room table, papers strewn out everywhere. Mom looked better than I'd imagined. Her pregnancy suited her. Despite the stress, she exuded a radiant shine. When I walked in, she hugged me tightly and pressed her tummy against mine. "Thanks for coming," she said quietly. I didn't know who else to call. We spent all weekend planning. David planned to contest Damon's petition with evidence of his previous crimes and identity fraud. Denise planned to testify about Mom's progress in therapy and how contact with Damon would be harmful to her mental health. I was instructed to compose a statement on what transpired when I discovered Damon's true identity. Writing the remark was more difficult than I thought. I had to relive every detail. Caleb's Facebook message, the court records, Damon looming over me, the sound of his ribs shattering beneath my feet. I wrote everything down, every nasty detail. When I was finished, I felt weary yet lighter, as if I had finally laid down something heavy I had been carrying. Sunday night, as I was packing to return to university, Noah walked into my former room at Aunt Marcia's. He sat on the bed, observing while I folded my things. "Is the bad man going to take Isla?" he inquired, his voice soft. I stopped packing and sat next to him. "No way. We're not going to let that happen." "Promise?" "I promise." I ruffled his hair. "Nobody messes with our family." He nodded, looking serious. Then he gave me a folded piece of paper. "I made this for Isla. Can you keep it safe until she's born?" It was a shield with our family names written on it. Mom, Noah, myself, Aunt Marcia, and Isla in the center. He had scrawled around the edge, "No bad guys allowed." "This is perfect," I assured him. "Isla's going to love it." The hearing for Damon's petition was planned for early November, only a week before Mom's due date. I planned to take my midterms early so that I could be present. My lecturers were unexpectedly receptive when I explained the problem, a sanitized version of it. I only mentioned that my stepfather was in prison and seeking to acquire custody of my unborn sister. That was sufficient to elicit their sympathies. David called the day before the hearing to provide some news. "Damon's been caught with contraband in prison. They found a cell phone in his cell." "So, what does that mean for us?" I said, packing things into my duffel bag as I prepared to leave again. "It means he's lost privileges and got additional time added to his sentence. But more importantly, it shows he's still breaking rules. Not exactly the behavior of someone who should be granted visitation with an infant." I experienced a wave of hope. Perhaps this would be sufficient to persuade the judge. The courthouse was the same one where Noah's custody hearing had taken place. Same towering marble hallways, echoing footsteps. But this time, I wasn't afraid. I was angry. How dare Damon want to weave his way back into our lives? How dare he claim any right to my sister? We sat on one side of the courtroom, my mother, Aunt Marcia, David, and Denise. On the other side stood Damon's lawyer, Keith, a polished guy in an expensive suit. Damon himself wasn't present. They rarely carry criminals to family court hearings, unless absolutely necessary. This time the judge was older, with bushy brows and reading glasses perched on his nose. He appeared to have seen everything and was unimpressed by it all. As the hearing began, Keith claimed that Damon had made mistakes, but was determined to be a part of his daughter's life. He spoke about rehabilitation and second chances, his voice as soft as butter. I noticed Mom's hands tighten into fists on her lap as he spoke. Then it was our turn. David presented proof of Damon's offenses, including identity fraud and a recent contraband infraction. Denise spoke about Mom's development and how contact with Damon would be bad. I read my statement with a steady voice, even though I described the worst day of my life. The judge listened to everything with little reaction. When everyone was finished, he glanced at Mom through his glasses. "Miss Johnson, you're due to give birth soon, correct?" Mom nodded. "Next week, Your Honor." "And you were unaware of the father's criminal history when you entered into a relationship with him?" "I was," Mom replied firmly. "If I had known, I never would have let him near my children." The judge nodded and made a note. Then he stared at Keith. "Counsel, your client has demonstrated a pattern of deception and rule-breaking that spans decades. He used a false identity to enter into a relationship with Ms. Johnson. He violated the terms of his release by not disclosing his status to her, and now he's been caught with contraband in prison," Keith started, arguing, but the judge raised his hand. "I've heard enough. Petition denied. Furthermore, I'm issuing a no-contact order between the minor child and the petitioner. Miss Johnson, you are not required to list him on the birth certificate if you choose not to." I felt such a huge sense of relief that I became dizzy. Mom began crying quietly, tears flowing down her cheeks. Aunt Marcia gripped her hand. As we were leaving the courthouse, Keith approached us. "This isn't over," he stated gently. "My client is very determined." David stood between us. "It is over. Your client comes near this family again, and we'll add harassment to his charges." Keith simply smiled, a frigid little smile that did not reach his eyes, then walked away. That night we celebrated at Aunt Marcia's place. She made my favorite lasagna, and Noah helped her bake cookies for dessert. We sat around the table, talking and joking, the stress of the previous few months beginning to ease. Mom drew me aside after supper. "I want to ask you something," she murmured, resting her palm on her stomach. "Would you be Isla's godfather?" I was startled. "Me? But I'm only 18 inches. "I know, but you protected even when I couldn't see the danger. You stood up to Damon when I was too blind to do it myself. There's no one I trust more with my children's safety." I wasn't sure what to say. Part of me was still upset with her for introducing Damon into our life and not trusting me at first. But looking at her today, I could see how much she had changed, and how hard she was working to make things right. "Okay," I finally said. "I'll do it." 3 days later, at 2 a.m., Aunt Marcia woke me up. "Your mom's in labor. We need to go to the hospital." We awoke Noah and piled into the car. The hospital was calm at that hour, with only a few nurses at the station and the occasional doctor passing by. They escorted us to the maternity ward, where Mom was already in a room connected to monitors. She appeared weary, but grinned when she saw us. "Perfect timing," she explained. "Things are moving fast." Aunt Marcia brought Noah to the waiting room with coloring books and refreshments, and I stayed with Mom. I held her hand through contractions, allowing her to squeeze until my fingers went numb. Between contractions, we spoke about everything and nothing, my classes, Noah's soccer team, and baby names. She was still set on Isla, but desired a middle name. "What about Patricia?" I said, referring to the aunt who saved us all. Mom grinned. "Isla Patricia Johnson, I like it." Isla was born at 5:47 a.m., right as the sun began to rise. She was little, red-faced, and exquisite, with a tuft of dark hair similar to Noah's. My mother's countenance changed as the nurse placed her in her arms. All of the worry lines disappeared, leaving only a look of pure affection. Mom asked me, "Do you want to hold her?" I was frightened of dropping Isla, yet I gently held her in my arms. She was as light as holding a loaf of bread. Her eyes were tightly clenched, and her tiny fists were balled up against her chest. I gazed at her and felt a strong protectiveness rush over me. This small person, who shares my DNA but not my past, will never meet the man who helped make her. "Hi, Isla," I said quietly. I'm your big brother. I'm going to make sure nothing bad ever happens to you. Noah was pleased when he met her. He continued asking whether she could play soccer with him, but we had to explain that babies cannot play sports right immediately. He gave her the shield drawing, which Mom had promised to hang in the nursery. I returned to college the next day, hesitant to go but desperate to catch up on the classes I had missed. Life has settled into a new rhythm. I'd return home on weekends to help Noah with his homework and take turns holding Isla while Mom had a shower or snooze. Aunt Marcia spent practically every day with Isla, being the grandma she would never have. Mom's parents had died many years before, and Damon's parents were no longer involved. We learned in December that Damon had been sent to a maximum security jail following another contraband issue. This time, they discovered a shiv in his cell. David stated he'd stay there for the duration of his sentence, possibly longer. It felt as if a weight had been lifted off of all of us. That year, Christmas was celebrated at Aunt Marcia's place. She erected a magnificent tree that nearly reached the ceiling, adorned with ornaments she had gathered over decades. Noah was in charge of organizing the presents underneath and took his job extremely seriously. Isla, now 6 weeks old, slept most of the day in her bassinet, only waking to eat and change her diaper. Mom looked more joyful than I had seen her in years. She'd started taking online classes to get her degree, which she had abandoned when she became pregnant with me. When Isla was in school, she mentioned wanting to be a teacher one day. As we sat around the tree, opening presents, I glanced at my strange little family. My mother had made awful mistakes, but she was working hard to correct them. My little brother was braver than any child should have to be. My baby sister, who would grow up unaware of the sadness that had tainted our lives. And my aunt, who opened her home and heart when we needed it the most. It was not ideal. We still had nightmares from time to time. Mom still had days when guilt consumed her. Noah still cringed at loud noises. I still found myself double-checking locks and peeking over my shoulder in parking lots. But we were healing together. The following semester, I attended an on-campus support group for students who had experienced family tragedy. I didn't say much at first, but listened to others' stories. But I eventually revealed mine. Not all of it, just a few parts. How my stepfather was not the person he claimed to be. How my mother preferred him over us at first. How we were putting the parts back together now. After one encounter, a girl named Riley approached me. She had short blue hair and wore more earrings than I could count. My stepfather was also a creep, she stated matter-of-factly. Not as bad as yours sounds, but bad enough. Took me years to trust men again. We started drinking coffee after meetings, initially just talking, then more. She was intelligent and witty, and she did not look at me with sympathy when I mentioned my family. By the spring, we were dating. I was terrified the first time I brought her home and introduced her to everyone. What if she spotted my family and fled? But she fit right in, assisting Mom with supper, playing video games with Noah, and cooing over Isla, who was beginning to smile and grab at objects. Riley later observed, as we drove back to university, "Your family's pretty great, you know that?" I reflected on what we had gone through and endured. "Yeah," I replied. "They really are." That summer, I had an internship that kept me close to university, but I drove home every weekend. By that point, Isla was crawling and getting into everything. Noah had made the all-star soccer team and was constantly talking about his coach and teammates. Mom had completed her first year of online classes with all A's. One Sunday, as I was about to drive back to university, Mom handed me an envelope. "This came for you," she said. "It's from the prison." My heart pounded as I grabbed it. Has Damon written to me? What might he have to say? However, when I opened it, it wasn't from Damon. It was from the jail administration, advising me that Damon had been denied release owing to his behavioral issues. He would not be eligible again for another 5 years. I showed it to Mom, who read it before hugging me tightly. "It's really over," she murmured. "It's over," I informed her. "We just needed the paperwork to catch up." As I drove back to college that night, I reflected on how different things had become from a year before, and how much we had all changed. I used to believe that family was something you were born into and couldn't change, but I now know better. Family was something you created. Every day, we make a decision. Mom chose treatment over denial. Noah chose bravery over fear. Aunt Marcia chose to stick with us when she could have walked away. And I chose to forgive, stay connected, and be the brother, son, and godfather my family needed. It was not always simple. There were still difficult days, and moments when the past seemed too close. But we were making progress together, one step at a time, and that was sufficient. I called CPS at 14 after my dad hurt my sister. They gave him my name. He made me regret it every day for the next 73 days. My father was the sweetest, most gallant person I'd ever encountered, but only in public. Because as soon as the doors closed, he transformed into Kim Jong-un. You know, he had these absurd regulations that made absolutely no sense. Nonetheless, I, my mother, and my 4 other siblings were compelled to follow them. We couldn't speak at the dinner table unless we were addressed first. With the exception of his bedroom and office, none of our rooms and doors. Of course, we had to meet him with a hug and a kiss on the cheek, LOL. As soon as he walked in the door, and even if we disregarded his rules, he wouldn't smack us. He'd simply push us to maintain a wall-sit position until our faces went so red that we couldn't keep it up. Or, if he was in a good mood, he might seat us at the table in front of the entire family. There, we had to deliver a slideshow explaining why we were such disappointments, with at least 10 examples. In addition, each family member had to contribute. But I didn't think it was that horrible, since whenever I brought it up with my mother or siblings, they'd always remark, "At least he doesn't hit us." But there was one rule that he never had to penalize us for breaching, since none of us dared to question it, and that was to never ask about his work, ever. I don't think our mother knew what his profession was because he worked from home and rarely opened his laptop. Every day, shady businessmen walked in and out of our home. They all looked the same. Eastern European with gold chains around their necks and large dark sunglasses. Sometimes I could hear them laughing, and other times my father would yell instructions at them in a language I didn't understand. All I knew was that it paid the bills, and we never struggled financially. Before I proceed, you should know that I am the second youngest child, with my sister being the youngest. We'll call her Maya. She's 6 years younger than me. Maya was the only one in my family that I liked. During the slideshow punishments, she refused to laugh at me or make me weep. Instead, she would speak as little as possible. She possessed a heart that could not be turned bad. I always promised myself that no matter what, I would always protect her. I had no idea how much that pledge would devastate my life, until one day, when my daughter was 10, she broke the forbidden rule. We were all sitting around the table in silence until she spoke. "Daddy, can I help you with your work one day?" My spine tensed. I didn't look up, instead focusing on swirling the peas around my plate with my fork. "You don't need to know." My father's voice sounded severe, as if warning me. "But Daddy, I never get to see you, and I'm good at organizing." My father aggressively sat up from his chair, causing it to fall over. But instead of hauling her into the corner and forcing her to perform the notorious wall sit, he simply walked away. I was even more terrified than so, and I watched her with extreme tunnel vision. My father returned quickly, holding what appeared to be a black leather belt. My body processed what was happening before my head did. I immediately wrapped myself around her, and the first blow fell on my back. This enraged my father, who used his might to separate us and lock me out. I was forced to watch from the window while Maya screamed helplessly, while none of my other siblings intervened. They simply retreated to their rooms, taking care not to interfere with my father's movements. With each hit, my heart became colder, and I checked the clock. It was 4 p.m. On a Thursday, the CPS office would remain open. I called them and immediately blurted out everything I could think of. The woman on the other end looked really concerned, and I begged her to keep the claim secret so that she didn't reveal my identity. She promised she would. And the next morning, I awoke to my father answering the door for the social worker. Well, he put on his gentlemanly attitude, and within 2 minutes, she had supplied my name and the fact that I had called yesterday. There were a few seconds of stillness after she said it, which you could only detect if you were looking for it. Ha ha ha. My father feigned a chuckle. Sometimes kids can get so confused. She also laughed. Instead of taking any further essential action, she drove off. What happened next isn't anything I want to remember or describe. But that night, I cried for hours. My entire body was buzzing with anguish. I believe it was 2 a.m. Maya came to visit me. I expected her to hug me, but instead she muttered, "You shouldn't have betrayed Daddy," before walking away. That was the day my family moved from North Korea to Germany in the 1940s. Maya and I used to break rules together in secret, but suddenly she told me everything. My older brothers began wailing on me when my father was too weary to do it, sometimes simply because they felt like it. And I allowed them. Because once I was finished, everyone would be sorry how they treated me. Following spouse's treachery, I essentially shut down. I stopped speaking with everyone in the house unless absolutely necessary. What was the point? I tried to do the right thing, but it utterly backfired. My back was covered in welts from the belt, furious red lines that burned any time my shirt touched them. And my own sister, the one person I thought I could trust, had turned against me. The treachery hurt more than any physical suffering my father could do. I began spending most of my time in the basement, pretending to repair an old bike I discovered in the garage. My father didn't care as long as I was out of his sight. The basement was cold and damp, with concrete walls that sweated moisture and a strong mildew odor, yet it became my haven. Nobody disturbed me there. While I worked on the rusty chain and flat tires, meticulously cleaning each gear and speaking, I was also capturing all that happened in our home. I couldn't keep a journal since my father had destroyed all of my notebooks following the CPS incident, forcing me to watch as the pages curled and burnt in the backyard fire pit. So I started photographing our injuries whenever it was safe to do so. I used an old phone that I found in the basement and had stashed. I also recorded audio whenever possible, including my father's rages and threats. As a backup, I used an old screwdriver to cut crucial dates and events into the wood beneath the basement steps. June 15th, Dad hit Ethan with a belt for coming home 10 minutes late. June 18th, Jasmine locked in the closet for 3 hours for talking on the phone for too long. June 20th, Mom's eye bruised, says she fell. The wood carvings were not my major evidence, but they did help me organize my digital proof by providing a time frame to work from. I knew these documents would be useful at some point. I only needed to live long enough to use them. My dad was really worried by my quiet. He was used to breaking us down verbally, making us cry and beg pardon. My new quiet treatment method removed his power. I could see it in the way his jaw tightened whenever I passed him without saying anything, and in the way his gaze followed me with increasing frustration. So he created a new rule just for me. Before each meal, I had to stand up and say something I was grateful to him for. If I refused, I did not eat. When he originally stated this regulation, everyone looked at me, eager to see what I'd do. The dining room was claustrophobic and the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. I was starving. They'd been limiting my food as punishment, but the idea of thanking him for anything made me want to puke. I slowly stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floor, looked him dead in the eye, and replied in a monotonous voice, "I'm grateful you haven't killed us yet." Then I went out without eating, my stomach grumbling in protest, but my dignity intact. I went 3 days without a full meal before hunger took over. At the following dinner, I stood and whispered, thankful for a roof over my head. My father smiled smugly, making his eyes wrinkle at the corners while staying utterly frigid, as if he had won. But within, my intellect was honing like a sword against a moist stone. I played along on the outside while planning on the inside. One afternoon, while everyone else was gone but So and me, I observed her sneaking toward our father's office. This was a strictly forbidden zone. Even my mother was not allowed to enter without permission. The thick oak door was typically secured, but today it was slightly ajar. I carefully followed and observed via the air vent as she unlocked his desk drawer and took something out. It was a photograph. She stared at it for a long time, her small fingers stroking the edges before tucking it into her pocket and leaving. Later that day, I followed her to the restroom and waited until she exited. I checked the trash can and discovered the photo crumpled at the bottom. It portrayed a woman who looked similar to my mother, but younger, holding a small infant on her lap. Both were smiling, genuine smiles that reached their eyes, rather than the rehearsed smiles we wear for family portraits. I recognized the woman as our Aunt Lillian, my mother's sister, whom no one ever mentioned. I had only seen her once when I was very little, and her name was never mentioned again in our household. It was as if she had been removed from our family history. Following that, I began to pay closer attention. I observed something fascinating. When she believed no one was looking, she didn't show our father the loyalty and adoration she professed to. Instead, she followed him with fearful eyes. Real, genuine terror. I realized then that she hadn't betrayed me because she loved him more. She had done it because she was scared of him. He'd exploited her, most likely rewarded her for turning against me with minor privileges and rare affection, and then emotionally abandoned her once she was no longer useful. That emotion was all too familiar to me. We'd all been through it at some point. That little period of being the favored before ultimately disappointing him and being set aside. That was when I struck a secret agreement with myself. I'd bring this entire house of cards down, but only if I could get So out first. She was still young enough to heal from all of it. The rest of us were probably already too damaged, our personalities shaped by years of walking on eggshells and negotiating his erratic mood swings. I began by attempting to establish a rapport with Ethan, my second oldest sibling. At 19, he was the most insecure of my siblings, always following in Owen's footsteps. One day, I caught him alone in the garage smoking a cigarette, which is another forbidden pastime in our household. The smoke curled around his face as he leaned against my father's immaculate workbench, looking both rebellious and afraid. Instead of threatening to rat on him, I simply asked for one. He was so startled that he gave me one, his eyebrows raised in bewilderment. We smoked in silence for a few minutes, our shared defiance forming a fragile link, before I casually mentioned, "Remember when you used to play football in middle school? You were pretty good." Ethan shrugged and flicked ash onto the concrete floor. "Yeah, well, Dad made me quit." "Why? You could have gotten a scholarship or something." "Said it was taking too much time away from my studies," Ethan murmured. But I realized there was more to it. His eyes clouded, and he took another deep suck on his cigarette. Over the next 2 weeks, I kept looking for ways to talk to Ethan alone. I would feed him small misgivings. "Weird how Dad never lets anyone meet his work friends, right?" Or, "Don't you think it's strange that Owen gets a car but you have to borrow Mom's minivan?" Each statement was like a small chisel, chipping away at the foundation of lies our father had erected. Ethan eventually started opening up. One night, as we sat on the back steps, watching fireflies blink in the darkness, he stated that he was fearful of our father and only helped in injuring me because he was afraid of being the target himself. His voice cracked as he said it, guilt and terror blending in his words. Then he said something interesting. He had once filmed an altercation between our parents, just in case. He wouldn't say what was on it, but I could tell it was something big. "I'll trade you," I suggested. "I know where Dad keeps his stash." Ethan's eyes widened. "What stash?" "His devil's lettuce. It's in the fake air vent in his office. I've seen him get it when he thinks everyone's asleep." This was our father's secret addiction, one he engaged in while preaching stringent moral principles to us. Ethan was stunned, his jaw literally hanging wide. I agreed to show him proof if he allowed me to hear the recording. He agreed, the possibility of exposing our father's hypocrisy too alluring to resist. The audio was better than I had hoped for. It was our father yelling at our mother, threatening to make her disappear like her sister if she questioned him again. There was the sound of something breaking, followed by our mother screaming, her tears muffled as if she was trying to be silent. It was damning evidence of the monster wearing the mask. "Can I have a copy?" I inquired of Ethan. He hesitated, terror on his face. "If Dad finds out." "He won't. Not from me." Ethan ultimately agreed. I prepared 3 backup copies and buried them in various locations. Under a loose floorboard in the basement, behind a cracked tile in the bathroom, and inside a hollowed-out soap bottle I kept in my rucksack. I was not taking any chances. I began gathering more proof. I recorded our father on my phone during one of his rages, concealing the device beneath a pile of garments as he yelled at Jasmine for wearing a skirt he'd judged too short. I photographed the bruises on my arms and legs, recording the progression from angry purple to sickening yellow-green. I even recorded him talking to someone over speakerphone about knowing how to keep a house in line, and how none of them will ever have the balls to do anything about it. The breaking point came about a month later. I was in school, half listening to my English teacher discuss The Great Gatsby, when I received this text from Ethan. "Dad discovered something. Get home now." My heart fell into my gut. I sought to be excused, claiming a sudden illness, and returned home to discover my room entirely destroyed. My mattress had been overturned, my clothes were strewn about, and my few personal belongings were carelessly discarded on the floor. My father was in the middle of it all, holding one of my SD cards and his face distorted with wrath. "What is this?" he shouted, his cheeks flushed with wrath. I said nothing, which made him much furious. He took my phone from my pocket and crushed it against the wall, sending fragments of plastic and glass flying everywhere. Then he grabbed my collar and got straight in my face, his breath hot and nasty. "You think you're smart? You think you can collect evidence against me? Who have you shown this to?" I didn't say anything, my heart pounding in my chest, but my face remained blank. He smacked me hard across the face, the sound reverberating across the small room, before meticulously destroying everything in my room. Maya was looking from the doorway, her petite face blanched with fright. When I caught her sight, she did not look away for the first time in months. She simply remained there, observing everything, her hands twisted into little fists at her sides. That night, I lay on my bare mattress. He had seized my bedding and blankets as additional punishment when I heard a quiet knock. Maya entered my room, her footsteps barely audible on the carpet, and sat on the edge of my bed. She had been crying, I could see by the faint light in the corridor. "I think I hate him too now," she said quietly, her voice barely audible. I did not smile or express any emotion. I just nodded. It was the first step in getting her back on my side. Over the next 3 days, Maya and I began conversing via notes hidden in books and under dishes. We created a simple code utilizing innocent-sounding terms that meant something quite different. We came up with a plan. It wasn't about running away. We tried it once before, when I was 12 and she was 6. Dad spotted us at the bus terminal within hours, his face filled with concern and relief as his eyes vowed punishment. The repercussions had been catastrophic. No, this time's goal was different. We intended to catch him in his own lies. Maya agreed to ask questions again. Not at home, where it was dangerous, but in public, where he couldn't respond without jeopardizing his ideal gentleman image. At church, she'd innocently question, "Daddy, why don't we ever talk about Aunt Lillian?" At the grocery store, standing in the checkout line surrounded by neighbors, she'd say, "What is it you do for work again, Daddy?" my teacher asked, and I didn't know what to say. He'd keep his smile, his public mask firmly in place, but I could see the wrath simmering behind his eyes. People started to notice the tension. When Maya asked innocent inquiries. To our father's church buddies, they exchanged glances. When Dad tightened his grasp on Maya's shoulder just a bit too much, the grocery store clerk would seem uncomfortable. The mask was starting to slide. Meanwhile, I began leaving anonymous notes for our neighbors. Nothing specific enough to trace back to me, just enough to raise doubts. The perfect family next door is not what it appears. You see him every Sunday, but do you know what he actually does with his children? I'd sneak them into mailboxes late at night, wearing gloves to avoid fingerprints, my heart racing with both panic and a strange sense of empowerment. I also started communicating with my other siblings more. Not about our father directly, that was still too dangerous, but on typical adolescent topics, movies, school, and future goals. I wanted to re-establish some sort of relationship with them, to remind them that we were supposed to be comrades, not adversaries. It worked better with Jasmine than with Owen, who remained firmly under Dad's thumb, desperately seeking acceptance that would never come. One night, I heard Ethan and Owen bickering in their room. Ethan was pummeled. He'd begun drinking heavily to deal with the tension at home, taking bottles from the liquor shop where his pal worked. "You know it's all bullshit, right?" Ethan muttered, his voice echoing through the thin walls. "Dad's whole perfect family act. He threatened to throw me out when he caught me kissing Marilyn after prom. Said I humiliated the family name." Owen begged him to stop talking, but I could tell it had hit home. Even Owen, the golden child who had always supported our father, had his concerns. I'd noticed it in the way he hesitated before backing Dad up, and in the way he looked away during the worst of Dad's outbursts. The next day, I found my mother in the garage, sitting in her car but not moving. The engine was not even operating. She was on the phone, speaking quietly while nervously tugging a strand of her once beautiful hair, which was now streaked with premature gray. When she spotted me, I expected her to hang up fast, as she normally did when caught doing anything Dad would disapprove of. Instead, she retained my stare while continuing her talk. "Yes, I understand. Tuesday at 2 p.m. Thank you." After she hung up, she gave me a long look, something moving in her tired eyes. "Sometimes we have to make hard choices to protect the people we love," she remarked cryptically, going past me into the home, her shoulders straighter than I'd seen them in years. It was the first time she'd admitted, even indirectly, that something was wrong in our family, that perhaps she wasn't fully brainwashed after all, and that she was finally gaining courage. Things swiftly escalated after that. Dad grew increasingly paranoid. He set up cameras in the living room and kitchen, claiming they were for our safety. I disabled them one at a time, carefully and discreetly, using techniques I acquired from watching YouTube videos in the school library. Every time a camera inexplicably failed, I'd leave a small sticky note on the lens with the following message: "We see you too." The final straw came at a Sunday supper. We had guests over. Dad's co-workers and their wives, all dressed in fancy clothes and smiling trained smiles. Everyone was taking part in the perfect family charade. Mom had spent hours making a roast with all the fixings, and we were all dressed in our best clothes, the epitome of domestic harmony. Then, beautiful little Maya spilled her drink all over one of the men's cosplay outfits. "I'm so sorry," she added without sounding remorseful at all. My hand slipped, just like Daddy's does sometimes when he gets angry. The table became silent. The man's wife appeared uneasy, wiping her husband's suit with a napkin and avoiding eye contact with anyone. Dad's cheeks went the dangerous red that I was all too familiar with. "Kids say the darndest things," he laughed, but it was hollow and strained. "So why don't you go help your mother in the kitchen?" "But I haven't told them about the secret room yet," Maya said innocently, her eyes wide with false naivety. "The one in your office where you keep all the—" Dad got up so rapidly that his chair tumbled backward with a loud crash. "That's enough," he exclaimed, his immaculate mask shattered. The guests appeared shocked. Dad would never raise his voice in public. This was one of his unbreakable regulations. Appearances must be maintained at any cost. "I think we should go," one of the guys remarked, standing up and gesturing toward his wife. The others swiftly followed suit, making embarrassed excuses while gathering their belongings. After they departed, Dad was furious. He grabbed Maya's arm and began dragging her to his office, his fingers burrowing into her thin arm hard enough to leave bruises. I knew what was coming, the belt, or worse. But before he could pull her through the door, Ethan moved between them. "Let her go," Ethan murmured calmly, despite the fear I saw in his eyes. "Get out of my way," Dad hissed, his voice low and threatening. "No," Ethan answered simply. Dad looked around at all of us. Mom had walked in from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron, her face pallid but determined. Jasmine stood in the corner, arms curled around herself. Even Owen appeared uneasy, shifting his weight from foot to foot. For the first time, Dad faced a united resistance. He released Maya's arm and rushed out of the home. We heard his automobile screech out of the driveway, its tires leaving black lines on the concrete. That night, we held our first ever family meeting. We met in the living room, which seemed different without Dad's intimidating presence. Mom revealed she had been speaking with a lawyer about divorce options. Ethan played a recording for everyone. I showed them my documentation, including photos, audio, and the timeline I'd etched under the basement steps. Jasmine admitted she had been gathering money from her part-time work, intending to flee as soon as she turned 18. Even Owen revealed that Dad had slapped him once while no one else was home. We stayed up late, talking openly for the first time in years, the words spilling out like water from a shattered dam. Dad had not returned home by the following morning. Mom phoned a locksmith to replace all of the locks. She then called her sister Grace, who had allegedly been trying to reconnect for years, but Dad had stopped her. 2 days later, Dad arrived with police officers, alleging we had locked him out of his own home. But Mom was prepared. She gave the authorities images of our injuries, played Ethan's recordings, and calmly described the scenario. The officers encouraged Dad to leave peacefully and proceed via the regular legal channels. As he was departing, I caught his gaze. For a brief period, I saw something I hadn't seen before. Terror. He was terrified of me, of what I knew and could verify. "This isn't over," he whispered softly as he moved by me. "You're right," I said. "It's just beginning." I wish I could say that everything improved right away, but that isn't how life works. Mom sought a divorce. Dad hired an expensive lawyer and attempted to portray her as unstable. He stated that all of our proof was falsified. He even attempted to take custody of Maya, knowing she was the person we all wanted to protect the most, but he miscalculated how much we had changed. Mom wasn't the terrified, obedient lady she had been. Ethan and Owen testified about the assault they had observed and endured. Jasmine provided her writings, which documented years of psychological torture. And I submitted my digital evidence, which included images, audio recordings, and an etched timeline from beneath the basement steps. Most importantly, Maya stepped up in court and stated the truth about everything. How Dad influenced her into betraying me. How he vowed to love her more if she told on everyone else. How he abandoned her emotionally when she was no longer useful. Dad's immaculate facade fell apart under the weight of all that reality. The judge granted Mom full custody of all minor children and issued a restraining order against Dad. It has been 6 months since then. We are still dealing with the fallout. Mom is in treatment, and so are all of the kids. We relocated to a smaller house across town, away from our memories. Maya and I are mending our friendship. It is not ideal. I still get flashbacks to her betrayal. But we're getting there. She occasionally leaves little drawings under my pillow as a way of apologizing. Ethan quit drinking and started community college. Owen is learning to live without Dad's approval guiding his every action. Jasmine is applying to colleges out of state, eager to start over somewhere new. As for me, I am still having nightmares. I still startle at loud noises. I still have trust difficulties, which will probably take years to resolve. But for the first time in my life, I am not always terrified. I can speak at the dinner table without asking permission. I have a door in my bedroom that I can shut whenever I choose. Small liberties that most people take for granted, but to me, they mean everything. Last week, I finally repaired the ancient bike in the basement. I rode it around the neighborhood, enjoying the breeze on my face and going anywhere I pleased. No rules, no punishments, and no fear. I am not healed or anything, but I am free, and that's enough for now. I eventually repaired the ancient bike in the basement. I took it out for a spin around the neighborhood, enjoying the breeze on my face. No rules, no punishments, and no fear. It felt incredible, like I was truly free for the first time in my life. But the freedom did not last long. 3 days later, as I was biking home from school, a black SUV drove up next to me, the window pulled down, and there was my father, who looked precisely the same save for black circles under his eyes. "Get in," he replied, not yelling or threatening, but calm. That terrified me more than if he had been yelling. I pedaled harder, my pulse beating in my chest. The SUV kept pace with me, not hurrying up, but simply following. When I turned down our street, it drove directly ahead. I rushed inside, locked the door, and called my mother at work. "He's back," was all I needed to say. Mom arrived home early. She contacted the police, but they told they couldn't do anything unless he broke the restraining order. Seeing me on a public roadway was not a violation. They recommended that we log any communication and phone promptly if he showed up at our place. That night, we held another family meeting. Mom appeared exhausted, but determined. "I don't want anyone going anywhere alone for a while," she told me. "Buddy system, okay?" We all nodded. Even Owen, who had been striving so hard to be independent lately, did not object. For the next week, everything was silent. Too quiet. I kept waiting for anything to happen. We waited for Dad to show up at school or one of his dubious business associates to approach us, but nothing happened. I almost wanted something to happen to relieve the stress. Then Maya returned home from school with a little gift-wrapped box. "A man gave this to me at recess," she explained, her voice quiet. "He said it was from Daddy." Mom contacted the school immediately. They checked the security cameras, but the man had remained just outside the school grounds, where the cameras couldn't view. The principal apologized and vowed to notify the entire staff, but the harm had already been done. Dad had found a means to contact us. We did not open the box. Mom took it directly to the police station. They X-rayed it and discovered a little teddy bear with a voice recorder inside. When they pushed its tummy, my father's voice emerged. "I miss you, Princess. Daddy's coming home soon." The police officer appeared uneasy. "It's creepy, but not technically threatening," she explained. "We can document it, but you can't do anything," Mom said, her tone flat. I was getting weary of hearing that. That night, I was unable to sleep. I kept thinking about how Dad was always 2 steps ahead of everyone. How he'd gotten an entire social worker to believe him over me. Even with a restraining order in place, he was still finding ways to mess with us. Around 2 a.m., I heard a faint knock on the door. It was Ethan. "Can't sleep either?" he inquired, sitting on the edge of my bed. I shake my head. We sat silently for a few minutes, each immersed in our own thoughts. "You know what I keep thinking about?" Ethan finally asked. "All those guys who used to come to the house, Dad's business associates. What if they're still working with him?" I hadn't considered that. Dad has a mysterious job. The Eastern Europeans with gold chains, the bundles of cash, whatever he was up to, it wasn't just him. He had connections. "We need to figure out what Dad actually does for work," I told him. Ethan nodded slowly. "I might know someone who can help." The next day, Ethan introduced me to his friend Logan, who worked at the same liquor store where Ethan used to get his drinks. Logan was a few years older, with a sleeve of tattoos and a permanent 5 o'clock shadow. Logan's father worked as a private investigator. He mostly does cheating spouse cases, Logan explained. But he's good at finding information on people. I can ask him to look into your dad if you want. I paused. We didn't have much money, and PIs were not inexpensive. He might do it for free, Logan said, as if reading my mind. He hates abusers. His mom was in a bad situation when he was a kid. 2 days later, Logan's father agreed to assist us. Greg was a stocky guy with a receding hairline and kind eyes that contrasted with his harsh demeanor. He asked us a number of questions about Dad, including his complete name, birth date, prior addresses, the type of automobile he drove, and the names of any associates we could recall. I'll see what I can dig up, he offered. In the meantime, stay alert. Document everything. A week passed with no word from Greg or sight of Dad. I was starting to wonder whether he'd given up and moved on to torment another family. Jasmine returned home from her part-time job at the library looking pale. Dad was there, she explained, her voice trembling. He didn't approach me or anything. He was just sitting at a table reading a newspaper. When he saw me notice him, he smiled and left. The next day, Owen saw him during his track competition. The following day, Mom saw him at the grocery store. He never approached or violated the restraining order. He was just there, watching and letting us know he could get close whenever he wanted. We were all on edge, leaping at any noise, and constantly looking over our shoulders. Mom began discussing transferring to another state, possibly residing with Aunt Lillian for a bit. I wasn't against the notion, but something told me that fleeing would not solve our situation. Dad would simply follow us. Then Greg called. He wanted to meet in person and stated that he couldn't disclose details over the phone. We met him in a diner across town, away from our normal haunts. Your father's into some shady stuff, Greg remarked abruptly, tossing a paper across the table to my mother. Money laundering mostly. He takes cash from some Eastern European guys, probably substance money, though I couldn't confirm that, and runs it through a series of shell companies, makes it look legitimate. Mother's hands trembled as she opened the folder. Inside, there were photos of Dad meeting with various individuals, documents with firm names I didn't recognize, and printouts of bank statements with significant deposits and withdrawals. Is this enough to get him arrested? Mom inquired. Greg shakes his head. Not on its own. This is circumstantial. You'd need hard evidence, documents with his signature, recordings of him discussing the transactions. And even then, these guys have expensive lawyers. I felt deflated. We finally understood what Dad did, but it did not assist us. There's something else, Greg explained, his voice falling. Your dad's been making calls to a guy with a record for violent offenses. 3 calls in the past week. Mom became quite still. You think he's hiring someone to hurt us? I think you should be careful, Greg advised, and maybe consider that moving out of state idea sooner rather than later. That night, we began packing. Mom called Aunt Lillian, who quickly offered her a guest house. We'd depart in 3 days, as soon as Mom got off work. Meanwhile, we established even stricter safety precautions. Nobody went somewhere alone. Before going to bed, we double-checked all of our doors and windows. We even took turns remaining awake at night to maintain a monitor. The second night, it was my turn to stay awake. Around 3 a.m., I heard a light scraping sound in the backyard, as if someone was trying to be quiet but failing. I woke Ethan quietly, placing a palm over his mouth and a finger to my lips. He understood right away, reaching for the baseball bat he'd started keeping under his bed. We crept to the window and looked out. In the dim light of the security light, I noticed a figure near our back door playing with the lock. It was not Dad. This person was bigger and burlier, perhaps one of his business associates, or the individual Greg noted as having a violent record. Ethan dialed 911 while I awoke everyone else. We crouched in Mom's room, the door barricaded with her furniture, waiting for the noises of someone attempting to break in. The minutes felt like hours while we waited for the cops. I pulled Maya tight, her petite body shivering against mine. Eventually, we heard sirens. The ruckus at the back door quickly ceased, followed by the sound of running footsteps. By the time the cops arrived, the intruder had left. The officers took our statement and examined the back door, which had several new scratches around the latch. They vowed to police our street more frequently, but claimed the same thing they usually did. They couldn't do much until they caught someone in the act. We left for Aunt Lillian's the next morning, without waiting for Mom's time off to be authorized. She called her supervisor from the road and explained the issue. We drove straight through, stopping only for petrol and potty breaks, and constantly checking to see whether we were being followed. Aunt Lillian resided in a little town around 6 hours away. Her home sat at the end of a long driveway, surrounded by trees, and featured a separate guest house in the back. It was serene, isolated, and secure. For the first time in weeks, I felt able to breathe. We remained there for about a month. Mom landed a job at a nearby doctor's office. We enrolled in local schools. We gradually began to relax, believing that we had indeed escaped. Then one evening, while we were all eating supper with Aunt Lillian, headlights flashed across the front windows. An automobile was driving up the driveway. "Are you expecting anyone?" Mom asked Grace, her voice full of anxiety. Grace shook her head, preparing to lock the front door. We all froze, listening to the sound of a car door slamming and footsteps on the porch. The doorbell rang, followed by a knock. "I know you're in there," said a voice that did not sound like my father. "I just want to talk." Ethan looked through the drapes and exhaled. "It's Greg," he answered. We invited him in and began talking at once, wondering how he had discovered us and why he was here. "Your father has been arrested," Greg informed us once we had calmed down. "Thought you'd want to know." Greg continued to investigate Dad's business affairs after we left. He had gathered enough material to provide to the FBI, which had been investigating the Eastern European men for years. They had set up a sting operation and captured Dad red-handed while discussing money laundering specifics with an undercover investigator. "They found a lot more when they searched his house," he said. "Documents, cash, even illegal weapons. He's facing serious charges. Bail was denied because they consider him a flight risk." I could not believe it. After all, it wasn't the abuse that took him down, but his crooked dealings. "What about the guy who tried to break into our house?" she inquired. "They got him too," Greg added. "He flipped on your dad immediately, told them everything. Said your dad hired him to scare you, maybe rough you up a bit. Nothing lethal, but enough to make you drop the restraining order." We all sat in startled silence, unable to comprehend this revelation. Dad was in jail. He couldn't hurt us anymore. It was actually over. We ended up staying with Aunt Lillian. The quiet town grew on us, and it felt good to be somewhere Dad had never been before, free of memories at every corner. Mom's divorce was finalized while Dad was in prison. She received everything: the house, which she sold, full custody, and child support. Not that he could pay it while in prison. It's been nearly a year now. We are all doing better. Mom smiles more. Ethan is doing well at community college. Owen joined the local track team and acquired friends who like him for who he is, not because they are terrified of his father. Jasmine has been admitted to 3 colleges and is trying to determine which one to attend. Maya is excelling at her new school, where no one knows about our history. I still have horrible days. I still occasionally wake up thinking I hear Dad's footsteps in the hallway. Those moments, however, are becoming less common. I've started talking more in my therapy sessions, dealing with issues rather than just going through the motions. Last week I discovered an old bicycle in Aunt Lillian's garage. It required work, including new brakes, an oiled chain, and patched tires. I spent a few days repairing it with the skills I gained on the other bike in our previous basement. When it was finished, I took it for a spin around town, feeling the wind on my face and going wherever I pleased. No rules, no punishments, and no fear. Just freedom. My sister sabotaged my dream job, destroyed my reputation, and tried to ruin my wedding with my fiancé on her side. So I took back everything. My name is Harry, and I'm 31 years old. I got engaged to my fiancée Lily 6 months ago. We'd been together for 5 years, and I thought we'd begun the best chapter of our lives. The wedding was scheduled for next month. But recent events have shown me how wrong I was about everything. You'll need some context to understand how we got here. My younger sister, Jazzy, is 28 years old. I haven't spoken to her in over 9 years, and there are valid reasons for this. Jazzy and I didn't get along growing up. Our parents tried to force us into an ideal sibling relationship, but all we did was fight. Jazzy was fiercely competitive, constantly striving to outperform me in every way. I can still remember the event that set the tone for everything. I was 10, and Jazzy was 7. I had recently won a spelling bee at school, and our parents had taken us out for ice cream to celebrate. Jazzy, instead of being happy for me, had a complete tantrum right there at the ice cream shop. She cried that it wasn't fair and that she spells better than I do. She requested that our parents question her right then and there, making the entire scenario terribly awkward and embarrassing. That was only the beginning. Her behavior became more sinister as we got older. If I got an A on an exam, she would study incessantly until she got an A as well. When I was 12, I won a local art competition, and my parents took us out to supper to celebrate. Instead of being pleased for me, Jazzy had a fit in the restaurant, yelling that she could draw better. She insisted on showing everyone her sketches right then and there, turning what should have been a happy occasion into a scene. That's only one example. This behavior shaped our childhood. If I joined the basketball team, she became completely obsessed with basketball. When I expressed interest in a lady in high school, Jazzy would go out of her way to be her best friend or gently flirt with her. It was frustrating. My home, which was supposed to be a haven, felt more like a perpetual competition. Our parents made every effort to help us find common ground. They even enrolled Jazzy in family therapy when she was 13 and I was 16, but she refused to participate. She'd sit there with her arms crossed, rarely saying anything, as the therapist attempted desperately to coax her out. The therapist eventually told my parents that they couldn't do much else, until Jazzy agreed to cooperate. Things reached a breaking point when we were both in our early 20s. I had recently graduated from college and landed my dream job at a top marketing business. It was the type of position for which I had worked so hard. Great income, excellent benefits, and the opportunity to work on campaigns that could change the industry. I felt as if my years of hard work had finally paid off. Meanwhile, Jazzy was still in college and struggling to find her feet. She had changed majors at least 4 times and was on the verge of academic probation, struggling to meet deadlines and follow directions. When I announced my job offer at a family meal, I expected at least a polite congratulations. Instead, Jazzy erupted. Her face contorted with wrath, and she began ranting at me, accusing me of being a show-off who constantly stole the spotlight. "Why do you always have to be the golden child?" she asked. "Why can't you just fail once so that someone else has a chance?" The words stung, but what truly shocked me was the expression in her eyes, a toxic mix of rage, envy, and bitterness. My parents attempted to intervene, assuring her that she had plenty of time to figure things out, and that my accomplishment did not lessen her own abilities. But Jazzy wouldn't have it. She stormed out of the room, slamming the door so violently that a picture tumbled from the wall. Later that night, I overheard her talking on the phone with one of her friends. She was saying stuff like, "He's not going to keep rubbing this in my face, and I'll make sure he gets knocked down a peg or two." I dismissed it as her normal dramatic venting. After all, we'd had our fair share of sibling squabbles over the years, and I assumed this was just another of her tantrums. But I could not have been more mistaken. A few days before starting my new job, I received an email from the firm's HR department. They had done an unexpected check of my background due to certain alarming materials that had come to their knowledge. Apparently, someone sent them faked emails and screenshots from false social media profiles, all in my name. These documents used harsh and discriminatory language portraying me as absolutely unsuited for the post. HR informed me that they were rescinding my offer, which left me astonished and devastated. The job I had worked so hard to get was gone in an instant. It did not take me long to fit the pieces together. Jazzy was the only person who understood enough about me to create such intimate and hurtful things. When I approached her, she initially seemed to be innocent, dismissing my claims with a cold smile. But as I pressed more, her facade crumbled. "Maybe you deserve to know what it feels like for once," she eventually whispered, her voice quivering with rage. "You've always been the favorite, the one everyone admires. It's about time you got a taste of failure." Her comments rendered me dumbfounded. My own sister had intentionally wrecked my future out of jealousy and hate. It wasn't simply a betrayal. It was a declaration of war. But she eventually broke down and admitted everything. She'd created the bogus accounts, fabricated the emails, and ruined my reputation, all because she wanted me to fail at something. Her voice was full of twisted pride, as if she had finally won some bizarre competition. I was crushed. This was beyond sibling rivalry. This was a premeditated sabotage by my own flesh and blood. I told her I never wanted to see or communicate with her again, and I walked out of the house that day. I crashed on a friend's couch while I tried to piece together my life. In the years that followed, I lost contact with Jazzy. My parents still saw her occasionally, but they knew better than to raise her around me. It was difficult for me to rebuild my career. I had to start with a lower-paying job and work my way back up, but I eventually got there. Now I have a wonderful job, helpful friends, and, until recently, Lily. When I met Lily 5 years ago, it felt like everything had finally clicked into place. She was nice, witty, and understanding. On our fourth date, I told her all about Jazzy. She listened and sympathized, acknowledging that family connections may be hard, and respecting my decision to cut links. I made one thing clear. Jazzy was not going to be a part of my life, especially at my wedding. At first, Lily appeared to comprehend. However, as we moved more into the wedding planning process, things began to shift. She continued bringing up Jazzy, implying that it might be time to forgive and forget. Each time I shut her down. The prospect of seeing Jazzy again made my stomach turn. This was meant to be the happiest day of my life, but having Jazzy there turned it into a nightmare. Lily would change the subject for a bit, but I could see she was unhappy. It all came to a climax last week as we finalized the guest list. Lily mentioned Jazzy again, and this time she refused to back down. I recall the precise moment when things began to disintegrate. We were seated in the living room, with the guest list spread out on the coffee table between us. I was already fatigued from a long day at work, and the last thing I wanted to do was revisit the same dispute we'd been having for weeks. But Lily was certain. "Harry, I really think you should reconsider inviting Jazzy," she added softly, as if to ease me into it. "She's your sister. Don't you think it's time to forgive and move on?" I clenched my jaw. She'd said those words before, but they hit me more this time. Perhaps it was the way she looked at me, with eyes full of hope and worry. Perhaps it was the fatigue I felt from repeatedly shutting her down. Regardless, the remarks landed differently that night. "Lily, we've talked about this. It's not happening. Having her there will ruin everything. You know what she did to me." Lily sighed, her frustration scarcely concealed. "But it was years ago. People change. Maybe she's different now. Maybe she regrets it." I could feel the typical wrath rising. Regrets it. She destroyed my childhood, my career, my reputation. She knew exactly what she was doing. How do you just regret something like that? Her eyes scanned mine for any sign of compromise. "I'm not saying what she did was okay. I just think maybe she deserves a chance to make it right." I looked at her in bewilderment. "Why are you pushing this? Why does she deserve a chance to be at our wedding?" Lily's face hardened. "Because family is important, Harry. I can't imagine cutting someone off forever." The remarks stung worse than they should have. "Family? You think this is about some petty grudge? She didn't steal my toys or read my diary. She sabotaged my entire life. I had to rebuild everything from scratch because of her." She shook her head, her tone becoming sharper. "You're being stubborn. You're punishing her for a mistake she made when she was young." "That did it," I snapped. "A mistake? Do you know how humiliating it was to lose that job? To have my name dragged through the mud because my sister couldn't stand that I was doing well? That's not a mistake, Lily. That's cruelty." She crossed her arms and turned away. "Maybe she's grown. Maybe she wants to apologize. And maybe I don't care," I responded. "She made her choices, and I made mine. I told you this was a boundary for me. If you can't respect that, then maybe we shouldn't be getting married." Lily's eyes widened with shock. I could see the hurt on her face, like a shadow. "You're seriously saying that over this?" she blurted out. I responded, "Yes. Because it's not just this. It's about trust. You're supposed to be on my side, Lily. You knew how much this meant to me, and you're still trying to push me." We sat in silence, the weight of my words lingering in the air. My heart was beating, each pulse a stinging reminder of how far we'd strayed from the happy pair we were just months earlier. Lily spoke softly. "I thought you'd understand. I thought love meant forgiveness." I shook my head, making my words barely audible. "Love also means respect. And I can't respect someone who won't respect my boundaries." She said nothing after that. She simply sat there, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After what seemed like a lifetime, she stood up and left the room. I sat alone, staring at the guest list, the names blending together as my vision blurred. The following day, things were tight. Lily rarely spoke to me, and when she did, it was in few, polite sentences. I could not stand it. This chilly, detached version of her was worse than a yelling fight. It felt like a wall had been built between us, and neither of us knew how to break it down. I kept telling myself it will all be over. We adored each other. We had gone through so much together. Surely this was only a rough patch. But deep inside, I sensed something had changed. Trust has been broken, and once that happens, it is difficult to put the parts back together. A week later, everything detonated. I arrived home late from work, fatigued and depleted. I came in the door and saw Lily sitting at the dining table. Her face was pale, her hands trembled, and the tension in the air was oppressive. "Something is wrong. What's going on?" I inquired hesitantly. She drew a hesitant breath and glanced up at me, remorse on her face. "Harry, I need to tell you something," she continued, her voice shaking. My gut constricted as a terrible sensation swept through me. "What is this about?" I inquired, attempting to maintain my voice steady. I reached out to Jazzy," she murmured slowly, almost whispering. For a second, I thought I hadn't heard her correctly. "You what?" The words rang out louder than I intended. "I found her on social media a few months ago," she explained, tears welling up in her eyes. "I've been talking to her. I just wanted to understand what happened between you two and I invited her to the wedding." It felt like the ground had gone beneath my feet. I could not breathe. My skull vibrated with a low, deafening scream. "You invited her?" My voice trembled in amazement. "I'm so sorry," she wailed. "I thought it was the right thing to do. I thought if she came, maybe you two could finally—" "No," I interrupted her, my voice loud and quivering with rage. "You went behind my back. You did exactly what I told you not to do. You betrayed me." "Harry, please," she begged, her tears flowing freely now. "I love you. I was just trying to help." "Help?" I asked, my laugh lifeless and frigid. "You think this is helping? You knew how I felt and you did it anyway. This isn't love, Lily. This is manipulation." She grabbed for me, but I backed away, my heart splitting into jagged, terrible bits. "Harry, wait," she exclaimed, her voice cracking. "There's more. I thought she changed. I really did. But when I spoke to her, I realized I was wrong." She hesitated, as if the words themselves were painful to repeat. She hesitated, attempting to calm herself. She said, "Oh, you're his new girl. How can you even be with such a loser?" My chest squeezed as I clenched my fists. Of course Jazzy had not changed. Of course she'd lash out, even if someone tried to be friendly. Lily continued, tears running down her cheeks. "That's when I realized you were right all along. I was so wrong to reach out. Harry, I thought I was helping, but I only made things worse. I see now how much she hurt you. I'm so sorry." Her words weighed heavily in the air, yet they did nothing to alleviate my feelings of anguish and betrayal. "You should have trusted me," I stated softly but firmly. "You should have listened when I told you what I needed." Lily wailed, her face in her hands, and I couldn't bring myself to comfort her. My heart was torn apart, and all I could think of was how the one person I'd trusted the most had gone behind my back, believing she understood better than I did. "If you can't respect me enough to trust my judgment, then we have nothing left, I told you." She cried. "Don't say that. We can fix this." I shook my head. The pain was too much to bear. "No, Lily. You broke my trust, and without trust, there's nothing left to fix." I turned to walk away, each step heavier than the last. The air between us felt final, like a door slamming shut on the life we had created together. I knew it was over, and it hurt more than I could ever express. The silence in our flat felt oppressive following the fight. I spent the night in the guest room, staring at the ceiling and repeating every word we had said. My head felt like a cyclone from which I couldn't escape. Sleep did not come, only an unending cycle of rage, betrayal, and heartache. In the cold light of morning, the weight of everything landed on my chest. I could hear Lily moving around and the muted sound of her packing. I didn't have to inquire what she was doing. I sensed the life we'd constructed over 5 years was crumbling. Again, Jazzy prevented us from stopping it. When she eventually went out of the room, luggage in hand, our gazes connected. Her face was smeared with tears, yet her look was one of quiet resolution. "Are you sure this is what you want, Harry?" she inquired, barely above a whisper. I swallowed hard, my throat tightening. "No, Lily. This isn't what I want. But it's what you've left me with." She nodded and wiped her eyes with the back of her palm. "I never meant to hurt you." "I know," I replied, my voice cracking. But that doesn't change what you did. We remained there for a minute, the air between us heavy with unspoken words. Then she turned to walk out the door. The sound of it closing behind her was a finality I was unprepared for. I sunk into the couch, the emptiness of the flat pressing against me. It felt like the walls were closing in, and the quiet was deafening in its finality. The following few days were a blur. I formally canceled the wedding, including the location, caterers, and florist. Each call seemed like another stab in the heart, as if I were disassembling a dream piece by piece. The reactions were mixed. My pals attempted to be supportive, but some of them clearly did not understand. Lily's family, on the other hand, made no attempt to conceal their outrage. Her mother called me a callous monster, accusing me of sabotaging a wonderful relationship over little sibling rivalry. Her brother, whom I used to be close to, sent me a long, furious text telling me I was making the worst mistake of my life. I looked at the screen, feeling numb. They didn't know the entire story. They didn't realize how far the pain went. In the midst of all this, my family decided to weigh in. My parents contacted me repeatedly, leaving voicemails ranging from pleading to guilt-tripping. My mother's voice was unsteady and sad. "Harry, please. This could be an opportunity to mend the family. Don't let this break everything apart." But I didn't tear anything apart. It was Jazzy, and now Lily. The people who were supposed to safeguard and support me had crossed borders that I could not forgive. One evening, after a long day at work, I arrived home to an email from Jazzy. I almost erased it before reading it, but my curiosity won out. The subject line simply read, "I'm sorry." The email was lengthy, full of apologies and explanations. She described how she spent years in therapy attempting to understand her jealousy and bitterness. She recognized that what she did to me was wrong, but she claimed to be a different person now. She wanted to reconcile, make amends, and be my sister again. I stared at the words on the computer, feeling just tiredness. Was I expected to trust that a few years of therapy would relieve the agony she had caused? Could money undo the pain of losing my ideal job, the embarrassment, and the years of effort to rebuild my career? The scars were too deep. I closed the email without responding. I spent the following weekend alone, attempting to comprehend everything. My thoughts kept going back to Lily. I missed her. The way she laughed at my stupid jokes. The way her eyes gleamed when she spoke about her interests. But I couldn't shake the sensation that the trust we had built was gone. It wasn't only about Jazzy, it was about Lily choosing to ignore something I had started from the beginning and do the exact opposite to show a point. I went to play basketball, hoping to sweat off my frustration. I lifted till my legs burned, concentrating on the physical agony rather than the emotional one. After that, I sat in my car, soaked in sweat, staring out the window. Was I being overly stubborn? Was it worth losing Lily for this? But every time I considered reaching out, I remembered the pain in my chest when she revealed she'd gone behind my back, the sense of betrayal, and the harsh awareness that the person I loved had not respected my boundaries. Regardless of how much I loved her, the wound was too fresh and too deep. On Tuesday morning I arrived at work feeling like a ghost. My manager, Ashley, a no-nonsense woman, drew me aside. She had always been supportive and today was no exception. "Are you doing okay?" she inquired, her tone quieter than usual. I forced a smile. "I'm getting there." She nodded and studied me for a bit. "Sometimes standing your ground is the hardest thing to do, but it's worth it." Her comments stayed with me. I spent the rest of the day submerged in code, allowing the rhythm of work to distract me from the confusion in my thoughts. By the time I arrived home, the flat felt more empty than ever. But for the first time in days, I felt a small sense of calm. I had made the correct option. It didn't make the anguish any less genuine, but at least I hadn't cheated myself. That night I deleted Jazzy's email. I did not need to read it again. I knew the answer. Life went on in the days that followed, but I felt as if I was stuck in time. The apartment, once filled with warmth and laughter, suddenly felt chilly and empty. Lily's absence was an ongoing ache. Her closet side was vacant, while the bathroom shelves were half empty. I kept expecting to see her, hearing her voice in the quiet times, only to be reminded that she had left. I immersed myself in work, utilizing the long hours and difficult assignments as a distraction. But no matter how busy I kept myself, the weight of it all lingered. The betrayal, the broken trust, the future that had slipped through my fingers. Everything followed me like a shadow. Then my folks called me. My phone buzzed late one evening, and I briefly contemplated ignoring it. But something prompted me to pick up. "Hi, Mom," I said with a bland voice. "Harry," she murmured, her voice wary. "Please attend supper this weekend. We need to talk." "I don't think that's a good idea," I said, exhausted. "Please," she urged. "It's important." Despite my better judgment, I agreed. Perhaps a part of me still hoped they'd understand, to finally comprehend my point of view. But deep down, I knew I was preparing myself for disappointment. Saturday evening arrived and I drove to my folks' house with my stomach in knots. My memories of my boyhood home were different now, tainted with a sadness I couldn't ignore. As I climbed up the steps, I took a deep breath to brace myself. My mom answered the door and greeted me with a strained smile. "I'm so glad you came," she whispered gently, drawing me into a hug that felt more like a plea than a comfort. I stepped inside and immediately realized something was wrong. The air seemed heavy, as if a storm was about to break. And then I noticed Jazzy sitting at the dining table. Her eyes met mine, wide and filled with what appeared to be regret. An icy feeling of rage swept through me. "What is she doing here?" I questioned, my voice trembling. "Harry, please," my father pleaded, his face painted. "We just want to help you make peace." "What is wrong with everyone?" I asked, the treachery hitting me like a blow in the stomach. "You did this behind my back," I continued, feeling the weight of the moment descend on me. "You ambushed me." My mother's eyes flooded with tears. "We thought if you two just talked, you could finally heal." I shook my head and clenched my fists. "You don't get it. You never have." "Harry, wait," Jazzy said, her voice shaking. "I just want to apologize." Her comments struck me like empty noise. I turned to face my parents, bitterness rising in my throat. "You're still trying to fix something that's broken beyond repair. You can't force this." My father's voice cracked. "We just want our family back." "This is your family now," I added, my voice firm. "Where trust doesn't matter, where betrayal is swept under the rug." I moved toward the door, the weight of finality bearing down on my shoulders. "I told you where I stood. If you can't respect that, then I don't know what else to say." I walked away, my heart thumping in my ears. My mother's sobbing followed me down the steps, but I did not look back. The chilly night air hit my face, and I felt clearer than I had in a long time. The lines were drawn. I did not cross theirs, and I would not allow them to cross mine. That night, I sat in my car for a long time before heading home. My phone was buzzing with texts from my parents, Jazzy and Lily. They probably told her about it. I disregarded them all. I was not prepared to answer, explain myself again, or justify my pain. I'd had enough. When I eventually returned home, the emptiness of the flat no longer felt oppressive. Instead, it felt like I had enough space to breathe. I was tired of clinging onto hurtful relationships and attempting to fit parts together that no longer fit. I spent the following few days in peaceful reflection. I was aware that I had burned bridges that could not be rebuilt, yet there was also a peculiar sensation of liberation. I was no longer carrying the weight of others' expectations. I didn't have to forgive someone who hadn't earned it. One evening I decided to get together with several pals. They had been worrying about me, so I decided it was time to come out of the shadows. We went to a modest downtown bar with low music and open chat. As I sipped my drink and listened to their laughter, I realized how alone I had become. My engagement did not mean that the world had ended. Life continued to move, and so could I. Later that night, as we were leaving, my friend Sam tapped my shoulder. "You did the right thing, man," he replied. "It takes guts to stand up for yourself." I nodded, a faint smile appearing. For the first time I believed it. Standing my stand had cost me, but losing myself would have cost far more. The next morning, I went for a walk on the beach. The waves lapped gently on the coast, and the early sun reflected off the sea in brilliant golden hues. I took a big breath, allowing the salty sea air to enter my lungs. There was certainly grief and loss, but there was also hope. I was finally free to create a life in which my boundaries were respected, and I did not have to sacrifice my tranquility for someone else's definition of family. I had no idea what the future contained, but for the first time in a long time, I was content with that. One step at a time, I'd figure it out. The days became weeks, and life fell into a new routine. I wasn't the same person I was before the breakup, but I was starting to feel more stable. There was a weird peace in the silence, focusing solely on myself. It felt as if I was gradually constructing the foundations of my life. Not for anyone else, but for myself. I spent more time with friends who accepted me as I was. We hiked hidden routes around the coastal cliffs, sat around bonfires on chilly evenings, and told stories that reminded me of what true connection was like. These friendships were genuine, unfettered by expectations or betrayals. They gave me the strength to continue forward. At work, things were consistent. I poured myself into tasks, accepting challenges that pushed me to improve. My manager, Denise, observed a change in me. One day she approached me after a meeting. "You've been doing great, Harry," she said with a smile. "I can tell how focused you are. Keep it up." I nodded, feeling a sense of pride. Her remarks reassured me that despite everything, I was still capable and determined. My past had not broken me. It had shaped me into something greater. One weekend, I decided to declutter the apartment. It was time to let go of the things that kept me stuck in the past. As I searched through the drawers and closets, I discovered mementos from my relationship with Lily. A stray earring, an old movie ticket stub, and a half-written grocery list in her handwriting. Each thing was a memory, a glimpse of what we had. But rather than drowning in nostalgia, I let them all go. I put them inside a box, sealed it, and set it aside. Letting go did not mean forgetting. It meant deciding to move forward without the burden of what may have been. The apartment felt different, cleaner and lighter. It was finally my space. I moved the furniture, added some plants, and hung new artwork. These modest modifications have a significant impact. The space felt like a mirror of who I was today, rather than who I was before. My phone buzzed one evening as I was cooking dinner, a new interest that I was gradually improving at. My mom sent me a text. "We miss you. Please contact us when you're ready." I looked at the message for a long time. The hurt from the dinner ambush persisted, but I knew my parents weren't awful people. They simply didn't grasp the extent of my anguish, or the boundaries I needed to protect myself. I did not respond right away. I needed more time, and that was fine. Healing did not need to be hastened. A few weeks later, at a rooftop party in downtown, I met someone new. Her name was Emily. She had an easy smile and a manner of making conversation seem smooth. We discussed everything, from our favorite books to road vacations to the best barbecue locations in Texas. She didn't probe into my background or ask questions that I wasn't prepared to answer. She was just enjoying the time with me. That was refreshing. I did not have to justify myself or defend my bounds. I could just be. Emily smiled at me as the sky turned orange and purple with the sunset. "Feel like getting a milkshake?" she asked. I chuckled. "Sure, as long as I don't have to sing karaoke." She chuckled, and I felt a warmth I hadn't had in a long time. It was hardly the exhilaration of falling in love. It was a calm consolation to know that new beginnings were possible. That night, when I walked back into my apartment, I discovered something. I wasn't over what had happened. Jazzy's deception and Lily's broken trust left lasting scars. But the scars did not define me. They were only half of my story. I felt stronger now, more aware of what I needed and deserved. I stood near the window looking out at the Austin skyline. The globe was still moving and so was I. The way ahead was uncertain, but I was not afraid. I had limits, self-esteem, and a solid understanding of who I was. Standing firm can sometimes lead to the loss of loved ones. But, in the end, it is also about discovering yourself. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. My wife said, "It's not cheating if I tell you." So I dated her co-workers, took the house, and served her divorce papers at a pool party. My name is Ryan Brooks. I am 28 years old and work for a consulting firm. I have a master's degree in computer science. I am 5 feet 11 inches tall, weigh about 205 pounds, and have brown hair and eyes. I stay fit by going to the gym every day and running at 5 a.m. People have said I have a nice face. My wife Lily, also known as Aita, is 26 years old, measures 5 feet 5 inches tall, has a curvaceous but fit physique, and works out 3 times a week. Her blonde hair falls just below her shoulders. She has blue eyes, lovely legs, a small waist, and a 34-inch bust. Yes, Her face is also breathtakingly attractive. We met during a college party. Her name was Lily Masters, and she was finishing her bachelor's degree in accounting, while I had already completed 1 year of my master's degree. We hit it off right away and continued to date throughout college. We married around a year after graduating from college, not high school, as others may imagine. I should point out that Lily does not always thoroughly consider the consequences of her decisions, particularly when she has a strong belief or goal. For example, she had feminist views and originally refused to take my surname. When we married, she insisted on choosing a hyphenated surname that included her maiden name and mine, such as Scott Whitt or Rodham Clinton. When I tried to address this and explain why I thought it was a bad idea, she became enraged, accusing me of being misogynistic and attempting to destroy her identity. She named accomplished women who had done this, as well as acquaintances who had no problem with it. She rants about how patriarchy enslaves women by forcing them to adopt their husbands' surnames. I attempted to explain that this wasn't my intention, but eventually I sat her down, had her read the hyphenated name 5 times, and pointed out how it sounded. I jokingly said that I wouldn't mind if she kept her maiden name, Masters, alongside Bader. She quickly gave up the idea and changed her name to Bader. I mentioned she's naturally blonde, didn't I? We've been married for more than 5 years and haven't had children yet, but we've started planning for them. We talked about trying for a baby on our 5th anniversary, which was just over 2 months away. Lily has troubles with the pill, so we constantly employ precautions. We intended to forego protection on the night of our 5th anniversary, making it a memorable occasion. This brings me to the start of a horrific catastrophe. With a beer in my hand, I sat across the table from my wife and heard 5 awful words that ignited my rage. I just want to try something different. She said that for about a month before we started a family, she needed to get rid of everything before settling down to be a mother. I attempted to clarify. So you want to date other men while married to me? You want to party and sleep with other men, completely breaching your promise to forsake all others. And you expect me to be okay with that? Are you crazy? I was close to yelling the final phrase. She responded, "Look, it'll only last a month or so. I need to sow the last of my wild oats before we celebrate our special 5th anniversary as planned. Once this minor outbreak is resolved, I'll settle down and be a loving, faithful wife for the rest of my life." Not only no, but hell no, I responded. I've already made my decision. This is exactly what I need to do. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just informing you, so I don't cheat on you. It's not treason if you're aware of it and the situation is open. It's only cheating if I hide it and sneak behind your back. That's not the case here. Besides, it won't happen every night, probably just Friday or Saturday, and I'll return home in the morning. We'll continue to make love a couple of nights a week and I answered, I'm confident I'll never worry about sloppy seconds because I won't touch you after you go on one of your dates. Where did this nonsense come from? What put this foolish idea in your head? I was certain I knew the answer, but I asked anyway. She said, I told Susie about our plans to start a family. Susie, her full-time divorced co-worker, had cheated on all 4 of her ex-husbands. Lily elaborated. She said I needed to clear my mind before starting a family, so I could fully relax and be a wonderful mother and wife without regretting anything I missed. She also said her experiences with other men improved her lovemaking by teaching her new techniques to delight you, potentially leading to a better quality of life. It was evident that Lily would go ahead with it regardless of what I said. I tried many arguments but was rejected each time. At last, I responded, It's evident you'll do this despite my wishes. When are you planning your first date? I don't have one yet, but Susie and I plan to go to a club tomorrow night, she said. Fine, but I warn you, bringing anyone here would end tragically. I'd never disrespect you like that. We'll go to his house, his hotel room, or back to Susie's. I'm not granting authorization, and won't agree to any of it. My opinion is clearly irrelevant to your decision. I won't touch you while this happens, and this could have serious ramifications for our partnership. There may not be a place for you here if you wish to return. What do you mean? I'm not going away. It's just 1 or 2 nights a week. We'll spend the rest of our time together. No, I won't allow this. If you're adamant, you leave to do it. I don't care where you go, but you won't live here while dating and fornicating with other men. Don't be silly. This is my house too. You can't just kick me out. Remember, this house belongs to my parents. They gave it to me before we married. This is my house. Perhaps you should move in with Susie. We called it a night. The next day, Lily tried to persuade me to sleep in another bedroom, but I claimed the bed was mine as well as hers. If she doesn't want to sleep in the same bed, she may leave. We avoided each other throughout the day. She walked downstairs at 8 a.m., wearing lace stockings, a garter belt, and 4-inch heels. Her hair was done, and she wore makeup and jewelry appropriate for a night out, while carrying a little purse. "Have you forgotten anything?" I asked. "Number, I have my phone, wallet, and ID. That's all I need." "How about luggage, apparel, cosmetics, and toiletries?" "Oh, I am just leaving for the night. Why do I need all of that?" "I'll be back before morning." "Not really. As soon as you leave, I will replace the locks. I told you that if you keep up this nonsense, you would not be able to live here. Don't act ridiculous. I know you love me enough to allow this. Clearly, you don't love me enough not to do this. You will not return if you exit through this door." Just as she was ready to speak, a car horn blasted in the driveway. "That is Susie. I have to leave, but we can discuss this when I get home." What she didn't know was that I had placed many covert apps on her phone while she was getting ready in the restroom. I could now monitor her location, read her texts, record her calls, and even turn on her microphone and camera without her knowledge. I switched on her microphone as soon as she left the home and recorded her talk with Susie while they drove. I would listen to it later. First, I replaced the door locks with new ones that I had purchased earlier. Then I pulled her car out of the garage, reconfigured the garage door opener, and removed the remote control. Next, I put all of her clothes, toiletries, and cosmetics into boxes that I'd purchased in preparation. 2 hours later, I had loaded her possessions into the car. It was time to hear her talk with Susie. "God, he's mad," Lily said. "I warned you he'd be upset for about a week, but that'll pass," Susie responded. "Just make sure to blow his mind for the next few days. When he learns how much better things are, he'll accept it. Men are like dogs. You can get away with anything if you compensate them well. The proper application of women's techniques will alter their outlook. I just hope the person you're setting me up with doesn't leave me too sore to have energy tomorrow night with Rob. Be sure to soak in the bath tomorrow. That should help. Now remove your panties and leave them in the car. You will not need them today." "You are small." Lily laughed. They both chuckled. Let me describe Susie. She is a 5 feet 4 inches powerhouse with emerald green eyes, a stunning face, and long, fiery red hair that reaches her buttocks. She had a 38-inch chest, a slim waist, and the morals of a street cat. Her infidelity resulted in the breakdown of all 4 of her marriages, which is astonishing for someone who is just 26 years old and divorced 4 times before the age of 30. She had made it obvious that I was welcome in her bed at any moment, but I never took her up on her offer. This wasn't the first time she tried to coerce Lily into doing something foolish, generally by wanting to engage us in a threesome or more. So far I have avoided it. I listened a little longer, but the commotion inside the club made it impossible to hear anything. Instead, I started controlling our finances. By tracking her GPS, I was able to withdraw half of our bank account balance, pay off and cancel our shared credit cards, and transfer our whole savings to an offshore account. I opened a separate account in my name several years ago, and transferred roughly 70% of our money to it. I spotted her GPS shifting, so I turned on the microphone again. I heard a strange masculine voice speaking to her. Her telephone rang. "Hello, Susie, how are you?" "Hi, girl. Did you leave with the person you danced with?" "Yes. We are going to your house for some alone time. I hope you do not mind if we use the spare bedroom for an hour or two." "It's not an issue, baby. I'll probably go there shortly with a friend. Let's have fun. I hope you need a shower once you finish so you may return home later." "I thought so. I have put some shampoo and body wash in the spare bathroom for you." "Thank you. See you later." I turned on the camera to get a peek of the man she was with. I only got a quick look as she put the phone away. He appeared to be about 30 years old, had thinning black hair, and was a little shorter than me. I turned everything off as they drove. When they arrived at Susie's, I listened until I heard them turn away from their phone. The camera was unlikely to work, and I needed her phone in the same room to capture audio evidence of her cheating. Lily called me. "Hello, honey. How are you? Where are you currently?" "B and I are at Susie's. We'll rest for a while, and then she'll drive me home. I will be back in a few hours. We just turned on a movie." "Fine. I just wanted to make sure you didn't get into a difficult situation. I am fine. Stop worrying. See you in a few hours. Fine. Goodbye. She must have been inebriated because she didn't notice I hadn't spoken anything affectionate, or told her I loved her. She also didn't realize I said goodbye at the conclusion. Miraculously, she brought the phone into the bedroom, most likely because she was chatting to me while walking there. Better yet, she placed it on the nightstand, leaning against the light, giving the camera a clear view of the majority of the bed. I'm sure I couldn't use this in court, but I didn't mind. Then I watched long enough to see they were intimate, then minimized the window and continued recording. If she was going out with other men, I saw no reason to sit at home and wait for her. What's beneficial for the goose also benefits the gander. Screw her. I also decided to have some fun and planned to rub it in her face. She did not return home and remained with Susie. I spent the weekend doing household maintenance and working on my 1972 GMC truck, which I had purchased cheaply years before. I'd added a custom 350 engine, a Borg-Warner Super T10 4-speed manual transmission, a 12-volt rear differential, leather bucket seats, and matte black paint. All that remained was to connect the steel-braided lines to the engine's fuel, radiator, and vacuum connectors. Work kept me distracted, particularly after I stopped speaking with Lily. I finished the truck and made it ready for the road. I also hired a lawyer and began drafting divorce documents. There was no way around handing her half of everything. The divorce rules in this state appear to have been written by hardcore feminists. Men are screwed in divorces, compelled to pay an adulterous spouse to support her philandering lifestyle. A man has few alternatives for self-defense. Friday evening came, and my truck was pristine. After showering, shaving, and applying cologne, I changed into new Levi's slacks, a black button-down shirt, and rattlesnake leather cowboy boots. I treated myself to dinner at a steakhouse, where the T-bone, baked potato, vegetables, and salad were all excellent. As I exited the restaurant, I looked up Lily's whereabouts. She and Susie had arrived at the club around 30 minutes earlier. It was time to carry out my plan, which I knew would drive Lily nuts. I parked a few spots away from her car, knowing she was the designated driver, which made my strategy easy. I came to the club with a strategy and a backup in case Susie had moral reservations. I found them easily. "Susie, I didn't realize you'd be here," I remarked, approaching their table with a drink and waiting for Lily to dance with another guy. "Rob, what are you doing here?" Susie inquired warily. "It's probably the same as you. Since I had just moved in, I decided to try this club and have some fun tonight. Want to dance?" I came with Lily. "How does this not hinder me from dancing with you? Besides, she is either in the restroom or on the dance floor. You've never backed down from dancing with me before." Her apprehensive visage softened into a grin. "Sure, I'd love to dance." We danced to 3 quick songs before the slow one began. I drew her near for approximately a song and a half before Lily noticed us. I almost laughed as her surprise morphed into panic. She exited the dance floor after the song and returned to their table, gazing at me with barely contained wrath. "You poor thing," I mused. "I haven't even begun to make you mad." Susie gripped me tightly as we slowly danced like a bombshell. It didn't take me long to react physically. She noticed, grinned warmly, and drew closer. I looked at Lily and lowered my hand to Susie's rear. When the song finished, I led Susie back to their table. She invited me to join them, and I accepted. We stopped to order beverages, and I added all 3 to my tab. "Ryan, what the hell are you doing here?" Lily hissed. "What do you mean? I'm doing the same thing as you, drinking, dancing, and having fun. Is that prohibited?" "Don't act innocent," she snarled. "You're here to ruin my evening." "Quite the reverse, Lily. I had no idea you would be here. We have not communicated since you moved out. I heard about this club from coworkers and went to check it out while you were not present." "Do you mean this is natural for you but not for me? That is hypocritical." I turned to Susie and began speaking, disregarding Lily's outburst. She attempted to make me envious by dancing flirtatiously with as many men as possible. I grinned, monopolizing Susie's attention. When another guy approached her, I'd bring her to the dance floor before they got to the table. They eventually stopped trying, presuming we were together. After a few hours I realized it was time. Lily was on the dance floor, and Susie was open. "Meet me at your place," I said quietly. "Lily will get there soon." "Does it matter?" Susie said. "She has her own room." "To hell with it. She's driving. She can get home. Let's go." I held her close while driving. Her dress fell to the floor as soon as we walked in, She dragged me into her bedroom. The night was fantastic. She certainly had a lot of practice. Just as I looked up, the front door banged shut. Susie speaks loudly during personal moments, and her room is adjacent to Lily's, separated by a narrow wall. We passed asleep around 2 a.m. from weariness. Breakfast was weird. Our morning activities awoke Lily. When I walked into the kitchen, she was already there with coffee. "Is everything fine?" she inquired, grinning. "I'll do it myself," I responded, retrieving a clean knife from the cupboard and stood near the Keurig while she filled her cup. There's no telling what was in her coffee. We had a small talk. Lily and Susie spoke briefly. Then I chatted to Susie. Lily recognized we were both gone from the club when she noticed my truck in the parking area. She yelled so loudly that the guy she had brought home left. She looked at me like a wolf at breakfast. Soon after, I departed. When driven, I can be tenacious. Lily collaborated with several attractive single women I met at her firm's events. I had their contact information and started contacting them. Within weeks, I persuaded the majority to go on dates. Some were hesitant since Lily and I were still married, but when I explained that we had separated, they relented. My actions caused tension between Lily and Susie, and Lily fought with other single women at work. I spent a wonderful afternoon dining, dancing, and getting intimate with Lily's colleagues. I utilized her phone's GPS and spy apps to make sure I was where she was. Her colleagues brag about their dates with me, which irritated her. She kept going out with men, but she and Susie clashed more. I overheard Lily shouting at Susie, "This is not how it was intended to work. He was supposed to wait for me to sow my wild oats before welcoming me back to start our family. He was not supposed to date or spend nights with other women." Susie was perplexed. "I did not expect it either. What are your plans?" "I've had my fun, and none of these guys can compare to Rob. Our anniversary is approaching, and we intend to start a family that night," Lily remarked, beaming. "He knows how to send a girl into orbit." Susie understood, but screamed, "Why did you bring him here and keep my husband awake all night just to appear cool?" The next morning, "I've wanted him for years. What was I supposed to do when he came at me like that? He turned it up and pressed all my buttons. I couldn't help it. He's my hubby. Show some respect." "Fine. I apologize. He stopped calling me. I doubt we'll meet again. Besides, he's checked out all our single coworkers. It's time to reclaim what's mine. I'll call him later and tell him I'm ready to return and start our family," says Lily. I grinned while listening. She had no idea what was coming. I contacted my lawyer for final instructions. With just over a week till our anniversary, I planned a spectacular celebration. Lily called, begging to come home, but I declined, explaining that I had plans and was planning on a surprise for her homecoming. I suggested modifications which she mistook as turning a bedroom into a nursery. I never said that. I arranged for her to arrive on our anniversary as a surprise. On Saturday evening, I threw a barbecue pool party. Lily had no idea I had installed the pool during the last 2 months. We were joined by friends, relatives, and some special guests. The doorbell rang promptly at 6 p.m. I told Lily to come, and she spotted the automobiles in front. When she realized we were having a party, she appeared surprised and carried her luggage into the home. "Everything's fine. The guest of honor has arrived," I told them. "Rob, what's going on? I thought we'd have a quiet romantic dinner," she said to him. "Number today is a major celebration, and I want all our family and friends to join us," I told them. "Okay, sweetie, it just surprises me. I didn't expect this," she told me. "Just place your suitcases here, we'll deal with them later. You've arrived in time for dinner. As the guest of honor, you and I will be first in line." Lily adjusted and started enjoying herself. We hadn't talked about her actions in the prior 2 months. We ate, drank, and laughed. After dinner, a light shone in the backyard, exposing the pool and other modifications. She hadn't visited the upper level, and hinted at wanting to see what I'd done, still believing I'd built a nursery. It was time for the final surprise. "Could I have your attention, please? I have a few announcements for this great day," I cried out. The stereo came to a halt, and everyone crowded near. "Thank you for coming. Aita, please join me." After she left, I went on. "First, yesterday was my last day at work. My former boss was the only one who knew, as I gave him 1 month's notice and explained my plans. I'm now starting my own consulting company, giving me more freedom to spend time with my family." Lily grinned as I emphasized family. "As you know, today is our 5th anniversary. What most don't know is that we plan to start our family today. With that, I want to give Ida a special anniversary gift to commemorate our relationship. I moved aside and motioned to a hired woman near the group's edge. She stepped forward. Ida Bader, you've been served, the woman explained. What most don't know, I replied, is that 2 months ago, Ida told me she was going to date and sleep with other men. She didn't ask if I agreed, she just informed me and said there was nothing I could do. For the past 2 months, she's been living with her friend and taking different men to her home for intimate encounters. This is something I won't tolerate. To be fair, I also dated other women, but only after Ida broke her vows. No, Ida shrieked. For your actions, I'm giving you a divorce so you can be intimate with whoever you want. Rest assured, it won't be me. I told you I was renovating the house. You saw the pool and other downstairs upgrades. I also repainted the master bedroom, installed a larger shower and a jacuzzi tub in the master bath, and removed the wall between the 2 smaller spare bedrooms to create 1 large bedroom with its own bathroom. I did this for a specific reason. As I spoke, a red-haired mother and a 10-year-old girl approached me. I want you all to meet my lawyer, Tara, and her daughter, Simone. Tara is a single mother I met 2 months ago, on the Monday after Ida went to the club with her first guy. We've become very close, though we haven't officially started dating. We both feel there's something between us, and I get along well with Simone. Once the divorce is final, and she's no longer my lawyer, we plan to be together. Her lease is up soon, and Tara and Simone are moving in with me. I turned to Ida. As for your suitcases, take them to your car. You won't come back here. I told you I wouldn't stand for this, but you rushed ahead and ruined our marriage. Ida cried frantically. Her family yelled, and the majority of her pals fled. My family sat stunned. Tara and Simone quietly headed upstairs, bracing for this reaction. To be honest, Tara and I had not kissed. We dined together and spent evenings in their place, but we agreed to wait until my divorce was finalized. Tara left her spouse 5 years ago after discovering him cheating. She has dated since, but has never felt a spark. Everyone eventually departed. I do not know where Ida went. That day, I removed the spyware programs from her phone. I no longer cared about what she did. Could I have handled things differently? Maybe. Should I have included Tara and Simone? Probably not. Why did I do that? Simple. Anger. I was enraged at Ida's behavior and wanted everyone to know how her selfishness had damaged our marriage. I wanted her to experience the misery she had caused me. She destroyed my feelings for her and made me despise her. I wanted her to feel that grief and contempt. I could have served her at work or emailed evidence to everyone, but I preferred a public confrontation. It was immature and unpleasant, but I completed it. Ida spent around 2 weeks at Susie's before they clashed. She has her own tiny flat. I frequently encounter her throughout the city, her look swinging between despair and fury. She left her company due to stress from me dating her coworkers, and got another job. I see her family occasionally when I dine with Tara and Simone. We do not talk. They frown, but we ignore them. Ida attempted to contest the divorce but quickly realized it was hopeless. Tara intensified the pressure by continuing to meet with Ida's colleagues. Ida signed the papers after learning about my 4th date with one of her coworkers. When the divorce was finalized, Tara and Simone moved in. 1 year later, Tara and I married. Another year later, we ran into Ida at a street market. She noticed Tara's 6-month pregnant tummy, turned, and hurried away in tears. 3 years had gone since the dramatic barbecue pool party at which Ryan Brooks handed divorce papers to his wife Lily in front of relatives and friends. Ryan's life has taken unexpected turns. However, the echoes of that day persisted, affecting his new world and Lily's future in unanticipated ways. Ryan, now 31, has settled into life with Tara, his second wife, and their growing family. Their son Liam was a vivacious 1-year-old, and Tara's daughter from her previous marriage, Simone, was 13 years old and thriving. Ryan's consulting firm had taken off, giving him the freedom to work from home and be present for his family. However, the past was not completely behind him, and a chance encounter would soon force Ryan and Lily to confront unresolved wounds. It was a cool October afternoon in their little community, with golden leaves blanketing the walkways and the air filled with the promise of fall festivities. Ryan, Tara, Simone, and Liam attended the yearly Harvest Fair, a local institution featuring pumpkin carving competitions, gourmet food stalls, and live music. Simone was at a booth painting a ceramic cup, while Tara pushed Liam's stroller and talked with Ryan about their weekend plans. Ryan felt happy, in sharp contrast to the wrath that had engulfed him 3 years before. But as they approached a bend near the apple cider stand, he stopped. Lily stood there with a man he didn't recognize. She looked thinner, with her golden hair trimmed into a stylish haircut. Her blue eyes were framed by delicate lines that had not previously existed. She wore a navy coat and jeans, with a casual posture but a guarded gaze as she recognized Ryan. The man next to her, tall with salt and pepper hair and a fitted jacket, appeared to be in his early 40s. He grasped her hand, and Ryan noticed a ring on Lily's left finger. For a brief moment, their eyes connected, and time appeared to collapse, returning them to the sorrow and betrayal that had defined their final days together. Tara, noticing a change in Ryan's tone, followed his gaze. "Is this her?" she said, her voice calm yet protective. Ryan nodded, his jaw tightened. Simone, unconcerned, called out to show them her painted mug, disturbing the silence. Ryan mustered a smile, but his thoughts were racing. He hadn't seen Lily since the street fair 2 years ago, when she ran at the sight of Tara's pregnant stomach. He'd heard from common contacts that she had relocated to a nearby town and changed careers, leaving accounting for a position in event organizing. Aside from that, he tried to let her go from his life. Lily, however, had not forgotten him. She excused herself from the man and approached gingerly, taking measured steps. "Rob," she whispered softly, pausing a few steps away. "I didn't expect to see you here, Lily," he said, keeping his tone calm. Tara stood close, her hand resting on Liam's pram, as Simone observed from the booth. "Looks like you're doing well," Lily added, nodding to the man browsing a nearby stall. "That is David. We became engaged last month. He's a good person. She runs a small construction company." Her voice wavered slightly, as if she was testing Ryan's interest. "I saw your family. They are gorgeous." "Thanks," Ryan replied, unsure how to continue the conversation. Half of him wanted to leave, but another half, the one that had once loved her fiercely, felt a tinge of intrigue. What had her life become? Had she changed, or was she still the impulsive woman who had ended their marriage? Tara, always alert, jumped in. "I'm Tara," she said, offering her hand. "It's nice to meet you, Lily. Rob has told me a lot about your time together." Her tone was pleasant but forceful, emphasizing that she was Ryan's present, not his past. Lily shook Tara's hand, smiling tightly. "Likewise, I'm thrilled for both of you." She turned back to Ryan. "Can we speak for a minute? Alone?" "It will not take long." Ryan paused, staring at Tara, who gave a slight nod. "Go ahead," she replied. "I'll be with Simone." She steered Liam into the booth, leaving Ryan and Lily standing awkwardly by the cider stand. "What is this about, Lily?" Ryan inquired, crossing his arms. The festival swarmed around them, children laughing, a band playing in the distance, but the gap between them felt thick. Lily took a big breath. "I owe you an apology. Not only for what I did, but also for how I handled every situation. I was selfish, Rob. I let Suze's suggestions and my own concerns about settling down cloud my judgment. I imagined I could have it all. Freedom and you waiting for me. I was wrong, and I have damaged you in ways I cannot reverse." Ryan examined her, looking for authenticity. Her comments seemed real, but they couldn't wash away the hours he'd spent repeating her treachery, or the public humiliation he delivered in response. "Why now?" he asked. "It's been 3 years. You could have contacted me sooner." "I wanted to," she said. Her eyes glistened. "But I was embarrassed. I went into a downward spiral following my divorce. I stayed with Susie until we fell out. She accused me of losing you as a friend, which was ludicrous. Rob, I received therapy. It took a long time to realize how much I had messed up. Not just with you, but with myself. Meeting David helped me rebuild, but I couldn't move on without telling you this." Ryan's rage, once a roaring fire, had faded to embers over the years. He no longer hated Lily, but his trust had vanished. "I appreciate the apology," he replied softly. "But this doesn't change what happened. You broke something that cannot be repaired, and I've done things I'm not proud of. The party, how I handled it. I let my fury take over. I also hurt you." Lily nodded and wiped a tear. "I deserved it. I kept hoping you'd wait so I could have some fun before we resumed our plans. Seeing you with Susie, Then my coworkers, and eventually Tara. It broke me. I realized I'd lost you forever. You didn't just lose me, Ryan stated calmly. You've lost us. We planned our lives. The family we want. I have moved on, Lily. I have Tara, Simone, and Liam. Now they are my entire universe. I hope you can make peace with David, but we can't go back. I know, she whispered. I'm not asking for that. I just wanted you to know I'm sorry, and I'm trying to be better, for David and for myself. She stopped, then added, Your son. He looks like you. I am delighted you received the family you wanted. Ryan softened somewhat. Thanks. I hope you and David develop something real. He looked at Tara, who was smiling with Simone, and felt grateful for his life right now. Take care, Lily. She nodded and took a step back. You too, Rob. She rejoined David, who placed an arm around her before disappearing into the crowd. Ryan returned to his family with a lightened heart but still analyzing the meeting. Tara lifted her eyebrow. Is everything okay? Yeah, he replied, kissing her forehead. She apologized. I believe she is trying to move on. Good, Tara said. So are we. She handed him a cup of cider, and they rejoined Simone, who proudly displayed her mug. The remainder of the day was spent laughing, playing games, and enjoying the warmth of their friendship. Ryan's thoughts occasionally strayed to Lily's words. Ryan meditated on the apology for several weeks. He addressed it with Tara, who advised him to contact a therapist to go through any unresolved emotions. The sessions helped him see that his acts 3 years ago, albeit motivated by pain, were extreme. He regretted including Simone in the announcement and manipulating Lily's co-workers to provoke her. But he also forgave himself, seeing that he was reacting to a profound wound. Lily, meanwhile, resumed her quest. She and David married the next spring in a simple ceremony. She thrived in her event organizing business, finding fulfillment in bringing joy to others. Therapy helped her deal with her impulsivity and the effects of toxic friendships like Suze's. She never contacted Ryan again, but his forgiveness served as a subtle confidence that she might recover. Ryan considered his interaction at the fair to be a watershed moment. He let go of any remaining bitterness, focusing on his family and firm. He and Tara welcomed their second child, a daughter called Elise. The following year, Simone, now a confident adolescent, began referring to Ryan as Dad. A moniker that meant more to him than any victory over Lily ever could. The past would continue to be a part of their tale, but it no longer defined them. Ryan and Lily, once bonded by love and torn apart by betrayal, have chosen separate routes to healing. The Harvest Fair, with its fleeting moment of closure, became a memory they both treasured. Not for the anguish it evoked, but for the calm it promised. The narrative of Ryan and Lily is a raw, emotional journey that exposes the complexity of love, betrayal, and the human desire for closure. As I ponder on their story, I am struck by the intensity of their decisions. Lily's reckless quest for freedom and Ryan's deliberate revenge. Both acted out of strong emotion, but their decisions led to a circle of agony that neither really imagined. What resonates the most is how their journey matches real-life struggles. The temptation to prioritize selfish interests over commitment, the heartbreak of lost trust, and the difficult route to mending after a relationship fails. Lily's actions, motivated by impulsivity and toxic influence, demonstrate a universal truth. Unrestrained wants can break even the strongest ties. Her assumption that Ryan would wait demonstrates foolish entitlement, underestimating the depth of his love and the gravity of her betrayal. Ryan's reaction, while understandable in fury, borders on vindictiveness, particularly in the public humiliation at the anniversary party. His decision to involve Tara and Simone, particularly a child, in that time appears to be a mistake. One that put revenge over grace. This does not belittle his pain, but rather emphasizes how hurt can lead to behaviors we later regret. The expansion I created around their interaction at the harvest market provides a glimpse of redemption. Lily's belated apologies demonstrate growth, a willingness to accept responsibility for her faults. Ryan's willingness to accept it, if warily, indicates his own healing. Their contrasting paths, Lily with David and Ryan with Tara and their families, show that life can continue despite betrayal. Not as a fairy tale, but as a messy yet hopeful process of starting over. The story's impact comes from its refusal to sugarcoat. Love is capable of breaking. People are capable of inflicting significant harm on one another. Healing, however, is possible, however imperfect. From a broader viewpoint, this story parallels ideas I've spoken with others regarding relationships and betrayal. Ryan and Lily's story, like Daniel and Laura's and Jake's, emphasizes the value of communication, self-awareness, and the bravery to confront our mistakes. It also serves as a reminder that societal influences, such as media cliches about sowing wild oats, or poisonous companions like Susie, can distort our decisions if we are not grounded in our core principles. If you're in a relationship that has been stressed by betrayal or temptation, take a minute to ponder. First, prioritize open communication. Before acting on an urge, discuss your needs and anxieties with your spouse. Lily's refusal to fully hear Ryan's objections set their demise in motion. Second, seek advice from those who share your ideals, not those who encourage destructive behavior. Susie's influence served as a spark for calamity. Surround yourself with people who support your commitments. Third, if you've been betrayed, resist the temptation to retaliate in ways that undermine your integrity. Ryan's public show provided short satisfaction but long-term remorse. Instead, direct your energy toward healing, via therapy, journaling, or trustworthy confidants. For those rebuilding after a failed relationship, take incremental, deliberate efforts. Ryan found fulfillment in his family and career. Lily recovered via treatment and a new partnership. Your route may be different, but it begins with self-forgiveness and a desire to improve. And if you're single, as some of you may be, remember that your worth is not dependent on a relationship. Create a life full of friendships, hobbies, and purpose, qualities that will complete you, whether you are paired or not. I would like to hear your comments on Ryan and Lily's tale. What did you think about their choices? Have you reached a similar crossroads in your own relationships? How did you navigate them? Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My husband's family mocked my juvenile record for years. So I exposed their family's darkest secrets at my baby shower in front of everyone. I'm a 34-year-old lady who has been married to my spouse for just over 2 years. He hails from an old money family, the kind that casually mentions legacy and pedigree in everyday speech. They live in a separate world, with country club memberships, private schools, and vacation houses on the lake. My background is not like that. I grew up in a working-class area, where you learned how to mend a tire and save leftovers for the next meal. At 15, I committed a stupid mistake and shoplifted something tiny from a convenience store. I was caught, received a juvenile record, and spent the following decade ensuring that one incident did not define my life. I got my act together, graduated from high school with outstanding marks, received a computer science degree, rose up the ranks in technology, took some risks, and eventually founded my own firm. It took years, but the firm eventually took off. These days, I lead a wonderful team and help design things that have a genuine impact. You'd think that would be enough to get over an adolescent mistake, especially because I've never disguised it. My husband knew about it before we began dating seriously. He never raised the subject. His family, on the other hand, views it as an inside joke that they all get to enjoy at my expense. The first occurrence was subtle. We attended a family dinner a few months before the wedding. His father lifted a glass and joked about keeping treasures locked up, with a laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes. The room laughed awkwardly, and I let it go. I assumed that was a one-off. But then his mother began referring to me as the comeback kid, at every occasion. Usually with a slight smile and just enough snark to make it clear she wasn't admiring me. I attempted to fit in. I offered to help wherever I could. I got his brother a job referral from a startup with which I had contacts. He created a website for his sister's handmade candle business, for nothing. None of it altered anything. The jokes kept coming. At a neighborhood barbecue thrown by one of their friends, his brother handed me a plastic fork with a wink and said, "Just in case anything goes missing." People laughed, but I noticed how some of them glanced at me, as if the joke was true. That night, I requested my spouse to say something. He admitted to me that he disliked the jokes as well, but felt compelled to protect me. I wanted to believe him, but it turned out they had brought up my juvenile past at his bachelor celebration. They recounted how he tamed the wild one and rescued a lost cause. I wasn't there, but a buddy of his took me aside and told me everything. The way they laughed, the way they made it seem like I should be grateful they let someone like me in. At that point, I gave up hope that they would grow out of it. I did not challenge them. I did not yell. I just started paying attention. I started digging, not to create a fight, but to protect myself. I searched public records. I hired a background researcher who owed me a favor. I made a few silent calls. What I discovered stunned me. His uncle has a sealed case involving drunk driving and a hidden drone from years ago. His father had been mentioned in a tax inquiry that vanished before it made headlines. His cousin was dismissed from college for academic dishonesty, but the family told everyone she departed to pursue her ambitions. I did not say anything. I organized everything into a folder and locked it away. My husband wasn't aware of it yet. I didn't want to force him to do anything until it was absolutely necessary. But I wasn't going to stand there smiling if they continued to use my past as a party trick. Then came the baby shower for our first kid. We held it at our home and tried to keep it simple. My parents were present, as were other close friends. His family arrived early with great gifts and big smiles. His father rose up and made a toast. I hoped he'd be respectful for once. Instead, he added, "It's amazing what someone can accomplish after juvenile hall." Everyone chuckled as if it were just another comedic line. Except for this time, my folks were sitting right there. My colleagues, our pals. That was the moment I realized I needed to act. Not to seek vengeance. Not to start any drama. But to establish a border they couldn't cross again. I'd been quiet for too long. They tried too hard to be kind. I wasn't the 15-year-old child they used to tease about. I had fought hard for everything I had, and I wasn't going to let anyone, especially those closest to my husband, drag that single moment around like a leash. The baby shower was hosted in our new house. We had just moved here a few weeks before, and I wanted everything to be perfect. I cleaned up the backyard, added extra seats, and hired a local bakery to handle the pastries. My husband handled the invites and decorations, and we made sure to include both sides of the family. His family arrived 20 minutes early. His parents had brought a mound of wrapped boxes. His brother arrived with a bespoke bassinet and a handwritten card, while his sister delivered a 3-tiered diaper cake that looked like it belonged in a magazine. On the surface, it all appeared generous. However, it did not take long for the old patterns to emerge. His father strolled in, glanced around and said, loud enough for everyone nearby to hear, "Amazing what someone can do after juvenile hall." It was presented as a joke, but the way a few guests exchanged looks told me precisely what they were feeling. My hubby did not respond. He smiled weakly and proceeded to serve drinks. Later that evening, when we got a minute alone, he apologized for the remark. He noted how his father is just like that, brought up his blood pressure, and how the stress of the confrontation would exacerbate matters. It wasn't the first time he'd explained it as humor. I did not argue. I nodded, then returned to the party. While showing a few of the guests around the property, I observed his sister going slowly through my home office. I'd spent some time putting it together, a few framed medals, my company's emblem carved on a glass plaque, and images from our launch event. She stood by the desk, holding up her phone. I asked if she needed anything. She claimed she was only appreciating the setup. I let it go. That night, as everyone had left and we were tidying up, I checked my phone. A friend sent me a screenshot. His sister had shared one of the photographs from my office. The caption said, "From thief to CEO. Only in America." No tags, no names. But it didn't require any. Everyone who was familiar with our narrative would know who it was about. I showed my spouse. He encouraged me to breathe, that his sister did not mean any harm, and reminded me of his mother's high blood pressure and his father's difficulty sleeping. I informed him I was no longer asking for permission. This was not just a jest, it was humiliation disguised as family banter. And if they insisted on dragging my name, I would drag theirs as well. Not with lies. Just with the same honesty that they enjoy throwing at me. A few days later, we were invited to a brunch at his parents' home. We brought the infant, dressed in a blue onesie and matching booties. Everyone met in the garden area. While cooing over the infant, his mother handed me a dish and added, "Hope he doesn't inherit those sticky fingers." Another round of laughter ensued. I did not laugh. I stood up, carefully laid my dish down, and asked whether we were really going to keep doing this. I looked around the table and said that if we were going to joke about family history, we should cover everything. I cited his father's previous tax troubles, which mysteriously disappeared following an audit. His uncle's covert drunk driving incident, which involved a teenage cyclist. His cousin's academic controversy resulted in expulsion, despite the fact that they claimed it was a voluntary leave to pursue art. The laughs ceased. I did not raise my voice. I reached into the diaper bag and took out the folder I had been carrying. I placed it on the table. The tabs were labeled. I did not open it. I did not need to. Everyone understood what it was. His father rose, red-faced. His mother slammed the napkin down. Several of the guests stood up and left. A few people stared at their plates. Nobody said anything else to me. I scooped up our child, glanced at my husband, and we walked outside together. There was no shouting, no goodbyes, just silence. That night, my husband and I sat in the nursery, rocking our son to sleep. He did not attempt to protect his family this time. We decided that we needed space. No more dinners, visits, or invitations. At least not until we determined what peace looked like for ourselves and our child. The day after brunch, we packed our belongings and booked into a hotel on the opposite side of town. Nothing fancy, just clean, quiet, and far enough from the action to think clearly. We informed our neighbors that we were taking a few days off to rest. Nobody asked any questions. My spouse spent the whole of the first day scrolling through our baby's photos and pacing around the room. He wasn't upset by what I said over brunch. He admitted that the facts were true. What got to him was how everything unfolded in front of so many people. He kept returning to the scene, noting his father's reaction, his mother's expression, and how the guests froze. He never denied what they'd done over the years, but he hadn't intended it to be broadcast this way. I did not argue. I reminded him of every supper where I listened to their opinions. Every event where someone made a joke at my history as if it were family trivia. I had asked him to speak up more than once. Nothing has changed. I did not select public exposure because I want attention. I picked it because private chats proved ineffective. His father called 3 times in the afternoon. No apologies, no reflection. Just voicemails demanding that he rein in his wife and clean up the mess before the family's reputation suffered. He listened to one of them quietly, shook his head, and said he was done. He accessed his contacts and banned his number. Later that night, his mother texted him a long message full of passive-aggressive guilt, depicting me as vengeful, unstable, and dramatic. She claimed I humiliated them in their own house and poisoned the family. I responded with a brief note detailing the years of insults, screenshots of their online remarks, and examples of how they'd turned my background into a running joke. Then I blocked her phone number and social media accounts totally. The next day, I received an alert. His brother had silently unfollowed my company's page. That was hardly a surprise. However, a few hours later, he wrote on his own profile, "Some people dig their own graves, and then ask why no one's at the funeral." He didn't name anyone, but the timing was not subtle. I forwarded the article to a lawyer with whom I had previously worked on a commercial agreement. He read it over, and determined that nothing I said at the brunch violated any laws. Everything I said was supported by records, public information and court files, confirmed dates. Still, I didn't want things to escalate online, so I wrote a message and mailed it to his brother. It was formal and forthright. I informed him that any more defamatory posts would result in legal ramifications, and that I had already achieved everything he had shared about me. The post was removed before the end of the day. He never responded. After that, I created a spreadsheet. I recorded every message, phone and post. I included timestamps, stored screenshots, and backed it up on 2 cloud drives. I had no intention of filing a lawsuit, but I wanted to be prepared in case things became even worse. Back at the motel, my spouse and I had our first real talk in weeks. No distractions. There is no familial meddling. I told him he could have any sort of relationship he wanted. With his parents, siblings, or anybody. But our child would not be part of it. Not if the environment remained poisoned. He nodded without hesitation. He agreed to postpone visits and deny calls, telling me that trust had to be earned, not inherited. We booked a counseling session for the same week. It was more than just damage management, we needed it. The therapist was calm and sharp, asking difficult questions. Within minutes it became evident that his avoidance, his silence, had played a significant influence in how long this had lasted. Not purposefully, but because of fear. He stated that he believed ignoring it would make it stop. Instead, it caused it to grow. I wasn't irritated during the session. I just recounted what had occurred. Name-calling, online remarks, the baby shower toast, and the brunch. The therapist did not jump to conclusions. She helped us devise a strategy. Part of it included what I suggested. A formal conversation with anyone in his family who truly wanted to repair trust, but not over dinner or casually. Only after they met 3 conditions: admit what happened, apologize without excuses, and agree on future boundaries. We stayed in the hotel for 4 nights. It wasn't a vacation, but it did provide us with some downtime. No visits, no texts, just time to ponder. When we departed, I felt like we had finally reached a conclusion. Not out of rage, but out of necessity. Several days after we returned home, I received a note from a mutual friend. It came from my husband's cousin, who had been quiet during the family upheaval but always polite. He expressed appreciation for what I had said during the breakfast and stated that someone needed to break the silence. He asked if we could meet privately. Not at his or my place, but somewhere neutral. We met at a tiny park across town. He showed it there with his own folder. He didn't want vengeance, he said. He only wanted to communicate. He explained that he was adopted into the family when he was a child, and while they provided for him materially, they always viewed him like an outsider. He explained how he was expected to protect their secrets, defend their image, and keep his head down, because simply being involved was enough. Then he said something that took me off guard. Years ago, my husband's family paid hush money to cover up a workplace harassment lawsuit involving his father. It had occurred while the father-in-law was still operating one of his businesses. The claimed victim was a junior employee. The relative had read some of the emails during his summer internship. He also discovered a few internal memos labeled confidential. He showed me screenshots and partial documents. The payoff was camouflaged by a civil settlement that never went to court. I hadn't planned to utilize any of it. I did not even copy it. I simply took notes on what he said and added the relevant data to my records. I thanked him for his faith and promised to keep his name out of any future developments. Before leaving, he warned me to be cautious. The family was not used to being questioned, especially from within. That following week, my husband organized a meeting between me and his sister. He hoped there was an opportunity to make things right. I agreed, but only provided we met in a public area. We chose a quiet cafe. His sister arrived dressed as if she were meeting a client for lunch. She smiled, ordered an expensive drink, and started making small chat. I got right to the point. She dismissed the remarks she had made throughout the years as innocent fun. I couldn't remember a single time she supported me, but she swore I had misconstrued her tone. The talk went nowhere. I rose up, paid for my coffee, and then went without saying anything else. Back at home, I reminded my husband that surface-level apologies were insufficient. Jokes that injure others are not harmless. And anyone who refused to recognize this had no place near our child. He did not argue. A few days later, he began individual treatment sessions. He wanted to know how he had let it all slip for so long. I explained to him that therapy was not about blaming, it was about accountability. If we were going to build a better home, we needed to start with the truth. Later that week, I went to get our son from daycare. A woman I did not recognize approached me outside. She introduced herself as a long-term friend of my husband's mother. She bent down, glanced at the baby and said, "Raising a little rebel, I see." She then walked away. I did not wait. I went directly to the daycare director and asked that all family and contact information be prohibited. I gave them a list of allowed individuals and asked that they notify me of any unexpected visits or queries. The director understood. Changes were implemented immediately. 2 days later, my husband's cousin reached out to me again. He had overheard a phone discussion between his mother and one of his uncles. The family was preparing a dinner, not to reconcile, but to set the record straight. Their purpose was to recast the brunch incident, spinning a story in which I was unstable, aggressive, and out to harm the family image. An invitation arrived via group email. I did not ignore it. I responded explicitly in the post, stressing that I would not attend any staged events designed to rewrite history. I made it clear that I would not participate in theatrics, and that anyone who continued to deny their behavior was allowed to do so, but not around me, my husband, or our child. Only one person replied. An uncle. He responded with a caustic reply, calling me theatrical, and accusing me of ruining the family ties. I did not respond. I saved the email, noted the date, and filed it alongside the rest. 2 weeks after the botched dinner stunt, I got a letter in the mail. It jumped out from the typical stack since it was handwritten, on thick paper, and had no return address. Inside was a folded message from my husband's aunt, carefully written in blue ink. She began by apologizing for not speaking out sooner. She stated that she had witnessed the comments, jokes, and quiet dogs but chose to remain silent in order to maintain peace. She stated that the family was completely aware of how I was being handled. They simply decided not to speak up since it was simpler to accept it than to confront it. I handed the letter to my spouse without saying a word. He read it twice. He recognized that the letter meant something, but he wasn't willing to mend any relationships without true accountability. We didn't respond. The letter was not a bridge, it was simply a confirmation. Over the next few days, my spouse stopped returning calls from his parents. He did not give a huge speech or publish anything significant. He just began refusing invitations, declining visits, and skipping his normal weekend check-ins. It was not unnoticed. His father sent a lengthy group mail accusing him of abandoning the family, being brainwashed, and allowing outside influences to undermine their foundation. After reading the message, he looked at me and handed me his phone. I blocked his father's phone number on his behalf. With the sounds muted, I began concentrating on something new. I had an idea for a long time, which came to mind after the first barbecue joke about plastic forks. A children's book. Not about me specifically, just a simple story about second chances and how mistakes do not define you. I began outlining it at night, when our baby was asleep. While I was working on the manuscript one evening, my spouse received a message from an old childhood buddy. Someone who was present during our wedding planning and had laughed along with the family jokes back then. This time, she sent a message expressing her remorse. She stated that she joined because it was easier. But she also mentioned that the family had been calling around, spreading rumors. Not just my past, but also my company. Whispering that I fabricated documents to obtain funds or used someone else's credentials to launch my first project. I contacted a public relations specialist the next day. Someone with experience in crisis reputation management. We sat together, and I laid out everything. Screenshots, dates, and messages. They got to work swiftly. Over the next week, they discovered a pattern of social media posts with IP ranges that corresponded to activity from my husband's brother's former employer. It was sloppy, but sufficient to demonstrate intent. I had the findings notarized, copied, and stored safely. Then came the moment that revealed how far the talk had spread. During a typical pediatric exam, the nurse made a passing comment about how nice it must be to have turned everything around. It was casual, given with a smile, yet it had a certain edge, as if she knew something. It was as if she had heard a version of my life that she didn't know. I did not raise my voice. I just corrected her, provided her with the right time frame, and explained that juvenile records were sealed and should not be discussed in the hallway. I asked for her name and took note of it. Then I wanted to talk with the clinic manager. When we came home that afternoon, my spouse expressed his desire to try one more thing. Not to fix the family, but to feel less alone. He organized a video chat with both sets of grandparents, his and mine, simply to converse. His purpose was not to fix what was faulty, but to determine if anyone from the older generation could grasp the big vision. The video call occurred on a Sunday evening. Both sets of grandparents were on. My spouse led the conversation. He did not raise his voice. I did not sugarcoat anything. He took them through the timeline, the years of subtle humiliation, the continuous jokes about my background, and the quiet that followed whenever someone crossed the line. He described why we had stepped away and what needed to happen before we could return. His grandparents did not argue. In fact, they performed better than expected. His grandfather leaned forward, saying he was tired of the family pretending that appearance was more important than morality. He told us a story that none of us had heard before. How he made a significant financial error in his 30s, a terrible investment that almost lost the family firm. But nobody made that into a punchline. Nobody used it to define him. He claimed what they had done to me was not only unfair, but also cruel. I remained quiet for the whole of the call. Let him talk. Allow them to listen. But for the first time, I witnessed someone on his side not just listen to us, but also stand up and say, "This was wrong." It did not repair everything, but it mattered. A few days later, my husband informed me that his cousin, the one who revealed family secrets, had decided to relocate out of state. He'd gotten a new job and was cutting ties with everyone but us. He stated that he was weary of walking on eggshells and wanted to start over somewhere where he would not be viewed as a liability. Around the same time, his sister reached out. She sent a message asking if they could meet at a spa to reset things. My hubby did not rush to accept. He asked for my opinion. I mentioned that it seemed like damage control rather than actual change. He agreed to meet, but only in a public place, and with a friend present for support. The debate ended abruptly, with no resolution, and only a boundary established where none had previously existed. The aftermath arrived the next day. His mother wrote a lengthy message full of guilt-tripping, veiled threats, and emotional manipulation. She discussed family loyalty, legacy, and how my spouse had changed. She made no mention of the real events, only blaming us for driving the family apart. Without consulting me, my husband permanently disabled his mother's phone number. After that, we sat down and made our decision. We would not be attending any family-hosted celebrations in the near future. No holidays, no birthdays. Especially not on our child's forthcoming first birthday. We didn't want to spend the day managing tensions or avoiding derogatory remarks. We desired bliss. We desired peace. So we devised our own schemes. We only invited those who had supported us, friends, neighbors, a handful of cousins, my husband's aunt, who had written the letter, and his cousin, who was due to leave. We hosted it in our garden, with minimal decor, a leased play area, and a handcrafted cake styled like a storybook. Only laughter, music, and space for our son to crawl about without hearing anything sharp disguised as a joke. After the visitors left and we cleaned up, I sat down at my computer and began writing something I'd been thinking about for weeks. This is not a letter to reconnect. Not an olive branch. Just a statement of record. Something to send if someone tries to contact you again without resolving the issue. I outlined the time frame, history, and expectations. I didn't mention any names. I did not make any threats. It was just a message. If somebody wanted to be a part of our life, they had to be honest and accountable, not nostalgic and denial. A week after our child's first birthday, I finished the letter. It was not emotional. It was not written as a plea. It was a formal, simple communication sent to every member of my husband's family. It recounted the sequence of events dating back to the initial incident, provided examples of recurring disrespect, described the emotional impact on our family, and concluded with 3 criteria for any future contact: truth, accountability, and permanent boundaries. Within 2 days, the responses began to come in. No apologies, only rage. Several of his cousins responded bitterly, accusing me of dividing the family and making a big deal out of nothing. I didn't participate. I blocked each of them and recorded the messages in my log. The only call with clarity was from my husband's grandmother. It lasted less than 30 seconds. She said, "You both did the right thing." And then she hung up. We drew a line in the sand that day, not because we were angry, but because we had finally witnessed what peace could be like. And once you do, you can't pretend the turmoil was ever normal. 3 years have passed since the letter. Our son is 4 now, curious and gentle, unaffected by the shadow that once hung over our household. Last month, we received a formal envelope in the mail with an address I didn't know. Inside was an invitation to his grandfather's 75th birthday party. There was a handwritten note at the bottom that read, "No strings attached. Just family." My spouse stared at it for a long time before placing it on the counter. "What do you think?" he asked. "I think we've been here before," I said. That night, we spoke it out. Not in wrath or terror, but with understanding. We spoke about what walking back into that house would imply. What message would it convey to our son, who was now old enough to remember faces, detect tension, and absorb unspoken information. 2 days later, my husband's cousin, who had moved away, called. He had received the same invitation. He told us that his parents divorced last year, and that the family dynamic had changed. His father, one of the relatives who had been very harsh to me, had a health scare that seemed to change his mind. The cousin wasn't making excuses, but rather providing background. "Are you going?" I questioned him. "Only if you two are," she responded. "And only if we go in together." We decided to send a response that was neither an acceptance nor a rejection. My husband wrote a quick note stating that we would consider attending if his father was willing to meet with us privately first. We proposed a downtown coffee shop, neutral ground. To our amazement, his father consented. When we came, he was already there, but appeared smaller. 3 years had aged him more than time could explain. When we approached, he stood awkwardly and extended his hand to me first, rather than his son. "Thank you for coming," he replied, his voice lacking the assurance I remembered. The discourse was not dramatic. There were no tears or elaborate apologies. Instead, he spoke quietly about his regrets, about discovering too late what he had lost. He mentioned treatment, something I never expected from him. He discussed his own father's tendencies, which he had never questioned until they cost him his kid. "I'm not asking for forgiveness," he added at length. "Just a chance to know my grandchild before it's too late." My husband and I shared glances. We had a lengthy discussion about our boundaries before coming. "We'll attend the birthday," I said. 2 hours no more. Our son stays with us at all times. One comment about my past, one whispered joke, and we leave permanently. He nodded and slipped an envelope over the table. Inside was a formal letter of apology, copied to everyone who had witnessed the brunch event 3 years prior. He had already sent it. "It won't undo anything," he responded, "but it's the truth." We went to the birthday party the following weekend. It was not ideal. Some family members were stiffly courteous, while others were truly kind. His mother hugged my husband for too long before offering me a tentative handshake. His sister kept her distance until our kid approached her, intrigued by her dangling earrings. As we were leaving, his grandfather, the man who had stood up for us during that years-old video conversation with both sets of grandparents, took my hand. "You know," he continued softly, "sometimes a family needs to break before it can heal properly." I didn't inform him that we weren't returning. Not really. That one nice afternoon did not undo years of abuse. That we were still monitoring and being cautious. Instead, I just nodded. On the way home, our kid fell asleep in his car seat, clutching a modest gift from his grandfather. A wooden puzzle box with a hidden chamber. "Are we doing the right thing?" my husband inquired, eyes fixed on the road. I returned my gaze to our sleeping son before turning to the man beside me, who had finally learnt to stand steady. "I don't know," I replied honestly. "But I do know we're doing it right on our terms, with our boundaries. And that's not nothing." We did not really rejoin the family after that day. Instead, we maintained a deliberate and limited presence. Occasional lunches in public areas, short visits with obvious outcomes. Holiday greetings featuring professional family images but no personal updates. It was neither reconciliation nor forgiveness. It was coexistence, under certain conditions. My company continues to expand. This time around, I used my real name to publish my children's book. The folder containing family secrets remained hidden away. Not forgotten, but no longer important to be visible. We formed our lives around people who saw us for who we were and yet loved us. Friends become family. Neighbors who showed up without an agenda. Colleagues who respected limits. We did not have to burn bridges to attain peace. We simply needed to quit crossing the ones that led nowhere good. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. I flew 4,300 miles to surprise my wife at her friend's wedding, only to catch her kissing her ex. I took $500,000 and ended our marriage in 48 hours. When I discovered my wife fooling with her ex at a wedding, I quietly departed and made her regret it forever. When I first started dating, my father offered me some advice. He said, "Son, men of value do not tolerate disrespect, manipulation, or lies from women. Stay true to yourself, and always be a man of worth." Unfortunately, plans changed. Love. The merger meeting has been moved up, and I have to leave tomorrow morning. I won't return until late Sunday. I appreciate how important this occasion is, especially given that you are the maid of honor, but I was recently promoted to CFO, and missing this meeting would be disastrous to both the firm and our future. "I sincerely apologize," I said. "Are you serious? We have been planning this for a long time, and you are canceling at the last minute. I'll be there alone. Do you realize how embarrassing this will be for me?" "Couldn't anyone else go instead?" Rachel responded. "This deal is worth almost $2 billion, and I am in charge of it. We've been working hard on it for the past year, and no one else can take my position. I realize that's difficult, but I'll make it up to you with the bonus we'll receive from this deal. I understand that you're upset, but there's nothing I can do." "I'll be back on Sunday," I explained. Needless to say, she was furious. Her coldness and rage were out of character, and I couldn't calm her down. So I prepared for my trip and spent the night in the guest room. I hadn't had any closeness or intercourse with her before my trip, which was unusual. I knew the wedding was important to her because of her friend Megan's troubles. Megan's ex-husband cheated on her during her life-threatening illness, and then abandoned her because he couldn't bear her delayed recovery, which upset Megan and exacerbated her problem. Despite a miraculous recovery, Megan filed for divorce due to abandonment and suffered despair for the next 5 years. All of her friends and family were there for her, trying to cheer her up, but nothing seemed to help. Then, one day, she met a man at the grocery store, and her world instantly brightened. She reverted to her old self. Her friends and family's prayers had been answered, and everyone wanted to celebrate. Joshua, her fiancé, adored her and planned a spectacular wedding, and Rachel, her best friend and maid of honor, remained by her side throughout. I understood how important this was to Rachel, and I regretted having to cancel, but I was helpless. I knew I had to make amends to her and face her rage before departing for my trip. The next morning, I tried to kiss Rachel goodbye, but our bedroom door was shut and she did not open it. I told her how much I loved her and promised to call her when I arrived in Germany. Unfortunately, I walked to the waiting limo that would take me to the airport, feeling bad and disappointed by her response. After 19 years of marriage, I still didn't understand my condition, and I expected greater understanding and compassion. When I called her before my flight, her phone went to voicemail. With no other options, I contacted our twin girls at college, Lauren and Natalie, and explained the situation, asking them to check on their mother and make sure she was okay. I texted Rachel before takeoff and again when I arrived 10 hours later, but there was no response. I knew she was upset, so I figured I'd have to apologize profusely to regain her trust. When I arrived in Germany and settled into my hotel, I called my CEO for an update, only to find out that the meeting had been canceled due to the death of the other firm's CEO's family. I expressed my concern and the urgency of hearing back from them, and they understood and conveyed their love for me. I immediately called the airlines and booked a direct flight to Chicago O'Hare, which is only 30 minutes from the reception venue. Because the wedding celebration was scheduled to begin at 7 p.m., I calculated that I would be there by 9 p.m. to be a supportive husband. I thought this gesture would make her happy. When I arrived at the reception hall shortly after 9 p.m., the party was already in full swing, with loud music, dancing, and plenty of beverages, with many attendees clearly having a good time and some drinking a little too much. I was happy to be there and looking forward to seeing my wife again. I walked to the bar, ordered a double bourbon, and began looking around for Rachel, who was 5 years older than me and had recently divorced when we first met. Eric Adams was completing his residency at Mercy Hospital when their marriage ended due to his infidelity with a nurse from his profession. Rachel had thrown him out, heartbroken by his dishonesty, and she had envisioned a life full of children and joy, but her ex-husband's infidelity dashed those hopes. The divorce impacted her heart, both emotionally and financially, because medical residents make little money. When Rachel and I first met, it felt like a storybook romance. Despite her past pain and misery, I saw in her a wonderful treasure. Rachel began working as a waitress to pay her bills, and faced with difficult circumstances, she gained a thorough understanding of Megan's situation. Rachel and I spent 19 wonderful years raising our twin daughters together, and she appreciated my open and honest approach to our relationship, which gave her a sense of security. Her attractiveness drew me in right away, but it was her love and compassion that ultimately won me over. I assisted her in overcoming her obstacles and transforming her life for the better. Our marriage was built on trust, loyalty, and dedication, which kept us together until the unexpected incident at the wedding. I praised her for having the courage to leave her cheating husband, as well as her resilience in dealing with that terrible moment. Our twin daughters, Lauren and Natalie, were thriving in college, full of life and optimistic about their futures. At 44, Rachel was still stunningly beautiful, and I, 5 years her junior, was in peak physical condition thanks to my dedication to fitness and jogging. At 39, I felt like I was at the pinnacle of my life. We had a happy, loving family, and a marriage that appeared unshakable, until I noticed Rachel at the wedding, sitting alone with her ex-husband, Eric. I knew Eric was close to the bride Megan, but his attendance at the wedding, especially without his wife, surprised me. I was tired from my travels and fascinated by what I was seeing. I paused to observe them intently, noting how friendly they appeared together, regardless of their history, and decided to step back for a moment to get a better idea of how they were engaging. It wasn't long before I felt like my world was falling apart, and I was about to intervene and disrupt their intimate moment when she abruptly rose, took his hand, and led him to the dance floor. Rachel looked stunning in her tailored ivory gown, and I hoped this was just a dance, but her confidence as they proceeded through numerous slow songs took me by surprise. I sat back, nursing my drink, and watched how things progressed. Rachel had clearly been drinking, as evidenced by her flirtatious demeanor, which I knew could happen. Despite the fact that I was fully aware that she was my wife, I felt both ashamed and outraged when she openly kissed another man, especially in front of her friends. She was known to be more affectionate and playful with me after a few drinks, as was her habit. Watching my wife share private moments, as well as seeing him touch her inappropriately and exchange kisses with her, left me stunned and enraged. Just as I was about to intervene and stop it, they returned to a table off to the side and began kissing as if they were on honeymoon. I could see his hands on her chest and her hand under the table, and just as I was about to approach them, I realized my marriage was over. I remembered what my father used to say. Hey guys, respect yourself. Do not put up with being treated poorly. So, I resolved to do something, but I remained calm. I could have made a big deal, ruined the ideal wedding, stopped them, and made sure it didn't go any further. But then I figured, if she wants him, she can have him. She isn't mine anymore. I got out my phone, zoomed in, and recorded several close-up photos and a brief video, then messaged her. Guess what, sweetheart? My meeting was rescheduled, and I returned early. It appears that you are in good hands tonight, and I'll go back home. I'm guessing you'll be spending the night with Dr. Eric. I got it now. Why have you been avoiding my calls and texts? Have a blast, and here's to our marriage ending. I'll be gone by the time you get back tomorrow. I hit send and waited calmly to see if she received the message while watching her. Her phone lit up. As soon as I saw Rachel's reaction to my message, I left the gathering for my car. She must have spooked when she saw me leave, but I got outside before she could catch up, and I heard her yell, "David, please wait." I just gave her a chilly look, shook my head, got into my car, and drove away before she caught up. My phone started ringing, but I was too upset to answer. If she decided to return to her ex, it was obvious that we were done. After capturing them together, we were done. It's been 22 years since I left that cheater, and she still returns to him at the first chance. David, please come back. I need to explain. I love you. Please come back. Damn it, David. It's not as you think. I love you. But after 2 days of long flights, no calls or texts, her frigid demeanor, and seeing her with Eric, I didn't want to hear her out. I was outraged, and refused to deal with her or her reasons. After ignoring 20 calls and texts, I finally paused, and returned one text message, which read, "Forget you. I'm doing an amazing job. My children are going to college, and everything is paid for. I am free to do what I choose. I still have enough youth to begin again." After driving for 4 hours of my 7-hour drive back to Nashville, I stopped at a diner for dinner and a quick nap in the car, before continuing my journey home. While eating my eggs and bacon, I decided to share my feelings with the world. At the time, Facebook was the most popular social networking platform where people exchanged updates about their lives. Between bites, I changed my Facebook status from happily married to single and available, and then I shared 2 photos of Rachel and Eric kissing passionately at the wedding. In the second photo, his hand is clearly on her breast, and I commented below that Rachel was upgrading and rejoining with her ex-husband, while I was returning to the dating scene. The fact that she did it for an old man who had already cheated on her was perplexing, but it was the truth to me. I was moving on without her. Her ex-husband Eric was nearly 50 years old, balding, overweight, and frankly not an upgrade in any way. Perhaps she preferred a doctor to an accountant. It hurt a lot. I was in greater pain than I could ever remember. I was sad and outraged, but it also seemed ludicrous. She is ending a 19-year marriage with an elderly man who cheated on her over 20 years ago. Forget her, forget him. They are made for each other. I'm not the type to tolerate such disrespect. Some may think it was just a kiss and some caressing, and it's not worth leaving her. After a late breakfast and a 2-hour nap in the van, I resumed driving and arrived at my driveway around 7 a.m. When I turned on my phone, it began sifting through a slew of notifications. In my opinion, either my girlfriend is committed to me, or she has the freedom to be with someone else. We all make our own choices. There were so many that I didn't believe they'd stop. There had to be at least 100 messages from her, her parents, her sister, and friends. Within 5 minutes of turning on the phone, it began ringing, and I recognized it was Rachel. I wondered if she slept last night or spent it with Eric, but it didn't matter. David, I had no indication she was dissatisfied with our marriage, but adultery was the final blow to our happy existence. I had a good relationship with her family, so when they called me that morning, I answered and told her father what had happened. I can't take her contempt in front of people we know. She clearly still has feelings for that jerk. And now she can be with him. I intend to find a woman who will appreciate what I bring to the table and remain loyal. I don't have any other options, so I'll move out today and immediately put the house up for sale tomorrow morning. I'll contact a lawyer to begin the divorce proceedings, and she can stay here until the house is sold. Call me old-fashioned, but I refuse to live with a lady who wants someone else. She made her decision, but I don't think it was wise. Richard arrived more than an hour later, pleading with me to wait and talk to her before taking any drastic action. But when he begged me to give her a chance to explain, I referred to the photo of them, two of them openly fondling each other at the wedding. I couldn't stand it, especially with her ex. Her father was upset with her behavior and my hasty decision-making. As I entered our home, tears welled up as I realized that our once happy home had become an empty shell of our marriage. As the accountant, I chose to refinance the house at its full value, resulting in approximately $500,000 in equity, and I immediately established $200,000 trust funds for each of our daughters' college educations, plus a little extra to help them get started in life. Over the last 5 years, we had transformed our house into our ideal home, and mortgage rates were lower than 2.99%. The remaining $100,000 was spent on renovating the house, making it a place we enjoyed and were proud of. Because of the lower interest rate, our monthly payment increased by only $1,700 from before we withdrew the equity. It was an easy decision, and Rachel returned to work as a receptionist to cover the extra monthly expenses. My pay was reasonable, but as the newly promoted CFO, I would be granted stock options the following year, which would act as our retirement fund. Rachel had no interest in our finances as long as her needs were met, trusting my financial skills while living comfortably. Despite my multiple attempts to explain the stock options, her lack of interest was obvious, but it didn't bother me too much. I was looking forward to our future. Fortunately, this merger, which coincided with the dissolution of my marriage, guaranteed a bonus in stock options worth approximately 40,000 shares. If successful, I would have to wait several years to exercise my options, but the prospect of the stock reaching $100 per share boosted my confidence in the future. Because the merger was delayed, the options would not be considered in the divorce settlement. I wanted to file for irreconcilable differences and split our assets, which totaled approximately $50,000 in savings. We would divide the proceeds from the sale of the house, but it was heavily mortgaged, so there wasn't much to divide. If Rachel remained true, she would be able to leave with her car and $25,000. At 44, she may have lived a loving life with a secure future, but my rage and humiliation had surpassed any attachment or memories I had for her. All I wanted was vengeance, and for her to realize how much she had lost. I hadn't seen Eric in 20 years, and seeing him again brought back a lot of memories, both happy and sad. He used to be my husband, and we had a great connection until he became unfaithful, which ended our marriage. We had a deep connection, and were quite close, but he wasn't as important to me as David. My current husband, David, is more beautiful, a great partner, and I adore him. However, I found myself with Eric, allowing him to embrace and kiss me, which I knew wasn't appropriate. I kept flirting with him while knowing I shouldn't. I guess I drank too much and was disappointed that David wasn't here with me. I should have stopped, but it felt good. Eric still seemed like the perfect match for me in some ways, and I thought a little flirtation was okay. Eric is now single, and David had not changed his plans to join me for this significant wedding, so I felt I deserved some pleasure. After Eric kissed me again, I felt happy on the inside, and we danced close together in a secret space. I figured a little kissing and proximity was fine because everyone else was enjoying the party and wouldn't notice us, and I planned to make things right with David later. Suddenly, when all of my friends were present, I received an SMS on my phone, claiming David was here. I didn't notice him at first, but I thought I saw him leave. I panicked, thinking I needed to explain myself but afraid he'd seen me with Eric. In a state of bewilderment, I told Eric that I needed to use the ladies' room. I dashed out of the wedding reception, my pulse racing, as I noticed the exit door slowly swinging shut down the hall. My high heels clicked against the floor, and I recognized David, who had seen me with Eric. I begged him to wait, but he simply got into his car and departed. I attempted to pursue him, but it was too late. His car was already moving away. Now he ignores my phone calls and texts. I've sent him numerous messages, but he hasn't responded to any of them. He's really upset, and I can't say I don't understand why. After attempting to contact him several times and sending 10 more texts, my heart plummeted when I finally received a harsh response from him. Forget you. 2 of my friends discovered me kneeling outside in the severe cold, wondering what had gone wrong. After I told them everything, they were both horrified by what I had done and concerned about the consequences for my marriage. They knew David well enough to know he was not going to let this go easily. The next morning, at 10 a.m. in Nashville, I began packing my belongings. I sat at the kitchen table, savoring one final cup of coffee at the house. We had returned home with feelings of despair and rage. I finished by leaving the empty cup in the sink and writing a small note for him. In it, I told him not to call me, and that we'd talk when the divorce paperwork was ready. I didn't even sign the note, but instead left my wedding ring on top as a final gesture before leaving for good. I opened my laptop, distributed our funds, and deleted our shared credit card after paying off the balance. I was solely responsible for myself starting today. If I agreed to the divorce, we could quickly end this disastrous marriage and allow me to return to Eric. If I contested the divorce, I would be responsible for all bills, including the mortgage and utilities, which I couldn't manage on my own. The house would sell quickly at the right price because it was in high demand. David drove out of our previous haven into an unexpected gloomy new world. Our friends at the wedding later told me that Rachel was upset when David left and that she couldn't stop crying until she passed out from excessive drinking and exhaustion from her uncontrollable sobbing. Her friends were concerned and felt bad for her. They attempted to contact David several times, leaving voicemails and texts to keep her from disrupting the wedding reception. They returned her to her hotel room, put her to bed, and checked on her several times throughout the night. When she awoke the next morning and realized what had happened, she contacted him several times, pleading for forgiveness and asking him to call her back. However, after witnessing Rachel's behavior, I refused to associate with her and ignored all of her attempts to contact me. On Sunday morning, I awoke with a bad hangover and the threat of divorce hanging over me. I traveled home at lunchtime and was picked up by my father from the airport. Later, I learned that David had informed my father that he would be unable to bring me up and that he would need to drive himself. My father's anxious expression indicated that I must have looked dreadful. My father was my source of strength, so when I saw him, I rushed over to hug him and cry on his shoulder. "Daddy," I said, sobbing. "I botched up. And I believe David left me." He kindly consoled me. "I spoke with him this morning, and it doesn't look promising." "What were you thinking, Rachel and Eric?" "I am not sure what happened. I was drunk and upset at David for not attending the wedding." "Daddy, I know I committed a mistake, but he has to forgive me. I didn't even sleep with Eric," I admitted. "Dear," he replied, "according to the images I saw, it could have been the same. I'm not sure David is the forgiving type, especially knowing him. Even being with another man in those images was a betrayal to him." When I arrived home, I hoped to find David waiting for me, but I knew he had already departed. I spent the day in tears, trying to reach him and apologize. The irony struck me hard when I realized I had cheated on David with the same man who had betrayed me years before. David, the man I adored and treasured, appears to have vanished in an instant. His wedding band, which was left on the table with a small note, demonstrated this truth. Meanwhile, because the company's condo reserved for visiting clients was not booked, David moved in. He informed his CEO of his predicament, and he approved his stay there. His supervisor, Greg, who is also a good friend, had encountered a similar situation years ago. He also suggested that David postpone receiving this year's stock options until a later date to gain an advantage. The next day, David went to his office on the 16th floor, knowing Rachel would be unable to pass through security to see him. He had already warned the security officers that if she attempted to enter, they should politely escort her out. They did a wonderful job, and when Rachel arrived on Monday, she was instantly aware that she would be unable to see or speak with David at work. Regardless of all her efforts, David was determined not to contact her. She was unaware of where he was staying and unable to contact him by phone. Rachel felt isolated, remorseful, and terrified of what was ahead for her. In the midst of this, David's daughters panicked and begged him to speak with their mother. He told them, firm but gentle, that their mother had chosen to be with someone else, which he regarded as an obvious betrayal. Before they could argue, he made it clear that he takes infidelity quite seriously. He emphasized that what their mother did was cheating in his opinion. Lauren and Natalie understood and respected his decision. He tried to make them understand that their mother's decisions had consequences and that the divorce was unavoidable. However, he reassured them that he would always be there for them and wanted to retain them in his life. He also gave them a lesson, hoping they would remember to respect their future spouses and recognize the gravity of treachery, as many individuals would not tolerate such disrespect. Several unexpected incidents happened after David shared the Facebook post. Friends and relatives were calling to find out what was going on. But then something unexpected happened. David suddenly became quite popular with women. He started going out with younger ladies who were full of energy and enthusiasm, which he hadn't had in years. Rachel's frequent complaints and pessimism were replaced by thrilling dates, romantic text messages, and attention from women who were just looking to have fun. A month after that post, David met Emily, who later became his wife. They hit it off and became a couple soon after his divorce from Rachel was finalized. Rachel was not pleased to learn of David's new life. She was largely disappointed in herself, but she was also envious and furious that he didn't give her another chance before moving on. David declined all of Rachel's invitations to meet, and only communicated with her through their lawyers. They eventually sold their house. After paying the real estate agent fees and other selling expenditures, there was less than $1,000 in equity remaining. David decided Rachel should receive that modest sum. The lawyers fought hard to secure a percentage of David's future earnings, but the court determined that the settlement could not be based on what he might earn later. Instead, they estimated his average income to determine how much he should pay. Rachel had a job, so paying alimony would be straightforward. In the end, David agreed to pay her $22,000 a month for 2 years. It wasn't much compared to what she'd lost, but it was enough to carry her through until she could stand on her own again, or until she met someone else, which was clearly not going to be him. In the years that followed, Rachel and David never communicated directly again, but only through their attorneys. She moved to Chicago, where she joined a support group and eventually began living with Dr. Eric, with whom she had grown close. She didn't seem as pleased as she had once been with David. She was aware of the implications of her actions, motivated by anger and selfishness. But she had made her decision, and couldn't undo it. She had not been physical with Eric that night, but she treated her marriage as if she were single again. 3 years later, at their daughter Lauren's graduation, Rachel met David's new wife Emily, who was 28 and pregnant at the time, as well as their 1-year-old daughter Sophie. Rachel, aged 47, appeared significantly older, and Dr. Eric, who had arrived with her, remained behind quietly. Rachel was eventually able to speak with David alone after comprehending the situation. She wanted to apologize, regretting her choices and the life they might have shared. She saw the mistake of jeopardizing their lovely existence for nothing. "I told Rachel I'd forgiven her," David would later say. "While I never anticipated discovering her in someone else's arms, I was grateful for the wonderful times, our 2 beautiful girls, and the love we once shared." Although Rachel's actions were painful, they had led David to Emily, and to the creation of a new family, which helped him overcome his anger. David encouraged Rachel to concentrate on her future, assuring her that their history was behind them. He wished her well and stated his hope to see her at future family reunions. At that moment, Emily joined them, holding their child. David used the opportunity to introduce them. Their age difference was striking. Rachel, now 47, could easily have been mistaken for Emily's mother. This realization deepened Rachel's regret for the decisions that had cost her the love of her life over one night of impulsive, selfish behavior. Over the next decade, David and Rachel reconnected only at major family events, like their daughters' weddings. Rachel stayed unmarried and continued living with Eric, who treated her well, but lacked the passion and partnership she had once experienced with David. Seeing David with his new family and his young daughters, Sophie and Mia, often brought back bittersweet memories for Rachel. Her once joyful life with David was now a distant memory, replaced by quiet routine and lingering remorse. In a twist of fate that summer, after cashing in his stock options, David bought back the old family home when it came on the market. His entire family and friends, except Rachel, were overjoyed that they could reclaim the house filled with so many memories. Lauren and Natalie especially loved visiting and talking about their childhood in that loving home. Rachel knew deep down she would have adored continuing the life they once imagined together. But life moves on, and David was fully embracing his second chance. Now at 49, David was thriving. He was at the peak of both his personal and professional life, surrounded by love, stability, and purpose. His life with Emily, Sophie and Mia had transformed the once sorrowful halls of his old home into a haven of laughter and warmth. Jolene's finger-painted masterpieces on the fridge, Mia's spontaneous dance performances in the living room, and Emily's gardening attempts in the backyard had brought the house back to life. Lauren and Natalie, now in their late 20s, visited often, bridging the past with the present. They had grown into strong, independent women, and David was proud to have been their steady influence through the storm of divorce. Professionally, David's gamble on the merger paid off. The stock options he received after the divorce had soared in value, giving him the financial freedom to retire early if he chose to. Instead, he pivoted into consulting, advising young CEOs and investing in promising businesses. His years of experience and financial discipline allowed him to focus on what mattered most: family and giving back. He even created a scholarship fund for underprivileged youth in Nashville, a tribute to his own humble beginnings and his father's wisdom about self-worth and resilience. Meanwhile, Rachel's life remained quieter. At 57, she lived in Chicago with Eric, who had since retired from medicine. Their relationship, which began as a spark of nostalgia, had faded into a passive, uneventful routine. She worked part-time as a receptionist, not for fulfillment, but simply to keep herself occupied. Though she had saved some money and managed her modest lifestyle, Rachel's financial stability relied heavily on Eric's retirement. She often reflected on the night she lost everything. The regret never fully left her, especially when seeing David with his family. Lauren's wedding at a vineyard outside Nashville was particularly emotional. David proudly walked his daughter down the aisle, his joy unmistakable. Rachel, seated quietly a few rows behind, watched as he laughed with Emily and their girls. The contrast couldn't be clearer. His life was vibrant and complete. Hers felt like a distant echo of what could have been. Natalie's wedding 2 years later wasn't any easier for Rachel. Though time had passed, it hadn't dulled the ache. Watching David with Emily, Sophie, and Mia only reminded her of how far her life had drifted from what she once had. Still, Rachel had tried to repair her relationship with her daughters. Lauren and Natalie had been heartbroken by their parents' divorce, torn between their love for their mother and their respect for their father's principles. Rachel's consistent apologies and quiet presence at their milestones, graduations, birthdays, holidays, had slowly helped rebuild trust. They appreciated her efforts but remained closest to David, who had been their rock. He never spoke poorly of Rachel, but his boundaries were firm. His daughters admired that strength. One July evening, David and Emily hosted a backyard cookout. Friends and family filled the space. Music drifted through the air. Kids dashed under sprinklers. The aroma of grilled burgers lingered. Unexpectedly, Rachel appeared. She had been invited by Lauren, who believed it was time her parents found closure. David was surprised but didn't object. He had long since forgiven her, but had no interest in rekindling anything. Emily greeted Rachel with warmth and grace, despite knowing exactly who she was. Rachel stood quietly on the patio, lemonade in hand, scanning the familiar yard. The old oak tree where Lauren and Natalie once built a treehouse now had a swing for Sophie and Mia. The garden Rachel once tended was now full of Emily's cheerful, if chaotic, landscaping. Same house, entirely different world. David joined her. "It's good to see you," he said, neutral, but not cold. "The girls wanted you here. I'm glad you came." Rachel nodded, voice trembling. "Thanks, David. The place is beautiful. You've done so much with it." They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of everything between them stretching across time. Finally, Rachel whispered, "I never stopped regretting what I did. I threw everything away for a moment of foolishness. I just wanted you to know I'm sorry. And I'm happy you found someone who truly makes you happy." David looked at her, aged, fragile, but sincere. "I forgave you a long time ago, Rachel," he said. "We both made choices. Yours hurt me, but they led me here. And I wouldn't trade this life for anything." Rachel's eyes welled up. She managed a faint smile. "You always were a better person." "I'm just trying to be better for my kids. That's all any of us can do," David said. He gestured to the others. "Come on, join us. Lauren and Natalie would love to see you." The rest of the evening passed without tension. Rachel stayed on the fringes but was welcomed. It was a small step, but for her, a meaningful one. As the sun dipped below the trees casting golden light across the lawn, David held Emily's hand, watching their daughters, old and young, play and laugh. He was exactly where he was meant to be. Rachel drove back to Chicago that night with a quiet sense of peace. She knew she couldn't change the past, but she could still choose to be useful. She began volunteering at a local women's shelter, using her story to help others rebuild after regret. Her life wasn't glamorous. But for the first time in years, it had meaning. Meanwhile, David focused on the present and the future. The family home that once held heartbreak now echoed with laughter, love, and second chances. And when he tucked Sophie and Mia into bed that night, he heard his father's voice once more. Men of value do not accept disrespect. He smiled, content, whole, and deeply proud of the man he had become. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story. My family mocked me for being a barista, gave my childhood home to my brother. Now he's begging me a store after I built a $10 million business. Hello everyone, my name is Paul. I am 32 years old and reside in a quiet neighborhood in Portland, Oregon. My best friend Brian and I currently run 21 coffee shops in 5 states. We began this endeavor 5 years ago with a little rented apartment and nothing but our savings, no loans, no assistance from family. Even though I now have a secure career, a nice income, and a home worth about $600,000, I prefer to live quietly. Unlike many others, I avoid discussing my accomplishments. That choice is based on an event that occurred 7 years ago. Back then, in a state of pride, I tried too hard to prove myself and said too much at the wrong time. My father and younger brother made me pay for it. Since that day, I vowed to myself that no matter how far I went, or how successful I became, I would never brag about my accomplishments, especially in front of my family. But last Christmas, I breached my promise. I slipped and spoke one line that was innocent at the time, but that was all they needed. The exact people who formerly looked down on me now have the opportunity to tear me down in front of everyone. Aunt Ingrid called me in early December of last year, just as the Christmas joy had spread to every street corner. I hadn't heard her voice for 7 years. After a few cautious greetings, she requested if I might come home with the entire family for this year's Christmas gathering. I remained mute for a long time at that point, ready to say no like I had so many times before. But before I could say anything, she kindly continued, "Everyone misses you." I could not respond immediately, but that night I was unable to sleep. I wasn't sure if they truly missed me or if they only missed the previous version of me, the one who was weak. Perhaps it was curiosity. Perhaps a part of me still wanted to believe in something positive. Regardless, I chose to return. On Christmas Day, over 2 hours after driving from Portland to Salem, I arrived in front of her house at 11 a.m. While I was looking for a parking spot, a familiar voice screamed out from behind me on the right, loud enough to be heard throughout the yard. 7 years and you're still driving that thing? Looks like nothing's changed. I turned around. It was Peter, my cousin. He was resting against a brand new SUV, arms crossed, with a grin that was both sarcastic and satisfied. I looked at him for a few seconds, exhaled quietly through my nose, and smiled without saying anything. I did not want Peter to get to me. I did not come back here to argue with anyone. After I parked, I took the present bag I had packed the night before. Inside, there were a few bottles of wine, not expensive but nice enough to demonstrate respect. As soon as I entered the living room, I recognized 2 people I hadn't seen in 7 years, my father and my younger brother. They stood in the corner of the room, near the large Christmas tree against the wall. Their gaze lingered on me for only 3 seconds before immediately moving away. I didn't walk up to them. Instead, I nodded to the surrounding family, asked a few polite inquiries about job and health, and smiled just enough to be nice. Aunt Ingrid emerged from the kitchen only a bit later. When she saw me, she removed her oven mitts, ran over to me, and hugged me tightly. Her voice trembled, yet it had a weird warmth to it. "Welcome home." At that point, I wondered if this time would be different. Perhaps now, after 7 years away, I'll finally feel like I belong here, if only for a moment. But I had no idea that today would mark the start of another fall, this time in front of everyone. The celebration began approximately 15 minutes after I arrived. I sat at the end of the table, near to some younger cousins. Looking around, I realized it had been a while since my family had assembled in such a large group. All of the traditional Christmas foods were served, including roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, buttered rolls, cream soup, and numerous trays of homemade sweets. I looked at how everything was arranged, observed the hot dishes were still steaming, and realized Aunt Ingrid had spent the entire morning preparing it all. Aunt Ingrid is my mom's younger sister. Mom used to swing by our house on a regular basis, bringing sweet pastries and bags of sun-warmed fruit from her lawn. However, after Mom's death nearly 10 years ago, Aunt Ingrid became increasingly distant. My father was the reason she stopped visiting. I remember the few times she stopped by after the funeral. My father didn't bother trying to hide his annoyance. When he opened the door, he would frown and make casual remarks about how we didn't deserve anyone's sympathy. Once, as my brother and I were laughing and chatting with her, he stood up and said, "If that's the kind of visit this is, don't bother. I can take care of my kids." After that, I never saw her again. Return to that day's celebration. About 30 minutes into the lunch, just as laughter began to rise from the far end of the table, Peter's father, Uncle Andrew, turned to face me. His voice broke through the background noise in the room. "So, Paul, still working at the coffee shop?" At that point the room appeared to pause. Almost everybody turned to stare at me. I could sense them waiting for a response. Uncle Andrew posed that question because he had a brief work trip to Portland 3 years prior. By chance he came into one of my coffee shops. 2 staff had called in sick with the virus that day, and the store was crowded. So I donned the costume and stepped in to assist, just like any other barista. When he stepped in and spotted me behind the counter in uniform, he stopped for a little minute. I could see the surprise in his eyes, but he said nothing. I did not explain. I nodded at him as I would any other customer, and carried a coffee over to the corner table. I never expected him to bring it up again, but a few days later, the texts started flooding in. Sarcastic text messages, some with laughing emojis and a photo of me in uniform. It didn't take long to figure out where everything started. One night, my father sent me a message. There's no build-up, just one sentence. "You embarrassed me." I didn't respond. At that point, my father and I had long lost touch. 3 years later, in the middle of a Christmas party, Uncle Andrew brought it up again, seizing the opportunity to take a jab. His tone was firm, yet his eyes conveyed mockery. I sat quiet, my hand resting on the spoon, thinking I'd just let it go as I always did. But something inside of me altered. Maybe it was my father's stray glance across the table. Perhaps it was a faint laugh from a neighboring relative. I lifted my head, looked straight at Uncle Andrew, and calmly replied, "Yes, I still do. But now as the co-founder of 21 coffee shops across 5 states. After I stated that, the table became quiet. Even the clinking of silverware ceased. I spotted some people exchanging glances. Some simply stared at me. Then suddenly, Peter, Uncle Andrew's kid, broke into laughter. He slumped back in his chair, shaking his head, and exclaimed, "Oh man, listen to this guy. It sounds like one of those TikTok lads discussing their million-dollar enterprise." That was some wild fiction. A few others chuckled. One of my aunts on the left nodded and added, just loud enough, "Yeah, founder, but are you still serving tables?" Something about that does not add up. Someone joined in. Exactly. Anyone can say that. I could likewise declare myself the owner of a 5-star restaurant if all I did was talk. The amusement began to spread around the table, in the form of glances, nods, and discreet snickers that were not hidden. At that point, I looked around the room and felt as if I had just become a joke in the middle of a circus, with my family serving as the audience. Surprisingly, I did not feel ashamed. The only thing I saw were my father's eyes. He was not laughing. He did not speak. He simply stared at the wine glass in front of him, as if he had just heard something he hadn't fully absorbed yet. About a minute after I stopped speaking, as the last bits of laughter faded, the area around the dinner table sank into an undefined silence. It seemed like everyone was waiting to see what would happen next. I just sat there, my hand lightly resting on the edge of the chair, with no powerful emotions remaining inside me. My father then spoke, exactly as I had expected. His speech was low, quiet, and carefully controlled. "You are embarrassing me. Who do you think you are, claiming to run 21 coffee shops? Would you keep driving that old automobile if you were that successful?" After those remarks, I turned to face him. His face was flushed scarlet, and his gaze was unwaveringly fixed on me. The tension at the table was so intense that it felt frozen in the air. A few seconds later, my younger brother Brody spoke from across the table. This time his voice was louder and sharper. "You are always like this. Always trying too hard to stick out. Working in a coffee shop, getting caught in uniform, and still acting like you're unique." After hearing everything, I didn't say anything. I only raised one brow slightly and took a slow, deep inhale. I heard my father's wine glass slam into the table. The sound was loud enough to draw everyone's attention back. The next minute, he sprang up, gazing at me as if he had discovered something filthy in his home. He yelled, "Get out of here, and never show your face to this family again. You are a disgrace." That was when I realized I didn't have a reason to stay. Not because I was hurt, but because I finally saw things clearly. The folks who once called me family were merely waiting for an opportunity to kick me out again. This time they did it publicly and without compassion. Just as I slid my chair back to stand, a distinct and powerful voice came from the head of the table. "That is enough, Caleb. You should leave this party, not Paul. Remember, this is my house. You are a guest, and you have no right to kick someone out of my home." The whole room froze. The voice came from Aunt Ingrid, which surprised everyone. Her tone was not loud, but it was piercing enough to cause the entire table to stop breathing for a few seconds. She gazed at my father, her eyes devoid of their customary tenderness. She wasn't upset, but the way she stood up, kept her back straight, and delivered each phrase made the room feel heavier than any raised voice could. She then turned to Uncle Andrew. Her voice remained steady, but she did not hold back this time. "Andrew, I hope this is the last time you mock someone in my house. The same goes for Peter. Teach your son some respect." Peter looked down at the table, and Uncle Andrew murmured under his breath, I'm sorry, Ingrid." His apologies were so low that only those nearest could hear them. I was not startled by Aunt Ingrid's statements. I knew she could see everything. She simply chose not to interfere. But tonight, she stood up for me, right there at the table, in front of everyone who had for years treated me like an outcast. She turned back to face me. Her gaze softened, and her voice sank, steady but warm. "Stay, Paul. As long as I'm here, no one will push you around." At that point, I could hear the protection in her voice. I nodded slightly, glanced at her and said, "Thank you, Auntie. But I have something at the shop I need to take care of." That line was simply an excuse to depart, and I knew she understood. But instead of trying to stop me with words, she simply sighed and murmured, "Then wait a moment for me." About 10 minutes later, as I buttoned up my coat and went onto the front porch, she returned with a nicely prepared bag of food. She placed it in my hands, looked at me, and said nothing. At that moment I felt a sting rise in the bridge of my nose. Not out of sadness, nor out of appreciation. It was the quiet anguish of knowing that after all these years, someone in my family still cared enough not to let me leave empty-handed. About 2 hours later, I arrived at a familiar Portland location. Everything was as it had always been. The sound of grinders buzzing, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee in the air, and mellow jazz playing from the ceiling speakers. As I stepped in, a couple staff members behind the desk nodded quickly at me. I returned it with a little nod, and the same familiar smile I'd worn every day for the past 5 years, even on the toughest days. When I approached the bar, Luca, who was at the time operating the machine, stood aside without saying anything. He did not require me to say anything. Luca, like every other barista in our stores, knew I like making my own coffee, especially at the end of the day, or after something that had left my head racing. About 10 minutes later, I returned my cup to my customary location by the window. It was private enough yet close enough to see the full cafe. I sat down, placed the cup on the table, and leaned back in my chair, as if I had returned to the safest place I knew. After the first few swallows, the beans' mild bitterness and hint of acidity began to re-energize my body. My head began to clear. But when I looked through the enormous glass pane, I realized I remembered what happened 7 years ago. Not because I wanted to, but after what happened this afternoon, that memory seemed jolted back into the present, sharp, vivid, and still holding that familiar hurt someplace deep in my chest. 7 years ago, on a Sunday afternoon, I had just returned home from work when I noticed my father sitting in the living room with a newspaper barely past the second page. He beckoned me over and said he needed to talk about something. His tone was calm, as if he were about to discuss something utterly ordinary. I pulled out a chair and sat across from him. My younger brother was also present, seated in the corner of the table with his headphones on, but I noticed him peek over when our father began speaking. My father looked me directly in the eyes and said, "I intend to leave this house to your brother. He needs a stable place to start after graduation." I sat still for a few seconds. The line was brief, yet it struck me in a manner I couldn't articulate. I asked him again, this time with a low yet clear voice. "What about me?" He answered without looking at me and without hesitation. "You already have a job. You make good money. You can take care of yourself. Your brother might not land a decent job after school like you did." To maintain my composure, I gently clasped my hands in my lap. Then I inquired, "Do you remember who's been covering most of his senior year tuition?" "A guy who's only been working for a little over a year, sending money back every month like clockwork on the 15th. No one replied. My brother was still wearing his headphones, but he had clearly ceased the music a long time ago. I stared at him directly and questioned, "You don't have anything to say?" He didn't look back and just replied, "This is Dad's decision, I'm not getting involved." I nodded gently, without saying anything else. That night, I packed my belongings and moved out. No arguments. Nobody begged me to stay. Everything transpired in a peculiar silent way, as if they were waiting for me to depart. I have not gone back since that day. I made a mistake 7 years ago by telling them how much I made. I had recently graduated and landed a position at a financial firm. My annual income after taxes was no less than $70,000, and I brag about it to my father. Following that, I learned to live. I stopped bragging to anybody and kept my salary to myself. After my father said that he would leave the house to Brody, I didn't say anything else. That night, I packed my belongings, called a ride, and left with only the old backpack I had used in college. Nobody saw me off. Nobody called after me. I got a modest apartment on the outskirts of Portland, more than 30 minutes away from work. It wasn't particularly large or fancy, but it was clean and quiet enough for me to start anew. At the time, I wasn't making a tiny wage. Working in finance, I earned more than $70,000 a year after taxes. That was more than enough to cover my basic needs. But when I left home, I decided to live modestly. Not because I had to, but because I wanted to experience what it was like to be completely in control again. I wanted to know exactly where every dime went, and prove that I could stand alone without relying on anyone. I cooked my own meals, made a budget, and set aside a predetermined amount each month. Do not buy a house, or a new car. I merely wanted a cushion in case I decided to start my own business someday. Then, 2 years later, on a Friday evening, Brian, my best friend from college, invited me to meet at a little coffee shop. He produced a draft of a business plan, and stated that he intended to operate his own cafe. It's just a small space with real quality, not another cookie-cutter franchise. He asked if I wanted to start it together. At first I hesitated, but when I looked into Brian's eyes and realized how dedicated he was, I knew if I didn't take the leap, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. After deciding to join him, I withdrew all of my funds from the previous 2 years, and we launched our first cafe. We named it Elm and Cedar. It was situated on a quiet corner of Alberta Street in Portland. The early days were really challenging. We made our own shelving, painted the walls, rented second-hand machinery, and took turns running the shop from daylight until night. Some days it rained non-stop and we only sold 3 glasses. Some days the espresso machine broke at peak hour. We were aching all over from the night, but we still had to go through the books line by line, down to each receipt. Then the regulars started showing up. Some people stopped by every Monday morning. Some people claimed an area of the cafe and never changed their orders throughout the year. 1 year later we launched our second facility in Beaverton. Then Salem. Then Seattle. Every city taught me something new. We had to learn how to hire, manage, and preserve the brand's soul from wherever we were. And just like that, 5 years after leaving that modest apartment, and making one decision I never regretted, we now run 21 coffee shops in 5 states. My phone buzzed faintly as I sat in my normal cafe nook, my mind wandering through the memories that had recently resurfaced. A notice from Instagram came up, bringing me back to the present. I opened it out of habit, assuming I'd scroll past it and exit the app. But a few new comments on a piece from months ago gave me pause. It was a snapshot of a coffee with the simple caption, "Slow morning." I hadn't given it much attention when I posted it, but now unexpected names had made comments that I couldn't understand. Someone questioned if I still brag about my coffee shop franchise. Another ridiculed, "Still hand-making drinks with 21 stores? What a humble CEO." I read a few words and then went silent. I felt a peculiar tightening in my chest. Just then, Luca, the barista on duty, approached me. He gently pulled out his phone and said with concern, "You should see this." I think you need to know." I grabbed the phone immediately away. A newly posted video from a group called Family Drama appeared on the screen. The first image froze me. During today's lunch party, Aunt Ingrid hosted it in her living room. The footage had been cut down. It only maintained the portion where I stated that I co-founded 21 coffee shops. Following that, there was a surge of laughing, mocking remarks from my relatives, and my father screamed, "Get out of here and don't ever show your face again. You're wrecking disgrace." Then I looked at the title. It was bold and apparent at the top of the post. "Paul Hart claims to run 21 coffee shops and gets tossed out for lying." As I scrolled down, the view count increased rapidly. So were the remarks. The majority came from people I had never met, but they wrote as if they knew exactly who I was. I handed back the phone to Luca. At the time I didn't feel sorry. I had a very familiar feeling. When individuals don't know the full story, they tend to believe the loudest part. And 20 minutes later, I had to close all of my social media accounts. I didn't want to argue with strangers who had too much time on their hands. At that time, I decided staying silent was the best option. My phone rang shortly after I locked down all of my social media accounts. It was Brian. I had barely set down my coffee cup when his name appeared on the screen. I responded. His voice rang out almost instantaneously, rapid and urgent. "Did you hear about what people are saying about you?" I responded right quickly, my tone calm. "Yeah, I saw it." There was a pause at the other end. Brian spoke again, this time with obvious amazement. "You saw it and you're still this calm?" I took a slow breath and answered, "What do you want me to do? Give it a few days. This will blow over." Brian's voice broke through with fury, which he didn't try to suppress. "I swear, man, you drive me crazy sometimes." Before I could say anything else, he hung up. I did not blame Brian. I understood exactly why he was unhappy. This wasn't the first time he'd gotten upset about how quiet I might be and how I let things go that he thought warranted a reaction. But I am not like him. Not every situation requires a reaction from me. Sometimes silence is the only way I know to preserve the tranquility I have left. My phone buzzed softly on the counter the next morning while I was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. It was a message from Brian. I opened it right quickly. It was short, like his other texts, with only one line. "I took care of it for you." A link was provided just below. It led directly to the Family Drama group, which had shared the edited video of me the day before. I tapped the link. A new video had just been uploaded less than 20 minutes ago. Brian was the person in the video. He was sitting in one of our coffee cafes, with the brand logo visible behind him. The video has no fancy editing or effects. It was merely a phone recording, but his voice was solid and direct. In the video he stated, his name is Paul Hart. He co-founded a chain of 21 coffee shops currently operating in 5 states. This is the business license. These are photos of the stores we built together over the last 5 years. This is an interview we did that was published in a national coffee industry magazine last year. He held each paper up to the camera. Every image, number, and phrase were well written out. At the end of the video, Brian looked directly at the camera. His voice slowed, and each syllable came through clearly and forcefully. He doesn't owe anyone an explanation. But I think it's time people heard the truth. After finishing the video, I sat and stared at the screen. Not because I was emotional, but because I knew Brian would never have made that film or shared it publicly unless he was upset on my behalf. Following that, I sent him a message. "Thank you for everything you did." After texting Brian, I returned to the video. I looked over the comments underneath it. Within 30 minutes, the post had received thousands of views and shares. There were no loud chuckles or insulting nicknames this time, unlike the day before. However, this did not imply that everyone supported me. Some individuals spoke up for me and said simply and directly, "Editing a video just to humiliate someone is one of the lowest things a family member can do." Someone else wrote, "I don't know this guy, but his friend showed paperwork in a published interview. That seems legit to me." However, a few tales raised questions. Why stay silent yesterday and only come out with proof now? Feels a little too convenient. Another person responded, "Sure, the facts are there, but the way he talked at the party did feel a bit arrogant." Reading those comments did not surprise me. I knew social media wasn't the place to settle truths and lies. It just makes one thing clear: who controls the tale? Then, in the days that followed, I returned to my normal schedule. I still had the practice of unexpectedly visiting one of our coffee shops, waiting near the bar for a few minutes, asking a question or two, and then quietly leaving. I have been doing this for the past 5 years. Nothing had changed. I believed the storm had passed, but exactly 1 week later, it reappeared. This time, it was from the people I least wanted to see: my father and brother. I still remember it vividly. It was Tuesday, around 9 a.m. I was reviewing the payroll sheet when my phone rang. My father's name was shown on TV. I didn't hesitate. I hit decline right away. In less than a minute, a message arrived. "Your dad and Brody are waiting at the Portland store. If you don't show up, I'll keep coming back." I stared at the message. I wasn't surprised, but instead of avoiding them, I chose to go. Not to chat, but to hear what they wanted. After 30 minutes, I arrived at the cafe. When I stepped in, they were already sitting in the rear left corner, the shop's most quiet place. When they spotted me, they stood up immediately. Their faces appeared tight and uneasy. The first thing my father said was, "I'm sorry about the other day." Brody swiftly nodded and said, "Me too. I'm sorry." I addressed them directly and responded with a single sentence. "Say what you came to say." I did not need to ask twice. Brody jumped right in. His voice was flat and without emotion. "We're still family. Can you give me and Dad 10% of the company? Or if not that, maybe transfer one store to each of us. You know how it is. Dad's getting old, and my job doesn't pay well." I did not answer immediately. 5 minutes had gone before I looked up. I peered directly into their eyes and stated only one thing: "Go home and wait to hear from my lawyer." I could see a difference in their expressions as soon as I said those words. My father reclined back in his chair. Brody glanced at me in disbelief, and almost relieved. They believed I had agreed. They assumed paperwork was on its way. They had no idea, however, that what they were about to receive would stun them more than anything they had expected. Right after they left the coffee shop, I contacted Eric, the legal counsel for the coffee business Brian and I co-owned. I explained exactly what had transpired. There are no extra words, no detours. When I finished describing, Eric's voice was steady and firm on the other end. "Leave it to me. I know what to do. It'll be done in 2 days." I didn't ask anything else. I knew him well. When Eric mentioned 2 days, he did not mean 2.5. He meant not a minute late. And he was correct. 2 days later, early in the morning, my phone called again. It was Eric, this time in his typical report-style voice. "The letter has been delivered as requested. The originals were handed directly to them with full confirmation." I thanked him and said nothing else. But I had a feeling about what was going to happen next. And I was correct. That afternoon, while I was at the office reading inventory reports, the phone rang again. This time, it was my father. I responded because I wanted to know what his tone would be. When I picked up, his voice cut through the line, piercing and aggressive. "You bastard! Is this how you treat your father?" I responded slowly and clearly, each word thoughtful. "I don't have a father. You've got the wrong person. And don't forget what my lawyer instructed." I did not wait for his reaction. I hung up instantly. Then I accessed my contacts and blocked both his and Brody's numbers. I didn't do anything in anger. I did it because I understood where his wrath sprang from. It was not due to pain. It stemmed from disappointment. They were expecting a transfer form, a share, and a last-minute compromise from me. But what they held was a legally binding no-contact order, followed with Eric's formal cease and desist letter. The wording was extremely clear. If they continued to interfere with or disturb the operations of the coffee business, the legal team would file a lawsuit. And if that happened, even selling the house Brody owned wouldn't be enough to offset the losses. The next days were the first that seemed completely peaceful. No more unexpected calls in the early morning. Every time my phone rang, I felt less anxious. No more guarded stares from folks who used to call me family. I went to work. We stopped by the stores. I sat in my normal nook, with a cup of coffee that was just hot enough. And for the first time in years, I wasn't concerned about who might appear out of nowhere. Some would argue that I was being very harsh, and should have been more forgiving and open. I should have given it up for the sake of my family. However, forgiveness does not always imply letting things go. It's about knowing when to stop. I did not cut anyone off. I just stopped and left the door wide open. Not every person who walks in deserves to stay. I also learned from my mistakes. Don't rush to share your success, especially with those who don't ask out of concern, but rather out of calculation. Silence does not indicate weakness. It's the best shield for safeguarding the things that are actually important. It took me a long time to comprehend this. Controlling everything does not provide peace. It occurs when you finally stop allowing the wrong things into your life. And before I conclude today's narrative, I'd like to leave you with a question. This one's for you, the listener who stuck with me till the end. What would you have done if you were in my place at Aunt Ingrid's Christmas dinner, surrounded by relatives hurling barbs and disparaging comments, and everyone looked at you as if you were nothing more than someone with a regular job? Would you have stepped up, like I did, and spoken the truth? That you are the co-founder of 21 coffee shops, allowing the facts to speak for themselves? Or would you have remained silent, endured the derision, and retained the peace you fought so hard to preserve all these years? Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. Fiance's family mocked my mom who saved their business, then tried to paint me as villain. So I ruined their rehearsal dinner with one sentence. I'm 33 years old, and until recently, I was engaged to Fidelia, a woman with whom I had planned to spend the rest of my life. I met her around 6 years ago at a BBQ with mutual friends. She had a wonderful smile, was quick with a joke, and we immediately clicked. I didn't hesitate when I chose to propose a year ago. It felt like the proper time and person. At the moment, I was not only marrying Fidelia, but also her family. Her parents, Leonard and Beatrix, are the type of individuals who enjoy being the focus of attention. They are loud, opinionated, and always have something to say about everything. At first I assumed it was just their personality, but as time passed, I noticed how their entitlement permeated everything they did. Before we get into what happened, let me talk about my mother. Patricia was the best person I ever knew. She died 2 years ago following a 3-year battle with cancer. It was humbling to watch her fight that cancer, while yet finding ways to prioritize others. She taught me so much about kindness, giving, and advocating for what is right. My mother was more than simply my rock, she was a lifeline for many people. She had a way of stepping in and assisting others without making them feel embarrassed or obliged, as if she would simply do what was to be done. This includes Fidelia's family. Leonard and Beatrix owe her a lot, but the way they talk about her now doesn't reflect that. When I first presented Fidelia to my mother, things went smoothly. My mother liked Fidelia, she told me so, and Fidelia appeared pleasant. However, when things became more severe, it became clear that Fidelia did not get along well with my mother. It wasn't anything major, just a few comments here and there. Fidelia, for example, would refer to my mother as overly interested or eager to help. It irritated me, but I chalked it up to anxiety, or Fidelia's adjustment to being a new family member. The fact is, my mother did a lot for Fidelia's family. Years ago, when their restaurant was about to close, my mother co-signed a loan to assist them out. Nobody else would take that chance, but my mother trusted in them. She even assisted them in organizing their finances and developing a strategy to re-establish profitability in the business. And it worked. The restaurant survived, and Leonard and Beatrix were able to maintain their livelihood. But it did not end there. When their restaurant's industrial oven broke down, and they didn't have the money to replace it, my mother paid for it outright so they wouldn't lose business. She never asked for the money back, despite the fact that she might have used it later to pay her own medical needs. That's simply who she was. Then there was Fidelia's elder brother, Ryan. He was struggling to complete college since he couldn't afford the tuition for his final semester. My mother stepped in and covered the expense so he didn't have to drop out. She went on. Education is one thing no one can take away from you. She provided not just money, but also time and energy. She spent hours assisting Fidelia's family with everything from bookkeeping tips to babysitting Ryan's children so he could concentrate on his studies. And let me tell you something. Leonard, Beatrix, and Ryan never thanked her properly. Sure, they muttered thank you in passing, but there was no genuine recognition of what she had done for them. However, my mother was unconcerned about this. She wasn't looking for recognition. She only wants to help people. My mother passed suddenly, and I was crushed. She was my universe, and losing her felt like a piece of me had vanished forever. Fidelia was there for me at the worst of it, or so I thought. Looking back, I realized that most of her assistance was focused on doing the absolute minimum. She'd say things like, "You need to move on," or, "Your mom wouldn't want you to be stuck in grief." That may have been accurate, but it did not provide comfort. It seemed contemptuous. Leading up to the wedding, I began to see more red flags. Fidelia was strangely disdainful whenever I mentioned my mother in chats about the ceremony. For example, I wanted to include a brief tribute to my mother before the vows, but Fidelia dismissed it, saying, "Isn't that going to make people sad? Weddings are supposed to be happy." I let it go since I did not want to start a quarrel. But small things like this kept stacking up. Then Leonard and Beatrix made their comments. They talked down to me, as if Fidelia's marriage was beneath her. Leonard once made a joke about Fidelia improving her life by marrying someone from a lower socioeconomic status. Beatrix would say things like, "Well, we all make sacrifices for love," as if Fidelia was helping me by agreeing to marry me. It stung, but I kept my mouth shut for Fidelia. Looking back, I wish I had spoken up earlier. Perhaps I could have spared myself some misery. But I kept telling myself that after the wedding was over and the dust had settled, things will improve. I could not have been more wrong. Fast forward roughly a month before the wedding. That's when things began to unravel. As I previously stated, Fidelia's parents, Leonard and Beatrix, offered to host the rehearsal dinner at a prestigious restaurant to which they had relations. At first, I assumed it was a wonderful gesture. I assumed they were trying to smooth over all of the snarky remarks and unpleasant moments we'd had while preparing the wedding. I even convinced myself that this could be their way of stepping up and demonstrating some class. Now, some context for this dinner. Fidelia's parents did not just offer to host it. They made a huge show of their generosity. Beatrix kept bringing it up in conversations like, "Oh, we've put so much effort into making this rehearsal dinner perfect. It's going to be the talk of the town." Leonard, of course, chimed in every chance he got, reminding me and everyone else that the restaurant was one of the best in the area, and that we were lucky they were able to secure it. The entire experience began to feel less like a gift, and more like an ego boost for them. But whatever. I was focused on making the wedding happen, so I let them handle the rehearsal dinner. A big mistake. As the occasion approached, Leonard and Beatrix's real colors became increasingly apparent. Every chat with them turned into a backhanded or passive-aggressive remark. When I tried to confirm the guest list for the dinner, Beatrix rolled her eyes and said, "We'll handle it, Michael. You don't need to stress over the details, just show up and enjoy." It was a minor thing, but it bothered me. So, this was supposed to be our event, correct? Shouldn't Fidelia and I have a say over who comes? Then there was the menu. Beatrix made a big fuss about how they were planning a high-end dining experience for the evening. She continued to say things like, "Oh, we've got the chef to create something really special. Nothing like what you'd normally find back home, Michael." That final part was her favorite dig. Back home. She enjoyed reminding me that I wasn't in the same social circle as them. I come from a small working-class community, and they never let me forget it. I tried to brush it off and concentrate on the big picture. I kept reminding myself, it's just one night. Smile, nod, and get through it. But even Fidelia began to act strangely. She'd always had the habit of side with her parents on issues, but it worsened in the weeks leading up to the dinner. Anytime I mentioned an idea or a concern, she'd dismiss it and say, "Michael, you're overthinking this. My parents know what they're doing." However, it wasn't just about the food, it was the way they treated me like an outsider in my own relationship. They treated me as if I was lucky just to be in the room. Like I should be grateful that Fidelia agreed to marry me. And Fidelia? She never stood up for me. If anything, she encouraged it by laughing along and disregarding my attempts to bring it up. A week before the dinner, there was an incident that should have raised a red signal for me. Fidelia and I were at her parents' house negotiating wedding plans. Beatrix was in full charge, scrolling through seating plans and floral arrangements as if she were organizing a royal event. At one point, I suggested altering the centerpieces to something simpler, something my mother would have enjoyed. Beatrix did not even look up from her binder. It was all she said. "Oh, Patricia had interesting taste, didn't she? But this is Fidelia's day. Let's keep things modern, shall we?" I froze. It was a slight jab, but it struck me hard. Fidelia did not say anything. She merely continued looking through her phone as if nothing had happened. I wanted to confront Beatrix right then and there, but I didn't want to cause a quarrel, so I swallowed my pride and remained quiet. Looking back, I regret that I did not say anything. It felt as if every insult and slight was stacking up, but I continued ignoring it, because I didn't want to rock the boat. I thought I was maintaining the peace. The rehearsal dinner date had finally arrived, and I could feel the anxiety in the air. Fidelia and I drove to the restaurant together, and I tried to make small chat to lighten the atmosphere. She remained quiet, browsing through her phone and barely reacting. When I inquired if she was excited, she merely shrugged and replied, "It's just a dinner, Michael. Don't stress. Just dinner, right?" When we arrived at the restaurant, Leonard and Beatrix were already there, acting like they owned the place. Leonard was standing by the entryway, greeting visitors as they entered, while Beatrix was busy instructing the workers. It felt more like a corporate occasion than a family gathering. The restaurant itself was extravagantly decorated, with white tables, chandeliers and the works. It was the type of location that screamed, "Look how important we are." And to be honest, it only made me feel more uncomfortable. As the guests poured in, I saw something strange. The majority of those present were from Fidelia's side of the family. My family consisted of 3 or 4 members. My father, my sister, and a few close friends and relatives. Everyone else was Fidelia's relative, or one of her parents' business associates. It seemed as if they had transformed the rehearsal supper into a networking opportunity. I drew Fidelia aside and inquired what was going on. "Why aren't more of my family here?" I asked. She gave me a frustrated look and said, "Michael, your family is small. My parents had to fill the room somehow. It's not a big deal." Not a huge deal. That was her solution to everything. I bit my tongue and resumed conversing. But I couldn't get the impression that this evening wasn't about us. It was about Leonard and Beatrix bragging. They had taken what was supposed to be a celebration of our partnership and turned it into their own circus. After everyone had eaten, the real show began. Speeches. Of course, Leonard was the first to get up. He took the microphone as if he were delivering a major lecture at a conference, not discussing his daughter's wedding. He cleared his throat and began, "Welcome, everyone. Tonight is about celebrating the union of 2 families, our Fidelia, and of course, Michael." He spoke my name as if it left a foul taste in his mouth. I sat there trying to remain calm, but every word he said was a poorly veiled attack. He began talking about how proud he was of Fidelia, how she had always been the star of the family, and how she had always understood what she wanted in life and pursued it. And now she's marrying someone who will help her stay grounded. He smirked as he said it, and I swear a few people laughed. I just gazed at him, wondering if I had heard him correctly. Then he began telling a story about Fidelia, who was always a high achiever, even as a child, and how fortunate she was to have their leadership to keep her on course. At one point he stated, "You know, we've always taught Fidelia to aim high, and while Michael might not be what we envisioned at first." He trailed off, leaving the phrase hanging as if it was meant to be hilarious. I could feel my father and sister gazing at him from across the table. Beatrix was next up. She strutted to the microphone, as if she were about to accept an award. Her speech started very well. She mentioned how much she adored Fidelia, and how excited she was for the wedding. But then she started making tiny digs at me. She commented of Fidelia being the perfect kid who deserved the best in life, saying, "It's a good thing she's patient, because she's taught Michael so much already." I nearly choked on my water. What did Fidelia teach me? How could I hold my tongue while her folks insulted me every chance they got? Then Beatrix looked at me and said, "Oh, we're so happy to welcome you into the family, Michael. It'll be nice to finally have someone who doesn't mind getting their hands dirty, right?" She laughed, and a few of her relatives joined in. I looked at Fidelia, thinking she'd intervene or at least appear uncomfortable, but she was smiling along with them. And just as I thought things couldn't get much worse, Leonard returned to the microphone. He raised his beverage to his lips. "One last thing before we wrap this up. I just want to acknowledge someone who's no longer with us, but played a big role in shaping who Michael is. His mom, Patricia." For a single second I thought he may say something kind. But no. Instead he responded, "Patricia was one of a kind. She had a habit of inserting herself into situations, didn't she? Always had an opinion about how things should be done." He giggled, and Beatrix responded, "Oh, she definitely had strong opinions. Remember how she always insisted on helping us even when we didn't ask?" I couldn't believe what I heard. They were talking about my mother, as if she were a nosy neighbor. Leonard was not done. "But in all seriousness," he said, "Patricia was a generous woman. She helped us out a lot. Sometimes too much, if I'm being honest." He winked, as if it was an inside joke. The room became quiet, but Leonard kept going. "We'll be sure to keep her spirit alive at the wedding. Let's hope Michael doesn't inherit her enthusiasm for taking charge, though. We wouldn't want him meddling too much, right?" That was it. My face became hot, and I tightened my hands beneath the table. I looked to Fidelia, hoping for her to say anything, to stop them. But she just laughed and said, "Oh, Dad, stop," as if everything was harmless fun. Is this harmless fun? They were mocking my mother's memories in front of a large audience, and Fidelia thought it was funny? I could not believe it. The worst part was Leonard and Beatrix pretended to be lovely. They had a smug expression on their cheeks, as if they assumed everyone was laughing with them. But as I looked around the room, I realized that wasn't the case. When Leonard eventually sat down, the tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. The clinking of forks and glasses resumed as people clumsily attempted to move on from the train wreck of a speech. Fidelia leaned over and murmured, "Are you okay?" Her tone was nonchalant, as if she were asking if I wanted more water, not whether I was enraged. I did not even look at her. I only nodded. My mouth tightened so hard I felt my teeth would fracture. But then Beatrix came up to our table. "Michael," she added softly, "I hope you weren't offended. Leonard and I just wanted to add a little humor to the evening. It's all in good fun." That's when something inside me snapped. I could not keep quiet any longer. I rose up, my chair grinding loudly on the floor. "Are you serious right now?" I asked, my voice low and trembling with wrath. So there I was, standing in the middle of the rehearsal dinner, my chair still slightly tipped back from when I got up. The entire room had gone dead silent, like if someone had muted the television. All eyes were on me, but I didn't mind. My heart was hammering and my face was flushed, but I knew I couldn't just ignore this. Leonard and Beatrix's ridiculing of my mother was already too much, but Beatrix's faux apologies was the final straw. "Are you serious right now?" I asked, gazing straight at Beatrix. She hesitated for a second, perhaps not expecting me to call her out. Leonard looked up from his glass, as if I'd insulted him. Fidelia, seated next to me, said, "Michael, stop." I ignored her. "Let me get this straight," I shouted, my voice becoming louder. "You spent the entire night taking cheap shots at my mom, the woman who helped your family when no one else would, and now you're acting like it was just a joke? You think that's okay?" Leonard reclined back in his chair and folded his arms. "Relax, Michael," he added, smirking as if this wasn't a big problem. "You're overreacting. It was all in good fun." "Good fun?" I replied. "You called her meddling. You said she was too much. You mocked her generosity like it was some kind of flaw. How was that good fun?" The tension in the room was intolerable. I noticed a number of Fidelia's cousins gazing down at their plates, apparently uncomfortable. My father, on the other hand, looked at Leonard as if he wanted to punch him. My sister crossed her arms and glared at Beatrix, as if she was waiting for her turn to join in. Beatrix attempted to laugh it off. "Oh, Michael, don't be so sensitive. We were just sharing a few stories. Everyone knows how Patricia liked to take charge." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Take charge?" I asked, my voice rising. "She helped you. She saved your business when you were about to lose it. She paid for your oven repairs, your patio remodel, and your son's college tuition. And this is how you repay her? By turning her into some kind of joke at a rehearsal dinner?" Leonard sat up straighter, visibly annoyed now. "All right, that's enough," he responded, attempting to appear authoritative. "We didn't mean any harm, but if you're going to throw a tantrum about it, maybe you're not ready for marriage." That comment demonstrated how little he respected me, or my mother for that matter. Fidelia eventually spoke up and tugged on my sleeve. "Michael, can we just go outside and talk, please?" I moved my arm away. "No, Fidelia, we can't. Not until your parents understand how disrespectful they've been." Beatrix sighed heavily, as if she were the victim in all of this. "Michael, this is supposed to be a happy occasion. You're ruining the evening for everyone." "I'm ruining the evening?" I exclaimed, my voice quivering with rage. "No, Beatrix. You ruined it the second you decided to trash my mom in front of everyone. And Fidelia, you just sat there and let it happen." Fidelia's face flushed red. "I didn't know they were going to say all that," she said defensively. "But you laughed," I said back. "You laughed at every single insult. You didn't even try to stop them." At this point, the whispers in the room became more audible. People were leaning over to each other, muttering about the events unfolding in front of them. I felt the weight of their glances, but I didn't mind. This was not about them. This was about standing up for my mother. Leonard stood up, evidently frustrated. "All right, Michael. If you're so offended, maybe you should leave," he remarked, gesturing to the door. For a time I contemplated it. I considered just walking away, leaving them to their wonderful little dinner. But then I looked around the room, at my father, my sister, and the few friends who had come to support me. They were all watching, waiting to see what I was going to do, and I realized that I was not going to allow Leonard and Beatrix get away with it, not this time. "No," I replied firmly. "I'm not leaving. Not until you understand what you've done." Leonard opened his lips to answer, but I interrupted him. "You act like my mom was some overbearing busybody. But without her, you wouldn't even have this restaurant connection. She didn't do any of that because she wanted recognition or praise. She did it because she cared. And now you're sitting here trashing her memory like it's some kind of punchline? That's not just disrespectful, it's disgusting." The room became utterly silent again. Even Leonard appeared taken aback, as if he didn't know how to respond. Beatrix opened her mouth, but no words emerged. Fidelia merely sat there, staring at the table, her expression a mix of humiliation and rage. Leonard finally murmured, "We didn't mean it like that." "It doesn't matter how you meant it, I told you. What matters is how it came across. You don't get to rewrite who my mom was just because it suits your narrative. She deserved better than that. And honestly, so do I." With that, I stepped away from the table and grabbed my coat. "You want me to leave? Fine. But don't expect me to come back." My father sprang up instantly, preparing to follow me out. My sister grabbed her purse and gave Beatrix one last scowl before joining us. A handful of my buddies also stood up, looking apprehensive but supportive. Fidelia yelled after me, "Michael, wait!" But I didn't stop. I walked out of the restaurant with my head held high, despite the fact that my heart was hammering. Outside, my father placed a hand on my shoulder. "You did the right thing," he replied. "Your mom would be proud." I nodded but didn't feel proud. I felt angry and betrayed. And I realized something. If she couldn't stand up for me or my mother, perhaps she wasn't who I thought she was. Part of me thought I had done the right thing by stepping away. But a part of me couldn't get over the notion that it wasn't enough. If I kept things as they were, Fidelia and her family would just spin the tale to make me the bad person. They'd interpret it as my being overly sensitive or overreacting. I could not let that happen. This wasn't only about me. It was about my mother's memory and what I stood for. I took a deep breath and turned to face my father. "I need to go back in there," I said. What? My sister cried out. Why? You don't owe them anything. I know, I replied, glancing at her. But I'm not leaving this unfinished. I need to make it clear, to Fidelia, to her parents, to everyone, that I'm done. For good. My father hesitated, then nodded. If that's what you need to do, we'll back you up. No, I replied, shaking my head. This is something I have to do on my own. My sister appeared to want to argue, but she remained silent. I turned and headed back to the restaurant. My gut was knotted, but my head was clear. I was not going back in there to start a scene. I was walking back in to put an end to things once and for all. People were speaking to one another and stealing looks toward the door as I stepped back inside. Fidelia remained sitting at the table, her face pallid and her eyes wide. When she spotted me, she got up. Michael, she answered. What are you doing? I ignored her inquiry and proceeded to the front of the room, where Leonard and Beatrix still sat, looking way too pleased with themselves. Leonard arched an eyebrow as I arrived, obviously not expecting me to return. Beatrix gave me the same fake lovely smile she had been wearing all night. Back so soon? Leonard inquired, his tone tinged with disdain. I did not bother responding to him. Instead, I turned and faced the entire room. Excuse me, everyone, I yelled loudly enough for the entire room to hear. The whispering ceased immediately, and all eyes returned to me. My heart was pumping, but I maintained a calm voice. I have something I need to say. I looked at Fidelia, who was standing transfixed beside the table, her hands clutched tightly in front of her. I know this isn't the time or place anyone expected for this, but after what's happened tonight, I don't see any reason to wait. I took a deep breath and proceeded. This wedding is off. The room erupted with gasps, murmurs and chair scrapings as individuals turned to face each other. Fidelia's jaw dropped and her hands sprang to her mouth. No, Michael, she muttered. But I raised a hand to stop her. The room was completely silent now. Even the waitstaff had stopped moving and stood frozen in the corners of the room. I returned my attention to the remaining guests. This isn't just about tonight, I corrected myself. This is about the kind of family I'd be marrying into. A family that doesn't respect me, doesn't respect my mom, and doesn't respect the values I was raised with. I can't, and I won't, spend the rest of my life being treated like this. Leonard finally discovered his voice. You're making a big mistake, kid, he replied, with a condescending tone. You're throwing away a good thing over nothing. I laughed bitterly. Nothing. You think disrespecting my mom is nothing? You think treating me like I'm less than is nothing? No, Leonard. The mistake would be going through with this wedding and tying myself to a family that doesn't deserve me. Beatrix appeared to be poised to cry. Or perhaps she was simply humiliated that their little spectacle had failed. Michael, she began with a trembling voice. Let's not make decisions in the heat of the moment. We can talk about this tomorrow when everyone's had a chance to cool down. No, I replied firmly. We're not talking about this tomorrow or ever. This is done. I turned to Fidelia one last time. Her face was smeared with tears, and she looked like she couldn't decide whether to shout or beg. I returned to the door, my footsteps echoing in the silent room. As I grabbed for the handle, Fidelia called after me one more time. Michael, please don't do this. I paused for a second, my hand on the door, before turning around and saying, I already did. Walking out of that restaurant felt like pulling off a bandage. There was a sting, indeed. But the predominant sensation was relief. It was over. The wedding, the ongoing disrespect, the sense of being second best in a family I was supposed to join. It was all behind me. The major consequences began the following morning. I awoke to approximately 100 unread texts on my phone. Most of them came from Fidelia. A handful were from Leonard and Beatrix, and a couple were from odd cousins of hers that I hardly knew. The texts varied from appealing to outright rude. Fidelia's texts were filled with apologies. I'm sorry, Michael. I didn't mean to hurt you. Please just talk to me. Leonard's were more aggressive. You embarrassed us in front of everyone. You'll regret this. And Beatrix? She attempted to play the victim. I can't believe you'd do this to Fidelia. She didn't deserve this. I disregarded them all. Fidelia arrived at my apartment around mid-afternoon. I knew what was coming. I'd been preparing for it all day, but it didn't make things any easier. When I opened the door, she appeared to have not slept. Her eyes were red, and her face was splotchy from sobbing. She was still wearing the same clothing from the night before, as if she had gone straight home and wept herself to sleep. "Michael," she asked gently, her voice cracking. "Can we please talk?" I crossed my arms and leaned against the doorframe. "What's there to talk about, Fidelia?" I made myself pretty clear last night. She flinched as if I had hit her, but she refused to back down. "I know you're angry, and you have every right to be," she replied. "But we can fix this. We can work through it." I shake my head. "You don't get it, do you? This isn't something we can just work through." She wiped her eyes with the back of her fingers, her voice trembling as she said, "I was scared, okay?" I didn't know what to do. "Scared of what?" I inquired, my rage pouring up. "Scared of upsetting your parents? Scared of making a scene?" She did not have a response. She just stood there crying, and I gazed at her, waiting for something, anything, that would convince me she knew what she'd done. But nothing arrived. Her eyes widened as she took a step forward. "Please, Michael," she whispered. "Don't do this. We can make it work. I'll talk to my parents. I'll make them apologize. Just don't end it like this." I shook my head again. "It's not just about your parents, Fidelia. It's about you. Last night showed me exactly who you are, and I can't unsee it. I deserve better than this." She looked at me for a time, her face falling as realization set in. One Saturday afternoon, I was cleaning out my mother's old treasure box. It was something I'd held onto since Mom died. Inside were her favorite necklace, a pair of earrings she used to wear to church, and a small delicate locket containing a photograph of my grandmother. That necklace had been in my family for centuries, passed down from mother to daughter. And my mother had given it to me before she died. She said, "One day, you'll know the right person to give this to." I had stored it safely in the box ever since. It wasn't simply a piece of jewelry. It was a piece of her, and our family history. However, when I opened the box that day, the locket was gone. At first, I felt I was imagining things. I ripped the box apart, carefully checking every crevice, but it was not there. I examined the drawers where I kept the box, the shelves, and even the floor surrounding it. Nothing. My heart fell when I realized that someone had grabbed it. Fidelia was the only individual who had recently visited my place, aside from my family and close friends. My gut churned as I put it together. She'd came over a few days after the breakup to deliver the engagement ring. I didn't think much of it when she wanted to use the restroom before leaving, but now, everything made sense. I grabbed my phone and texted her, "Did you take the locket from my mom's keepsake box?" She responded a few minutes later, "What are you talking about?" I didn't believe it for a second. "You know exactly what I'm talking about. The locket my mom left me. It's gone. You're the only person who's been in my apartment recently. Did you take it?" She did not react immediately, but when she did, her message made my blood boil. "I borrowed it because I wanted to keep a piece of her with me. I thought it would help me feel closer to you." Borrowed. She took it without asking, without even informing me. I couldn't believe their arrogance. I called her immediately. When she answered, she sounded defensive, as if she were the victim in all of this. "Michael, it's not a big deal," she explained. "I was going to give it back." "Not a big deal," I snapped. "That locket has been in my family for generations. It's not some trinket you can just take because you feel like it. How could you even think that was okay?" "I just wanted to feel connected to you," she explained, her voice shaking as if she were trying to play the compassion card. "I didn't think you'd notice." "Of course I'd notice," I exclaimed. "It's my mom's. And the fact that you didn't think to ask me first makes it even worse." She started crying at that time, but I was not in the mood to console her. "Where is it?" I demanded. "It's at my parents' house," she admitted, sobbing. I didn't want to lose it, so I left it there for safekeeping. That was the final straw. "You took something that didn't belong to you, something that means more to me than you'll ever understand. And you just left it at your parents' house? Are you kidding me?" "I'm sorry," she muttered. "Sorry doesn't cut it," I replied, my voice frigid. "I'm coming to get it now." An hour later, I pulled up to Leonard and Beatrix's home. My rage had risen during the drive, and by the time I knocked on the door, I was about to burst. Beatrix opened it. her fake nice grin evaporating as she noticed the expression on my face. "Michael," she replied cautiously. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to get my mom's locket," I stated plainly. "Fidelia told me it's here." Beatrix's expression wavered between confusion and annoyance. "Fidelia took a locket? Why would she?" "Just get it," I interjected. She narrowed her eyes and stepped aside to allow me to enter. Fidelia returned downstairs a few minutes later, holding the locket. Her eyes were red, and her face was blotchy, but I didn't mind. I only noticed the locket dangling from her fingers, as if it were nothing. "Here," she said, holding it out for me. I grabbed it from her hand and examined it, to ensure it was the same one. When I was finished, I tucked it into my pocket and turned to leave. "Oh, Michael, wait," she exclaimed, her voice urgent. "I didn't mean to upset you. I was just trying to save it." "Save it?" I asked, cutting her short. "Fidelia, you stole from me. From my mom. Like what you'd already done wasn't enough." Her face crumpled, and she began to cry again, but I could not stop. I walked out and slammed the door behind me. In the days that followed, I banned her phone number, deleted her texts, and eliminated every possible opportunity for her to contact me. I was done with her, her family, and the drama they had brought into my life. Calling off the wedding had been difficult, but this was the final nail in the coffin. And, as exhausting as it was, it also seemed like a resolution. I stood up for myself, my mother, and the principles she taught in me. I knew I had made the proper decision, and for the first time in a long time, I felt calm. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. My wife planned to ruin me at our anniversary party. So I secretly recorded her, exposed her lies in court, and took everything in the divorce. I'm still in shock as I write this. My entire life crumbled 3 days ago, and I'm attempting to make sense of it by writing everything down. This is difficult to even spell out. I never imagined I'd be one of those guys who talk about their failed relationships on Reddit. I'm using Nathan and Kelsey's names because they appear to be the most common fake names on this sub, and I'm concerned that anyone we know may connect this to us. Even though the circumstance seems absurd, I'm sure anyone who was present would recognize it right away. I suppose I should begin by noting that, until 3 days ago, I thought I had a solid marriage, not perfect, who is, but steady. We had plans for the future, but I think they went down the drain. For perspective, my wife Kelsey has always had an explosive personality. When she doesn't get her way or someone challenges her ideas, she quickly goes from 0 to 100. She speaks quickly, gets loud, occasionally throws small objects, smashes doors, and generally acts like a cyclone until people submit to her will. Then she will give you the quiet treatment until she gets what she desires. I've put up with this for years because I love her, and to be honest, I've gotten used to appeasing her in order to avoid the drama. I understand how that sounds, believe me, I do. But you know how it goes. You don't realize the water is growing hotter until you're already boiling. After 10 years together, I developed all these coping mechanisms, all these ways of attempting to maintain calm. I learned to anticipate her moods, to recognize the earliest signs of a rising storm, and to do anything I could to calm it down before it erupted. Before I get to the main event, I'd want to offer you a few examples to help you understand what I've been dealing with all these years. 3 years ago, we were planning some substantial changes to our home. Nothing too wild, just replacing the kitchen and remodeling the master bath. We had been saving for it for years, and I was delighted to finally make our house feel like ours rather than just the starter home we had purchased. Kelsey took over the project right away, which was okay with me because she has always had a keen eye for design. But then she chose a contractor she loved without doing any research. She simply decided this guy was the one after a single meeting in which he supposedly charmed the pants off her. When I looked at their quote, which was far higher than our budget, I detected various red flags. The timeline seems overly optimistic. They claimed they could gut and rebuild our entire kitchen in 2 weeks, which anyone who has done renovations knows is ludicrous. Furthermore, the materials section was strangely ambiguous, just premium countertops and high-quality cabinetry with no specifications regarding brands, models, or even materials. I'd read enough renovation horror stories on Reddit to know this was a formula for disaster, so I politely recommended we obtain a few more estimates to compare. I wasn't accusing her of making a bad decision. I simply believed it was the prudent thing to do with such a large investment. You'd have thought I suggested we set the house on fire. She quickly lost it, yelling that I was destroying the project, that I didn't trust her judgment, and that she'd handle everything on her own. She claimed I was always like this, finding flaws in her ideas, and attempting to make her feel stupid. Then she stormed out and gave me the quiet treatment for 2 days, acting as if I were invisible in our own home, all because I suggested getting various quotations for a major house renovation. I ultimately persuaded her to obtain a second opinion, primarily by keeping renovation horror stories open on my laptop where she could accidentally read them. We ultimately received a second bid, and, surprise, surprise, the original contractor was significantly overpriced with an unrealistic schedule. The second company brought out a variety of difficulties that the first individual had overlooked. Kelsey went with the second firm but never said she was wrong, or apologized for her outburst. Instead, she pretended the entire conflict never happened, and moved on as if hiring a second contractor had always been her goal. I was so pleased we weren't being duped that I didn't press it, just added it to my mental list of battles not worth waging. Another time, maybe 18 months ago, we were preparing our annual trip. It was my turn to choose the destination. We'd always taken turns, which worked well for us. We had previously discussed doing something outside, such as staying in a cottage near a national park with good hiking paths. We both liked the outdoors, or so I thought. Kelsey had always seemed to like our previous hiking expeditions. We'd spend our evenings sitting around the campfire, drinking wine and talking for hours under the stars. These were some of my fondest memories from our relationship. I'd been looking into choices for months, had a whole folder of bookmarks on my laptop, affordable cabins near Yosemite, guided hiking trips, even a company that would supply gourmet meal kits to your cabin so we could cook together without having to arrange everything ourselves. I was truly thrilled about it and kept dropping hints about what I was preparing, and Kelsey appeared to be intrigued, asking questions and looking forward to it. But then, out of nowhere, she arrived home one day, carrying a travel magazine. She'd heard of a luxurious resort in the Caribbean with private plunge pools, personal butlers, and God knows what else. That was suddenly where we were headed, despite the fact that it was much above our agreed-upon vacation budget, more than 3 times what we had planned to spend. When I reminded her of the outside plans I'd been working on for months and gently emphasized the budget issue, she went ballistic, saying that I was being difficult on purpose and attempting to deprive her of experiences that everyone else has. She said that all of our friends got to go on expensive trips, which was not true, and that I was embarrassing her by being poor, which was also false. I'm simply responsible with our money. She tossed a decorative pillow across the room, knocking over and damaging a picture frame containing our wedding pictures, which suddenly seemed meaningful, and proclaimed that the outdoor trip would not take place. She stated she'd booked the luxury hotel herself if I was going to be such a downer. She then slammed our bedroom doors so hard that a painting fell off the wall and ignored me for several hours. I ended up sleeping on the couch, and when I mentioned it the next morning, she acted as if nothing had happened. The next day, she booked the resort, charging it to our shared credit card before I could complain further. I didn't oppose it since it was pointless. She'd already made up her mind, and I knew from experience that continuing to protest would only result in days or weeks of tension and passive-aggressive digs. We went to a posh hotel. It was nice, I suppose, but I couldn't enjoy it knowing how much it cost and how we got there. This cycle repeated throughout our marriage. When I questioned or disagreed with something, she would have a theatrical outburst, give me the quiet treatment, and then do whatever she wanted anyhow. I usually just presented my opinion calmly, watched her explode, and then agreed to her ideas since it was easier than dealing with the consequences. Our friends used to make fun of Kelsey because she always wore the pants in our relationship. They'd elbow me and say, "Happy wife, happy life, right Nathan?" And I'd laugh along with them because what else could I do? Admit it. I was terrified of my own wife's rage. That I'd given up attempting to be an equal partner in my own marriage because the emotional conflict wasn't worth it. I understand how toxic the whole dynamic was, but you know how it is when you're in it. It simply becomes your normal. You adjust, and you tell yourself that every partnership has its eccentricities. I did love her, and we had some good times. But the continual walking on eggshells, the unpredictable explosions, and the sense that my thoughts and tastes were always second best wore me down over time. I simply didn't understand how much, until everything came crashing down. Now, for what happened 3 nights ago. The night that shattered my marriage and whatever remaining illusions I had about who my wife truly was. We were celebrating our 10th anniversary with approximately 50 guests at a lovely event location downtown that we had booked out for the evening. Kelsey had handled the majority of the planning, which was okay with me. Our closest friends, several of my co-workers, and Kelsey's family, her parents and 2 younger brothers, were among those that attended. My own family is abroad. My parents retired to Portugal a few years ago, and my sister is in Australia, so they were unable to attend, which now appears to be a gift in disguise. At least they didn't have to see the show in person. The evening had been going nicely until that point. The meal was delicious, the bar was open, and people were socializing and having a nice time. Several guests made small toasts over dinner, sharing memories and congratulating us. Kelsey seemed joyful and affectionate with me, squeezing my hand under the table and leaning down to whisper jokes about the speeches. After dinner, I planned to go up to the tiny stage area to thank everyone for coming. I'd planned a brief speech, thanking our guests and complimenting Kelsey on our decade together. But before I could make my way up there, Kelsey appeared on stage with her boss, David. I had no idea he was going to the party because he wasn't on the guest list we discussed. Apparently, he arrived approximately an hour into the gathering, after Kelsey had momentarily departed and returned with him. Her family was also surprised to see him. When David walked in, I noticed her father looking at her mother, perplexed. Kelsey snatched the microphone from its stand, and the room became silent, as everyone turned to gaze at her. She had an odd smile on her face, not her typical friendly smile, but something different, almost triumphant. She began to discuss how tonight was a celebration of more than just our 10 years together. It was also about a fresh beginning for her. I recall feeling confused, but I assumed she was talking about a career advancement or something. Then, without warning, she declared that she was leaving me. The room went completely silent. Everyone was staring back and forth at us, absolutely stunned. I felt as if someone had just knocked all the air out of my lungs. My brain was unable to grasp what was going on. The words did not make sense together. Kelsey and leaving me were not compatible notions in my universe. I kept thinking there was a mistake, that I had misheard, or that this was some strange prank. But she kept going, and things got much worse. She gestured to David, who stood alongside her. He's around 10 years older than us, has been divorced twice, and told me she was leaving me for him because she had found someone better. Someone who was actually man enough to give me what I needed, which was a baby, and the opportunity to start a family. These words, man enough, ripped through me like a knife. We'd been trying to have a baby for some years without success, and I'd recently discovered that I had some fertility concerns. It was something I was still processing, something profoundly personal that we'd only communicated with our closest family members. And there she was, shoving it in my face in front of everyone we knew. She concluded by adding, "This is happening now. This is my choice, and I am moving forward with it." In a cold, resolute voice that I barely recognized, as if she were announcing a business decision rather than ending a decade-long marriage. I simply stood there, frozen. It felt like I had been punched in the gut, or worse, like I had been hit by a vehicle yet was still standing. I could not breathe. My face felt hot, then cold. The room appeared to tilt and wobble around me. I looked around and saw all these people looking at me with sympathy and horror. Friends had just congratulated us. Co-workers who now have this as their primary memory of me. Kelsey's relatives looked as surprised as I was. Then I returned my gaze to Kelsey, who was standing proudly next to her boss, a man who'd been to our house for dinner parties, shook my hand, and looked me in the eye while obviously sleeping with my wife behind my back. My mind was racing, trying to figure out when this may have started, how long it had been going on, and how I could have missed all of the indications. We had dinner together the night before, discussing party plans. That morning before work, she kissed me goodbye. "How did you get from there to publicly insulting your 10-year-old husband? What type of individual would do that?" Kelsey's father abruptly rose up from his table, before I could even begin to respond. He pointed at Kelsey and said, "Your behavior is shameful, Kelsey. The things you are saying about Nathan are hurtful and untrue, and doing this in front of everyone is beyond disrespectful." Her mother stood up next and added, "We did not raise you to behave this way. We do not support what you are doing, not one bit." But her father wasn't finished. He delivered the final blow. "Because of your actions tonight, the way you've humiliated your husband and yourself, we consider you to have cut yourself off from this family. We disown you, Kelsey." All four of them nodded in agreement and walked out of the venue, not even looking back when Kelsey called after them. I've known Kelsey's family for more than a decade. They are traditional but caring people who place a high value on family loyalty and integrity. I had never seen them so united in their contempt and disappointment. I believe it was when the reality of what was going on became clear to me. If her own family, who had always supported and loved her completely, was leaving her because of this, she had definitely gone too far. Kelsey certainly didn't expect that reaction. She began yelling after them, her voice high-pitched and frightened, but I couldn't make out her exact words due to the blood pouring through my ears. David attempted to calm her by placing his hand on her arm, but she forcefully ripped it away. She appeared absolutely deranged at the time, a far cry from the confident woman who had just declared her decision to leave me for a better man. I eventually snapped out of my shock. As I approached the stage, I had a peculiar sense of tranquility. I believe it was my brain's way of protecting me, turning off all feelings so that I could operate. I kept my voice calm, even frigid, as I looked both of them in the eyes and stated, "You need to leave." Now I could hear how different my voice sounded, almost like it belonged to someone else. David, that pompous bastard, had the nerve to try to make things better. He began to say, "Nathan, we need to talk," but I interrupted him mid-sentence. "No, we don't. You both need to get out of here before I punch your nose in right now." I pointed to the exit that her family had used. Something in my look must have indicated that I would not say it a third time. They exchanged looks before moving off the stage to a nearby table where they had left some personal belongings. After they departed, 50 people stood there, not saying anything, just shocked faces staring at me, waiting to see what I would do next. My employer was there with his wife, as were some of my oldest friends, who had known us as a couple throughout our relationship. I felt compelled to say something, to bring an end to this terrible train disaster of an evening. I walked back to the stage area, cleared my throat and said, "I believe the party is over. I'm sorry it had to end this way." My voice cracked slightly, but I pushed through it. "Thank you all for coming tonight. I appreciate your support." What else could I say? Surprise, my wife has been cheating on me with her boss, and I found out at the same moment you did. Or, don't worry, I'm just dying inside. There was nothing that could save the situation, and no words could make any of us forget what had occurred. People began gathering their belongings, whispering to one another, and giving me these dreadful looks of pity, as they walked towards the door. A handful of my closest friends approached me, nervously patting my shoulder or giving me quick hugs while murmuring things like, "Call if you need anything," or, "I'm so sorry, man." I nodded mechanically and thanked them. But I couldn't truly process what they were saying. It felt like I was underwater, with everything muted and distant. Within roughly 30 minutes, the space was empty, with the exception of the venue personnel, who were plainly uncomfortable and attempting to be as discreet as possible as they began cleaning up. I stayed to assist with the first cleanup, partially because it was part of our rental agreement, but primarily because I wanted something to do, something normal to focus on while my brain caught up with reality. The venue manager kept giving me sympathetic looks, which only made things worse. I paid the remaining money, signed the documents she put in front of me, and then left. When I went home and walked into our empty house, it hit me all over again. 10 years of marriage had ended. I sat on the edge of our bed, which we had shared for a decade, and eventually broke down. I'm not sure how long I sat there, but I finally got myself together enough to check my phone. Kelsey sent me a deluge of SMS. Her texts were all over the place, shocked by her family's reaction. "I can't believe they would do this to me," admitting the revelation was a mistake, but not backing down from leaving me. "I shouldn't have done it that way. But you have to understand, I need to move on." Suggesting we chat or see a counselor, we should sit down with someone who can help us through this transition. Claiming it was a cry for help without explaining what help she needed, or why she'd chosen to beg for help by embarrassing me in public. Then she tried to blame me for her decision to leave, saying, "If you had been more attentive, if you had taken my needs more seriously, it wouldn't have come to this." The tone and content of the text kept shifting, as if she was urgently flinging everything at the wall to see what sticks. One moment she was the victim of her terrible family, and the next she was graciously offering to talk things over with me. Then she was the aggrieved party, driven to extremes by my inadequacies as husband. It was classic Kelsey, unable to accept responsibility for her actions, and always seeking for a way to spin the story to make herself look better. This time, however, no spinning was involved. She had passed an uncrossable line. I did not respond to any of them or answer her calls. I decided to contact a divorce lawyer the next morning and set up an appointment to begin the formal process of ending our marriage. I'm writing this to document what happened, not to question whether what I'm doing is correct. I understand what I need to accomplish. I'm simply trying to figure out how my life fell apart so totally in one night. Update. Thank you for all your comments on my first post. Some of you have asked for more information regarding the celebration and Kelsey's family's reaction. Kelsey's disbelief rapidly changed to rage when she saw I wasn't going to go along with her desperate attempts to rewrite what she'd done. Her texts became incessant, ranging from pleas to insults to direct threats. She claimed I was wrecking her life, that I was overreacting, and that I should not have filed for divorce. "Nathan, we can fix this. I was just confused. Don't do this. You're acting like a child. You always overreact to everything. You're going to regret this. I'll make sure everyone knows you were never there for me." I did not respond to any of them. I kept them all, and sent the threatening ones to my lawyer. He encouraged me to maintain a strict no-contact policy and communicate exclusively through our attorneys. By the time Kelsey hired her own lawyer, she was already attempting to twist the tale in her favor, telling acquaintances that I was the one who abandoned her, that I had been emotionally neglectful, and that her dramatic declaration at the party was only a moment of weakness. However, I did not have to worry about convincing anyone. I had the truth on my side, as did everyone who witnessed the disastrous incident at the party. Kelsey attempted to claim alimony in her response to the divorce petition, stating that our 10-year marriage, along with our economic disparity, entitled her to financial support. She seemed to believe she could wipe everything and reinvent history. My lawyer and I had planned a direct response. We informed her lawyer that if she sought alimony, we would present sworn affidavits from witnesses, friends, colleagues, and even her own family, who witnessed her publicly humiliating me, announcing she was leaving me for another guy, and being disowned by her own parents. We were not making threats. We were only stating the evidence we planned to submit. Within a few days, Kelsey's lawyer phoned mine to advise us that she was withdrawing her alimony request. That was hardly the end of her issues. Word immediately spread about what she'd done, especially after her family cut her off. Her father was so horrified that he publicly disowned her, and from what I've heard, her mother refused to receive her calls. 2 months later, I discovered through common friends that she had either resigned or been fired from her position at the company where David was her supervisor. I'm not sure whether David threw her under the bus to safeguard his own reputation, or because she became too much of a liability. However, she lost her work and was unable to find anything comparable. Her financial position worsened. She ended up living with one of her cousins, with whom she had a strained relationship, because she couldn't afford her own place. Her convoluted account of events failed to fool her friends. Some remained neutral, but the majority took a step back. In contrast, I maintained a low profile. I went to work, focused on my mental and physical health, and kept silent. The only people who genuinely understood what happened were those who were present that night. And I never sought to push anyone to take sides. Kelsey's desperate attempts to change the story failed. The more she attempted to spin her story, the more others saw through her. Finally, the divorce was formalized. There will be no alimony or division of retirement savings beyond what we have previously agreed upon. I received both the house and the car which I had paid for. I could finally breathe again. But even as I tried to reconstruct my life, a part of me was tormented by that night. The look on Kelsey's face when she made that news. David's smug smirk. The visitor's shocked whispers. Those recollections became ghosts, haunting me in calm moments. But each day the weight became a little lighter. My buddies were there for me. My colleagues, who had always considered me as a dependable, reliable person, admired how I handled things without making it a spectacle. Most significantly, I finally felt at peace knowing that I had done everything I could. I fought with dignity. I protected myself, and I refused to let Kelsey's betrayal kill me. Looking back, I don't recognize who I was at that party. The man who watched in stunned silence while his wife ruined their marriage in front of everyone they knew. But I know who I am now. A man who has endured. My fiancée issued me an ultimatum. Go into debt for her, or lose her. So I selected myself and watched as her fairy stories crumbled, before she reached the altar. My family was not wealthy, but we were not poor either. My father maintained an auto repair shop, and my mother worked part-time at the local cafe while keeping the kids in order. They were traditional, down-to-earth individuals. My father used to say, "You don't spend money you don't have, and you don't borrow unless you're out of options." My mother was the same. If we couldn't afford something, we didn't need it. No complaining, no shortcuts, only hard work and patience. Growing up, I learned the importance of saving early. My first job was mowing lawns for neighbors during the summer, and instead of spending the money on video games like my pals, I saved the majority of it. By the time I graduated from high school, I had saved a couple of $1,000s, which felt like a lot at the age of 18. College was not a huge, glamorous affair for me either. I attended a local public school while also working part-time at a hardware store to supplement my income. My degree was in information technology, which was not exciting, but it provided me with solid employment as a network technician after I graduated. It wasn't the type of job that makes you say, "Wow," but it paid well and I didn't dread going to work. By the age of 31, I had achieved the life I imagined for myself. I had a little apartment, a 10-year-old pickup truck that still worked well, and a reasonable savings account. I wasn't into shiny things. I bought my clothes on a bargain, prepared most of my meals at home, and didn't care about following trends. Life was easy, and I was satisfied. Now I will admit that my dating experiences were not particularly memorable. I'd had a few girlfriends in the past, but nothing meaningful. Most of them wanted to relocate to the city, or live a lifestyle that I couldn't and didn't want to afford. That was all right with me. I believed the proper person would come along someday. Someone who enjoyed the same quiet life I did. Then Tina arrived. I met Tina at a friend's house. My friend Jake had recently moved into a new home, and he had a small party to celebrate. I hadn't planned to meet anyone that day. I arrived in a flannel shirt and jeans, carrying a 6-pack of Coke, just wanting to hang out with my pals. Tina strode in as if she owned the place. She was wearing a flowy dress and sunglasses that seemed more expensive than my truck. She had an aura about her that suggested she was used to being noticed. I recall thinking, she's way out of my league. But we eventually talked. It turns out she was Jake's girlfriend's co-worker who was visiting from the city. I don't recall how the conversation began, but I remember being shocked at how easy it was to communicate with her. She was not as menacing as she appeared. She laughed at my jokes and said she appreciated how relaxed I was. We kept in touch for a few weeks. Tina seemed different from the other women I'd dated. She told me she was weary of the city and liked how authentic everything felt in my hometown. She stated she admired how I didn't try to impress others, and appeared to know exactly what I wanted out of life. For a while, I believed her. Tina began to visit more frequently. She enjoyed the peaceful mornings we'd spend on my porch drinking coffee, and she didn't seem to mind that I lived in a modest, no-frills apartment. She even went fishing with me a few times, but she wasn't very good at it. When she twisted the line or dropped the hook, she laughed at herself, and I thought, this is it, she gets me. We dated for 2 years, and I thought everything was ideal. Sure, Tina had her moments. She'd occasionally gripe about how boring the town was or how she missed her favorite sushi restaurant in town, but she'd always end with something like, "But it's worth it to be with you." To be honest, I should have seen the cracks emerging. Tina, for example, used to joke that she couldn't wait for me to acquire a better truck. She'd chuckle and remarked, "Imagine us pulling up to a fancy restaurant in this thing." At the time, I assumed it was simply her sense of humor. Now I wonder if that was a foreshadowing of what was to come. Then there was the way she discussed her life before we met. Kelsey publicly ended our marriage during our anniversary celebration. Her family disowned her at that moment. I filed for divorce the following day. She demanded alimony. I threatened to provide extensive documentation of her activities. She withdrew her alimony request. She lost her work and was forced to move in with a relative due to financial difficulties. The divorce is now finalized. We negotiated an agreement to divide our assets, which was quite simple given our financial situation, and the court issued the decree terminating our marriage. Kelsey no longer works at her prior job, receives no financial support from me, and lives with her cousin. Her current status is very different from where she was before all of this happened. We don't have direct communication anymore. Everything passes through our lawyers if necessary, which is uncommon now that the divorce is final. As far as I know, her family has not changed their stance and is still not speaking with her. I will not be posting any further updates about this scenario. It's finished, and I can now begin to go forward with my life. The previous 7 months have been the most difficult of my life. For those curious about David, it appears that he and Kelsey did not endure long following her spectacular profession of love. I've heard they split up around the same time she left the company, but I don't know the specifics, and I honestly don't care. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one.